That day, the Awakening Plaza was packed, with everyone gathered around the giant star symbol at its center. In the crowd, the red-haired young man could barely contain his excitement. 10 years after his soul arrived in this world, the moment he had waited for was finally here. This world was reality mixed with game mechanics. At 18, everyone could awaken a unique skill and begin a supernatural path. Sai-kun had just completed his class change when his status appeared. Life class, chicken breeder. A blonde guy buried in chicken celebrated because his family's KFC chain finally had an heir, though his mother clearly felt otherwise. Classes generally fell into combat, life, and support. Life classes usually meant an ordinary future, while support classes required massive resources to grow and were difficult without powerful backing. Next was Yang Shulin. She awakened the combat class, Gun Warrior, but the orange-haired girl burst into tears. She hated fighting and only wanted a peaceful life like a little fairy. Watching everyone receive their classes, Lin Han clenched his fists with determination. To him, awakening a combat class was the only choice worth having. The reason was simple. Countless dungeons, forbidden zones, and secret realms were filled with deadly monsters. Only fighters could hunt them for EXP, level up, and keep growing stronger in this dangerous world. Lin Han aimed even higher. One day he wanted to reach the peak and become the strongest man alive, already imagining that blazing sword in his hand. Lost in that glorious fantasy, Lin Han suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Wang Qiang reminded him that his turn had arrived, snapping Lin Han back to reality. Wang Qiang also warned him that their homeroom teacher had been watching him for a while, yet Lin Han was still daydreaming. Lin Han instantly knew he was in trouble. Sure enough, his furious teacher was already glaring straight at him. The angry woman was Yang Shuiwei, homeroom teacher of Class 6. She called out Lin Han and scolded him for zoning out on such an important awakening day. Before Shuiwei could finish, Wang Qiang excitedly shouted that once Lin Han became a warrior, they would hunt monsters and level up together. Lin Han dashed past his teacher, declaring that he would return once he became a king. After that little commotion, Lin Han entered the awakening area, where a mage was already waiting for him. The mage told him to enter the magic circle and relax, allowing the power inside to guide him. In his eyes, Lin Han had excellent potential as a warrior, while the magic circle before him shone brilliantly. An awakened class depended not only on talent, but also on willpower. Ever since arriving in this world, Lin Han had trained relentlessly for one chance to become a warrior. Carrying that determination, he stepped into the center. In an instant, a massive pillar of blue light erupted into the sky. Lin Han stood inside the energy as golden lightning flashed around him. The incredible phenomenon threw the entire plaza into chaos. Everyone was stunned by Lin Han's talent and wondered what kind of powerful class could trigger such a scene. Even Wang Qiang froze, unable to understand what was happening. Yang Shuiwei stayed silent, carefully watching the changes inside the magic circle. After observing closely, Shuiwei realized this was the sign of a hidden class. Beyond the 3 common class types, this world had an extremely rare category called hidden classes. Whenever one awakened, heaven and earth could produce extraordinary phenomena to celebrate its arrival. Seeing Lin Han surrounded by light above the plaza, Wang Qiang grew even more excited, convinced his friend would become a terrifying powerhouse someday. As everyone waited, the system finally revealed the result. Lin Han successfully changed classes and unlocked a hidden class achievement. But the class itself was completely unexpected: Life Priest. Lin Han went numb at the result. He had dreamed only of fighting, yet he ended up with Life Priest, a support class. The shock nearly made him collapse, and his face instantly turned pale. After seeing the result, even the mage could only sigh in disappointment. A genius who triggered such an incredible phenomenon had awakened as a priest. What a waste! Wang Qiang was completely confused. Lin Han's awakening phenomenon had been terrifying, so his class should have been insanely powerful. Why did everyone look disappointed? Hearing his question, Shuiwei turned toward him. Zhou explained that priests belong to a special branch of magic classes. Instead of casting spells directly, they used battle songs to buff allies with different effects. Their support abilities were unique, but leveling this class was incredibly difficult. This world's progression system had 9 realms, with a new stage every 10 levels, but priests needed special elemental sources to advance, forcing them into disaster zones. Even level 60 experts feared the deepest areas, making further progression nearly impossible. Zhou added that every priest awakened so far had been stuck below level 10, so despite being a hidden class, it was considered one of the most useless classes. Wang Qiang's expression changed at the mention of disaster zones. To him, they were terrifying natural forces, no different from the deadly forbidden lands of legend. Seeing Lin Han remain silent, Shuiwei placed a hand on his shoulder and told him not to lose hope. The road ahead was difficult, but he had still awakened a hidden class. Yet her encouragement could not erase the question on everyone's mind. Was Lin Han's future really going to end here? On his way out, Lin Han opened his status panel. 3 of his 5 stats had reached around 100, proving his physical foundation was far above average. He was a level 1 life priest with 100 stamina, 30 agility, 50 mana, 110 endurance, and 120 strength. To advance past level 10, he needed to absorb a special elemental source. Seeing these stats only made him more frustrated. Had he become a warrior, this foundation would have been terrifying. Refusing to give up so easily, Lin Han opened his skill panel to see what Life Priest could actually do. First was Magic Suppression, a talent that suppressed magical elements within 50 meters and converted them into mana. Healing Song borrowed the Life Goddess's power to heal allies. Soul Summoning Song invoked the God of Death to weaken enemies and summon an undead creature from underground. Enchantment Song borrowed the Goddess of Pleasure's power to inflict hypnosis, blindness, madness, and hallucinations. Finally, Blessing Song of the Chaos Goddess automatically buffed allies. Despite having 4 skills, Lin Han was still disappointed. To him, they were nothing but weak support abilities. Lin Han scratched his head helplessly. A class that could barely reach level 10 seemed worse than an ordinary life class. Just as his mood hit rock bottom, the system suddenly sent a new notification. Detecting its host's frustration, the system completed its tutorial and activated 10,000 enhancement. Lin Han's eyes instantly lit up. The cheat ability he had waited so long for had finally arrived. The system could choose something suitable for its host and enhance it 10,000 times without limits. Lin Han immediately asked whether his class panel could be enhanced. The moment the system confirmed it, the enhancement was completed, and he was told to check the results himself. His entire class panel had transformed. From his base stats to all 4 skills, everything had reached a completely different level. The spells he once dismissed had become forbidden spell abilities, while his stats were amplified 10,000-fold. Lin Han instantly regained his confidence. Disaster zones were no longer dead ends. With his current power, he could enter them himself. Just then, Wang Qiang came running from behind and slapped Lin Han hard on the shoulder, completely out of breath after chasing him. Wang Qiang complained that Lin Han vanished right after changing classes without even waiting for him. The college entrance exam was only 7 days away, so he suggested grinding dungeons together, getting stronger, and trying to enter the same university. Lin Han could only apologize repeatedly. While the two were talking, mocking laughter suddenly came from behind. Someone thought Wang Qiang's plan sounded like a complete joke. A purple-haired young man walked over and mocked Lin Han directly. He had awakened the most useless class imaginable, yet still dreamed of attending university, unless he planned on becoming a janitor there. Wang Qiang immediately snapped, pointing at the group and telling Gao Chong to shut up. He had only awakened a combat class, yet he was already acting superior like it was something incredible. Gao Chong refused to stop and stepped closer to Lin Han with a mocking grin. He reminded him that no matter how good his grades had been, none of that determined his future after awakening. In Gao Chong's eyes, Lin Han had no powerful family backing and had awakened a useless class. His future was already decided. He would never amount to anything. After hearing enough, Lin Han calmly closed his eyes and coldly told Gao Chong to stop blocking the way. Gao Chong instantly snapped and demanded to know what he just said. Gao Chong shouted that Lin Han was no longer the top genius of No. 2 high school. With his current class, Gao Chong claimed he could crush him with one hand. Lin Han did not bother arguing. He answered the provocation with a heavy punch. The terrifying force sent Gao Chong flying backward. He slammed straight into the wall behind him, his body covered in injuries from that single blow. Lin Han remained standing with a cold stare and repeated Gao Chong's boast. Wasn't he supposed to crush Lin Han with one hand? Seeing Gao Chong smashed against the wall, his lackeys panicked. One rushed over to check on him, while another froze in disbelief. Lin Han calmly clenched his fist with a dominant smile and asked whether Gao Chong still remembered that one-handed boast. Beside him, Wang Qiang crossed his arms and mocked the group. Gao Chong struggled back to his feet and angrily warned them not to celebrate yet. After a few more days of leveling, he would reach stage 2, while Lin Han would remain trapped with his useless class. Even with his face badly bruised, Gao Chong kept threatening Lin Han, swearing he would return in a few days to settle the score. Lin Han did not argue. He simply cracked his knuckles with a cold expression, and all 3 immediately lost their nerve. Realizing things were going badly, Gao Chong's group quickly retreated. Before leaving, he turned back and warned that this was not over. By the time the troublemakers left, the sky was getting dark. On the way home, Wang Qiang confidently said Lin Han would become someone important someday. Lin Han told his brother to stop flattering him and hurry home. Even though it was already late, Wang Qiang insisted he truly believed every word he said. After parting with his friend, Lin Han headed home alone under the night sky. The road into his neighborhood was still a complete wreck, making every step annoying. He just hoped they would finally fix it soon. After crossing that ruined road, Lin Han finally stopped before an old house and looked up at his home. But the moment he reached the door, his expression grew heavy. His biggest concern was how to explain his awakening result to his parents. He slowly climbed the stairs, feeling worse with every step. He feared his parents would be disappointed when they learned the truth. Carrying those worries, Lin Han grabbed the handle and quietly opened the door. The moment he announced he was home, the smell of delicious food drew his attention to the table. His father had even cooked tonight. His parents happily explained that because it was Lin Han's awakening day, their boss had let them leave work an hour early to celebrate together. As more food reached the table, his father told Lin Han to stop standing around, wash his hands, and get ready for dinner. Outside the window, the city had completely disappeared into the darkness of night. The family gathered around the table, and his father happily brought out some beer. Since his son had officially become an adult today, he wanted to share a drink with him. Lin Han responded awkwardly, still unsure how to bring up his awakening result. But while pouring the beer, his mother revealed that his homeroom teacher had already told them everything. Lin Han was about to apologize when his father told him not to worry. He might not have awakened the warrior class he dreamed of, but that was no reason to give up. His agreed, saying a truly capable person could succeed no matter which path they followed. The whole family raised their glasses. His father encouraged him to stay strong and keep moving toward his future, while Lin Han seriously promised his parents that he would never give up. Surrounded by that warmth, the family's dinner finally came to an end. After dinner, his mother stayed in the kitchen to clean up. Lin Han peeked inside and offered to wash the dishes, but she smiled and told him to watch TV while she handled the rest. Just then, his slightly drunk father called Lin Han over and pulled out an old black box that looked like it had been stored away for years. Lin Han curiously took the box, his eyes lighting up as he asked what was inside. His father was already so drunk he could barely keep his eyes open. Leaning back in his chair, he said it was a gift that he and Lin Han's mother had prepared for their son. His mother came out of the kitchen and revealed that the box contained a family treasure. Hearing that, Lin Han stared suspiciously at the worn-out box. According to her, the treasure had been passed down for over a century. Their family was ordinary now, but before its decline, it had once been a powerful clan. Meanwhile, Lin Han struggled to support his completely drunk father until he had to call his mother for help. His father kept bragging that despite their poverty today, their ancestors 18 generations ago were important figures. Since Lin Han had awakened a magic class, this family heirloom finally had a new owner, and he could start training with it tomorrow. Before long, it was almost 10 at night, and Lin Han finally opened the ancient box passed down through generations. Inside was a mage equipment set that instantly excited Lin Han. The robe and staff were both gold grade, already considered mid-tier gear worth over 1,000,000 Jinglong coins. The staff dealt 8 extra lightning damage with a 10 chance to trigger another lightning strike. The robe created a magic barrier that could absorb damage equal to 5 of the wearer's HP. With both offense and defense, this family heirloom was no ordinary gear. Back in his brightly lit room, Lin Han immediately summoned the system and ordered it to enhance both the staff and robe. The system quickly accepted the request. Moments later, a notification appeared. Both pieces had completed 10,000-fold enhancement, and the results were ready. Lin Han could barely believe his eyes. The gold-grade set had evolved directly into legendary-grade equipment called Arcane God's Truth. The robe's magic barrier could now absorb damage equal to 100 of his HP, while the staff's lightning effect gained a 100 trigger rate, adding a devastating lightning strike to his skills. Equipment limits capped the effective enhancement at 100 times, but that was already terrifying. Seeing the staff and robe glowing brilliant gold, Lin Han felt like he had struck the jackpot. Then, thinking about his insane physical stats and new gear, an idea hit him. Who said a mage had to fight from a distance? Lin Han jumped up in excitement and gave his new fighting style a simple name, Battle Mage. Lying in bed, Lin Han checked his phone while planning how to level up. To break past level 10 and reach the next stage, he had to fuse with an elemental source, something the system said could only be found inside disaster zones. That immediately made Lin Han search online for information. People even joked that anyone who entered despite knowing the danger had nerves of steel. Among the locations mentioned, Haze Kingdom stood out, a region formed by endless coastlines and countless volcanic islands. The waters of Haze were filled with terrifying giant monsters, while violent storms constantly gathered there, causing deadly natural disasters. While researching, Lin Han suddenly received a new message. It was from Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang invited him to level together tomorrow, and had even found a dungeon with level 1 to 5 monsters, perfect for a support class. But Lin Han declined, saying the college entrance exam was close, and Wang Xiang had a real shot at a top university, so leveling alone would be more efficient. He reassured him that although priests struggled to advance, he could still handle dungeons alone before level 11. Once Wang Xiang reached stage 2, he could carry Lin Han through mid-level monsters instead. They exchanged handshake emojis and settled the matter, but Lin Han silently apologized. Haze Kingdom was far too dangerous for a level 1 beginner, and he could not drag Wang Qiang into it. When Lin Han checked the time again, it was already 11:57 p.m. He decided to rest, hoping tomorrow's plan would go smoothly. The next morning, Lin Han arrived at a massive structure known as the Teleportation Plaza. His destination was confirmed as Haze Kingdom. Lin Han handed his ticket and identification to the staff for inspection. Once his identity was verified, he officially received clearance to pass through. A massive blue portal immediately opened. Wearing his Mazut robe and holding his staff, Lin Han slowly walked toward the glowing gateway. As the staff wished him a safe journey, Lin Han reached through the blue energy and vanished from the plaza. With a single step, he entered an entirely different place. The moment he arrived, a warning sign caught his attention. Its message was brutal. Hunt monsters at your own risk. Do not get reckless unless you want your family crying. Silver-grade poison frogs roam ahead, and anyone below stage 2 should stay out. Lin Han looked at the warning sign and realized this place was dangerous from the very start. Before he could look around, he sensed danger behind him. A massive creature with glowing red eyes was already watching him from the darkness. A violent roar suddenly erupted, making Lin Han spin around. He never expected a monster to come for him the moment he arrived. At the same time, sharp blue rocks began forming in the sky. Even the monster below looked up at the strange phenomenon. In the next instant, countless stone spikes rained down at terrifying speed, covering the entire area. Lin Han immediately activated his defense, forming a barrier around himself just before the deadly barrage struck. The attack was completely blocked. Lin Han looked at his staff with satisfaction. Legendary gear truly lived up to its name, and that barrier had activated at the perfect moment. The monster was far less pleased. After seeing its attack fail, its red eyes became even more vicious. It was clearly enraged. The creature finally emerged from the darkness. It was a massive green frog with blood-red eyes. Its deafening roar forced Lin Han to brace himself even inside the barrier. Seconds later, Lin Han clutched his head as his face turned pale and sweat poured down. The pain felt like his mind was being torn apart. The system warned that his barrier blocked physical and magical damage, but could not defend against mental attacks. Once he understood the problem, Lin Han did not retreat. He pulled back his staff and regained his confidence. A mere monster dared look down on him? Lin Han raised his staff as brilliant golden light erupted around him, his robe whipping through the swirling mana. He began chanting of wandering life, a traveler's temptation, the wrath of the gods, the prayers of believers, evil intent, and the cycle of rebirth, before offering everything to the god of chaos he served. As the chant ended, a gigantic fireball formed overhead and crashed toward the battlefield. At the same time, Lin Han unleashed the forbidden spell, Chaos Domain. The massive energy slammed into the ground and exploded violently. Blazing red flames instantly swallowed the trees, plants, and everything nearby. Elsewhere, the slow footsteps of a mysterious figure echoed through a corridor. A man wearing a hat checked the warning panel and immediately reported to the minister that magical fluctuations across Huangyu City had reached maximum levels. Hearing this alarming news, the minister quickly turned around. The man worried that an enemy attack might be underway. The minister frowned. Huangyu stood deep within the coastal defense network, protected by more than 10 cities. If an enemy had broken through, there was no way every city ahead could have failed to issue a warning. The moment the minister entered the command room, a soldier stood and saluted. He wasted no time and immediately ordered them to activate the monitoring system. A flashing red zone appeared at the center of the screen. The minister immediately ordered them to contact their superiors and confirm whether any powerhouse was using forbidden spell-level power. The soldier quickly left to carry out the order. Before they received an answer, red warnings flooded the screen again. A massive source of mana was approaching. The officer immediately contacted command, requesting Huangju City enter combat readiness while they traced the exact source of the disturbance. While the command center urgently mobilized its forces, a terrifying scene unfolded shore-off. Massive tsunamis surged higher and higher as countless bolts of lightning tore across the sky. The citywide broadcast immediately announced that Huangyu had entered Level 1 combat readiness. Residents were ordered to evacuate their homes and head toward designated emergency shelters. Inside the city, raging seawater had already reached the high-rise districts. Watching the ocean threaten to swallow everything, the residents could only stare in terror. But just before the tsunami slammed into the city, a massive golden barrier suddenly activated and covered the entire area. The defense system immediately ran a status check. The operator reported that the first impact had been successfully blocked, while evacuation had begun in other areas at risk. Combat units reported that all personnel were assembled and ready to deploy on command. Above the skyscrapers, thunder and lightning continued raging across the sky, making the atmosphere even more tense. While all of Huangyu was in chaos, Lin Han's situation was completely different. His system was rapidly calculating the loot and confirmed that all rewards from his latest attack had been collected. Seeing his inventory fill up, Lin Han could not hide his satisfaction. Reaching level 10 required plenty of EXP, but the massive pile of loot made this trip completely worth it. Just then, the system announced that he had obtained a new skill book and asked whether to enhance it 10,000-fold. Lin Han immediately chose to enhance it. After enhancement, it became a forbidden spell called Grace of the Gods. It required no chanting or preparation. With a single thought, Lin Han could summon divine power instantly. Even he was stunned. A spell with zero warning was basically an invisible killing move. Before Lin Han could enjoy the moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, nearly throwing him off balance. He looked toward the distant mountains and saw a volcano erupting, with crimson smoke surging into the sky. Lin Han knew he could not waste time. He needed the fire and wind elemental sources as soon as possible. Lin Han opened the system map, quickly located his target, and headed straight toward the marked area. Lin Han's descended from the sky into the volcanic ruins. The eruption had already burned most of the monsters to ashes, saving him the trouble of clearing a path. After searching for a while, Lin Han found a sphere of energy floating nearby, surrounded by blazing light and flames. There was no doubt about it. This was the fire elemental source he needed. The system immediately asked whether he wanted to store the fire elemental source in his inventory. Lin Han confirmed without hesitation. Getting his first target so easily left Lin Han extremely satisfied. The fire elemental source was secured. Now he only needed the wind elemental source. Meanwhile, the disaster over the ocean was still raging. Massive waves rolled across the sea, while the lightning above grew even more violent. Lin Han rode his staff toward a gigantic waterspout over the ocean. A strange light shone from deep inside, and according to his map, the elemental source was likely right at its center. Without hesitation, Lin Han charged straight into the waterspout. The violent impact tore open a gap in the vortex, blasting seawater in every direction. The water split apart, revealing a large glowing orb at the center. Lin Han slowly approached it and instantly knew his second search was a success. As time passed, the glow of sunset gradually covered the coastline of Haze Kingdom. Lin Han opened his inventory to check his haul. Besides 2 valuable elemental sources taken directly from disaster zones, he had collected plenty of materials and equipment. Selling the extras on the market would easily earn him a fortune. With his mission complete, Lin Han had no reason to stay. A streak of light tore across the sky as he quickly headed home. Back in the city, public screens were still showing raging tsunamis and emergency warnings. With Huangju under level 1 alert, all teleportation routes had been suspended, and residents were ordered to follow staff toward emergency shelters. Right in the middle of the chaos, Lin Han stepped out of the teleportation gate. Seeing crowds running everywhere, he had no idea what was happening. All around him, people were shouting about a tsunami and desperately trying to escape. Lin Han walked through the crowd in confusion. A nearby staff member spotted him and explained that the teleportation station was officially closed. Lin Han became even more confused since he had literally just walked through the gate. The female staff member was stunned and said he must have been incredibly lucky to return at the last moment. She then urged him to follow her to the shelter. As they moved, she explained what had happened. Shortly before Lin Han returned, a mysterious force from the direction of Haze Kingdom had triggered a tsunami toward Huangyu, forcing the entire city to evacuate. Lin Han immediately froze. Haze, mysterious power, and a sudden disaster wasn't that exactly where he had just unleashed his forbidden spell. Lin Han unconsciously tightened his grip on his staff. He never expected the forbidden spell to be this destructive. Even its aftermath had nearly caused a disaster capable of destroying Huangyu. Realizing he might be responsible, Lin Han immediately changed direction and rushed away. The confused staff member could only shout after him, asking where he was going. At that moment, the entire city of Huangyu was still protected beneath a massive barrier. On the Wall of Life, the defenders had poured nearly all their mana into maintaining the final line of defense against the disaster. The situation quickly worsened. A soldier reported that the barrier had reached its limit, with the next wave only 5 minutes away. The minister's expression instantly changed. The minister immediately ordered every level 30 or higher expert to the Wall of Life. Nearby cities were also sent emergency requests for reinforcements. Huangyu had no time left. Before help could arrive, massive cracks spread across the barrier. Everyone knew that if the Wall of Life collapsed, the disaster would swallow Huangju. No one could retreat. If the city stood, they stood with it. At the command center, a soldier in white panicked as he reported that cracks were spreading across the barrier. The minister immediately told him to stay calm. This was the worst possible time to lose control. With the situation reaching its breaking point, the minister frowned. There were no safe options left. They had no choice but to gamble everything. He slammed his hand down, creating a brilliant golden magic circle beneath him. A new order went out. Reverse the barrier's mana flow and use it to push the tsunami back. No one was allowed to hold back. Huang Yu's survival depended on this counterattack. Following the order, the barrier reversed direction and slowly pushed against the massive wall of water. Everyone responded together and poured in their strength. But the massive mana drain quickly brought many soldiers to their knees. Some could no longer continue, while others realized the barrier was still moving slower than the tsunami. Even so, everyone kept urging each other to hold on a little longer. Watching his people collapse one after another, the minister grew increasingly tense as sweat ran down his face. One terrible thought crossed his mind. Was Huang Yu going to disappear from the map today? Just as the defense line was about to collapse, a glowing staff appeared in the distance. Then a skill was silently activated, Blessing Song. A wave of power instantly covered the exhausted warriors. Their drained bodies suddenly filled with energy again, leaving everyone stunned by the mysterious spell. But there was no time to investigate. They immediately got back up and reinforced the barrier. With this unexpected support, the barrier rapidly expanded until it nearly surrounded the entire tsunami. Everyone realized they were only one final push away from controlling the massive wave. At last, the barrier completely trapped the raging tsunami. A soldier excitedly reported that the reversal had succeeded and the disaster was finally under control. The minister remained cautious and ordered everyone to maintain the barrier. Those with enough mana had to open a teleportation gate and send the entire mass of water as far from the city as possible. A massive teleportation gate activated, causing both the tsunami and its surrounding barrier to gradually disappear. The readings showed the water level dropping rapidly. Before long, the raging sea finally returned to normal. The system confirmed that water levels had stabilized, allowing the city's barrier to be safely deactivated. The soldiers still standing could barely believe their eyes. After everything they had endured, they had truly saved Huang Yu. High above, Lin Han watched everything while riding his staff. Seeing the danger finally disappear, he laughed with relief. His plan to save the city had worked. A relieved smile appeared on Lin Han's face. The disaster he had accidentally caused was finally resolved. Lin Han sighed in relief after the close call. Forbidden spells were far more powerful than he expected, and one careless use had nearly dragged an entire city into disaster. From now on, he had to use them much more carefully. Just as he relaxed, his phone suddenly rang. It was his mother. She anxiously asked whether he was safe, since the tsunami had struck and he had ignored all her calls. Lin Han finally remembered that he had forgotten to contact his family. He reassured her that he had been inside a shelter with no signal, was completely safe, and would be home soon. Sunlight returned to Huang Yu after the danger passed. Lin Han began planning his next move. He would rest today, visit the class advancement hall tomorrow for his Stage 2 quest, then sell his collected materials so his parents could live more comfortably. The next morning, Lin Han arrived at the class advancement hall and requested his Stage 2 advancement quest. The staff member handed him a form and asked him to fill it out first. Lin Han quickly completed the form and handed it back. The female staff member accepted it and said she would verify all his information before proceeding. She reads the form. Lin Han, 18, still a student, but his class is Sacrificer, one of the weakest classes. After checking Lin Han's profile, the clerk looks down on him. Class advancement offers either fixed A or rank quests or a random quest. Despite the service rules beside her, she stays cold. Lin Han chooses random. Hearing his choice, she takes out a blue orb and tells Lin Han to place his hand on it and channel energy inside. Watching him, the clerk assumes he is just gambling for an easy quest. Soon, the result appears, and she announces his advancement rank. The system gives him one objective: enter the underground city, kill the Abyss Apostle, and retrieve the Abyss Heart. The difficulty is rank, shocking everyone nearby. Before the clerk can explain further, Lin Han cuts her off and accepts the quest immediately. She quickly tries to stop him, warning that an rank quest is basically a death sentence for a weak class. Lin Han breaks a slight sweat but insists he can handle it. Seeing that he will not change his mind, the clerk confirms his decision and accepts the quest for Lin Han on her computer. The city board immediately displays the Abyss Apostle quest. Enter the underground city, kill the Abyss Apostle, and retrieve the Abyss Heart. Difficulty: Rank, Challenger, Lin Han, Life Sacrificer, Stage 1, Level 10. The crowd erupts, wondering why someone so low level would accept such a deadly quest, and whether Life Sacrificer is actually a hidden class. With everything settled, the clerk wishes Lin Han luck. Just then, a group approaches from behind, staring straight at the pink-haired young man. A man wearing a colored armband says he heard about Lin Han's Shrank quest. He invites Lin Han into their party and confidently promises they can help him clear it. The bald man beside him watches Lin Han with a knowing grin, waiting for his answer. The three close in with unfriendly looks, clearly looking down on Lin Han. The bald leader keeps pushing him to join, claiming the quest will be guaranteed with them. Lin Han finds them annoying. He waves them off, saying he is not interested and prefers working alone. The leader freezes, then immediately loses his temper. Rejected in front of everyone, the man clenches his fists and glares at Lin Han, furious that this kid refuses to show him respect. Lin Han has had enough of his attitude. He turns around and lands a kick straight on the man's face. That single strike leaves the crowd stunned. They cannot believe such power belongs to a weak class. Lin Han's combat strength even surpasses ordinary warriors. The two lackeys rush over to check their boss. Humiliated by a kid he looked down on, the leader swears he will settle this score. One lackey suggests jumping Lin Han right now. The stupid idea only makes the boss angrier. He smacks the lackey on the head, reminding him that hired men cannot attack recklessly. The other lackey just stays silent. Unable to attack openly, the bald man changes tactics. Watching Lin Han leave, he secretly plots revenge, determined to make this kid kneel and beg sooner or later. Leaving the incident behind, Lin Han heads straight to the trading market. As soon as he enters, he tells the receptionist he has equipment to sell. Hearing that, she warmly welcomes him and leads him inside. They arrive at room 2201. The receptionist invites Lin Han to sit, then asks how much equipment he plans to sell. The moment Lin Han takes everything out, a huge pile of glowing equipment fills the room. The receptionist is stunned by the amount, while Lin Han stays completely calm. Realizing he is a major client, she leaves to notify the manager, who will negotiate with him personally. A few minutes later, a well-dressed man enters and politely asks whether Lin Han has been waiting long. The man introduces himself as Manager Liu, head of the trading market in Yingyu City and a level 46 master appraiser. Lin Han is surprised that even a manager is this powerful, proving the guild behind this market is truly one of the strongest in the world. After checking the equipment, Manager Liu is impressed that Lin Han is selling so much at once. He offers 23 million for the regular gear alone, which is a very fair price. Lin Han then places two unusual daggers on the table and asks how much they are worth. The moment Manager Liu sees them, he picks them up and asks Lin Han to wait. Manager Liu adjusts his glasses and activates his appraisal ability, calling upon the god of appraisal to reveal the true nature of the items. After examining them, he happily confirms the two weapons likely belong to the same set. Even incomplete, they are still legendary grade, so he offers 140 million. Lin Han accepts without hesitation. After the deal, Manager Liu gives him a black VIP card. It grants Lin Han top-tier benefits at every branch of the trading market. Lin Han gladly accepts and thanks him. Before leaving, Lin Han remembers he still needs to boost his strength, so he asks to buy some skill books. Manager Liu naturally agrees. With everything settled, Lin Han leaves the trading market and immediately opens his system panel. He tells the system to enhance his skills right away. Seeing the upgraded abilities, Lin Han is extremely satisfied. His survivability has risen sharply, so his next stop is the Underground City quest. Before long, Lin Han arrives at the Underground City Intelligence Center. A staff member hands him a map containing all the latest information on the Abyss Apostle, with every known clue clearly marked. As Lin Han ventures deeper into the city, he is surprised that this once monster-infested place has become so prosperous. Then he senses killing intent aimed at him, but the presence is too weak to matter, so he ignores it and focuses on finding the Abyss Apostle. After Lin Han leaves, the bald man from earlier emerges from behind a wall. His sinister grin makes it obvious he is planning something. Following the map, Lin Han quickly reaches the area where the Abyss Apostle was most recently spotted. Before he can search for long, a massive creature suddenly appears. Every heavy step shakes the area, briefly catching Lin Han off guard. Spotting an intruder in its territory, the monster flies into a rage and roars, ready to crush the uninvited guest. Lin Han is not scared at all. He even calls the monster ugly before deciding to deal with it first. The moment his spell activates, lightning crashes down on the target. In an instant, the monster is reduced to a charred corpse. Lin Han assumes the fight is already over. But the fallen creature quickly restores itself. Furious, it gets back up, rushes Lin Han, and swings a massive fist at him. Just before the punch connects, Lin Han jumps back. Once safely outside its range, his expression turns serious because this monster is much stronger than expected. A single clash already cost Lin Han 800 HP, leaving him shocked. Even the level 10 Frost Poison Frog from before dealt less than 800 damage. This monster is clearly on a completely different level. Just then, a mocking voice comes from the distance, calling Lin Han arrogant. Against the Abyss Apostle, he is nothing more than a tiny fish. Recognizing the voice, Lin Han turns around and sees the triad mercenary team he encountered earlier. The bald leader approaches with his sword and 2 lackeys, mocking Lin Han for challenging the Abyss Apostle with such a weak class. He also discovered Lin Han has tens of millions and already considers that money his loot. Lin Han coldly asks if the 3 of them have a death wish. The bald man ignores the warning completely. Even as the monster charges in, he calmly mocks Lin Han for acting tough when he is about to die. His sword flashes, and one strike tears the monster into countless pieces. He proudly reveals that he is already a Stage 2 expert, so killing a monster barely above level 10 is child's play. After showing off his strength, he points his sword at Lin Han with a smug grin. This place is so deserted that he can kill Lin Han without anyone ever finding out. Lin Han does not bother arguing and looks at the 2 lackeys behind the bald man. Seeing the perfect chance, he activates the forbidden curse, Fallen Corruption. The curse takes effect instantly. The 2 lackeys draw their blades as their eyes glow red, completely losing control. They slowly approach their boss, screaming for blood. The bald man breaks into a cold sweat and demands to know what they are doing. One lackey ignores him and charges with his blade. The bald man dodges, thinking they are angry about the money, and desperately offers to renegotiate their shares. But the 2 have become mindless puppets. They ignore every word and relentlessly hunt their own boss while roaring like madmen. Forced back by his own men, the bald leader desperately blocks attack after attack. Still thinking this is about money, he promises them another half share and tells them not to get greedy. When that fails, his attitude changes. He points his sword at them and angrily asks if they really have a death wish. With negotiations over, the 3 immediately begin fighting among themselves. One lackey even locks onto the boss arm and bites down hard enough to draw blood. The other grabs his leg and starts biting him like a rabid beast. Panicked and in pain, the bald man stumbles backward before suddenly turning toward Lin Han. He immediately suspects Lin Han bribed his 2 subordinates. Lin Han simply answers with a knowing smile. Lin Han mocks him for being so stupid. Even now, he still has not realized that both men are completely under Lin Han's control. The bald man breaks into a cold sweat. He cannot believe a level 10 support class could possess such a terrifying ability. Lin Han laughs and raises his staff. Who says a support class cannot fight? There is no point explaining further because his finishing move is ready, Domain of Chaos. The forbidden curse activates, and terrifying lightning crashes down from above. The bald man and his 2 lackeys are reduced to ashes. Before vanishing, he can only scream and ask what kind of monster Lin Han really is. Lin Han ignores his desperate scream and calmly walks out of the cave. Darkness remains behind him while bright light welcomes him outside. But moments after he leaves, a violent rumble erupts behind him. Lin Han turns around and sees the entire cave beginning to collapse. Even Lin Han is speechless. He only used 1 forbidden curse, yet the place could not handle it. Was the underground city really built this poorly? At the same time, the Magic Monitoring Division of Juyue City detects another major incident. The staff member watching the monitors stares at the data in shock, unable to understand what suddenly happened. Hearing the commotion, a sharply dressed supervisor enters the room and demands to know what went wrong this time. The employee points at the screen and reports a terrifying energy fluctuation inside the underground city, likely caused by a forbidden curse. Even worse, the entire area could collapse at any moment. The supervisor slams the table in fury. He wants to know which supreme expert has enough free time to keep causing disasters like this. First came the tsunami, and now the underground city is about to be destroyed. He cannot understand what this mysterious expert is trying to do. The employee nervously asks what they should do. The supervisor grits his teeth and orders them to contact the mayor immediately. There is no time to waste. He quickly calls and reports that the underground city could collapse at any moment. Rescue forces must be deployed immediately to protect every adventurer still inside. The mayor immediately becomes serious and authorizes him to organize a rescue team, ordering them to move as fast as possible. The supervisor accepts the order but notes that these recent incidents happened around the mass student awakenings, suggesting something unusual is happening. The mayor will request help from a supreme expert, while Sunhoo has only one mission: save everyone. Juyue City's future is now in his hands. The moment the call ends, Sunhoo turns to everyone in the room and orders all forces to assemble and head straight for the underground city. Receiving the command, the uniformed personnel immediately leave their posts and rush toward the endangered area. The underground city is now in total chaos. Terrified crowds rush for the exits, screaming that the entire place is about to collapse. Seeing this, Lin Han cannot ignore it. If innocent people die because of him, he will regret it forever. So he casts another forbidden curse, Guardian Angel, which can automatically revive recently killed living beings and machines, but not elementals or undead. The moment the forbidden curse activates, countless green lights spread across the entire underground city. Someone who thought he had died suddenly wakes up and sits upright, completely stunned that he is still alive. At that moment, Sunhoo arrives with the uniformed rescue forces. Nobody wastes a second as they immediately begin saving people. While being rescued, one victim claims he saw a beautiful angel. Sunhoo ignores it and angrily thinks about the mysterious supreme expert. He swears to find whoever caused this chaos and settle the score. By coincidence, Lin Han walks past and sees Sunhoo's furious expression. Feeling guilty, he hopes Sunhoo does not notice him. He has caused enough trouble, so he needs to finish his class advancement and leave quickly. With that in mind, Lin Han immediately returns to the class advancement center. The moment he finds the female clerk, Lin Han happily says he finally found her and urges her to start right away. Hearing those suggestive words from a handsome guy, she blushes and stammers that they cannot do that here, especially when she is not prepared. Realizing she misunderstood, Lin Han picks up the testing orb and explains with a smile that he only came for his class advancement. There is no need to make things weird. The clerk is embarrassed and annoyed, even complaining that Lin Han is not attracted to her beauty. Then she realizes something bigger. He somehow completed the difficult Abyss Apostle quest in an unbelievably short time, shocking everyone nearby. The crowd immediately starts talking. The Abyss Apostle appeared only recently, yet Lin Han already defeated it. Some even suspect he is a hidden genius secretly trained by a powerful clan. All that praise only makes Lin Han wish they would stop talking. He wants to avoid attention, so he scratches his head and claims he simply got lucky because two experts happened to fight nearby, and he benefited from them. Hearing that explanation, everyone's shock turns into jealousy over his insane luck. Some even wonder when they will meet an expert willing to carry them through a quest. Seeing everyone believe him, Lin Han secretly feels relieved. He quickly asks the clerk to complete his advancement because he cannot wait to see the result. Still annoyed, she snorts and takes him through the process. His second-class advancement is completed smoothly. Seeing the massive changes in his stats, Lin Han realizes this advancement far surpasses the first. Without hesitation, he orders the system to amplify his power 10,000 times again. The massive surge in mana leaves Lin Han extremely satisfied. His defense and survivability are now far stronger. From now on, he needs larger dungeons where he can level up and gather more resources. But the moment Lin Han leaves the center, he notices something is wrong outside. People are fleeing everywhere, and the entire city feels tense. He quickly stops a passerby and asks what happened. The frightened man says Minister Sunhoo suspects a supreme expert is hiding in the city, so everyone is being questioned. Sunhoo's presence alone is terrifying people. Hearing Sunhoo's name makes Lin Han break into a cold sweat. Luckily, he already completed his second advancement. Even if they are hunting a supreme expert, nobody would suspect a newly advanced rookie like him caused those terrifying incidents. Just then, a citywide announcement from Sunhoo appears on the giant screen. The underground city will be temporarily sealed for repairs, and for safety reasons, nobody is allowed to leave the city. That last part immediately gives Lin Han a headache. If he cannot leave the city, his plan to gather materials for his third-class advancement is now blocked. Unable to search for resources himself, Lin Han heads to the trading guild to try his luck. Manager Liu has plenty of connections, so he might know where to find what Lin Han needs. The moment Manager Liu sees Lin Han, he welcomes him like a VIP and quickly invites him inside. A female staff member quickly brings Lin Han hot tea, sets it before him, and politely invites him to enjoy it. She then hands him the item catalog. Manager Tu generously tells Lin Han to pick anything he needs, with everything at 10 off. Lin Han casually drinks his tea while browsing the catalog, then orders 20 sets of the magic scrolls he needs. After choosing his items, he puts down the catalog and gets to the point. He wants to ask Manager Liu for some information, and Liu assures him the guild's intelligence network is highly reliable. Lin Han does not waste time and reveals that he is looking for a piece of Calamity origin. The moment Manager Liu hears that name, his confident expression freezes. Lin Han assumes even the guild has no clues. Manager Leclue quickly explains that they do know something, but Calamity origin is so rare that information about it cannot normally be bought with money. Lin Han understands immediately and smiles before offering his price, one epic grade item. Manager Lia's attitude instantly changes. Since Lin Han is a major client, he reveals that Yaoyu City will soon hold an auction containing clues about the Calamity origin. Lin Han figures he still has time, so he can level up and farm equipment first. But Lin Han quickly points out that this information will soon become public anyway. Trading an epic item for it is clearly not a fair deal. Manager Stu keeps his experienced merchant smile and assures Lin Han that he would never let a VIP suffer a loss. He then signals the staff to bring out something prepared for him. Soon, the female staff member returns carrying a mysterious object completely covered by a white cloth. Manager Liu personally pulls away the cloth and invites Lin Han to take a look. As the object is revealed, its glow immediately catches his attention. The light is so brilliant that even Lin Han is surprised. Whatever this thing is, it is definitely no ordinary item. Once the cloth is fully removed, a circular object appears. Manager Liu introduces it as a Silver Dungeon teleportation array from the legendary Leveling Sanctuary. It can send one person directly into a Silver Dungeon, where leveling speed is far higher than normal. Holding the teleportation array, Lin Han admits Manager Liu really went all out. Access to a Silver Dungeon is a treasure that money alone cannot buy. Manager Liu smiles and asks whether his VIP is satisfied this time. Lin Han immediately gives him a thumbs up, saying he is extremely satisfied and even calls Manager Liu his good brother. With everything settled, Manager Liu and the female staff member personally escort Lin Han to the entrance before heading back. Once Lin Han disappears from sight, the staff member asks why Manager Liu would spend such a rare Silver Dungeon teleportation array just to win him over. What if the investment does not pay off? Manager Liu believes the gamble is absolutely worth it. Lin Han's aura is far stronger than during their last meeting, and if he needs Calamity Origin for advancement, Liu may be witnessing an unprecedented second-class advancement. Someone like Lin Han is worth investing in early. After leaving the guild, Lin Han heads toward the central hall while thinking things over. The silver teleportation array allows one extra person to enter with him, but who should get that spot? While he is still deciding, his phone suddenly rings. Seeing Wang Xiang's name on the screen, Lin Han immediately has his answer. The perfect teammate just came looking for him. The moment the call connects, Wang Xiang laughs and asks if his brother still remembers him. Lin Han jokes that such a busy man finally has time to call. While eating skewers, Wang Xiang complains that he wanted to team up and hunt monsters, but the lockdown ruined everything, so now he can only drown his frustration in food. Wang Xiang raises his beer, but Lin Han's next words make him spill it all over his face. Forget ordinary grinding. Lin Han has something much bigger, a teleportation array leading straight to a silver dungeon. Wang Xiang immediately suspects some rich woman is secretly backing Lin Han. Otherwise, how could he get such a rare treasure? He even asks Lin Han to introduce her, leaving Lin Han speechless at his friend's nonsense. Not wanting to hear anymore, Lin Han directly asks if he is coming. Wang Xiang instantly changes his tone, says absolutely, and asks when they should meet. Lin Han tells him to meet at the Silver Dungeon entrance at 9 tomorrow morning, and warns him not to be late. Hearing how early it is, Wang Xiang immediately complains that Lin Han has no mercy for his brother. The next morning, dozens of people are already lined up outside the Silver Dungeon entrance. The moment Lin Han sees Wang Xiang, he jokes that he is unusually early today. Looks like a Silver Dungeon is enough to drag this guy out of bed. Wang Xiang complains that he only woke up early to meet the rich woman supposedly backing Lin Han, but she is nowhere to be seen, making the whole trip feel wasted. Lin Han immediately wants to shut his loudmouth friend up. He grabs Wang Xiang in a headlock and tightens his grip, warning that if he really wants to die, Lin Han can gladly help. While the two are messing around, a group approaches from the distance, and someone immediately recognizes them. The man deliberately drags out his words, acting like he just spotted someone very familiar. He brings up how Lin Han once ranked first in their school, but his tone is clearly hostile. An orange-haired guy beside him laughs and mocks Lin Han, saying a support class like his has no business entering a silver dungeon. Hearing his friend insulted, Wang Xiang rolls up his sleeves, ready to fight. But the first guy warns him not to bring dead weight into a silver dungeon, or they might have to collect his corpse later. Wang Xiang is ready to throw hands, but Lin Han stops him. There is no reason to get angry over a few useless nobodies. From a single glance, Lin Han can already tell that this group's strength is nothing worth mentioning. That comment instantly enrages the man. He points his sword at them, tells Lin Han to watch his mouth, and boasts that he is already a stage 2 expert. Lin Han calmly asks why anyone should respect someone who loses his temper after a few words. That hits a nerve. The man grits his teeth and demands that Lin Han explain exactly what he meant. Lin Han does not bother answering. Instead, he looks toward the cave ahead, seemingly waiting for someone else to appear. Sure enough, before long, a figure slowly approaches from nearby. The group quickly surrounds Lin Han and Wang Xiang, but neither is intimidated. When Lin Han recognizes Gao Chong, he greets him with a smile and mocks him for needing an entire gang as backup after only a few days apart. Gao Chong arrives with neatly styled purple hair and expensive clothes, looking like a spoiled young master backed by powerful connections. Annoyed by Lin Han's mockery, he accuses him of deliberately provoking everyone. Gao Chong then targets what he thinks is Lin Han's weakness, claiming a support class that struggles to level is basically committing suicide by entering a silver dungeon. He then urges Wang Xiang to switch teams, clearly trying to humiliate Lin Han and split them apart. Wang Qiang has been Lin Han's friend for years, so seeing these people humiliate him makes Wang Qiang furious. He wants to deal with them himself and teach their leader a lesson, but Lin Han quickly stops him. Lin Han appreciates Wang Qiang standing up for him, but he wants to settle this score personally. Still furious, Wang Qiang finally agrees to stay back. A reed-haired guy on Gao Chong's side immediately draws his sword and charges. Unable to stand Lin Han's calm attitude, he rushes in, determined to make him pay. Unfortunately, before his attack can do anything, Lin Han casually knocks the weapon away. He makes it look effortless, leaving the attacker stunned by the massive gap in strength. Before the red-haired guy can recover, Lin Han grabs him by the collar. His earlier arrogance instantly disappears, replaced by pure shock. Lin Han then uses him as a weapon and throws him straight into Gao Chong's group. The impact sends everyone flying like bowling pins. The orange-haired and black-haired guys stare in disbelief. Lin Han has not even used a skill, yet his physical strength is already terrifying. Seeing their teammates coughing up blood, they finally understand the price of underestimating a support class. Lin Han gives Gao Chong no time to think and closes in with his fist ready. Gao Chong immediately shrinks back and begs him not to come any closer. Before long, Gao Chong pays the price for picking the wrong opponent. Tied tightly to a huge rock, he desperately begs Lin Han and Wang Qiang to let him go. Wang Qiang only laughs and says he should stay there a while and think about what he did. Feeling much better, he leaves with Lin Han, completely ignoring Gao Chong behind them. Left behind and completely humiliated, Gao Chong nearly cries with rage, swearing revenge on both of them. Still tied up, he can only endure the stares and mockery of passers-by. For someone so arrogant, losing to a support class and becoming a public joke is the worst punishment possible. After passing through the portal, Lin Han and Wang Qiang leave the peaceful forest and enter a ruined battlefield. Bones and undead soldiers cover the dusty land, but Wang Qiang thinks this ancient battlefield looks less dangerous than expected. Lin Han is not so careless. He warns Wang Qiang that these undead soldiers are nothing like the low-level monsters from the beginner village, so they should stay alert. Right after that warning, the ground beneath Wang Qiang suddenly moves. An arm bursts out and grabs his leg, surprising both of them with this ambush. Wang Qiang immediately sees this as his chance to show off. He tells Lin Han to stay behind because his card masterclass can stop anything from getting close. 2 golden cards appear as powerful lightning begins to crackle. Moments later, the undead soldiers ahead are blasted apart by his magic. Wang Qiang proudly declares that this is the true power of a card master. While he is still enjoying his moment, Lin Han casually returns while dragging a zombie. Behind him lies a mountain of monster corpses. Lin Han praises Wang Qiang's power, but says his speed is still a little slower. Wang Qiang can barely process what he is seeing. A support class is crushing monsters with raw physical strength like a warrior. He points at Lin Han and wonders if his friend somehow picked the wrong class. Lin Han simply laughs and claims he was born with divine strength. He even says that without government attention, one forbidden curse could wipe out this entire place. Then he casually tosses the undead soldier aside. When killing monsters becomes this easy, Wang Qiang starts feeling useless. He complains that Lin Han could probably clear the entire dungeon alone with nothing but a hammer. Seeing his friend lose motivation, Lin Han puts an arm around him and suggests they speed up the grind. Wang Qiang can handle everything ahead, while Lin Han clears the rear. Hearing that, Wang Qiang instantly regains his confidence. He pounds his chest and declares that the front line is all his. Wang Qiang immediately channels his magic. With his eyes closed and arms spread wide, he summons divine lightning to purge the monsters as brown cards appear around him. The cards activate, sending violent lightning crashing into the skeletons. Electricity tears through their bodies as they scream under the magical assault. After clearing the area, Wang Qiang happily tells Lin Han that they are leveling much faster than expected. But midway through speaking, he notices Lin Han's strange expression and asks what is wrong. Lin Han has already sensed danger approaching. Without explaining, he grabs Wang Qiang and yanks him aside. Wang Qiang barely has time to complain about being handled so roughly. The instant they move, a massive axe crashes down exactly where they were standing. Lin Han turns back while Wang Qiang goes pale at the sight. The attacker is a horned monster wielding a giant battle axe and roaring fiercely. Seeing it, Wang Qiang jokes that he should start calling his friend Brother Han. Somehow, Lin Han even managed to trigger a hidden boss. Lin Han does not underestimate it. He immediately stands in front of Wang Qiang and warns that this boss will not be easy. Wang Qiang plans to keep his distance and wear it down with magic, but things change before he can finish. Before Wang Qiang can use his strategy, Lin Han charges straight at the horned monster alone. Wang Qiang panics, unable to believe a healer is rushing a boss head-on. The two collide directly. The monster brings its massive axe down, but Lin Han blocks it with his staff. While holding it back, he tells Wang Qiang to stop staring and support him with magic. Wang Xiang's spell immediately gathers above the boss. Sensing the incoming attack, the monster lets out a furious roar. A brutal counterattack forces Lin Han back, and he quickly regains his footing. Seeing the boss nearly out of HP, Wang Qiang tells him to retreat because its ultimate attack is coming. After taking countless hits, the boss is badly wounded, with blood pouring from its mouth. Cornered with nowhere to run, it goes berserk and wildly swings its massive axe. The destruction spreads everywhere, cutting down the surrounding trees. While the monster is rampaging, Lin Han suddenly dives down from above with his staff. He proves that being a healer does not mean being weak. Lin Han slams his glowing staff straight into the boss' head. The powerful blow leaves it critically wounded as blood bursts out. Once the monster is finally killed, Lin Han calmly leaves the battlefield, still holding his brilliantly glowing staff. Wang Qiang watches from behind in complete disbelief. A healer just soloed and killed a boss, so calling him Brother Han was definitely deserved. At that moment, the system announces their results. In the ancient battlefield dungeon, Lin Han and Wang Qiang achieve 100 completion, clear the hidden Minotaur Chief mission perfectly, and finish in just 16 minutes and 28 seconds. A red-haired girl stares in shock because the dungeon record has been broken. Gao Rong is still tied up when he sees the result and freezes in disbelief. He keeps denying it, unable to accept that those two achieved such a record. Later, outside the university gates, Lin San sees the massive crowd of candidates entering the campus. The university entrance exam really attracts an enormous number of people. Wang Qiang simply laughs. After all, countless experts come here, hoping one exam can completely change their lives. Just then, Gao Sheng approaches from behind with obvious hostility. He mocks the two and declares before everyone that today, he will see how Lin Han and Wang Qiang can possibly cheat again. Neither of them gets angry. Instead, they mock Gao Sheng about what happened before, asking whether being tied up felt good. Having his humiliation brought up again makes Gao Sheng furious. He points at Wang Qiang and claims he only lost before because he was careless. Now that he has reached second advancement, they had better pray they do not face him. Wang Qiang only smiles, but he knows the truth. Second advancement might be troublesome for him, but Gao Sheng is seriously overestimating himself if he thinks that is enough to challenge Lin Han. Before their argument can continue, a thunderous bell suddenly echoes across the entire area. Everyone immediately looks toward the platform. A young woman is holding the bell aloft with magic before slowly withdrawing her power. She steps forward and announces the rules. Almost every skill and tactic is allowed, except forbidden drugs that forcibly boost one's potential. With that announcement, the exam officially begins. After hearing the rules, Lin Han pats Wang Qiang on the shoulder and tells him to do his best, or at least not lose too badly. Wang Qiang immediately promises he will not embarrass his friend. But in the very first match, the referee announces a fateful pairing, Gao Sheng versus Lin Han. Both candidates are told to prepare. Soon Lin Han and Gao Sheng step onto the arena, ready to face each other directly. But Gao Sheng does not start fighting. Instead, he immediately accuses Lin Han of cheating during the dungeon run and demands that the organizers disqualify him. The accusation instantly enrages the female referee. She firmly rejects it, saying no one could cheat under her supervision, then coldly orders them to fight or leave the arena. Hearing this, Gao Sheng quickly asks the referee to wait. He then turns toward Lin Han, clearly having something else to settle. Gao Sheng openly questions how a healer like Lin Han could possibly break the dungeon record. He vows to expose the fraud today, making Lin Han frown and ask what trick he is planning now. Gao Sheng immediately proposes a wager to settle everything through this match. The loser will be branded a liar and banned from the university entrance exam for 5 years. After being provoked again and again, Lin Han has no reason to hold back. He coldly accepts the wager and decides to see it through. Having gotten exactly what he wanted, Gao Sheng immediately unleashes his second advancement power. Full of confidence, he claims his current strength is far beyond anything Lin Han can imagine. The display instantly shocks the crowd. Gao Sheng moves so fast he nearly vanishes, making everyone praise his second advancement thief skill and recognize him as a promising talent. On the arena, Gao Sheng keeps appearing and disappearing while mocking Lin Han. He admits Lin Han is physically strong, but says strength means nothing if he cannot even catch him. But Lin Han cannot understand what Gao Zhong is so proud of. He can naturally see through stealth, and Gao Zhong is so slow that he does not even need that ability. Gao Sheng has no idea his trump card is useless. He quietly closes in to punish Lin for his so-called lies, making Lin Han sigh at the incoming attack. Gao Zhong suddenly slashes with his blade, but Lin Han easily dodges with a slight lean. Gao Zhong freezes, wondering if it was just a coincidence. Refusing to believe Lin Han can follow his speed, Gao Sheng attacks again. But just like before, Lin Han casually dodges the strike. The spectators break into a cold sweat. Gao Sheng is moving fast enough to leave after images, yet Lin Han remains completely untouched. To them, this looks like a battle between two true experts. An old man in the stands quietly evaluates Lin Han. His physique and reflexes are exceptional, yet his awakened class is actually a priest. Thinking about that strange combination, the old man feels such talent is completely wasted on this class. Back in the arena, Gao Sheng is already gasping for breath, his body trembling from exhaustion. He cannot understand why none of his attacks have touched Lin Han. Lin Han simply shrugs. The speed Gao Sheng is so proud of looks no faster than a crawling turtle to him. Someone below bursts out laughing and immediately mocks Gao Sheng. He was acting so arrogant earlier, yet now he has suddenly gone completely silent. Humiliated in front of everyone, Gao Sheng loses his composure. He demands the referee inspect Lin Han, claiming he must have used enhancement drugs. The female referee finally loses patience. She warns that nobody can break the rules under her watch, and if Gao Sheng has nothing left, she will declare him defeated. Hearing that, Gao Sheng immediately panics. He leaps into the air and puts everything into his final trump card, declaring the battle is not over, as he points his blade at Lin Han. Gao Sheng then dives down, his blade spinning violently as he charges forward. He is certain this move will finish Lin Han. Facing the incoming attack, Lin Han steadies himself and prepares to take Gao Sheng's move head-on. But before they collide, the female referee suddenly stops the match and personally blocks Gao Sheng's attack. Her expression turns extremely serious, showing just how dangerous that moment had been. Seeing her reaction, Lin Han immediately understands what just happened and shows no surprise. Gao Sheng still has no idea what went wrong. After landing, he angrily questions the referee, insisting that attack would have won him the match if she had not interfered. The referee coldly tells him the person she just saved was Gao Sheng himself. Without her intervention, Lin Han would have punched straight through his heart and killed him. Realizing he was moments away from death, Gao Sheng instantly loses all confidence. His legs give out and he drops to his knees. With nothing left to dispute, the referee officially declares Lin Han the winner. But Gao Sheng still glares at Lin Han in fury, clearly unable to accept the result. Refusing to admit defeat, he suddenly charges again with his weapon aimed at Lin Han, screaming that he will never surrender. This time, Lin Han does not dodge. He counters with a devastating punch, smashing Gao Sheng off the arena and cracking the ground below. Looking down at the battered Gao Sheng, Lin Han coldly calls him reckless. He was already spared once, yet still came back asking for trouble. Amazed by that power, the female referee asks Lin Han if he is really a healer. Lin Han simply gives her a confident wink and confirms that his class is absolutely correct. Lin Han then notices Gao Sheng is only pretending to be unconscious. He steps on him and tells him to stop acting, because that punch was not enough to knock him out, then asks if he finally admits defeat. After the match, two medics carry Gao Sheng away on a stretcher. Humiliated by his loss to Lin Han, he clenches his fists and screams that he will return and defeat him someday. Back below the arena, Lin Han is immediately greeted by Wang Xiang. Laughing proudly, Wang Xiang pats his shoulder and says his brother never lets him down. Lin Han responds by grabbing Wang Xiang in a playful headlock. Unable to take the pain, Wang Xiang quickly raises both hands, admits defeat, and apologizes. The fun ends when the female referee calls Wang Xiang, Zhang Siwen, Zi Jiamei, and Liu Yunyun onto the arena, warning that anyone late will forfeit. The crowd immediately turns to the next match. Hearing several names called with Wang Xiang, Lin Han realizes the qualifiers also include battle royales. He warns his friend not to get eliminated, while Wang Xiang tells him to sit back and enjoy the show. The moment Wang Xiang enters the arena, he summons his card powers and confidently faces the other contestants. He shows no tension at all, and even invites everyone to enjoy the battle royale together. A black-haired contestant quickly recognizes Wang Xiang as a level 10 card master. Seeing him as the biggest threat, he proposes teaming up with the two girls to eliminate Wang Xiang first. The pink-haired girl remains calm. As a healer, she says she can support either side as long as she gets to use her skills. Hearing this, the black-haired man gives a serious nod, seemingly agreeing with the plan. But the next second, he suddenly turns on her and lands a devastating blow. To him, someone who can support either side is the biggest threat, so she must be eliminated first. After taking out the healer, he turns towards Zijiame. Using what just happened as a threat, he asks if she will join him. Terrified, she ignores the injured girl and quickly agrees. Getting the answer he wanted, the black-haired man smirks and starts planning his next target. But before he can finish speaking, a card suddenly slices through the air right past his face. Startled, he immediately turns toward Wang Qiang. He cannot understand why Wang Qiang interfered when this is a battle royale, where everyone should only care about themselves. But Wang Qiang cannot ignore what happened. He calls the man despicable for attacking the girl just because she might have supported someone else. Seeing Wang Xiang step in, the black-haired man bursts out laughing. Since Wang Xiang wants trouble, he will gladly eliminate him first. Wang Xiang only smiles confidently. The guy is talking like victory is already guaranteed. At that moment, Zijiame secretly activates her hypnotist ability. Her hypnosis rapidly drains Wang Xiang's strength, leaving him dizzy, ears ringing, and body heavy. The effect hits immediately, leaving Wang Xiang so exhausted that he groans in discomfort. Seeing his teammates successfully weaken the target, the black-haired man rushes in. He claims letting an enemy get close is fatal for a card master, then launches an assassin's skill to finish the fight. But just before the blade connects, Wang Xiang instantly places a card over his arm and blocks the strike. Instead of just defending, the card immediately counters and forces the black-haired man back. The unexpected result leaves him completely stunned. Even while hypnosis forces him to one knee, Wang Xiang calmly says they misunderstood his class. His cards are not just weapons, they can also defend him. Below the arena, two elderly men closely watch the battle. The blonde elder is impressed by how Wang Xiang instantly reinforced his arm with a card while controlling the others to counterattack, praising his incredible adaptability. The white-haired elder strokes his beard in agreement. With proper training, Wang Xiang could become an exceptional warrior. This year's entrance exam truly has plenty of talented candidates. Back in the arena, Wang Xiang launches a full counterattack. Cards infused with earth, fire, water, wind, and light unleash a barrage of attacks at his opponents. Zijiame immediately activates her ability again, casting an illusion to give her side an advantage. The skill tricks Wang Xiang's senses, making him target the wrong location with every attack. This makes it nearly impossible for his cards to hit either opponent. With the illusion distorting his senses, Wang Xiang quickly falls into a disadvantage. Seeing this, the black-haired man becomes even more confident that victory is his. He praises Zijiame for the perfect teamwork, then mocks Wang Xiang. If he cannot hit his target, he is nothing more than a punching bag. But those words give Wang Xiang the solution. If his eyes are being fooled, he simply will not use them. By closing his eyes and attacking the entire arena, the illusion becomes useless. The plan works instantly. A blazing attack tears across the arena and blasts Zijiame out of bounds. The referee immediately declares her eliminated. With Zijiame gone, only Wang Xiang and the black-haired contestant remain. Now that it is monotone, Wang Xiang asks if he still thinks he can win. The black-haired man refuses to back down. Seeing Wang Xiang's injuries, he claims that body cannot hold out much longer. He raises his sword to attack, but Wang Xiang's cards quickly gather behind him, forming a massive shield for protection. Just then, a voice asks if Wang Xiang has forgotten about her. The pink-haired girl is still there, praying to the goddess of spring and using healing threads to restore him. The moment her magic activates, Wang Xiang's injuries rapidly heal and his strength returns. While the black-haired man is stunned by the recovery, he fails to notice two lightning-charged cards behind him. Taking control of the fight, Wang Xiang activates male body rotation and declares this battle over. A blazing attack instantly surges forward, triggering a massive explosion across the arena. The black-haired man is swallowed by the intense heat, suffering severe burns and losing any ability to continue fighting. With the result obvious, the referee officially declares Wang Xiang the winner. Lin Han walks over and happily throws an arm around Wang Xiang, praising his skills. Not only did he win, he even gained an unexpected bonus. Before Lin Han can finish, the pink-haired girl thanks Wang Xiang from behind, but warns that things might hurt soon. Wang Xiang confidently says it is nothing, only to suddenly sense something is wrong. In an instant, intense pain erupts throughout Wang Xiang's body. He starts trembling before his legs give out and he collapses. Feeling guilty, the pink-haired girl explains that her healing threads only transfer injuries temporarily. Once the effect ends, all the pain returns even stronger. She promises to treat Wang Xiang until he fully recovers. Seeing them caring for each other, Lin Han immediately starts teasing. While he was busy proving himself, Wang Xiang was already getting close to a girl, leaving Lin Han as the third wheel. Barely enduring the pain, Wang Xiang begs brother Han to help him up. Lin Han casually turns away to prepare for the next match, saying he has no intention of being a third wheel. The pink-haired girl instantly blushes, while Wang Xiang stammers in denial and desperately calls Lin Han back. 1 hour later, the referee announces the second round and calls Lin Han, Zhong Santian, Du Li, and Hu Sheng. The 4 contestants then enter the arena. As soon as they enter, one of the 3 opponents acknowledges Lin Han's strength. Knowing he is dangerous, they have agreed to team up and eliminate him first. Hearing their plan, Lin Han is not worried at all. In fact, having all 3 attack together is exactly what he wants. Lin Han stands in the center while Zhong Santian, Du Li, and Hu Sheng surround him. Once ready, all 3 launch their attack together. Du Li strikes first. She summons the power of the arrow god, calling upon a force capable of piercing anything. Golden light gathers in her palm and forms a radiant bow. She draws the bow and locks onto Lin Han. Seeing the weapon, he quickly realizes Du Li has a rare archer class, but with his speed, dodging her arrows should be easy. Du Li only gives a cold smile. One arrow might be easy to dodge, but what about an attack covering the entire area? She immediately draws her bow and activates her skill. In an instant, countless arrows of light appear overhead before raining down toward Lin Han. Facing the rain of arrows, Lin Han calmly analyzes the attack. The arrows fall at different intervals, so with his speed, slipping through the gaps should be easy. But just as Lin Han prepares to move, his body suddenly freezes. His mind is clear, yet his limbs refuse to obey. Zhang Santian had secretly attacked from behind. As a binding master, he uses dozens of glowing ropes to restrain Lin Han, declaring there is no escaping now. Zhang Santian tightens the restraints as the team's combined attacks slam into Lin Han. A blinding explosion erupts and completely engulfs him. Du Li nervously watches the blast, believing even Lin Han cannot withstand their combined attack. Zhang Santian and Hu Sheng also stare anxiously, waiting for the result. But as the smoke clears, someone is still calmly standing there. Lin Han emerges with a smile and says their attack was not bad. Under their stunned gazes, Lin Han casually walks toward Zhang Santian. The glowing ropes lie shattered, making him realize Lin Han broke his binding skill with pure strength. Lin Han picks up a few broken ropes and says they look scary, but are surprisingly fragile. Still, he praises Du Li because her arrows were powerful enough to actually hurt him. Du Li can barely process what she is seeing. Lin Han broke free with brute force and tanked the arrow barrage head-on. Zhang Santian is speechless, while Hu Sheng backs away wondering what kind of monster Lin Han really is. Lin Han laughs and suddenly charges toward all three. After taking their attacks, it is finally his turn to strike back. But after taking one step forward, Lin Han suddenly crashes into something invisible and stops in surprise. Transparent walls immediately appear around him, forming a sealed box that traps Lin Han inside. Hu Sheng proudly reveals his painter class. His skill, painting the ground into a prison, traps the target as long as the light pillars remain, while attacks from outside can still pass through. With Lin Han trapped, Hu Sheng urges his teammates to stop waiting. This is their chance to unleash everything they have. Zhang Santian immediately summons the Serpent Execution Whip. Light gathers in his hand and transforms into a deadly whip with a snake-shaped head. On the other side, Du Li prepares her ultimate move. Flames engulf her glowing bow as she locks an arrow directly onto Lin Han. Trapped inside, Lin Han shows no panic. He clenches his fist and throws a powerful punch straight into the barrier. Hu Sheng starts telling him not to waste his strength, fully confident in his prison. But before he can finish, his face turns pale at the impossible sight. Lin Han's first punch already cracks the wall. Seeing that one punch is not enough, he simply smiles. A few more should do the job. Lin Han immediately unleashes punch after punch. Every impact sends a heavy boom across the arena as the entire barrier violently shakes. After only a few punches, Lin Han shatters Hu Sheng's strongest prison with his bare hands, without taking a single injury. Stepping through the shattered barrier, Lin Han calmly looks at his three opponents. Now it is finally his turn to attack. Du Li still refuses to give up. She releases her bowstring and unleashes the Annihilation Arrow, sending a massive blade-like arrow of light straight toward Lin Han. At the same time, Zhang Santian pours all his power into the Serpent Execution Whip. He lashes it forward, sending the snake-shaped head at Lin Han from another direction. Facing both ultimate attacks, Lin Han does not even try to dodge. He steps forward, reaches out with both hands, and stops both attacks head-on. The crowd instantly erupts. Nobody expected Lin Han's raw physique to overwhelm three rare classes. One girl even raises a sign with her contact number and loudly invites him to meet her tonight. Lin Han puts a hand on his hip and praises the three opponents. An archer, a binding master, and a painter are all rare classes with great teamwork, so he jokes that he almost lost just now. But the other three felt no comfort at all. Du Li was furious because Lin Han claimed he had almost lost, even though his clothes were not even torn. Zhang Santian regretted failing to force him to reveal a skill, while Hu Sheng could only sigh that this opponent was a complete monster. Hearing that, Lin Han frowned right away. If they lost, then they lost. Why insult someone afterward? He had no idea what to say. To his surprise, all three turned to the referee and raised their hands to surrender. After what they had just experienced, they would rather quit than keep fighting a monster like Lin Han. The three walked off the arena without giving Lin Han a chance to respond. He could only watch helplessly before remembering Wang Chang was competing in another bracket, so he headed over to check on him. When Lin Han arrived, the scene looked terrible. Wang Shang was lying on a stretcher, gritting his teeth in pain while begging everyone to be gentle. Yu knelt beside him, treating his wounds with a guilty look. Lin Han was about to ask why Wang Xiang's old injuries had not healed even after his own match ended, but a closer look told him these were fresh wounds, meaning Wang Xiang had just lost another fight. Wang Xiang struggled to sit up and held his chest while complaining about his terrible luck. His opponent had been unbelievably strong. He was defeated before he could even see the man's face. Luckily, Yun was there to heal him. Hearing her name, the girl shyly lowered her head. Seeing how close the two had become, Lin Han grinned and patted his friend's shoulder. It had not been long, yet Wang Xiang was already calling her so warmly. Things were moving fast. Wang Xiang blushed and pushed his hand away. He quickly changed the subject and warned Lin Han that the man who defeated him was Qian Yuanxi. His strength was terrifying and far beyond most contestants. Lin Han stayed completely calm. He memorized the Qian Yuanxi and smiled. Anyone who hurt his brother would pay the price sooner or later, though Wang Xiang still looked worried. Lin Han's next matches ended almost instantly. One opponent after another was blasted off the arena, and none of them could put up much of a fight. After another one-sided victory, the referee immediately announced Lin Han as the winner of his third match. The fourth match ended the same way. As soon as his latest opponent fell, the referee confirmed Lin Han's victory and his place in the final. The final match finally brought Lin Han face-to-face with Yuanxi. Against the man who defeated Wang Qiang, he showed no fear and calmly confirmed his identity. But Yuanxi hid inside thick black mist, with only a pair of glowing eyes visible through the darkness. The moment Yuanxi saw Lin Han, he let out a cruel laugh. He mocked Miou for running out of talent and sending a mere second-turn priest to fight for the championship. The taunts did not shake Lin Han, but Yuanxi's attitude annoyed him. He fired back and realized from the way Yuanxi spoke that he did not seem to belong to Miou. Yuanxi had no interest in arguing. He wanted this battle to prove his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his body sank into the ground. Strange black mist spread across the arena with eerie black flames, and he declared that the old men would soon learn who truly deserved to stand at the top. Hidden in the darkness, Yuanxi began praying to the god of dark assassination, asking for the power to shatter the dawn. A stream of black energy immediately rushed toward Lin Han. Watching the mist spread wider, Lin Han quickly guessed his opponent wanted to turn the entire arena into his own territory. From what he sensed, the black mist itself did not seem especially dangerous. Before the thought could finish, Lin Han's instincts made him leap away. At almost the same moment, an arm burst out from the darkness with a blade that slammed into the ground. What caught his attention was that there had been no black mist at that spot just moments earlier. The black mist continued surrounding Lin Han as Yuanxi's smug voice echoed through it. He admitted Lin Han's reflexes were impressive, but his ambushes came without warning. He wanted to see how many more times Lin Han could dodge. But after that attack, Lin Han did not look worried at all. Instead, he smiled. He had already figured out the secret behind Yuanxi's ability. Ignoring Yuanxi's showmanship, Lin Han suddenly threw a punch into what looked like empty space. A painful scream from Yuanxi rang out instantly. Forced back to his original position, Yuanxi was completely stunned. He could not understand how Lin Han had pinpointed his hiding place so accurately. Lin Han explained that the clue came from the very first attack, when Yuanxi exposed only one arm. From that, he concluded Yuanxi could move freely inside the black mist before suddenly appearing to assassinate his target, and what had just happened proved his deduction was correct. Yuanxi returned to his human form, his eyes turning ice cold. After only one exchange, Lin Han had already figured out how his skill worked. Yuanxi had to admit Lin Han's battle instincts were terrifying. Even so, he still believed he could win. Lin Han clenched his fists and calmly looked at him. Then he asked if Yuanxi's current body could even survive one more punch before making such bold claims. In response, Yuanxi instantly split into two identical bodies. He believed that no matter how strong Lin Han was, he could only deal with one target. But what if there were two Yuanxis at once? The moment he finished speaking, both Yuanxis charged at Lin Han from opposite directions. As he kept dodging, Lin Han first thought they were only after images created by speed, but after sensing them more carefully, he realized both carried Yuanxi's real aura. One of the clones seized an opening and stabbed Lin Han through the shoulder. Yuanxi burst into laughter, convinced that Lin Han's defense had finally failed, and victory was already his. Even after taking the hit, Lin Han remained completely calm. He simply asked where Yuanxi got the confidence to believe that doubling himself would be enough to win. The next second, Lin Han grabbed both of Yuanxi's bodies with his bare hands. Yuanxi was horrified. He could not believe a priest could react fast enough to catch him. Lin Han answered coldly that the clone ability was interesting, but the gap in strength between them was simply too great. One extra body changed nothing. With that, Lin Han grabbed both bodies and spun them around like a giant top. Yuanxi could not take it anymore. He hurriedly begged Lin Han to stop and surrendered on the spot. After hearing the surrender, Lin Han casually threw both bodies forward. He turned and walked off the arena, but not before leaving one warning. Next time, Yuanci should watch his mouth, because if he kept acting so arrogantly, he would not get off this easily again. The referee immediately raised Lin Han's hand and confirmed that Yuanci could no longer continue. The winner of the final match and the champion of this year's exam was Lin Han. After the battle, a man carrying a small box stepped forward to congratulate him. He confirmed that Lin Han had become Miyouyu's top scorer this year and presented the champion's rewards. The moment Lin Han looked inside, he froze in shock before realizing one of the prizes was actually a villa. The man confirmed it, but the villa was only part of the reward. Lin Han also received a skill book and a large cash prize, because the government was willing to provide the best support possible for young talents who worked hard to grow stronger. The incredible rewards instantly stirred up the crowd. Some sighed that they might never own a villa in their lifetime, making them even more determined to level up. A few even jokingly shouted that they wanted to have Lin Han's children just so they could move into the villa. Finally, the official turned to all the contestants and announced that the Miyoyu exam had officially ended. From this point on, everyone could speak directly with the academies they wished to join, and he hoped they would all find the perfect school for the next stage of their journey. After the exam ended, representatives from the major academies appeared one after another. The first was Yun Ti from Qingyun Academy, followed by Li Changjae from Shenmeng Academy. Next came Wang Lichang, who proudly introduced himself as a representative of Liyun Academy. An elder named Santian represented Qiaoyun Academy, while the last was Kuo Fengyun from Changxi Academy. Wang Chang immediately wrapped an arm around Lin Han's shoulder and excitedly asked which academy he planned to join. He had already chosen Qiaoyun Academy and proudly claimed it was an amazing choice. Lin Han pushed his arm away and teased him back. Finishing in the top 8 was already enough for Wang Qiang to be noticed by Qiaoyun Academy. As for himself, things were more ironic because no academy had invited him yet. Hearing that, Wang Qiang instantly became furious for his friend. It made no sense that the overall champion was not wanted by any academy. He suspected someone was interfering behind the scenes and was ready to confront them. Lin Han quickly stopped his fired-up friend. The real reason was obvious. The academies believed his development path was flawed. As a priest, he should have focused on skills, but instead he spent most of his effort training his body. They decided to wait and see how he performed in next year's exam. After hearing the explanation, Wang Qiang looked a little awkward. Thinking it over, he admitted the academies were not completely wrong. Lin Han's monstrous physique really did not resemble a priest at all. The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Qiang got smacked on the head. Lin Han told him to stay quiet if he could not offer comfort. As for the academy issue, he did not care much. Being tied to no school meant more freedom, and since he already had the champion's rewards, he decided it was time to head home. As sunset arrived, a group of people secretly gathered at another location. In the tense atmosphere, one of them turned to Master Si Lintian and said the moment they had been waiting for had finally come. Si Lintian revealed that he had personally inspected the site and confirmed it contained traces of a forbidden spell. The problem was that the Empire's borders were guarded by Azure rank experts, making it nearly impossible for a Supreme from another nation to sneak in. So where did the mysterious caster come from? At the same time, inside the luxurious villa that Lin Han had just won as his prize. Lin Han was relaxing with chocolate in one hand and his phone in the other, while a news report announced that at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a supreme expert from the patrol team led by Si Lintian had arrived in Miyoyu to investigate. Lin Han's mother poured him a glass of water and reminded him to slow down while eating. Yesterday, she thought winning a villa meant her son had finally grown up, but his impatient habits had not changed at all. Just then, his phone rang. The moment Lin Han saw the caller's name, he had a bad feeling, wondering if that incident had finally caught up with him. The caller was Director Liu. Although Lin Han stayed on guard, he calmly answered and casually asked why Director Liu was calling. But Director Liu never mentioned the investigation. He leisurely swirled his wine glass, smiled mysteriously, and revealed that he had finally found a clue about the source of the next disaster that Lin Han had asked him to investigate. Hearing exactly what he had been waiting for, Lin Han immediately asked for the location. Director Liu confidently assured him that information handled by him could always be trusted. While gently swirling his wine, Director Liu revealed the details. The next disaster would be a massive earthquake, and the predicted epicenter was Yanyun City. The name Yanyun immediately caught Lin Han's attention. Without wasting another word, he simply asked for the exact coordinates so he could leave at once. Seeing how quickly Lin Han made his decision, Director Liu became even more excited. He offered to provide some equipment for the journey, promising everything would be top quality for field use. Lin Han politely declined. He only said that after returning, he would bring all the loot from this trip back to Director Liu for another deal. That single sentence put a huge smile on Director Lias' face. He immediately promised to offer a price that would satisfy Lin Han. In his eyes, anything this young man brought back was bound to be extraordinary, and their next business deal would surely be another big profit. Lin Han replied that he trusted the way Director Liu did business. After ending the call, Lin Han stood by the window and looked into the distance. His next destination was clear. He had to make a trip to Yanyun City and uncover the source of the disaster. Meanwhile, Director Liu was in such a good mood that he raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. He laughed to himself. The more he dealt with Lin Han, the more the young man felt like a bottomless abyss. Just then, his phone suddenly rang again. This time, the caller was Boss Tian. Seeing the familiar name, Director Liu answered with a grin and immediately teased him. He joked that Boss Tian must have been free today, wondering if business at the training grounds had become so slow that he had nothing better to do. The moment Boss Tian heard the sarcasm, he exploded with anger. He fired back that even if Director Lias' auction house went bankrupt, his training grounds would still be thriving. After trading a few insults, he got straight to the point and demanded to know whether the special access pass in Lin Han's possession had come from Director Liu. The question instantly made Director Liu break into a cold sweat. Though feeling guilty, he defended himself by saying there was nothing wrong with investing early in a talented young genius. Boss Tian's face darkened even more. He bluntly scolded Director Liu for being reckless. In his opinion, Lin Han certainly had potential, but his current value still was not enough to justify such a precious pass. Director Liu rubbed his forehead in frustration. He did not care to argue about anything else, but when it came to Lin Han, he seriously advised Boss Tian not to dig any deeper. Years of business experience gave him the feeling that Lin Han's true strength was far beyond what anyone had seen. Boss Tian ignored the warning completely and even mocked his friend's so-called intuition. Unwilling to keep arguing, he said a few more words before hanging up. The moment the call ended, Director Lias' calm expression vanished. Cold sweat covered his forehead as unease filled his mind. Even Boss Tian had sensed something unusual. Just what secret was Lin Han hiding? The next morning was bright but freezing cold. The harsh weather had coated every tree along the road with a thick layer of ice. As Lin Han moved forward, he checked the route on his phone. It looked like his destination was not far away anymore. Before him lay the famous diamond forest. Sunlight reflected off the frozen trees, making the entire forest sparkle, as if it were covered with countless diamonds. The peaceful forest was suddenly shattered by a distant scream. Someone was panicking, saying no matter how hard they attacked, they could not break the monster's defense. It immediately caught Lin Han's attention. Before long, a frightened girl came running straight toward him with a giant monster chasing right behind her. Even while fleeing, she kept apologizing for dragging him into this mess. As she rushed past Lin Han, she shouted for him to run. In her eyes, the creature chasing her was a silver boss. Lin Han looked at the scene with a speechless expression. They had barely entered the outer area of Diamond Forest, and she had already run into a silver boss. Her luck was impossible to judge. Seeing Lin Han still standing there, the girl's face turned pale. She desperately told him to run, thinking he had been scared completely frozen. Unable to leave a stranger behind, she turned around, provoked the monster, and tried to lure it away from Lin Han. That action immediately earned Lin Han's respect. Even while being hunted, she still tried to protect someone else. She might be reckless, but her heart was in the right place. At that moment, the monster suddenly shot its long tongue toward the girl with incredible speed, leaving her almost no chance to dodge. Realizing she could not escape, she shut her eyes tightly and braced herself for the worst. But after waiting for several moments, no attack ever landed, making her realize something was wrong. She slowly opened her eyes and froze at the sight in front of her. Lin Han had caught the monster's tongue with one hand. Calmly, he told her to stop screaming. More importantly, her judgment had been wrong. This was not a silver boss, but a gold boss. After saving her from something this dangerous, he casually asked how she planned to repay him. The monster naturally refused to stay still and immediately lunged at Lin Han. Its razor-sharp claws slashed down to kill him, but Lin Han blocked the attack with ease before launching a counterattack. A single strike slammed the giant monster into the ground and sent it sliding across the battlefield. The girl stood there in complete shock. A gold-rank Earthfire Kirin had been defeated in one move. That level of strength was beyond anything she had imagined. Before she even recovered, she excitedly asked Lin Han to form a team with her. Lin Han scratched his head in confusion. They did not even know each other's names yet, and she was already asking to team up. She really got familiar with people fast. Lin Han still had the important mission of finding the source of the disaster, and bringing someone along could easily slow him down. Right then, the girl cheerfully introduced herself as Du Wanting, a 1,000 forms mage. Remembering how she had risked herself to protect him earlier, Lin Han finally gave in and agreed to let her travel with him for a while. Only then did Lin Han pay attention to her class. A rare mage class, like the Thousand Forms mage, was not something you came across every day. After hearing the compliment, Wanting modestly said she was nothing special before curiously asking for her new companion's name. Lin Han almost gave his real name, but then remembered he was already drawing attention from powerful people. To avoid more trouble, he borrowed his good friend's identity and introduced himself as Wang Qiang from Jiaoguang City. Wanting believed him without question. She immediately called him Big Brother Wang Qiang and kept praising him. Seeing someone so young defeat a gold boss in one move, she eagerly asked how he became so strong and even wondered if she could visit him in Jiaoguang someday. The endless stream of questions made Lin Han twitch at the corner of his mouth. He quickly realized this girl was the type who never stopped talking once she got started. Unsure how to explain himself, Lin Han cleared his throat and casually made up another excuse. He said his strength was nothing unusual because he was actually much older than he looked. Wanting believed that too. She nodded as if everything finally made sense. A young-looking person should not be this powerful, so his real age had to explain it. Thinking she had met a true master, she became even happier and declared that today must be her lucky day. That comment left Lin Han puzzled, so he asked why she suddenly thought she was so lucky. Wanting explained that mage equipment was incredibly expensive, and she simply could not afford it. That was why she had risked coming to Diamond Forest, hoping to find something valuable. Now that she had an expert like Lin Han beside her, her confidence instantly soared. She even laughed and declared that from now on she could do whatever she wanted. Watching her carefree attitude, Lin Han could only sigh. This girl was unbelievably innocent. Since he had already agreed to let her come along, he decided to treat her like a little sister and look after her on the journey ahead. But in the very next moment, Lin Han placed a hand on Wanting's shoulder, making her jump. He calmly said that the good luck she had just mentioned might not be so lucky after all. Something was racing toward them at incredible speed from the distance. Lin Han and Wanting turned to look at the same time. Lin Han simply warned her that a new danger had already found them. A deafening roar echoed through the forest. A giant ape covered in black fur appeared with blood-red eyes blazing with killing intent. It pounded its chest again and again to show its dominance. The newcomer was a gold-rank, bloodthirsty gorilla. Lin Han calmly pointed at the monster and told Wanting that another problem had arrived. Unlike him, she immediately panicked, unable to understand why such a high-level beast had appeared in this area. She could only complain that her luck was terrible today. Lin Han told Wanting to stay behind him and she would be safe. Even facing a monster so huge, he had to look up to see it. He showed no fear. Wanting quickly hid behind him, gave him a thumbs up, and kept praising him as an incredibly reliable master. The bloodthirsty gorilla threw its massive fist down at him. Instead of dodging, Lin Han met it head-on with his own punch. The collision unleashed a violent shockwave that shattered the ground and sent rocks flying everywhere, yet Lin Han only smiled. After that brief exchange, Lin Han completely lost interest in the gold rank monster. Its strength was nothing special. While holding the gorilla back, Lin Han suddenly sensed trouble behind him. One hand still restrained the monster as he turned to check on Wanting. She was running around in panic with lightning bolts chasing after her. It seemed her bad luck simply refused to take a break. Lin Han looked over to see what Wanting had attracted this time, and even he was surprised by what he found. Not far away stood a fierce wolf with blood-red eyes blocking their path, radiating an extremely savage aura. But one wolf was not the real problem. Behind it was an entire pack, every wolf glaring with crimson eyes and bared fangs, ready to tear their prey apart. Realizing they were surrounded by a pack of crimson-eyed demon wolves, Lin Han's expression immediately changed. One of them was already troublesome enough, yet Wanting had somehow brought the whole pack over. He started wondering if she had a hidden talent for attracting magical beasts. Instead of dealing with the mess herself, Wanting ran straight over and hugged Lin Han tightly from behind. He was already fighting the bloodthirsty gorilla, and now he had another burden clinging to him. In complete panic, she asked if they could possibly survive while trapped between enemies on both sides. Lin Han could obviously see how dangerous the situation was without her reminding him every second. A bloodthirsty gorilla stood before him, a pack of demon wolves behind him, and Wanting was hanging onto his back while crying. Even so, he calmly told her to stop saying unlucky things because this little problem was nowhere near enough to stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Han suddenly locked onto the bloodthirsty gorilla's gigantic arm. The giant ape never expected such a move and had no time to react. Unbelievable strength exploded from Lin Han as he lifted the enormous beast completely off the ground and spun it around through the air. Meanwhile, Wanting hurriedly stayed tucked behind him. He was not finished yet. Lin Han kicked off the ground with tremendous force, carrying the giant ape high into the sky, despite its enormous size. Once he reached enough height, Lin Han gathered all his strength and hurled the monster away as if it weighed nothing. The massive body shot through the sky like a cannonball. His target was the demon wolf pack below. The bloodthirsty gorilla crashed straight into the middle of them, crushing the entire pack into chaos. With one move, Lin Han solved both threats at once. The only remaining problem was the girl still clinging to him. After the unbelievable throw, Lin Han landed lightly on the ground and proudly pointed toward the battlefield he had just wiped clean. He turned to Wanting and told her to take a good look. None of those monsters could trouble them anymore. Wanting immediately clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with admiration. After witnessing that display, she openly declared that from today onward, she was officially his biggest fan. Once things settled down, the two looked deeper into Diamond Forest. Wanting began to feel something was very unusual today, and Lin Han agreed. They had only entered the outer region, yet they had already encountered one powerful monster after another. The density was far beyond normal. Lin Han quickly connected the strange behavior to the coming earthquake. The beasts deep inside the forest had probably sensed the approaching disaster and were fleeing outward, which meant the catastrophe still needed some time before it truly erupted. That gave Lin Han a new idea. He could use a forbidden spell to trigger the earthquake ahead of time and avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. But when Lin Han turned around, he found Wanting still staring at him with worship in her eyes. He could only scratch his cheek. There was no way he could cast a forbidden spell in front of her, so he first had to find a way to send her somewhere else. Wanting had no idea Lin Han was planning to send her away. She happily patted his shoulder and believed no future boss could scare them because he would handle everything. But Lin Han calmly folded his arms and told her the rest of the journey was hers alone. Wanting instantly froze. Lin Han calmly made up a grim story, claiming he sensed a terrifying evil inside the Diamond Forest. The enemy was supposedly as strong as him, and the fleeing beasts were likely connected to it. A decisive battle was unavoidable, though the mysterious foe existed only in his imagination. Wanting turned pale and nervously asked what she should do next. Lin Han could only sigh. Faced with danger, she never even thought about escaping. He simply told her the answer was easy: leave this place immediately. Even then, Wanting was still worried. She feared the Beast King would keep chasing her after what happened. Lin Han assured her there was nothing to fear because no one could ever catch her. With a confident smile, Lin Han placed both hands on Wanting's shoulders. Before she realized what was happening, he hurled her straight into the air. By the time Wanting cried out in protest, both feet had already left the ground. Lin Han casually said goodbye and sent her flying. Wanting shot across the sky and quickly left the dangerous area behind. After flying for a long distance, she finally crashed into another part of the forest, sending rocks and dirt everywhere. Strangely, Wanting was completely unharmed. A layer of green light had protected her body and absorbed most of the impact. She could only wonder what kind of trick Lin Han had used. Meanwhile, Lin Han finally relaxed and rubbed his head with relief. Now that Wanting was gone, he could freely cast his forbidden spell and trigger the earthquake ahead of schedule. He soon arrived at a vast lake hidden deep inside the forest. The clear water and peaceful scenery looked almost untouched. That peace lasted only a moment. Lin Han raised his staff and activated the forbidden spell, Chaos Domain. The entire area around the lake erupted with violent energy. In an instant, countless fireballs filled the sky before crashing down like a devastating meteor shower. Far away, Wanting had just gotten back up when she witnessed the unbelievable scene. It was both terrifying and breathtaking. Her face turned pale as her whole body trembled. She instinctively covered her mouth. The destruction before her was beyond words. It was clearly the power of a forbidden spell. At the center of the spell, a colossal pillar of fire blasted into the sky like an erupting volcano. The surrounding forest was quickly reduced to charred black trunks, standing in complete ruin. Elsewhere, the scorching heat melted the land itself, twisting the terrain beyond recognition. Then floods swept through the remaining areas, making the entire forest suffer multiple disasters at once. Everywhere was left in total devastation. Lin Han barely cared about the destruction he had caused. He briefly wondered if he had gone a little overboard with the flames, but quickly dismissed the thought. As long as he obtained the origin of calamity, everything else was acceptable. Meanwhile, at the Yanyan City Investigation Department, the headquarters looked surprisingly ordinary, with only a few modest buildings. An employee rushed into the lounge with an urgent report. Yanyan City had detected abnormal forbidden spell energy, and a young woman outside the Diamond Forest claimed two powerful experts were fighting inside. One of them had even unleashed a forbidden spell. The department minister was still relaxing with an eye mask over his face. The moment he heard the words forbidden spell, he jumped up, ripped off the eye mask, and urgently ordered everyone to bring Senior Zealand here at once. It did not take long before a distinguished older man entered the room. His neatly combed silver hair made him look even more imposing. The staff immediately stepped aside with great respect. The minister hurried to his feet, still wearing the eye mask on top of his head. He quickly explained that two top experts were battling inside the diamond forest, and hoped Senior Zilin would personally step in to handle the situation. Zilin stroked his beard with interest. He had come to Yanyun because he sensed an approaching earthquake, but now an even stranger incident had appeared. Lately, too many mysterious powerhouses had been showing up. After thinking for a moment, the minister asked if they should send forces to hunt down and capture the unknown expert. Zilin immediately took command. He ordered every detection system and sealing device to be deployed. They had to lock on to the mysterious expert's location first. No matter the outcome, he wanted to meet the person before deciding whether to fight. The order was given, and the minister immediately began organizing the operation. Yet Zilin remained uneasy. The forbidden spell's power from the Diamond Forest did not feel like a supreme rank at all. It even carried traces of saint rank power. He could only sigh, wondering if accepting this mission had been a mistake. Back in the Diamond Forest, the terrifying chaos had finally settled. The ground was split by massive cracks, but the floods, lightning, and flames had all disappeared, leaving behind a temporary silence. Lin Han happily admired the delicate green orb in his hand. After all that destruction, the origin of calamity was finally his, completing his goal sooner than expected. His excitement did not last long. Lin Han suddenly sensed something unusual and immediately scanned the area. Numerous powerful auras were rapidly closing in. With the system's help, Lin Han quickly discovered that the Yanyan Investigation Department had gathered nearby. They were sealing off the area with detection and barrier devices, determined to find whoever caused the massive disturbance. Realizing the trap was about to close, Lin Han immediately took out his portable teleportation array. Time was running out because once the blockade was complete, the item would become useless and he would be trapped. Without wasting another second, he activated the array. Brilliant white light surrounded his body as he silently hoped the teleportation would finish before the space was completely sealed. Outside the forest, the search team spread out in every direction. Reports came in one after another. The southeast sector found nothing, and the southwest reported the same. Soon after, the northeast team also confirmed there were no suspicious traces. Finally, the northwest team reported spotting someone, but before they could finish their report, everything changed. A massive pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky from that exact location. The target had clearly activated a teleportation array. The minister clenched his teeth in frustration after missing the target by a single step. Zilin focused on the escape method and instantly recognized it as a portable teleportation array, an extremely rare treasure that ordinary people could never possess. After escaping the search operation, Lin Han safely returned home. The next morning, while brushing his teeth, Lin Han's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, he recognized Manager Liu and calmly answered the call. Unlike Lin Han, Manager Liu sounded extremely anxious. He was surprised Lin Han seemed completely unaware because something huge had happened the previous night. Lin Han briefly stiffened after guessing the topic, but quickly returned to his usual calm and asked what had happened. Manager Liu explained that an earthquake had struck Yanyun City, and a mysterious powerhouse had appeared there as well. He said he called so early because he was worried Lin Han might be in danger. Knowing everything had gone according to plan, Lin Han was naturally pleased, but he acted as though he had just heard the news. He pretended to be shocked that the earthquake happened before his trip and expressed regret over the origin of calamity. Manager Liu laughed and reassured him. He said he contacted Lin Han immediately after hearing about the origin of calamity, and Lin Han politely thanked him for the concern. After the call ended, Lin Han's expression immediately changed. Looking at his phone, he knew the old fox had not called out of simple concern. He had been testing whether Lin Han was connected to last night's events. Lin Han did not dwell on it. As he wiped his face, his thoughts shifted to something far more important. With all three origins of calamity collected, it was finally time for his third advancement. At the same time, Manager Liu sat there smiling with satisfaction. The mysterious expert in the Diamond Forest and the portable teleportation array appearing at the perfect moment only deepened his suspicion of Lin Han. To him, anyone trying to hide their identity while leaving such obvious clues was underestimating his judgment. Not long afterward, Lin Han arrived at the class advancement hall to prepare for his next breakthrough. A female staff member was about to greet another customer when she recognized the familiar face. The visitor was Lin Han again. Lin Han smiled back and got straight to the point. He was here to accept his third advancement quest. The news left her stunned. As far as she remembered, Lin Han had completed his second advancement only about half a month ago. Had he already gathered every origin of calamity he needed? Lin Han saw nothing surprising about it. He calmly confirmed that he had collected everything. Those obstacles were never enough to stop him. The nearby staff were shocked. His leveling speed was already unbelievable, and now his resource gathering was just as insane. Some even looked forward to seeing the world's first third advancement priest. The staff member quickly regained her composure, praised his incredible progress, and asked him to place his hand on the device so the system could assign his advancement quest. Lin Han followed the instructions and waited for the verification to finish. A status window appeared. Recipient, Lin Han, Class, Priest, 2nd Advancement Level 20, 3rd Advancement Requirement. Travel to the Iron Forest, defeat the Forest Guardian, and obtain the Guardian's Heart. This was an Shrank Party quest. After reading it, Lin Han frowned. Another Shrank quest for a priest. The difficulty was clearly brutal. What puzzled him even more was that he had never heard of a place called the Iron Forest in Miouyu. Still, he decided to accept the mission first. Without hesitation, Lin Han smiled at the staff member and confirmed he would take the challenge. She immediately registered the quest, informed him that the deadline was the day after tomorrow, and wished him good luck. After leaving the class advancement hall, Lin Han headed straight for the guild. The moment Manager Liu saw his familiar customer, he welcomed him with a smile and joked that seeing Lin Han always put him in a better mood. Lin Han smiled and handed him a list. He said he had another business deal. The list contained every piece of equipment and every potion he needed for his upcoming advancement quest in Yanyun. After reading it, Manager Liu immediately realized Lin Han was preparing for his 3rd advancement. He congratulated him in advance, saying Lin Han might become the world's first 3rd advancement priest. While smiling on the surface, Manager Liu quietly connected the clues. A 3rd advancement required 3 origins of calamity. Yanyun had just suffered an earthquake last night, and Lin Han already qualified for the quest this morning. The timing was simply too perfect. As he sipped his tea, Lin Han noticed Manager Lius' probing gaze. Knowing suspicion had already begun, he chose not to deny anything. Instead, he decided to deepen the mystery and send the old fox in the wrong direction. He deliberately sighed and said he always worried whenever his master risked everything to obtain an origin of calamity for him. As nothing more than a support class, he felt guilty for making his master work so hard. The single mention of his master instantly changed Manager Lia's theory. He concluded that the mysterious powerhouse was probably Lin Han's master, which perfectly explained the origins of calamity. But anyone who could repeatedly obtain such priceless treasures had to possess unimaginable strength. From that moment on, he decided to maintain a strong relationship with both master and disciple. After reaching his own conclusion, Manager Liu mentioned a treasure he had in his possession and asked whether Lin Han was interested. The unexpected offer immediately caught Lin Han's attention. Lin Han's eyes settled on the item resting on a tray as his curiosity grew. After checking it carefully, he discovered it was a disguise mask, a gold-grade face equipment. Once equipped, it could perfectly copy another person's appearance. However, wearing it for too long would affect the user's mind and could even make them forget their true identity. Lin Han was quite satisfied with its unique effect and immediately asked for the price. Since Lin Han was a regular customer, Manager Liu offered it for 4 million. Lin Han did not waste any time and countered with half the price, offering only 2 million. The manager quickly lowered it to 3.8 million and insisted he could not go any lower. Lin Han calmly raised his offer to 2.4 million. After several rounds of bargaining, Manager Liu seemed satisfied with the outcome. They settled at 3 million, and the disguise mask was handed over to Lin Han. The deal was complete, and Lin Han happily shook his hand to seal the agreement. With the item he needed now in hand, Lin Han thanked Manager Liu and left in high spirits. The manager politely saw him off, believing the deal was more than worthwhile, since 3 million was a tiny price for building ties with such a promising young powerhouse. After returning home, the first thing Lin Han did was summon the system and activate the 10,000-fold enhancement ability. The equipment instantly evolved into a silver mask. The system announced a successful enhancement. The disguise mask had become the legendary freeform divine mask. It could now copy anyone the user knew, including their appearance, gesture, and physique. Even more terrifying, it also granted all of the target's abilities while transformed. Lin Han was thrilled with the upgraded treasure. With this mask, he could even use his master's identity to fool anyone hunting him down. He decided to test it immediately. His first transformation target was Gao Chong. After checking his new appearance, Lin Han found himself identical to Gao Chong. He then remembered Wang Qiang's mentioning that Gao Chong would arrive in Yanyun City tomorrow for training. If he appeared there with Gao Chong's face, no one would ever suspect Lin Han. Not long later, on a quiet road, Lin Han watched as Gao Chong gradually disappeared into the distance. Holding the mask, Lin Han smiled to himself. From now on, Gao Chong would serve as the perfect alibi. While walking down the road, Wang Qiang suddenly heard someone behind him call out the name Gao Chong. The stranger claimed he recognized him just by his voice. Wang Xiang turned around in surprise and saw a Liang standing there. Liang warmly grabbed Wang Xiang's arm and brought up how Gao Chong had once been accepted by a top academy. He proudly said he had always known Gao Chich would succeed. Since they had finally met again, he insisted they go have a few drinks together, and Wang Xiang happily agreed. The two quickly hit it off. Liang threw an arm around Wang Xiang's shoulders, congratulated him, and generously declared that Today's drinks were on him. Soon they arrived at tavern number 3. Before long, Wang Xiang was completely passed out on the table. Sitting across from him was Lin Han, with the mask resting by. Looking at the unconscious man, Lin Han knew the sleeping drug would keep him out until tomorrow. That meant Lin Han would be taking Wang Xiang's place in the Iron Forest. After everything was arranged, Lin Han used the mask to return to his real appearance. He then handed the unconscious Wang Xiang over to one of the tavern attendants. Lin Han presented his VIP card and asked her to prepare the best room available. He also instructed her not to wake Wang Xiang if he was still asleep. After leaving the tavern and entering a deserted alley, Lin Han activated the freeform divine mask once again to change identities. This time, he became Wang Xiang. Looking at the flawless disguise, Lin Han smiled with satisfaction. He was certain no one could uncover his true identity before heading straight for the Iron Forest. He soon ventured deep into the Iron Forest. As Lin Han observed the surroundings, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. The stranger casually asked if he already had a party before promoting his own team, claiming they had a solid reputation for clearing the Iron Forest dungeon. Lin Han turned around, looked at the man awkwardly, accidentally called him uncle, and then asked for his name. That single word nearly shattered the man's soul. He was only 27 years old. After thinking it over, he blamed his beard for making him look older, and silently vowed to shave it off soon. Seeing his reaction, Lin Han awkwardly corrected himself, introduced himself as Gao Chong, an assassin, then asked for the man's name, class, and whether their party had only 2 members. Now that he was no longer being called uncle, the man instantly cheered up. He wrapped an arm around Lin Han and introduced himself as Wang Gan, a level 30 guardian knight. He explained that 2 more teammates were already on the way and guaranteed the lineup would not disappoint. Lin Han continued acting as Gao Chong and called him Brother Gan, though inwardly he felt this overly friendly welcome resembled the entrance to a bathhouse. As Wang Gan laughed confidently, a woman walked over and immediately asked whether everyone had finally gathered. Lin Han turned toward her and froze in surprise. The newcomer was the referee he had met before. She immediately recognized him under his current identity and commented on how quickly he had leveled up. She then introduced herself as Gao Liang, one of his teammates for this mission. Just then, 3 more people arrived. Leading them was Lin Wan Ting, accompanied by a chubby man and a tall, muscular man. As soon as they arrived, Wan Ting apologized for being late. Wang Gan brushed it off and shifted his attention to the 2 companions with Wan Ting. Curious about who they were, Wan Ting introduced herself as Lin Wan Ting, a 1000 forms mage. She explained that the other 2 were only assigned to a routine investigation and would not remain with the party for long. The chubby man mentioned that she had witnessed the battle between top experts before, while the tall man spread his arms like an eagle and explained they were here to provide protection and investigate the situation. Lin Han could only force a smile. He had joined a random party, yet somehow ran into 2 familiar faces, and even 2 government agents. He had no idea whether to call that lucky or unlucky. With everyone assembled, Wang Gan excitedly announced it was time to conquer the dungeon. A teleportation circle lit up beneath the party, instantly transporting them into the Iron Forest. The moment they arrived, Wang Gan enthusiastically greeted the forest as if he were on vacation. Gao Liang immediately told him to keep his voice down. Ever since entering the forest, the eerie silence had made her feel something was terribly wrong. Wang Gan remained completely relaxed. Since both he and Gao Liang were already level 30, he believed they could handle anything short of an overlord monster. When he teased her for being overly cautious, Gao Liang snapped back that he must have a screw loose. As the 2 continued arguing, a tiger suddenly stepped out of the trees and let out a thunderous roar, startling even Wang Gan. After recognizing it as a steel-striped tiger, Wang Gan immediately relaxed and started teasing Gao Liang again. She stayed on full alert, insisting the situation was genuinely dangerous. She was right. The first tiger was only the beginning as dozens more steel-striped tigers emerged from every direction. Roars echoed through the forest before the entire pack charged at the group. Wang Gan showed no fear. He immediately raised his leather shield to block the front line. Drawing his sword with his free hand, he took responsibility for one flank and ordered everyone to fight with everything they had. The defense could not be broken. In the blink of an eye, Gao Liang dashed ahead of Wang Gan. She told everyone else to focus on protecting themselves. No matter how many steel-striped tigers there were, she did not see them as a real threat. The moment she finished speaking, Gao Liang burst forward. Her figure flashed through the monsters as simple sword strikes cut down tiger after tiger. Witnessing her combat power, Lin Wanting could not hide her amazement. Even Lin Han had to admit these two combat-focused classes were incredibly powerful. With two level 30 experts holding the front line, the Tiger Pack could barely get close. Just as everyone thought the battle was under control, another steel-striped tiger appeared. This one was far larger than all the others. Wang Gan's expression instantly changed. The newcomer was the steel-striped Tiger King, a gold rank boss. The strangest part was that such a monster should never appear in the outer area of the Iron Forest. Lin Han instinctively glanced at Lin Wanting. One question filled his mind. Why did a gold rank boss always appear whenever she was around? That kind of luck was almost cursed. Feeling Wang Xiang's stare, Wanting awkwardly asked why he was looking at her. Meanwhile, Wang Gan struggled against the Tiger King's relentless attacks and quickly realized the monster was far stronger than expected. Knowing the entire party would be wiped out if they stayed, he decided to hold the boss back alone and ordered everyone else to split up and escape. Lin Wanting and the two Dongqing government agents did not hesitate and immediately retreated. The three of them, along with Lin Han, quickly scattered in different directions, so the boss could not chase the entire party. After running far enough and confirming no one else was nearby, Lin Han finally stopped and took out the mask with a calculating smile. This was the perfect chance to create the identity of a mysterious powerhouse and redirect all of the Hall of Justice's attention towards someone who did not even exist. The freeform divine mask quickly transformed him into an elderly man wearing a long cloak. Satisfied with the disguise, Lin Han prepared to return as the mysterious senior and rescue the others. The only question left was who to appear before first. Elsewhere in the forest, Gao Liang and Wang Gan continued moving through the woods. Wang Gan complained that today had been unbelievably unlucky, with powerful monsters appearing one after another. Gao Liang suddenly sensed danger behind them. Her expression changed as she immediately shouted a warning to Wang Gan. A razor-sharp attack tore through the air. Wang Gan reacted just in time and barely dodged it. The attack narrowly missed him before slicing straight through a massive tree, cutting it clean in half. Looking at the enormous creature before them, Wang Gan instantly recognized the newcomer as a dark wolf, a savage gold rank boss that had locked onto the pair. Instead of panicking, Wang Gan burst into laughter. To him, a lone dark wolf was nothing more than free loot walking right to his doorstep. He immediately prepared to take it down himself. Without hesitation, Wang Gan raised his great shield and charged toward the dark wolf. But Gao Liang moved even faster and stepped in before he could attack. She calmly declared that this boss belonged to her. Her sword flashed in a brilliant arc before slamming into the dark wolf's neck, dealing massive damage and forcing the monster to howl in agony. Moments later, the boss collapsed to the ground as blood quickly spread across the area. Watching the loot get taken right in front of him, Wang Gan frowned and demanded to know why Gao Liang had stolen his kill. Gao Liang showed no guilt at all. Standing proudly beside the loot, she said he could only blame himself for being too slow, since the dark wolf might have escaped at any moment. The two immediately locked eyes. The tension was so intense that one more word might have started a real fight. While Wang Gan and Gao Liang argued, Lin Han focused entirely on the loot lying on the ground. Hidden high in a tree, he quietly concluded that level 30 experts could easily defeat a lone gold rank boss. The dark wolf's pelt looked especially valuable, and he had already claimed it in his mind. Having made his decision, Lin Han leaped down from the tree. Keeping the calm demeanor of a mysterious senior, he politely asked if they would give him the dark wolf's pelt. The sudden appearance of a stranger right beside them shocked both Gao Liang and Wang Gan. Neither had sensed him approaching, which alone proved this old San was anything but ordinary. Even so, Wang Gan immediately drew his sword and refused to hand over the loot. They had risked their lives to earn it. Lin Han calmly maintained his mysterious aura and explained that he had a use for the pelt. If they refused to give it up, he would simply take it himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Liang and Wang Gan attacked together without hesitation. The gap in strength was overwhelming. Lin Han did not even bother using a weapon. With nothing but his bare hands, he forced both of them flat onto the ground. After displaying his power, he smiled at them with overwhelming pressure and calmly asked if they were finally ready to negotiate. Realizing they had encountered someone far beyond their level, both of them broke into a cold sweat. Their attitude changed instantly as they respectfully handed over the dark wolf's pelt and even politely saw the mysterious senior off. Holding the pelt in his hands, Lin Han understood one thing even more clearly. Sometimes showing your strength was far more effective than any amount of talking. He then continued deeper into the Iron Forest. Before long, a pack of monsters suddenly rushed out from every direction, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. Unfortunately for them, they could not even break through his defenses. Instead, the recoil blasted them away, leaving them scattered across the ground. Lin Han paid them no attention. With his current defense, their attacks were completely useless, and wiping them out would take almost no effort. Just then, a gigantic figure slowly approached from the distance, radiating a fierce and oppressive presence. After taking a closer look, Lin Han immediately recognized it as the three-eyed demon ape, the true ruler of the forest. Only then did he understand why the smaller apes had dared attack him. They had a powerful boss backing them up. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Han decided to test his close combat strength before completing his third advancement. Without hesitation, he rushed straight toward the three-eyed demon ape and threw a punch, but this boss was far quicker than ordinary monsters. The three-eyed demon ape reacted instantly and dodged Lin Han's first strike. Seeing the boss evade his attack only made Lin Han more interested. Dodging one punch proved nothing. He wanted to see how long the monster could keep it up. To his surprise, the three-eyed demon ape suddenly raised a hand as if asking for a pause. Han stopped for a moment, thinking the boss had realized the difference in strength and wanted to surrender. Instead of giving up, the ape looked around in every direction, leaving Lin Han wondering what it was planning. The three-eyed demon ape then walked over to a massive tree and smashed it down with brute force. It immediately turned the fallen trunk into a weapon before leaping high into the air and charging straight at Lin Han with the enormous log. The sight caught Lin Han off guard before excitement quickly replaced his surprise. A monster smart enough to use weapons was far more interesting, so he decided to continue the fight and see its true strength. Provoked, the three-eyed demon ape swung the giant tree trunk with all its might. Before it could connect, Lin Han threw a punch that shattered the makeshift weapon into pieces. The force of the impact did not stop at the broken trunk. It continued straight into the boss. The three-eyed demon ape had no chance to dodge. It took the full force of the blow and was launched far into the distance. Looking at the boss lying helplessly on the ground, Lin Han completely lost interest. Even a gold rank boss was far too weak to challenge him. Just then, voices echoed from the distance, calling everyone to regroup with their teammates. They also reported that this area had already been searched and was temporarily safe. As soon as the group arrived, they froze at the sight of the giant three-eyed demon ape lying on the ground. It took them a while to process what they were seeing, and the more they looked, the harder it was to believe someone had defeated a boss like this. Lin Han quickly hid behind a tree. The moment he spotted that familiar girl in the group, he knew trouble was coming. Things never stayed simple whenever she appeared. The three inspected the unconscious three-eyed demon ape and quickly concluded that a true expert had fought here. Judging by the fist marks on the shattered trees, the man guessed the attacker was a close combat fighter. After examining the boss wounds, the girl felt the attack looked strangely familiar. One punch to end the fight reminded her of the mysterious expert Wang Qiang she had met before. At that moment, Gaoliang and Wang Gan arrived. After meeting up with Yuan Ting, they immediately asked if she had found any sign of Gao Chong. Yuan Ting could only shake her head. Since the team split up, she had not seen him anywhere. She was even starting to worry that Gao Chong had been surrounded by monsters. Hidden nearby, Lin Han quietly thanked her for caring. But with so many people around, revealing himself now would only raise suspicion, so he chose to keep exploring and focus on completing the mission. After moving deeper into the forest and making sure everyone was far behind, Lin Han finally let out a sigh of relief. But one question remained. Where was the guardian heart that the mission required? The answer appeared the moment Lin Han looked up. A platinum rank boss known as the Forest Guardian suddenly stood before him. The tree monster instantly fired countless vines at the white-haired old man. Lin Han leaped aside to dodge the first wave while sizing up his opponent. A platinum boss was clearly far stronger than the earlier monsters. To defeat it, he had to break through the vines and reach its main body. Lin Han kept changing positions to avoid the attacks, but the vines chased him relentlessly. In the end, they caught him and wrapped tightly around his arms and legs. Even with his limbs bound by the vines, the old man calmly watched without the slightest hint of fear. To him, tricks like these vines were nowhere near enough to hold him down. A surge of power exploded from his body, instantly tearing every vine wrapped around him apart. The tree monster clearly had not expected him to escape so easily. Enraged by the pain, it let out a furious roar. The deafening sound spread across the area in an instant. It echoed through the iron forest like a rallying call, summoning a massive army of monsters. Seeing more and more enemies appear, the old man's expression immediately darkened. Landing from the air, he had to admit this tree monster truly deserved its title as the ruler of the Iron Forest. With just one roar, it had summoned every giant monster living in the region. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, Si Lin Dian also sensed the strange disturbance. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately rushed toward the source at full speed. Si Lin Dian only had time to tell the others that something major was happening ahead before leading them to investigate. The old man sensed an incredibly powerful aura rapidly approaching the iron forest. It was none other than the archmage Si Lin Dian. If the battle dragged on any longer, Lin Han's disguise could easily be exposed. With no time left to test himself against the monsters, the old man decided to end everything with a single attack. He raised his staff as magic power erupted and directly cast the forbidden spell, Chaotic Frost Domain. A massive magic circle instantly formed across the sky. Then countless ice crystals poured down like a storm, covering the entire battlefield. Everyone below was left speechless. The older man stammered that this was likely a forbidden spell, while the girl with the hair bun immediately thought of the mysterious expert who had once fought Wang Qiang. Ice magic covered the battlefield, and it looked like even the people below were about to be caught in the attack. But before the ice could reach them, a barrier of magic power surrounded the group and blocked all incoming damage. The one who created the protective barrier was Si Lin Dian, who had arrived just in time. The man was overjoyed to have survived. After confirming everyone was safe, Si Lin Dian asked about the mysterious expert who had appeared here. The two young men immediately said it was almost certain. First, the entire iron forest shook as countless monsters rushed out. Then a forbidden spell appeared. In their view, two mysterious powerhouses were most likely battling deep inside the forest. The girl with the hair bun suddenly remembered something important and quickly told the archmage that their teammate, Gao Chong, still had not returned. Hearing that, Si Lin Dian immediately rushed off, leaving only a brief promise to check the situation himself. He vanished almost instantly, leaving the group stunned. Only then did the girl truly realize how terrifying a supreme-ranked expert was. At the center of the battlefield, the old man stood in the middle of a land, scorched black by overwhelming magic. Looking at the item in his hand, Lin Han knew the mission was finally complete. The guardian heart was now his. But Si Lin Dian was closing in fast, so Lin Han had to erase anything that might expose him. After a brief moment of thought, he came up with a plan and immediately put it into action. Lin Han took out a spare phone and contacted the trading exchange. Using the old man's identity, he asked the Hui Yue exchange if they were interested in buying a guardian heart. The employee on the other end was thrilled. A treasure this rare was something they would gladly purchase, no matter how many were available. All they needed was the meeting place and delivery method. The old man made his conditions clear. The next morning, the guardian heart would be placed on a tree to the left outside the Huiyue forest, and the exchange only needed to leave the cash there. They were strictly forbidden from investigating the seller's identity. The employee immediately agreed, assuring him they understood the rules and would prepare the payment on time. After ending the call, Lin Han finally relaxed. His plan was to sell the item under a mysterious identity, then buy it back later using his real identity, making it much harder to connect him to the battlefield. While Lin Han prepared his escape route, Si Lin Dian had already entered the battlefield, where countless frozen monsters lay before him. After walking farther, he discovered a massive crater left behind by an overwhelming force. As he searched the area, Si Lin Dian suddenly found a young man frozen inside solid ice, with both arms still wrapped around a tree trunk. He stepped forward, reached toward the ice, and shattered it with his magic. The thick ice broke apart instantly. The young man inside was pale and shivering violently, mumbling over and over about how cold it was. Looking at the rescued youth, Si Lin Dian asked if he was Gao Chong. The young man looked shocked, unable to understand why someone like Si Lin Dian knew his name. Si Lin Dian explained that Gao Chong's teammates had been worried about him, then asked whether he had seen anyone suspicious before being frozen. Hugging himself to fight the cold, Gao Chong said he had just reached the area when a flash of white light struck him. He lost consciousness immediately and remembered nothing afterward. With no useful clues, Si Lin Dian escorted him back to the others. Although he believed a second advancement assassin could never have witnessed a battle of that level, he still found it strange that Gao Chong had survived a forbidden spell with only minor injuries. When Gao Chong returned, the man in the team sighed in relief and said he was unbelievably lucky to survive even a forbidden spell. Gao Chong simply scratched his head with a smile, saying he owed his safety to everyone and hoped they could team up again someday. The man agreed and left first to turn in the mission, while the short-haired girl also said goodbye and departed. The girl with the hair bun turned to the other two young men and asked why they were still there. They quickly replied that they were about to leave as well. Si Lin Dian still did not fully trust Gao Chong, so he ordered the two young men to secretly follow him while he returned to the battlefield to search for more clues. The black-haired young man took the surveillance task. Hidden on a tree branch, he watched carefully, but found nothing suspicious about Gao Chong. In reality, Lin Han, disguised as Gao Chong, had already noticed someone following him. He secretly found it amusing. Anyone hoping to track him would need real skill. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Gao Chong suddenly accelerated and vanished from the area. The sudden escape left the black-haired young man completely stunned before he could react. He hurriedly jumped down from the tree to search for his target. But Gao Chong had already disappeared without a trace, leaving him clutching his head in panic after losing the target. Time passed, and another peaceful morning began for Lin Han. After a comfortable night's sleep, he woke up, stretched lazily, and let out a long yawn, still reluctant to leave his bed. Once fully awake, Lin Han casually ran a hand through his hair. Then he looked out the window and activated the Eye of God to quietly scan the entire area around his home. Under its vision, every hidden watcher lurking nearby was immediately revealed. As Lin Han scanned the area, he counted 5 people. Every one of them was an elite officer from the Public Security Bureau. It seemed the investigation had already traced both Wang Qiang and Gao Chong, and they still had not cleared him of suspicion. Even so, Lin Han was not worried. As long as he stayed careful and left no flaws, they would never find solid evidence. Knowing he was being watched, he carried on as usual and headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth. While getting ready, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Director Liu. Seeing the name on the screen, Lin Han answered right away. On the other end, Director Liu happily shared some important news. The exchange had acquired a guardian heart the previous night, the exact item Lin Han needed for his class advancement, and asked when he could come inspect it. Hearing that the item had finally arrived, Lin Han acted genuinely excited and said he would come immediately. After hanging up, he quietly confirmed that last night's transaction had gone perfectly. The authorities only had suspicions for now, so as long as he acted naturally, the plan remained flawless. After getting ready, Lin Han left home and headed straight for the Huiyue exchange, completely ignoring the man hiding outside and watching his every move. Seeing him leave in such a hurry, the watcher immediately contacted his teammates. He commented that Lin Han's behavior looked completely natural, and even started wondering if he was really involved at all. Farther away, a handsome young man wearing glasses continued watching Lin Han's house. In his opinion, someone who had won first place in the year-end exam could not possibly be this ordinary. Ironically, it was that unnatural calmness that made Lin Han even more suspicious. In the end, he ordered the surveillance to continue. When Lin Han arrived at the trading center, Director Liu was already waiting outside to greet him personally. After exchanging greetings, Lin Han immediately asked about the guardian heart. Director Liu assured him that everything had already been prepared and warmly invited his important guest inside. The 2 investigators moved onto the roof of a nearby building and watched through binoculars. The young man with glasses became even more confused, seeing Director Liu treat an ordinary student with such respect. But after Lin Han entered the building, they hit a dead end. They had no authority to search the Huiyue exchange, so he told his partner to keep watching while he contacted his superiors for instructions. Inside the VIP room of the Huiyue exchange, Lin Han received the item from Director Liu and immediately confirmed that it was the guardian heart. He thanked Director Liu for the effort, but the director simply replied that helping Lin Han was already a pleasure. Lin Han then unexpectedly revealed that his master was very satisfied with their cooperation and had specifically asked him to deliver 2 items. If Director Liu did not mind, he could appraise them personally. The 2 items were placed on the table. The first was the legendary Blood Slaughter Greatsword, which increased physical power by 30 and granted a life-steal effect. The user could also sacrifice their own life to gain an additional 50 physical power. The second item was another legendary piece called the Hutu Battle Armor. It increased defense by 30, and if the wearer sacrificed their life force, its defensive power could be boosted by another 50. Looking at the 2 treasures before him, Director Liu could hardly believe his eyes. His shock quickly turned into excitement as he became deeply curious about Lin Han's master. Anyone who could casually produce 2 legendary items was certainly no ordinary person. Lin Han remained completely calm, saying that legendary equipment like this meant almost nothing in his master's eyes. The only issue was that the senior had no interest in fame and disliked letting too many people know of his existence. Director Liu immediately understood the message and gladly promised that the Huiyue exchange would keep the seller's identity completely confidential and never reveal the origin of the 2 items. Seeing that Director Liu understood the need for secrecy, Lin Han glanced toward the door and casually mentioned that the people lingering outside were becoming rather annoying. He hoped the director could deal with them. Director Liu instantly caught his meaning, and his expression turned cold as he looked toward the main hall. Outside the VIP area, 2 Huiyue exchange employees were blocking the investigators, insisting that the VIP section was strictly off-limits. Hearing that, the young man with glasses lost his temper. In his eyes, Lin Han was just an ordinary civilian with no right to VIP treatment, so they insisted on going inside to investigate. Just as the argument reached its peak, Lin Han and Director Liu walked out. Without wasting a word, Director Liu declared that who qualified as a VIP was his decision alone. He then ordered the troublemakers to be escorted out and said that if they had complaints, they could send their superiors to discuss them. Watching the scene, Lin Han simply smiled and waved goodbye, even joking that he would remember the two of them. As the staff forcibly escorted them outside, the investigators could only grind their teeth in frustration, powerless to do anything against him. Goodbye. Director Liu personally walked him out and reminded him to stay safe on the way. Watching Lin Han leave the Hui Yue exchange, Director Liu suddenly realized he was heading toward the class advancement hall. It had not been long since the last advancement, leaving him stunned that Lin Han was already preparing for another one. Before long, Lin Han arrived at the class advancement hall. The receptionist recognized the familiar visitor at once and froze for a moment before quickly greeting him. Lin Han got straight to the point. He said he had gathered every required item and asked if he could begin the class advancement immediately. Hearing that, the receptionist quickly returned to work. Although still surprised, she promptly prepared a private advancement chamber for him. A short while later, Lin Han stood inside the ritual area as two glowing spheres, one red and one blue, circled around his body. Without warning, both energy spheres rushed into his body at the same time. The overwhelming pain made Lin Han cry out as he staggered backward. When the process finally ended, he was completely drained and collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Only then did Lin Han understand why almost no priest had ever reached the third advancement. The source of calamity directly tempered the body, and anyone without enough physical strength would never survive it. After recovering a little, his exhaustion was quickly replaced by excitement. Lin Han stood up, eager to see how much stronger this advancement had made him. He immediately opened his status panel to check every change after completing the ritual. The more Lin Han examined his new abilities, the more satisfied he became. He never expected the source of calamity to be converted into his own power. From now on, opponents using lightning or wind abilities would be at a huge disadvantage against him. At the same time, outside the class advancement hall, the crowd stared at the announcement screen in confusion as the entire display suddenly turned completely white. Someone immediately shouted, wondering if the system had malfunctioned or if the screen had simply broken. Moments later, new words finally appeared. Third advancement priest completed successfully. New class, Holy Altar Priest. Advancer, Lin Han. The entire hall fell silent as everyone read the announcement. After the initial shock, countless people wondered how a priest had possibly completed the third advancement. Among the crowd, a newcomer looked completely confused and asked what was so incredible about a third advancement priest. The blue-haired young man beside him slapped him on the head in frustration, unable to believe someone knew so little about class advancement. Ignoring the newcomer rubbing the bump on his head, the blue-haired man pointed at the screen and explained that priests were already incredibly rare. Reaching another advancement required the even rarer source of calamity. No one had ever achieved the third advancement before, making Lin Han's accomplishment completely unprecedented. Right afterward, a young woman noticed something even more important and pointed at the screen, reminding everyone that the announced name belonged to Lin Han, the top scorer of the year-end exam. Another girl instantly turned into an excited fan, declaring that everything Lin Han did was amazing. She even openly confessed her feelings and said she wanted to marry him. Just as the crowd became more excited, the main character walked out. The moment he saw countless eyes locked onto him, Lin Han sensed trouble and instinctively took a few steps back. Watching the crowd slowly move closer, he cautiously asked what they were planning and hurriedly told everyone to stay back. But it was already too late. The crowd surged toward Lin Han all at once, shouting that they had to stop him and get his autograph before he escaped. Seeing thousands of people charging at him like a tidal wave, Lin Han could only cry out helplessly before making a desperate escape. Ever since completing the third advancement, life outside Lin Han's home had never been peaceful again. Fans crowded the area every day, forcing his family to hire bodyguards to stop them from rushing inside. Even then, people outside kept shouting to meet him, ask for his autograph, and some girls even loudly confessed their love. Sitting inside the house while clearly hearing the commotion outside, Lin Han could only sigh in frustration. Today he was covered from head to toe, making even his parents stare at him and jokingly ask whether he was going out or planning to rob a bank. Hearing his mother's joke, Lin Han could only smile wearily and explain that this disguise was the price of becoming too famous. Before leaving, he reminded them that if anyone came looking for him later, they should simply say they had not seen him. After giving his instructions, Lin Han skipped the front door altogether. He jumped out through another way, casually said goodbye to his parents, and quickly slipped away. But the moment he landed, he spotted a girl setting up a ladder to climb into the house. The two stared at each other in silence for a few seconds. Realizing disaster had struck, Lin Han's face darkened, and he immediately turned around and ran. The girl instantly recognized that the person jumping out of the window was Lin Han. Her shout drew a swarm of female fans, who immediately chased after him. Watching his son run for his life, his father could only sigh that fame was never easy, while his mother wiped away tears, touched that her son had finally grown up. After barely escaping the crowd, Lin Han hid in a quiet corner and let out a long sigh. Dealing with fans was somehow more exhausting than fighting monsters. After taking off part of his stifling disguise, he remembered the important auction and immediately headed out. Lin Han's destination was the Huiyue auction hall. As soon as he reached the entrance, he unexpectedly ran into Galiang. Galiang called out his name in surprise, while Lin Han also found the encounter far too coincidental. Seeing the unfriendly look on Galiang's face, Lin Han asked what he wanted. Galiang sneered, saying that a little recent famesoof was nowhere near enough to get Lin Han into a high-end auction. He even mocked Lin Han's ordinary background, claiming he did not belong there. But before Galiang could finish mocking him, a staff member walked out and respectfully greeted Lin Han, informing him that Director Liu had been waiting for him. Galiang froze on the spot, his face turning ugly as he stared in disbelief. Lin Han did not bother explaining. He simply walked toward the employee, casually patted Galiang on the shoulder as his reply, and told her to lead the way before Director Liu had to wait any longer. Watching Lin Han being personally escorted inside, Galiang trembled with rage. His servant innocently asked why the young master had always claimed Lin Han came from an ordinary family when the reality looked completely different. That question only made Galiang even angrier, and he smacked his subordinate on the head. Even he had no explanation and could only grit his teeth, guessing that Lin Han must be hiding an extraordinary identity. Inside the auction hall, Director Liu View personally arranged a seat with an excellent view for Lin Han and assured him that today's auction would definitely have something worth buying. Lin Han thanked him and requested a dark cloak to conceal his identity during the bidding. Director Liu Yu immediately agreed and handed him a VIP black card. He also explained that the advance payment for the Blood Slaughter Greatsword and the Hotu battle armor had been set at 100 million. If the final selling price exceeded that amount, the remaining balance would be transferred directly to Lin Han's card. Before long, the auction officially began. A beautiful auctioneer dressed in a bunny outfit stepped onto the stage, warmly welcomed everyone, and promised that today's treasures would not disappoint. The opening item was quickly revealed. It was a gold-rank steel gauntlet crafted from steel-patterned tiger hide. The equipment increased strength by 10 and also boosted shield effects for users with the matching attribute, making it a top-tier gold item. After introducing the item, the auctioneer announced a starting bid of 1.2 million, with a minimum increase of 100,000, before officially opening the bidding. Instantly, bids echoed throughout the hall as the price climbed from 1.3 million to 1.4 million, then 1.5 million. Watching from the upper level, Lin Han was somewhat surprised. To him, it was just a gold-rank pair of gauntlets, yet the bidders below were fighting over it with incredible enthusiasm. The competition continued until the price reached 2.3 million. After confirming 3 times that no higher bids remained, the auctioneer officially declared the steel gauntlet sold. Sitting beside him, Director Liu smiled after noticing Lin Han's reaction. He knew equipment like this was beneath Lin Han's standards. Even so, he reminded him that if something Lin Han truly wanted appeared later, he should pay close attention to the guests inside the other 5 VIP rooms. Hearing the warning, Lin Han glanced toward the 5 VIP suites around the hall. He then asked just how influential the people inside really were. Director Liu explained that the empire was home to 5 great families: the Ma family, Li family, Chen family, Wang family, and Gongsun family. Their businesses stretched across the empire, and their wealth was immense. Even so, once inside the Tianxi Commerce Association, everyone had to follow its rules, so Lin Han had nothing to fear. Lin Han simply smiled with confidence. No matter which great family became his opponent, if the item he truly wanted appeared, he had no intention of giving it up. The auction quickly moved on to the next lot. The auctioneer presented a special item and emphasized that it was one of the highlights of Today's event. The item was the Pass to Ruins number 3. It was the key to entering one of the world's most famous high-level ruins. The ruins only opened once every 30 years, and entry required a matching special fragment. She went on to announce that only 100 passes to Ruins number 3 still existed. Participants had to be under 30 years old, and their cultivation could not exceed the diamond rank. The starting price was 10 million, with a minimum increase of 500,000, officially kicking off the fierce bidding. The moment the news was announced, the entire auction hall exploded. Bids of 12 million, 20 million, 30 million, then 50 million rang out non-stop as no one wanted to miss this rare chance. Watching the price skyrocket, Lin Han had to admit the featured item was on a whole different level. Director Liu noticed how calm he stayed and asked if he was not interested. Lin Han immediately denied it because he had to win this pass. He instantly raised the bid to 80 million. In another VIP room sat members of the Ma family, one of the 5 great clans. Ma Tianhong frowned the moment he heard 80 million. He turned to the woman behind him and asked if they should continue. Though surprised by such an aggressive rival, she firmly told him to raise the bid. Ma Tianhong immediately offered 100 million and openly negotiated with his rival. He said the fragment of ruins number 3 was vital to the Ma family, and if Lin Han backed off, they would privately pay him another 50 million. Director Liu took the chance to introduce them as Ma Tianhong, the 4th young master, and Ma Tiantian, the 2nd young lady, both among the brightest talents of the younger generation. In his opinion, giving up the item in exchange for the Ma family's goodwill was not a bad deal. But Lin Han had no intention of doing that. No matter how powerful the 5 great clans were, this was still an auction where the highest bidder won. Even so, he had to admit their wealth was unbelievable. Even everything he earned from selling his gold gear could barely compare. Without hesitation, Lin Han jumped the bid straight to 150 million. Furious that the other side showed no respect, Ma Tianhong questioned whether Lin Han truly wanted to offend the Ma family before raising it again to 180 million. Lin Han calmly replied that he had no need to rely on ties with the 5 great clans, then immediately called out 200 million. Ma Tianhong completely lost his temper. Pointing at his rival, he declared he would remember this day forever. Lin Han ignored the threat because the treasure was almost certainly his already. Even the auctioneer could not hide her excitement at the massive price. After calling 200 million 3 times with no more challengers, the pass to ruins number 3 officially belonged to Lin Han. Only then did Director Liu wipe the sweat from his forehead, saying Lin Han really held nothing back. Publicly refusing to yield to the Ma family would likely spread across the empire in no time. Lin Han simply said auctions were decided by money, and the highest bidder always won. He only hoped his identity would remain secret. Director Liu thought for a moment before promising to handle everything. The Ma family was difficult to deal with, but the auction house would never break its confidentiality rules. Even if someone investigated, they would only learn that the winner was a mysterious member, never Lin Han. Hearing that, Lin Han was finally satisfied. While their relationship was improving, Director Liu suggested that next time Lin Han should bring at least 5 pieces of equipment on the same level as the Blood Slaughter Greatsword and Earth Battle Armor. Lin Han rejected it at once, because legendary equipment was not something he could casually produce. Realizing the request was too much, Director Liu gritted his teeth and lowered it to 2 pieces. As long as Lin Han could bring that many next time, he would be satisfied. The moment the number dropped, Lin Han immediately shook his hand and sealed the deal without hesitation. Seeing Lin Han agree so quickly, Director Liu instantly felt he had asked for far too little. It seemed the mysterious master behind Lin Han possessed even greater resources than he had imagined. Next time, he would not be so modest. After their brief negotiation, both of them turned their attention back to the stage, where the bunny girl auctioneer was introducing the next items. Director Liu suddenly reminded Lin Han that his Blood Slaughter Greatsword and Earth Battle Armor were about to be auctioned. Those 2 legendary items would surely shake the entire venue. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he suggested moving to an internal VIP room. Lin Han was already getting bored, so he agreed immediately. About an hour later, while Lin Han and Director Liu were leisurely drinking tea in the private room, a female staff member suddenly rushed in through the door. She excitedly announced that the 2 legendary items had sold for a total of 635 million Crystal Dragon coins. The staggering amount left Lin Han speechless. Even after Tianxi Pavilion took its 20% fee, the remaining fortune was enough to make him unbelievably rich overnight. Seeing Lin Han still stunned, Director Liu told him to stay calm. As long as they kept working together, he would earn even more in the future, and this payment would soon arrive in his account. But Lin Han was more worried that after offending the Ma family while carrying such an enormous fortune, he would inevitably become a target. Unlike Lin Han, Director Liu remained completely confident. He directly promised that Tianxi Pavilion would secretly assign a supreme rank expert to protect him for the next 3 days. During that time, anyone who wanted to make a move against Lin Han would have to think twice. Once everything was settled, Lin Han immediately left the auction house. To avoid trouble, he even took a different route on the way back. Unfortunately, he could not avoid it. Ma Tianhong arrived with his sister and 2 subordinates to block his path, clearly after the item in his possession. Lin Han did not expect them to track him down so quickly. Looking at the group, he frowned in surprise, wondering how they had found him. Ma Tianhong explained that the Ma family had stationed people around the auction house in advance, watching nearly everyone who left. Every face was remembered, and someone wearing a green cloak like Lin Han stood out immediately, making him easy to identify. Even after all his precautions, Lin Han had still left a trail. He admitted the Ma family was capable, but there was no chance he would hand over the fragment of ruins number 3. Ma Tianhong seemed to expect that answer and switched to negotiation. He offered another 100 million to buy the fragment instead of taking it by force. The fact that the Ma family was willing to pay even more convinced Lin Han that the fragment was worth far more than it appeared. Ma Tianhong's older sister finally stepped in. Calmly, she said, the Ma family had no desire to make an enemy. If Lin Han agreed to cooperate, they were even willing to share the benefits connected to the ruins. Hearing her speak, Lin Han mocked Ma Tianhong, saying he should learn some manners from his sister instead of provoking people every time he opened his mouth. Humiliated, Ma Tianhong angrily demanded a final answer on whether Lin Han would sell it, forcing his sister to stop him. But Lin Han never changed his mind. Once he made a decision, he would not take it back. If the Ma family wanted the fragment so badly, they could come and take it themselves. Realizing words would not work, Ma Tianhong completely lost his patience. He ordered his men to rush forward and tear off Lin Han's cloak to see who was daring to oppose him. The two subordinates obeyed without hesitation and charged straight at Lin Han. Before they could even reach him, a violent gust swept across the area. The whirlwind trapped the two men and lifted them high into the air, leaving them screaming in panic. Before anyone understood what had happened, a woman slowly walked over and coldly asked why they had stopped. Had they not wanted to keep fighting just moments ago? The newcomer was a beautiful woman with pink hair, now standing right behind Lin Han. The moment Ma Tianhong recognized her, all the color drained from his face. In shock, he addressed her as Senior Fei Hua, the tome master who had recently stepped into the ranks of the true powerhouses. Fei Hua looked anything but pleased with that title. She complained that calling her senior made her sound years older, then reminded the Ma family of Tianxi Pavilion's rule. For 3 days after a transaction, no one was allowed to attack their customers. Ma Tianhong's sister reacted instantly. She respectfully apologized to Fei Hua, explaining that her younger brother had forgotten the rules in the heat of the moment, then announced that they would leave immediately. The Ma family truly did not linger and quickly withdrew. Watching Ma Tiantian leave, Lin Han quietly judged her to be a formidable person. She stood firm when necessary, yet retreated without hesitation when the situation turned against her. Lin Han put the matter with Ma Tiantian aside for now. He turned to the beauty behind him and asked Fei Hua to come along, since standing around here would solve nothing. Fei Hua looked completely confused and asked where exactly Lin Han planned to take her. Lin Han pointed in one direction and reminded her that her job was to protect him for the next 3 days, so naturally she had to follow wherever he went. More importantly, he had already sensed that someone was still secretly watching from that direction, and he intended to deal with them as well. Hearing that, Fei Hua immediately looked where he was pointing. Lin Han's instincts were right. Several people were indeed hiding behind a distant wall, and the moment they realized he had discovered them, they became visibly uneasy. Fei Hua, however, showed no rush to act. She pointed out that those people had only been watching and had not actually threatened Lin Han. Asking her to eliminate them was a separate service, and he had not paid for that. Lin Han did not expect this tome master to charge separately for every little task. He asked how much it would cost to hire her for one attack, making Fei Hua pause to think. She pulled out her phone, tapped on the calculator for a while, then named a price that would make ordinary people cringe, at least 2 million crystal dragon coins. But with Lin Han's current fortune, 2 million was almost nothing. He took the money from his storage space and handed it directly to Fei Hua, asking her to clean up everyone who had been following him. The moment the payment reached her hands, Fei Hua's mood changed completely. Smiling brightly, she turned toward the hidden watchers with a grin that sent chills down their spines and happily accepted the job. Before long, the area ahead was covered in dust, mixed with non-stop screams. The group was beaten so badly that they could only beg Fei Hua for mercy and swear they would never do it again. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Han could only cover his face. A tome master truly lived up to the title, dealing with enemies quickly and effortlessly. In just a few minutes, Fei Hua finished the job. She proudly told Lin Han that she had cleared everything within a 6-mile radius, so no one would be following him anymore. She was not done yet. Fei Hua enthusiastically pitched another service, offering to expand the search area and clean it up as well, even giving a 20% discount for only 1.6 million. Lin Han was speechless and quickly told Sister Fei Hua that his money was not unlimited. The moment she heard her client was not spending more, Fei Hua instantly looked disappointed. She started complaining that supreme rank resources were expensive, pretty clothes cost money, books were not cheap, and even her favorite toys burned through crystal dragon coins. In short, everything she wanted required money. Faced with her unexpected complaints, Lin Han did not know how to respond. After thinking for a while, he offered to hire Fei Hua as his personal bodyguard with a monthly salary of 500 million crystal dragon coins. The moment she heard that number, Fei Hua came back to life. She quickly declared that they should stop talking about money because she simply felt they were destined to meet, so protecting Lin Han was only natural. Her sudden change in attitude made Lin Han smile awkwardly. As if that was not enough, Fei Hua even blushed and declared that from today onward, she officially belonged to Lin Han. By the time Lin Han returned home, it was already completely dark. After such an eventful day, he quickly fell into a deep sleep, completely unaware that something was happening outside. While Lin Han slept peacefully, a group of people remained hidden across from his house. One member finally lost his patience and asked the team leader how much longer they had to watch Lin Han when he had done nothing interesting for days. The team leader calmly replied while eating that they should keep watching. Their superiors had promised that successfully monitoring Lin Han would earn them a promotion, so everyone needed to stay focused. But before he finished speaking, the expressions of his subordinates suddenly changed. They all stared behind him with eyes wide open in horror. Confused by their strange reaction, the team leader irritably asked why they were staring at him instead of watching the target. What he did not know was that a gigantic shadow had appeared right behind him. It silently loomed over him with a creepy smile, instantly turning the atmosphere terrifying. The man who had complained earlier was now trembling uncontrollably as he stammered out a warning that something was standing behind the team leader. Realizing something was wrong, the team leader quickly turned around. The instant he saw the pitch-black creature right beside him, he froze in terror. Before he could react, the dark shadow wrapped around his body and dragged him inside, leaving him no chance to resist. After dealing with the leader, the shadow turned toward the others and warned that this was only a reminder. If they continued spying on Lin Han, the next time would not end so lightly. The remaining agents were terrified. They frantically waved their hands and promised they would never come back again. With that, none of them dared stay another second. They immediately fled the area as fast as they could. It turned out the terrifying creature had only been Fei Hua's ability. After watching them run off into the distance, she dismissed the skill and wondered if all that commotion had disturbed Boss Lin's sleep. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky before Lin Han finally woke up after a full night's rest. But the moment he opened his eyes, he discovered an unexpected guest in his room. It was Fei Hua. Seeing a beautiful woman first thing in the morning left Lin Han flustered, and all he could do was awkwardly greet her. After years of living alone, Lin Han had never woken up with such a beautiful woman so close to him. A few seconds later, he realized the more important question. Why was Fei Hua inside his bedroom? With her hands on her hips and looking half asleep, Fei Hua complained that she had no idea who Lin Han had offended because people were still lurking outside the villa in the middle of the night, so she casually went out and dealt with them, leaving her with almost no sleep at all. Hearing that, Lin Han immediately worried about the people from last night and quickly asked if they were seriously hurt. He knew they belonged to the government, and he feared Fei Hua might have gone too far. Seeming to read his mind, Fei Hua cheerfully waved her hand and told him not to worry. She knew exactly where to draw the line. Those people were fine, but after last night's warning, they definitely would not dare return. Fei Hua immediately switched back to her business smile and asked her young boss if, after seeing such excellent service, he wanted to upgrade their arrangement into a long-term contract. Lin Han had no idea what she was planning. Scratching his head, he asked what she meant by a deeper partnership. Fei Hua's eyes lit up instantly. She started calculating that a year had 12 months, but with a special discount she would only charge for 10. That meant 5 billion a year. Then she multiplied it by Lin Han's expected 100-year lifespan. At that point, Lin Han finally saw her long-term money-making plan. He quickly stopped her math lesson and reminded Fei Hua that she was a tome master and should at least act like one. She casually replied that dignity could not be exchanged for money. Sometime later, the two arrived at the training area outside the gold dungeon. Looking around, Fei Hua guessed her young boss had come to level up. Lin Han confirmed that he had arranged to challenge the gold dungeon with a few friends today. As soon as he finished speaking, several familiar faces appeared in the distance. Seeing them, Lin Han smiled and said his teammates had arrived. Wang Xiang ran over excitedly with Yun Yun beside him. He laughed that Lin Han had not forgotten his friends, but Lin Han immediately gave them a knowing look and asked how far their relationship had progressed. The question made Wang Xiang instantly uncomfortable. He claimed they were only slightly closer than friends, yet his eyes kept drifting toward Yun Yun. She also turned away awkwardly and insisted they were just friends. Judging by their reactions, things had clearly gone far beyond that. Watching his best friend escape the single life while nothing had changed for himself, Lin Han suddenly felt annoyed. He told them to stop putting on a show in front of him, then turned to Fei Hua and joked that he no longer felt like carrying those two through the dungeon. Sensing the conversation turning against him, Wang Qiang quickly shifted the topic to Fei Hua and curiously asked who the beautiful girl beside Lin Han was. Not wanting his friend to overthink it, Lin Han casually introduced Fiwa as his cousin. To his surprise, she refused to play along. Pulling out a handkerchief, she pretended to wipe away tears and complained that he had been so close to her yesterday. Yet this morning, he was calling her family instead. Was it because she was older that he wanted to deny their relationship? Her acting was so convincing that Wang Qiang completely believed it. He looked at Lin Han with a strange expression and gave him a thumbs up, as if he had just discovered how outrageous his friend really was. Lin Han never expected him to fall for it. He hurriedly denied everything and told Fei Hua to stop messing around and properly introduce herself. Realizing the joke had gone too far, Fei Hua immediately returned to normal. Facing Wang Xiang and the others, she introduced herself as Zhang Ritan, a third-turn Thousand Faces assassin, and politely greeted the group. Hearing such an unfamiliar name, Lin Han immediately wondered when Fei Hua had created a completely new identity for herself. Just then, the staff member loudly announced that the gold dungeon was about to open and all participants should prepare for teleportation. Lin Han's group followed the instructions and entered the waiting area, lining up for inspection before being sent into the dungeon. While they were moving, Lin Han quietly asked Fei Hua if this fake identity could really pass the facial recognition and real name verification system. Fei Hua was not worried at all. Zhang Ritan was actually her younger sister, and the two of them looked almost identical, so borrowing her identity would not be a problem. Sure enough, when it was Fei Hua's turn, the system was fooled by the sister's nearly identical appearance. After scanning her face, it immediately confirmed a successful verification, leaving even Lin Han secretly amazed. He could not believe the trick had actually worked. Soon afterward, the supervisor checked the roster and announced that only one more member was missing. Once the team was complete, the gold dungeon would officially begin, so everyone should be ready. Just as Lin Han and Wang Qiang were waiting for the final member, Yuanxi suddenly appeared. The moment he recognized them, he froze in shock, never expecting to meet them here. Lin Han was happy to see another familiar face and joked that this trip seemed full of old acquaintances. Yuanxi reacted very differently. He immediately approached the supervisor and cautiously asked if he could switch to another team because he truly did not want to be grouped with that walking disaster. The request only irritated the staff member. The dungeon had already entered its launch phase, team assignments could no longer be changed, and teleportation was about to begin, so Yuanxi had no choice but to take his position. Before long, Lin Han's group and all the other teams were teleported into the gold dungeon. What greeted them was a massive fortress radiating danger. Their team appeared not far from the fortress, standing on a rocky cliff that overlooked the terrain ahead. As Zhuangqiang looked around, the surroundings became more and more familiar. Nervously, he asked Lin Han if this was the deep area they had reached on their previous visit. Lin Han shared the same suspicion and immediately warned everyone to stay alert because the place gave him a very bad feeling. The familiar scenery reminded Wang Xiang of their last expedition. He turned to Lin Han and sighed that their battle against the hidden boss felt like it had happened only yesterday. But before Wang Qiang could finish, he suddenly fell silent. Sweat rolled down his face as he stared ahead. A massive army of minotaurs was marching straight toward them, and the overwhelming pressure instantly filled the area. Seeing the scene, Lin Han even teased Wang Qiang, saying he had just been talking about them, and now they had come all the way over for a reunion. Before long, the minotaurs completely surrounded Lin Han and Wang Qiang. The two stood back to back, guarding every direction. Wang Qiang was horrified because the monster that had once been their dungeon's boss was now nothing more than a regular soldier. The difficulty had become completely absurd. On Yuanxi's side, a minotaur charged in with its sword, forcing him to block the attack immediately. After judging their strength, Yuanxi glanced at Lin Han and estimated that each minotaur was at least level 15 while he was only level 18. Knowing a direct fight would end badly, he decided to forget about clearing the dungeon and find somewhere to hide instead. Without another thought, Yuanxi turned and ran. Wang Qiang could only sigh. If there were already so many minotaurs outside, the deeper areas would be even worse. Staying near Lin Han was obviously the safest choice. Lin Han wasted no time arguing. He raised his staff, and a flash of light shot straight through the minotaur ahead, killing it in a single strike. Looking at the fallen monster, Lin Han decided to go after Yuanxi. Even though they did not get along, he could not just watch the guy run to his death. The moment Wang Qiang heard Lin Han was leaving the team, he panicked and asked who they were supposed to rely on if Brother Han left. Yunyun immediately nodded in agreement. Hearing that, Fei Hua's expression darkened. Holding her sword, she stepped forward and coldly asked if they had been treating her like she did not exist this whole time, leaving Wang Qiang stunned. Wang Qiang quickly forced an awkward smile and insisted he never looked down on her. He just felt that no matter how capable she was, facing such a huge number of minotaurs would still be. Before he could finish, Fei Hua vanished from where she stood. By the time Wang Chong realized what had happened, a gigantic minotaur had already collapsed, while Fei Hua calmly wiped her blade as if she had done nothing worth mentioning. Casually lowering her sword, Fei Hua sighed that she had not exercised in so long that her body was getting stiff. After witnessing that display, Wang Chong instinctively took a step back and forced out a smile. Only one thought remained in his mind. Why were all the people around Brother Han monsters disguised as humans? With Fei Hua proving her strength, Lin Han had nothing left to worry about. He left Wang Xiang and Yun Yun under her protection, before immediately chasing after Yuan Si. Fei Hua happily called after him, as if to remind him about her payment. But Lin Han already knew what she wanted, and shouted back that this job would be added to the bill. At the same time, Yuan Si had found himself in serious trouble after being surrounded by 3 minotaurs. Facing the tightly packed monsters, Yuan Si gritted his teeth in frustration. His escape route was blocked, and he could not defeat them either. He began to think he might really die here. Lin Han finally caught up. Standing on top of a nearby rock, he watched Yuan Si struggle before cheerfully offering to help. But if Yuan Si wanted to be saved, he had to ask for it himself. Yuan Si looked up, saw Lin Han standing there so casually, and immediately exploded in anger. He shouted that Lin Han must be dreaming. Even if he died to the monsters, he would never lower himself to beg for help. But that brief distraction was enough. A minotaur suddenly attacked. Startled, Yuan Si barely dodged at the last possible moment. While Yuan Si fought desperately for his life, Lin Han calmly sat on the rock and watched. Judging from Yuan Si's positioning and movement, he was actually quite impressed with the man's combat skills. Even so, constantly fighting several enemies at once was too much. Another heavy blow from a minotaur knocked Yuan Si off balance and sent him crashing to the ground. He struggled back to his feet and quickly retreated, but sweat covered his body, and his stamina was reaching its limit. After a long struggle, Yuan Si was finally injured. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his aching arm. With no other choice, he looked toward Lin Han and suggested negotiating the terms again. Lin Han only laughed and shrugged. If Yuan Si wanted his help, the condition had been made perfectly clear from the beginning. There was no second option. At that very moment, a minotaur closed in on Yuan Si and raised its axe for the finishing blow. After the exhausting battle, Yuan Si was so drained that he could barely move his body to dodge. With death only inches away, Yuan Si finally gave in. His face turned pale as he shouted Lin Han's name and openly begged him to save his life. That was all Lin Han had been waiting for. He instantly leaped from the rock toward Yuan Si, smiling as he said that if Yuan Si had just asked earlier, none of this would have been necessary. Just as the axe was about to fall, Lin Han appeared in front of Yuan Si. He swung his staff forward and met the attack head-on. Yuan Si was so terrified he only dared peek through half-open eyes. When the minotaur in front of him finally collapsed, he let out a long breath, realizing he had barely survived. Before he could relax, a series of violent noises behind him made Yuan Si spin around at once. Another wave of minotaurs was charging straight at them, and the sheer number made his face turn pale. One glance was enough for Yuan Si to realize they were completely surrounded. Unlike Yuan Si, Lin Han stayed perfectly calm. He turned and asked if Yuan Si had already forgotten his nickname, leaving him stunned for a moment before remembering the title, Violent Priest. Lin Han shook his head and said that was still not the right answer. Then he suddenly grabbed Yuan Si by the ankle and yanked him to the ground, before declaring that with this guy helping him, breaking through the encirclement would be easy. Before Yuan Si could figure out what he was about to become, Lin Han swung his arm and hurled him straight into the sky. Yuan Si's furious screams echoed across the battlefield as he swore he would settle the score someday, while clouds of dust exploded below. Yuan Si crashed right into the middle of the monster horde and wiped out the entire group in one devastating strike. The only downside was that after being used as a weapon, he was so dizzy he could barely stand and had to bend over dry heaving, while Lin Han looked completely satisfied with his new idea. Seeing Yuan Si still struggling, Lin Han asked in confusion how an assassin could get knocked out by such a little speed. Yuan Si nearly exploded with rage, grabbed Lin Han by the collar, and shouted for him to try spinning over 50 times before seeing if he could still stand. It turned out he had not just been thrown once. Lin Han laughed even harder and casually asked how much experience Yuan Si had gained. After checking, Yuan Si discovered his experience had indeed skyrocketed, and his mood instantly improved. He reluctantly admitted that thanks to Lin Han, this run had been a huge success, and after leaving the dungeon he would probably qualify for his next class advancement. Seeing his anger fade, Lin Han finally relaxed. Just then, a massive beam of light suddenly shot into the sky from the distance. Both of them instantly recognized it was coming from Wang Cheng's group. Realizing their teammates might be in danger, Lin Han immediately asked Yuan Si if he wanted to head back and help. Although he looked annoyed, Yuan Si still agreed because he was not the kind of person to abandon someone who had helped him. On the other battlefield, one of Wang Xiang's cards shot through the air and cleanly sliced off a minotaur's massive head. Seeing the enemy fall, Wang Xiang burst into laughter and declared that the golden dungeon was nowhere near as difficult as he had expected. Light flashed around him as the card immediately flew back into his hand. Yun frowned, pinched Wang Xiang hard on the waist, and warned him not to brag too soon. Without Rui Xin holding the front line, there was no way the two of them could have farmed experience so easily, making Wang Xiang tear up from the pain. Unlike the others, Fei Hua remained in a combat stance with sharp, watchful eyes. She immediately ordered everyone to regroup because something about the situation felt completely wrong. Hearing the warning, Yun nervously asked what Rui Xin had noticed. Fei Hua explained that the minotaurs had been charging like mindless beasts just moments ago, yet now everything around them had gone strangely silent. Such a sudden change could only mean trouble. Sure enough, the ground suddenly shook violently beneath them. A massive crack split the earth apart as blinding light poured endlessly from the depths below. Fei Hua reacted instantly and retreated from the collapsing ground. Wang Xiang also pulled Yun behind him, shielding her with his own body. When the earth fully split apart, an enormous cavern appeared before them. At its center sat a bull-headed monster on a throne with a giant greatsword beside it. Its crimson eyes burned with savage intent, while dazzling light continued pouring from the surrounding fissures. The aura it released revealed it was a platinum-ranked monster, most likely the dungeon's final boss. The moment it awakened, its roar thundered across the battlefield and shook the entire area. Wang Xiang immediately recognized it as the Bull Lord, and his expression turned grim. Beside him, Yun stared at the gigantic monster in fear. Among the entire team, Fei Hua remained the calmest. A platinum monster alone was not enough to frighten her, but fighting while protecting Wang Xiang and Yun was far more troublesome. It seemed she might have to reveal strength beyond that of an ordinary third-turn assassin. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lin Han and Yuan Si finally arrived. Fei Hua immediately glanced over when she noticed Lin Han had returned. Lin Han showed up looking completely relaxed and even smiled as he asked if he had arrived before it was too late. Beside him, however, Yuan Si stared fixedly at the monster ahead, his expression growing more serious by the second. The Bull Lord suddenly let out a thunderous roar, shaking the entire battlefield. The moment Yuan Si realized it was a platinum-ranked monster, he instantly regretted coming back because fighting one had never been part of the plan. Lin Han only smiled and said it was already too late to back out. Without giving anyone time to prepare, the Bull Lord grabbed its massive greatsword and charged straight at them. Its clenched fangs and savage aura made it clear they were its only targets. The greatsword slammed down with overwhelming force. The ground split apart into huge cracks as countless rocks were blasted into the air. Luckily, everyone reacted in time and leaped out of the attack range together. The devastating shockwave swept beneath them, and being even a second slower would have ended badly. After the strike, dust covered the entire battlefield while broken rocks still flew everywhere. Wang Xiang tried to see through the haze, but the boss had completely vanished, leaving him in panic as he wondered where such a massive monster had disappeared to. Fei Hua tightened her grip on her weapon. Sensing the danger before anyone else, she immediately shouted for everyone to stay alert. Wang Xiang instinctively looked down and noticed a small crack forming beneath his feet, as if something was about to burst out of the ground. Before he could dodge, the Bull Lord erupted from below. The surprise attack made Wang Xiang cough up blood, while Yun was struck so hard she suffered severe injuries. Neither of them could withstand the power of a platinum boss. Both were blasted away and crashed heavily onto the ground in the distance. Even with serious injuries, Wang Qiang reached toward Yun and told her to run while he stayed behind to hold off the boss. Yun immediately refused, insisting that if they retreated, they would leave together. While the two were trying to protect each other, the Bull Lord appeared right behind them. It raised its enormous greatsword, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Just as the fatal strike was about to land, Lin Han appeared in front of them. A protective barrier instantly formed and blocked the Bull Lord's sword head-on. While holding back the boss, Lin Han angrily yelled at the injured pair to get off the battlefield instead of acting out some life-on-death drama. Yuan Si quickly arrived and carried both Wang Qiang and Yun to safety. Resting on Yuan Si's shoulder, Wang Qiang guiltily asked if leaving Lin Han alone was dishonorable, but Yuan Si could only sigh and remind him that staying would only slow Lin Han down. Wang Qiang could only admit he was right. Once his teammates were safe, Lin Han immediately turned back to face the boss. Under his relentless pressure, the giant monster was forced backward again and again. Another devastating strike landed, and this tremendous impact sent the boss flying into the distance. Even with the upper hand, Lin Han did not let his guard down. The enemy's burrowing ability made this battle far more troublesome than usual. At that moment, Fei Hua walked over from behind. After watching the fight, she was genuinely surprised by Lin Han's strength, because even a platinum boss had failed to injure him. Lin Han turned to her with a helpless smile and reminded her that he had paid to hire her as his bodyguard, yet somehow he had been the one protecting her the whole time. Fei Hua simply smiled with complete confidence as her daggers appeared in her hands. She said she had only been warming up, and now Lin Han could sit back while she handled the rest. Lin Han actually found a nearby pile of rocks, sat down, rested his staff beside him, and happily waited to see what a supreme powerhouse could really do. Fei Hua stood alone in the middle of the battlefield. Even after sensing the boss preparing another underground ambush, she remained perfectly calm. An instant later, the monster's greatsword burst out of the ground and shot straight toward Fei Hua. But just before the blade landed, Fei Hua suddenly split into countless afterimages. The cones scattered in every direction before charging into the sky together to launch their counterattack. In a single moment, countless Fei Hua surrounded the boss from every angle. Their blades rained down at blinding speed, leaving the monster no chance to react. After the relentless assault, Fei Hua flashed behind the target and unleashed her finishing move. Blood Blossom Slash, Spiritfall Crimson Bloom exploded into action. By the time the attack ended, the boss' entire body was covered with countless dagger wounds. Behind Fei Hua, the giant monster finally collapsed, completely unable to fight anymore. She turned toward Lin Han with a proud smile and asked if hiring her had been worth every coin. After watching the entire battle, Lin Han could not deny it. During that single attack, Fei Hua had struck the boss well over 100 times. Her speed and power truly lived up to the title of the youngest supreme in history. She was nothing less than a monstrous genius. Meanwhile, Yuan Xi's group was waiting elsewhere while Yun Yun treated Wang Xiang's injuries. As the battlefield stayed quiet for too long, Yuan Xi began worrying that Lin Han and Fei Hua had run into trouble with the Bull Lord, and Wang Xiang quickly asked what was happening over there. Before anyone could answer, a teleportation circle lit up beneath their feet. Wang Xiang instantly realized the dungeon had been cleared, but he could hardly believe Lin Han and Fei Hua had defeated a platinum boss so quickly. He even wondered if that boss had been a fake. At the same time, a commotion broke out in the dungeon plaza outside. The system immediately announced that the mission had been completed and displayed the team members: Lin Han, Zhang Ruixin, Wang Xiang, Liu Yunyun, and Yuan Xi. A flash of teleportation light appeared in the plaza, bringing Lin Han's entire team back outside. Old Tian hurried over and greeted Lin Han with enthusiastic applause, praising his talent and even inviting him to dinner that night. However, Lin Han did not look pleased at all. He looked straight at Old Tian and asked if he still felt like inviting him to dinner after what had just happened. Today's dungeon run had nearly become a one-way trip for the entire team. Old Tian froze in confusion, unable to understand why Lin Han was so angry. He insisted he had never done anything to offend him. Lin Han immediately took out the invitation as proof. According to the information submitted to the mayor's office, this was supposed to be a golden dungeon, yet they had ended up facing a platinum boss. Standing behind him, Yuan Xi clearly agreed with the accusation. Lin Han's expression turned icy. He reminded Old Tian that if they had not been strong enough, none of them would have made it out alive. Hearing that, Old Tian's face immediately changed. Old Tian quickly grabbed the invitation and inspected it. To his horror, he discovered it had clearly been tampered with. He had no idea how it had happened and could only apologize to the entire group. Lin Han crossed his arms and showed no intention of letting it go so easily. This was an incident that could have cost lives, so a simple apology was nowhere near enough. Sweating nervously, Old Tian asked what kind of compensation the training grounds should provide. Instead of naming a price himself, Lin Han turned to Wang Xiang. Since Wang Xiang had suffered the worst injuries, Lin Han decided to let his friend choose the compensation. Caught off guard, Wang Xiang looked at Yun Yun, who had also been badly injured, yet was still taking care of him. She immediately blushed and looked away. After thinking for a while, Wang Xiang raised 2 fingers with a grin and declared that they were generous people, so they would not make unreasonable demands. Seeing Wang Xiang looking so confident, Lin Han could only sigh inwardly. Such a perfect chance for compensation, yet this guy still had no idea how to make the most of it. It was obvious he had never dealt with valuable rewards before. Wang Xiang even winked proudly, as if he had just made a brilliant decision. After hearing the request, Old Tian immediately agreed and promised to deliver the compensation the next day. On top of that, the training groups offered the team 3 extra dungeon entries to use whenever they wished. He then looked hopefully at Lin Han, wondering if the offer was enough. Wang Xiang burst into laughter, happily accepted the deal, and even thanked Uncle Tian. As for the compensation, he told him to send everything directly to Lin Han's house. Still feeling uneasy, old Tien kept apologizing and assured them once again that the compensation would arrive the next day. Lin Han had no interest in hearing more, cut him off, and let the matter end there, but warned him that nothing like this could ever happen again. After leaving, Lin Han still felt something was suspicious. Old Tian's reaction did not seem fake, so he probably had no idea the invitation has been altered to Fiskry. If that was true, then who was really trying to put Lin Han in danger? A possibility slowly formed in his mind. On the way home, Lin Han continued piecing everything together. If the Ma family had really tampered with the dungeon to kill him, then they had acted with unbelievable boldness and had not even bothered to hide their intentions. Lost in thought, Lin Han suddenly snapped back to reality when Fei Hua unexpectedly cupped his face with both hands. Seeing him wearing such a serious expression the whole time, Fei Hua curiously asked what had been bothering him so much, while gently stroking his cheek. Lin Han stopped beating around the bush and seriously asked Fei Hua whether the Ma family could have been behind the dungeon incident. Fei Hua immediately became serious and began analyzing the situation. In her opinion, secretly altering an important document like a dungeon invitation was far beyond the capability of an ordinary force. Considering Lin Han's current conflict, the Ma family was clearly the most likely suspect. That conclusion did nothing to ease Lin Han's worries, because he feared the enemy would strike again. He turned to Fei Hua and asked directly if she could handle the Ma family if it really came to that. Hearing that, Fei Hua immediately waved her hands in refusal. She had only recently reached the supreme rank, while the Ma family's ancestor was rumored to be level 76, and might even break into the divine rank one day. There was no way she could take someone like that on. After hearing everything, Lin Han let out a sigh. In the end, even his supreme bodyguard was not enough to stand against the Ma family. That comment instantly annoyed Fei Hua. She reminded Lin Han that the entire Xinglong Empire only had 3 divine-ranked experts. Being cautious around someone who might reach that level was the most natural reaction. Seeing her getting upset, Lin Han quickly looked away and nodded along. After calming down, Fei Hua continued her analysis. The Ma family's ancestor was already very old, so he was unlikely to act personally over such a minor matter. Even so, the Ma family ranked among the Empire's top 20 great clans. They had plenty of supreme experts and even saint-ranked powerhouses, so Fei Hua alone could never stand against the whole family. Hearing about even higher ranks, Lin Han became curious and asked whether other empires had more divina-ranked experts than Xinglong. Fei Hua recalled what she had heard from high-ranking figures. Other empires seemed to have around 10 divina-ranked experts, all stationed together on the front lines to stop the monster armies. Even mentioning them made Fei Hua show a trace of fear, proving just how terrifying they were. Lin Han immediately applauded and joked that Fei Hua was like a walking encyclopedia who knew everything. Proud of the compliment, she placed her hands on her hips and said her young boss still knew far too little about the world. Only later would he realize how many terrifying experts existed out there. Lin Han instantly teased her back by saying that even a supreme like her did not sound all that impressive. That remark struck Fei Hua's pride directly. Her face darkened as she turned around and pouted, saying that if she was so useless, she might as well stop bothering her young boss. Lin Han quickly grabbed her arm in panic because if she left now, his bodyguard fee would have gone to waste. Fei Hua glanced back at him before suddenly remembering something important. She told Lin Han to stop joking because there was one question she had forgotten to ask. Fei Hua's eyes immediately became sharp with curiosity. Remembering how Lin Han had knocked a platinum boss flying, she wanted to know what his true combat strength had actually reached. Caught off guard by the question, Lin Han instantly looked away, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He forced a smile and said it was not something he could reveal. Fei Hua refused to give up and stepped right in front of him. Looking at him with her sparkling blue eyes, she softly asked if he really could not reveal even a tiny bit. The close distance made Lin Han surrender almost immediately. He quickly turned away and agreed to reveal part of the truth. According to him, with his current strength, almost no one below diamond rank could defeat him. Fei Hua happily clapped her hands, genuinely amazed that someone so young already possessed such terrifying combat power. Lin Han simply looked away, quietly hiding the fact that his true limit was much higher. As long as his opponent had not reached the supreme rank, he feared no one. Fei Hua became even more curious. Since Lin Han was a special third-turn priest, she asked whether his healing abilities could work on supreme-ranked experts. Lin Han replied that he had never tested it, but it probably would. Deep down, however, he was completely certain because his forbidden spell could bring even the gravely wounded back, as long as they were not truly dead. Satisfied with the answer, Fei Hua cheerfully patted Lin Han on the shoulder and declared that whenever she got injured in the future, she would come to her young's boss for treatment. Lin Han could only laugh awkwardly. He had hired her as his bodyguard, yet somehow it felt like he had become her personal priest instead. Fei Hua burst into laughter before changing the subject and asking where they would stay that night. Lin Han replied that he planned to go home and casually invited her to come along. But Fei Hua barely heard the first half of his sentence. Her mind was completely focused on the invitation to go home together. Her cheeks gradually turned red as she started wondering what a man inviting her home at night was really implying. Thinking that, Fei Hua looked at Lin Han with a meaningful smile. Seeing that strange expression, Lin Han immediately felt uneasy, wondering what she had imagined this time. Fei Hua held her blushing cheeks and deliberately acted shy as she asked if things were moving a little too fast. After all, she had only agreed to work for him, not sell herself as well. The moment he heard that, Lin Han's face darkened. Through gritted teeth, he explained that he was only offering her a place to stay for the night and had absolutely no other intentions. Seeing her young boss on the verge of losing his temper, Fei Hua immediately put on an obedient expression and nodded repeatedly, saying she understood. By the time Lin Han brought Fei Hua home, it was already completely dark outside. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Han casually called for his parents and asked if dinner was ready. They had been about to eat, but the moment they saw their son bringing home a beautiful young woman, they both froze. Fei Hua, however, quickly bowed and politely greeted them. She then stood quietly behind Lin Han with a gentle smile and politely asked if she could trouble the family for one night. The scene moved Lin Han's mother to tears as she sighed that her son Dafan had finally grown up. His father lowered his head behind the newspaper to hide his embarrassment and subtly reminded the young couple to know their limits. Lin Han instantly realized what his parents were thinking, and the smile vanished from his face. He hurriedly denied everything before turning to Fei Hua, hoping she would explain the situation. But when he looked back, Fei Hua was already gone. While Lin Han stood there confused, she had walked over to his parents and cheerfully announced that she had already eaten dinner and would head to the room to rest. Before Lin Han could stop her, Fei Hua ran straight into his bedroom and shut the door behind her. Lin Han's mother was still emotional, while his father cleared his throat and looked at his son with a meaningful smile, asking if the two youngsters seemed to be getting along quite well. The night quickly passed, and the next morning sunlight filled Lin Han's home. Still half asleep, Lin Han rolled over out of habit, but he immediately felt that someone else was under the blanket beside him. The strange feeling instantly drove away all his sleepiness. His eyes flew open as he looked to the side. Sleeping peacefully right next to him was none other than Fei Hua, wearing only a thin nightgown. Lin Han shot upright in shock, completely unable to understand what had happened. He clearly remembered preparing the guest room for Fei Hua, so how had she ended up in his bed? His shout stirred Fei Hua awake. She sleepily wished him good morning before closing her eyes again, making it obvious she wanted to sleep a little longer. Meanwhile, Lin Han was completely flustered. He kept asking why she had not slept in the guest room, and even started panicking over whether something had happened between them overnight. Fei Hua ignored him, simply turned her back, and continued sleeping. After being bothered long enough, Fei Hua finally woke up. She rubbed her eyes and calmly said that nothing had happened, then asked why her young boss was imagining such strange things so early in the morning. Only then did Lin Han finally relax. He clutched his chest in relief that his worst fear had not come true, but immediately asked why she had climbed into his bed in the first place. Fei Hua slowly got up, put on her outer robe, and explained that old Tian had delivered the 3 dungeon passes the previous night. Not wanting to wake Lin Han's parents, she climbed out the window to receive them, then came to give the passes to Lin Han. However, she got so sleepy after entering the room that she simply lay down and fell asleep there. Hearing that casual explanation only made Lin Han even more confused. He could not help asking how a supreme expert could be so carefree that she could fall asleep anywhere. Fei Hua did not seem concerned at all. She yawned and said that if anyone dangerous approached, she would wake up immediately. Then she took out the 3 dungeon passes and handed them all to Lin Han. Holding the 3 passes, Lin Han thought for only a moment before making his decision. He kept 2 of them and handed the last one back to Fei Hua. She looked surprised, clearly unsure what her young boss was planning. Lin Han explained that Fei Hua had only recently reached the supreme rank and still needed to grow stronger. This dungeon pass would help her gain more experience and level up. The unexpected kindness touched Fei Hua. She accepted the pass and softly asked why Lin Han treated her so well. Lin Han simply smiled and told her not to overthink it. He just wanted his bodyguard to become stronger so she could protect her boss better in the future. Even though the explanation was far from romantic, Fei Hua still blushed and sat down close beside Lin Han. She leaned toward him as if she wanted to say something, making Lin Han grow increasingly uncomfortable. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Lin Han's mother came in to call him for breakfast, but the scene before her was easy to misunderstand. Fei Hua was sitting right beside him, and her robe had accidentally slipped off one shoulder, revealing her smooth skin. The moment Lin Han saw his mother's expression, he knew this was a disaster. He frantically tried to explain that what she had just seen was absolutely not what she was thinking. His mother kept smiling, but her expression clearly showed she had already reached a completely different conclusion. She quickly changed the subject, said she would make some chicken soup to help the two of them recover, and promptly closed the door behind her. Lin Han reached helplessly toward the closed door, knowing there was no way to save his reputation now. Fei Hua covered her mouth and laughed, before asking if she should go explain everything to his parents. Lin Han immediately stopped her because, if she joined the explanation, things would only become even more confusing. Fei Hua stood up and suddenly turned serious. She reminded Lin Han that today was Sunday, the third day of their agreement, so she had to return to Tianxi Pavilion and report in. Before leaving, she asked about his relationship with manager Liu. Lin Han said they had worked together a few times and were on good terms, then wondered why she was asking. Fei Hua frowned slightly and warned him to be careful around manager Liu. From what she knew, the man's background was far from ordinary. On top of that, the people currently in charge of Tianxi Pavilion all seemed to share the Liu surname. That detail immediately caught Lin Han's attention. A thought quickly crossed his mind. Could manager Liu be part of that same powerful Liu family? If so, there was clearly much more going on behind the scenes. Before leaving, Fei Hua brought up the upcoming admissions for the 5 great academies. As a special third-turn priest, was Lin Han really not planning to join a prestigious academy for proper training? The question made him think seriously. His future demand for resources would only keep growing. Powerful forces had already started paying attention to him, and that mysterious master could not save him every single time. After thinking it through, he decided it was time to check out the academy recruitment. After giving it careful thought, Lin Han finally decided to attend the admissions event. The moment he arrived, he was stunned by the massive crowd. The number of applicants was so overwhelming that the entire area was packed. While standing among the crowd, several staff members suddenly approached Lin Han. They explained that this area was only for regular applicants, while he would be taken directly to the private Tuawei selection hall. Hearing that unfamiliar term, Lin Han could not help asking what it meant. The staff explained that inside, not only could the academy mentors choose their students, but Lin Han could also choose the mentor and academy he wanted. After receiving the explanation, he followed them with growing interest. Guided by the staff, Lin Han was quickly brought to the Mingda building. As soon as he entered the private selection hall, he saw representatives from all 5 great academies already waiting inside. One glance was enough for Lin Han to realize the atmosphere was anything but relaxed. The rivalry between everyone present was almost tangible. Kuo Fengyun was the first to speak. He stood up confidently and directly invited the world's first third-turn priest to join Changqi Academy. He even promised to spare no effort in helping Lin Han reach the absolute peak of the priest path. Ken Tian, sitting beside him, simply crossed his arms with a sneer. In his opinion, Lin Han was already standing at the top among priests, so what exactly could Kuo Fengyun still teach him? He then presented Cloudfall Academy's offer. Every catastrophe origin Lin Han would ever need would be fully covered by them. Wang Lichong laughed after hearing that proposal, saying there was not much worth learning at Cloudfall Academy anyway. In contrast, Liyun Academy specialized in the support path and could truly bring out Lin Han's full potential. Li Changjae refused to fall behind. He boldly declared that Divine Dream Academy would not only provide all the catastrophe origins Lin Han needed, but also every other cultivation resource required for his growth. It was an incredibly confident offer. When it was Yunsi's turn, she took a much calmer approach than the others. With a gentle smile, she said that Qingyun Academy was traditionally for female students, so she would gladly let the others compete for Lin Han. However, if he did not mind being surrounded by several hundred senior and junior sisters, Qingyun Academy would always welcome him. The unusual invitation made Lin Han blush as he hurriedly declined. Before long, the 5 representatives had turned the room into a battlefield, with everyone trying their best to recruit Lin Han. Standing in the middle, he looked completely bewildered. Not long ago, these same academies had barely paid attention to him, yet now they were practically fighting over him. In the end, Kuo Fengyun could not take it anymore. He slammed his hands on the table, making it shake, and shouted for everyone to be quiet so he could finish speaking. His fiery temper was impossible to miss. Kuo Fengyun then explained Changqi Academy's rules. Resources were never handed out based on empty promises. Every student had to earn them through ability. That meant if Lin Han wanted catastrophe origins, he would have to claim first place in the Academy's competitions. After saying that, Kuo Fengyun looked confidently at the other representatives. As long as Lin Han could keep holding the #1 spot, the Academy's resource vault would practically be his to use. He then looked straight at Lin Han and asked whether the champion standing before him truly believed in his own strength. Ken Tian immediately mocked the proposal. It sounded impressive, but throughout Changqi Academy's history, aside from that wild girl Fei Hua, How many students had actually managed to stay at the top year after year? Those massive resources might sound tempting, but reaching them was far harder than it seemed. The name Fei Hua caught Lin Han completely off guard. It turned out she had graduated from Changchi Academy, and her achievements back then were nothing short of legendary. Only now did he realize the bodyguard he had hired was far from ordinary, even though they had only met once before working together. Wang Licheng stayed calm and got straight to the point. He believed the one thing Lin Han lacked before reaching the fourth turn ritual was calamity essence, and his academy had a solution for that. He then asked if Lin Han had ever heard of man-made calamities. Lin Han immediately acted shocked, as if this was the first time he had heard that humans could create calamities. Deep down, however, he almost laughed. Not only did he know about it, he had actually caused two himself, though both had been accidents. Wang Licheng calmly folded his hands and offered an even better deal. He explained that controlled man-made calamities could avoid major damage while still producing calamity essence. As for research and experience in this field, his academy stood at the very top. Kuo Fengyun only let out a faint smile, clearly unimpressed. He confidently declared that Changchi Academy was filled with countless powerhouses. As long as they could create a high-level calamity, dealing with the aftermath would be effortless. After being openly looked down on, Wang Licheng immediately lost his temper. He turned toward Kuo Fengyun with an annoyed expression and demanded to know who he had just called insignificant. Seeing the recruitment meeting about to turn into a heated argument, Lin Han stepped in. He thanked all 5 representatives for their recognition and said he fully understood each academy's sincerity. That single sentence instantly quieted the room. Under everyone's eager gaze, Lin Han smiled and announced that he had already made his decision. Without dragging it out any longer, Lin Han chose Changchi Academy. The Changchi representative immediately beamed with joy. He repeatedly praised Lin Han for his foresight and promised he would never regret today's choice. Judging by his excitement, it was as if he had just claimed a priceless treasure. In an excellent mood, the instructor handed Lin Han a stack of enrollment documents and told him to officially report to Changchi Academy in 3 months. With someone as famous as Lin Han, his treatment after enrollment was bound to be exceptional. The warm welcome from their very first meeting already said it all. Not long afterward, Lin Han met Fei Hua again, and the two chatted while walking. He was surprised that her assignment involving Director Liu had been finished so quickly. Fei Hua said everything had gone smoothly, then casually asked which academy he had chosen. Lin Han eagerly explained that one academy had produced an extraordinary genius who became a supreme at a remarkably young age and shattered countless academy records. Wanting to surpass that legend was exactly why he had chosen that place. As the description grew more familiar, Fei Hua tilted her head, feeling the person he described sounded awfully familiar. Suddenly realizing the truth, Fei Hua leaned over and asked if he had chosen Changchi Academy. His answer was exactly what she expected. She then revealed that she had also graduated from there and was delighted that her legendary reputation still lived on. Lin Han froze. The genius he had wanted to challenge was actually the bodyguard standing beside him, instantly replacing the image of a cold female powerhouse with a money-loving Fei Hua. Fei Hua took the chance to tease him even more. She winked and told Lin Han to call her senior sister from now on. He could only stand there speechless, because she did not look like a senior in the slightest. The person he had wanted to meet had been beside him all along, leaving his long-held expectations feeling strangely empty. While they were talking, Lin Han suddenly sensed something unusual behind them. He immediately warned Fei Hua that they were being followed and asked if she could identify their faction. After a brief moment of sensing, Fei Hua confirmed there were 3 groups with about 2 people each, positioned to the northeast, southwest, and due north. From what she overheard at a distance, she concluded they all belonged to the Ma family. A supreme's perception was truly terrifying. Even from that distance, she could pinpoint their locations and hear their conversation. Learning it was the Ma family again, Lin Han frowned in annoyance. These people were as persistent as leeches. No matter how many times they were dealt with, they just kept coming back. Even so, these followers were nowhere near dangerous enough to threaten him. At most, they were simply annoying. Lin Han casually left the job to Fei Hua. She immediately drew her sword and confidently told him not to worry. In just 30 seconds, every last tail would disappear from sight. Meanwhile, back at the Ma family, Tian Cheng sat on the steps of a rundown building when a subordinate rushed over with urgent news. Seeing the man's expression, he immediately asked about the mission. The subordinate looked grim. Everyone they had sent was already dead, and they barely had any forces left to use. With the situation getting worse, he urged Tian Cheng to retreat before they suffered even greater losses. But Tian Chung refused without hesitation. He jumped to his feet and declared that his second sister was still under house arrest. If he gave up now, no one would save her. More importantly, the fragment of ruin number 3 could never be lost. The subordinate understood, but he was deeply worried. Lin Han alone was already hard enough to handle, and now Supreme Fei Hua was protecting him as well. With the Ma family's current strength, they had almost no chance of succeeding. After hearing the report, Tian Chung stayed silent for a long moment. After thinking it over, his eyes turned toward a luxurious red mansion in the distance. Their current cards were no longer enough, so Tian Chung finally decided to personally invite Zhang Shu to step in. Tian Chung and a subordinate knelt outside the closed room with great respect. After hesitating for a moment, he called out to Zhang Shu and sincerely apologized for disturbing him. Tian Chung explained everything. His second sister was trapped at home, while his father was tied down by the Grand Elders and could not send reinforcements. The fragment of ruin number 3 was simply too important to abandon. Left with no other choice, he came to beg Zhang Shu for help. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy door slowly opened. The man inside arrogantly replied that if the enemy was truly that troublesome, then he would deal with them himself. At the same time, 3 members of the Ma family were performing a strange ritual. A golden formation glowed beneath their feet, while a single strand of red hair rested at its center, most likely belonging to Lin Han. That night, Lin Han suddenly woke from his sleep as if something had triggered him. His breathing became rapid. Fei Hua, who was nearby, sensed the disturbance and immediately asked if he had felt it too. Cold sweat covered Lin Han's body. Only then did he realize the Ma family was far more troublesome than he had expected. Fei Hua's expression also turned serious. She sensed an incredibly powerful aura outside the city, one that had at least reached the supreme realm. The Ma family clearly intended to go all out this time, and the person they had invited was definitely no ordinary opponent. Lin Han got out of bed and quickly dressed. He had already made up his mind. Hiding forever would only expose his identity sooner or later, and his family could become the next target. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come, he wanted to strike first. Fei Hua immediately called him reckless because the true supreme was waiting outside. But Lin Han reminded her that she was also a supreme. Until they fought, no one could say who was stronger. Besides, the enemy had already prepared the battlefield for them. Refusing to show up would only waste all that effort. Somehow, he made the deadly situation sound like an exciting game. The meeting place was an abandoned ruin on the edge of the city, where crumbling walls stood among deep waters. Despite the desolate scene below, the sky above was unusually clear. Tian Chung waited there in silence. Before long, he sensed an incredibly fast presence, approaching from behind, and immediately knew the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. A dark figure suddenly charged forward, launching hidden weapons straight at Tian Chung. He merely let out a cold snort and did not even bother to turn around. Just before the attack landed, a 3-bladed weapon appeared out of nowhere and effortlessly knocked the hidden weapons aside. Even the attacker was surprised by the interception. The shadow immediately switched to a sword and locked eyes with the man protecting Tian Chung. The man calmly examined the attacker and even praised such impressive mastery of the shadow assassination technique at such a young age. As the older man's face became clear, he continued praising the attacker's strength. The other side also stepped back to create some distance as the shadows around her body faded away, revealing Fei Hua. She tightened her grip on her sword and coldly demanded his identity. Lin Han had indeed arrived alongside Fei Hua. Tian Chung glared at him and complained that tracking him had been far harder than expected, with several close calls where they almost lost him. Lin Han immediately noticed the compass in Tian Chung's hand and guessed it was the treasure the Ma family had been using to track his location. Tian Chung had no interest in wasting time. He issued a final ultimatum. As long as Lin Han handed over the fragment of ruin number 3, everything between them would be forgotten. But Lin Han did not hesitate for a second. He flatly refused. He had already claimed that fragment, and anyone expecting him to hand it over willingly was dreaming. With negotiations completely broken down, Tian Chung dropped all pretense. He ordered his men to kill them both and called for Zhang Shu to make his move. The silver-haired man revealed a mysterious smile, but before he could attack, Fei Hua struck first and denied him any chance to get close to Lin Han. Fei Hua pointed her sword straight at her opponent. She had accepted the job of protecting Lin Han, so she intended to fulfill it. This battle would be hers to start. But this enemy was nothing like the ones she had faced before. A single counterattack from Zhang Shu shattered her sword instantly. Fei Hua froze in disbelief as her weapon broke with such ease. The silver-haired man did not stop there. He followed up with another strike and sent Fei Hua flying. Lin Han rushed over to help her up, yet still found time to joke about how she had ended up on the ground after only one exchange. Fei Hua angrily told him to stop talking nonsense if he did not understand, while clutching her chest in pain. She knew she had met an incredibly powerful opponent, and the silver-haired man gave them no time to recover as he continued advancing. Fei Hua stared at the strange weapon in his hand and quickly connected it to a famous name. As far as she knew, the only man renowned across the border for wielding the three-blade sword was Zhang Shifeng, a veteran supreme who had earned his reputation many years ago. If she was right, Lin Han's situation was far from promising. The silver-haired man firmly gripped his bizarre three-bladed sword, his overwhelming presence completely unchanged. He no longer hid his identity and openly admitted that he was Zhang Shifeng, the three-blade sword. Even so, he still offered Lin Han one last chance. Hand over the fragment of ruin number 3, and both of them could leave safely. Killing intent filled Zhang Shifeng's face as he coldly gave his final choice. Surrender the fragment or die here. Both Lin Han and Fei Hua felt the crushing pressure behind those words. Although Fei Hua was also a young supreme, the gap between them was obvious. Zhang Shifeng had needed only 2 moves to destroy her sword and seriously injure her. Even after being knocked away, Fei Hua refused to back down. She warned the veteran not to underestimate her, insisting that her earlier mistake came from carelessness and that her strength as a supreme was anything but ordinary. The moment she finished speaking, Fei Hua activated her technique, determined to prove that defeating her would not be nearly as easy as he imagined. Across from her, Zhang Shifeng also settled into his stance, ready for her counterattack. But when her technique truly took effect and bound his body, even Zhang Shifeng's expression changed. Sweat immediately appeared on his face. Seeing her opponent restrained, Fei Hua wasted no time. A razor-sharp dagger appeared in her hand, and she declared that this strike would be her full power to end the battle. Fei Hua poured all her strength into a thrust aimed at Zhang Shifeng's vital point, and the attack hit its mark. Watching from afar, Ma Tiancheng frowned the moment he saw Zhang Shu in danger and immediately shouted for him to be careful. As soon as the warning rang out, Zhang Shifeng reacted at once and broke free from Fei Hua's restraint. After escaping her technique, he showed no anger. Instead, he praised Fei Hua's flawless combination of skills. She first used illusions to confuse his senses, then exploited the shadows to create an opening, and finally struck with a legendary-grade dagger. Even Zhang Shifeng had to admit that the younger generation was truly impressive. Seeing Fei Hua facing such a seasoned supreme, Lin Han decided he could no longer stand by and immediately moved to help her. But before he could step in, Ma Tiancheng appeared and blocked his path. He declared that Lin Han's opponent was him, while the battle between the two supremes should be left to them alone. Since Tiancheng had come looking for him, Lin Han showed no mercy. His face turned cold as he decided to settle every score the Ma family had caused him once and for all. Tiancheng grew even angrier. In his eyes, if Lin Han insisted on keeping the fragment, then death was the only ending left. The next moment, Tiancheng unleashed his power. Heavy covered his body, and a massive greatsword appeared in his hand. He proudly introduced himself as a level 40 Platinum Knight, only one step away from Diamond. He even claimed that below the Diamond rank, no one could defeat him. According to him, if not for Ruin number 3, he would have already broken through. Mentioning the ruin only fueled his anger. Ruin number 3 had a special rule that prevented anyone above the diamond rank from entering, giving him an excellent chance to claim its treasure. But in the end, Lin Han had ruined that entire plan. The more Tiancheng spoke, the more furious he became. He charged forward with his greatsword raised. In his eyes, if Lin Han still refused to hand over the fragment, then killing him and taking it by force was the only option left. Tiancheng swung his massive sword with overwhelming force, but what happened next left him frozen. Lin Han did not even dodge. He casually stopped the attack with a single finger. Seeing the disbelief on Tiancheng's face, Lin Han mocked him without mercy. With strength like this, he actually claimed to be unbeatable below Diamond. Today, Lin Han would show him what true domination looked like. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Han pushed with one hand and effortlessly knocked away Tiancheng's prized greatsword, sending it flying into the distance. Without giving him a chance to recover, Lin Han closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of punches. Tiancheng was beaten senseless and could barely stay on his feet, let alone fight back. Seeing his opponent completely overwhelmed, Lin Han kept the punches coming. At last, the seemingly indestructible armor shattered into countless pieces and scattered across the ground. Ma Tiancheng collapsed flat on the ground, motionless, with foam even forming at the corner of his mouth after the brutal beating. After a while, he forced himself to sit up despite the pain covering his body. But the moment he looked up, panic filled his eyes as Lin Han slowly walked toward him. Tian Cheng completely lost his composure and shouted for Lin Han to stay back. Lin Han ignored him and demanded the tracking compass instead. Hand it over, and Tian Cheng could live. Keep resisting, and not even the Ma family name would save him. Even after being crushed, Tian Cheng refused to surrender. He sneered that he had plenty of armor like the one Lin Han destroyed. If Lin Han was really capable, he could destroy them all. Otherwise, this feud was far from over. Seeing Tian Cheng still talking tough, Lin Han said nothing and threw another punch. But before it could land, a protective barrier suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. With the shield protecting him, Tian Cheng immediately regained his confidence. He proudly declared it was a Suprema-grade defensive treasure. Even a true Supreme would struggle to break it, so Lin Han had no chance at all. Lin Han silently admitted that the Ma family's wealth was truly terrifying. Even a Platinum Knight carried a Supreme-grade life-saving treasure. After a quick look, he figured out how it worked. The barrier remained hidden until its owner faced a life-threatening attack, then activated automatically. Even after his secret was exposed, Tian Cheng remained calm. He believed Fei Hua could never hold Zhang Shifeng back for long, even with a legendary weapon. Once Zhang Shu finished that battle and returned, Lin Han would be the one who died. Lin Han carefully studied the barrier and quickly realized that forcing it open would take too much time. Since Fei Hua could not stall Zhang Shifeng forever, he decided on another approach. The instant the plan formed, Lin Han suddenly vanished. Strangely enough, the protective barrier around Tian Cheng disappeared at the exact same moment. Losing the shield without any warning, Tian Cheng frantically looked around in confusion. He had no idea what had just happened, or why the defensive treasure had stopped working. Before he could figure it out, a man in a black robe appeared before him with an enormous mass of terrifying mana floating beside him. The newcomer coldly scolded Tian Cheng for forcing his disciple into asking for help. Since things had come this far, he could no longer stand aside. The moment Tian Cheng sensed the mysterious man's magical aura, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately recognized another Supreme and anxiously demanded to know where Lin Han had gone and who this man really was. The man in black made no attempt to hide it. He declared that he was Lin Han's master. Since the Ma family had sent such powerful people to kill his disciple, it was only natural for a master to eliminate the threat himself. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming wave of mana erupted. The world itself trembled as dark clouds swallowed the sky, and violent lightning began gathering overhead, signaling the arrival of a devastating attack. Only then did Tian Cheng truly panic. He stumbled backward and immediately changed his attitude, respectfully calling the man senior. He insisted everything had been a misunderstanding, and promised the Ma family would offer compensation, asking only for the man's name. But the black-robed powerhouse instantly saw through the trick. He coldly asked if Tian Cheng wanted his name so the Ma family could send saint-level experts to hunt him down later. Such an obvious scheme would never fool him. Without giving Tian Cheng another chance to speak, the man in black unleashed a forbidden spell called Doomsday Judgment of the Chaotic Domain. In an instant, countless heavenly bolts crashed down from the dark clouds onto Tian Cheng's position, shaking the entire area. The terrifying power of the attack ripped the earth apart, blasting shattered rocks and debris in every direction. At that exact moment, the city's monitoring authority detected the massive disturbance, and its emergency warning system was immediately activated. A staff member on duty saw the mana readings suddenly spike and jumped out of his seat. He quickly reported to the minister that an enormous magical surge had just appeared outside. The minister checked the display and immediately shot to his feet in shock. Realizing it was another forbidden spell, he nearly lost it. These terrifying powerhouses kept causing chaos in Bright Moon City. He immediately asked the Grandmaster beside him what they should do. After sensing the disturbance, the Grandmaster realized this forbidden spell was even stronger than the last one, making him wonder if it had been cast by the same mysterious expert. After a brief analysis, the Grandmaster concluded that more than 2 Supremes were currently active in Bright Moon City. He ordered the city to raise the alert to level 1, evacuate civilians from the danger zone immediately, and headed to the scene himself. Meanwhile, Fei Hua's battle was still far from over. Despite the many wounds covering her body, she continued resisting Zhang Shifeng and prepared to use her final trump card. The ultimate technique Fei Hua unleashed was called Flying Blossom Slash. As soon as the technique activated, her figure constantly shifted between illusion and reality as she closed in with a series of unpredictable attacks. Even Zhang Shifeng was forced to retreat several steps. It looked as though Zhang Shifeng had suffered heavily, but when everything settled, only a few minor wounds remained on his body. Rather than getting angry, Zhang Shifeng praised Fei Hua's technique. What looked like countless clones was actually created by paper-thin blades that drifted like flower petals while concealing deadly killing intent. This move alone proved that Fei Hua was far from being one of the weaker Supremes. After the fierce clash, both fighters had exhausted a great deal of energy and paused to catch their breath. Fei Hua humbly admitted that if Zhang Shifeng had not been carrying old injuries, she would never have stood a chance. Even so, judging by his current condition, she believed she had won this battle. Zhang Shifeng simply laughed, clearly unconvinced. He revealed that if his old wounds had been completely healed, he would have reached the Saint Realm long ago. Even though he was no longer at his peak, he refused to believe he could lose to a newly promoted Supreme like Fei Hua. Those words immediately put Fei Hua on guard. She suddenly realized he might not have revealed all his cards yet, and asked in surprise if he still possessed an even stronger ultimate move. Zhang Shifeng raised his three-blade sword and explained that once some reached the Supreme Realm, they fused everything they had mastered into a unique forbidden spell. Her Flying Blossom Slash had come very close to that level, but it was still one step short. He, on the other hand, had perfected and mastered his own forbidden spell long ago. After many years without using it, Zhang Shifeng finally prepared to reveal his greatest trump card once again. His forbidden spell was called Three-Sword Domain. The instant the spell began, terrifying sword energy flooded the battlefield, sending chills through Fei Hua. She knew that if she were completely trapped inside this sword domain, her chances of survival would be almost zero. But just as Zhang Shifeng was about to complete the forbidden spell, he suddenly sensed Tiancheng was in danger and immediately stopped. Zhang Shifeng turned toward the source of the explosive aura, his expression becoming serious. There was no mistaking it. Someone else had also unleashed a forbidden spell. With no time left to continue fighting, he glanced at Fei Hua in annoyance and said she had gotten lucky this time before rushing away. Watching Zhang Shifeng disappear into the distance, Fei Hua finally relaxed after escaping certain danger. But almost immediately, worry replaced her relief. The direction he was heading was exactly where Lin Han was, making her wonder if her young boss was in trouble. On Tiancheng's side, he no longer had anyone left to support him. Trapped alone inside the forbidden spell, his situation quickly became hopeless. As time passed, more heavenly lightning crashed down without pause. Faced with such terrifying destruction, Tiancheng finally panicked as he realized everything had gone far beyond his expectations. He could not understand it. His defensive treasure was supposed to withstand attacks from Supremes, yet under this overwhelming power, it looked ready to collapse. Si Lintian gave him no time to think. With another surge of mana, two crimson chains suddenly appeared and locked tightly around Ma Tiancheng's arms. Looking at the bound fourth young master of the Ma family, Si Lintian calmly remarked that dying to a forbidden spell was an honorable end for a platinum knight. Meanwhile, Tiancheng was completely stunned, unable to understand where the strange chains had come from. Si Lintian then explained that the chains were also part of the chaotic domain. The true terror of this forbidden spell was that its attacks appeared without warning, and once they locked onto a target, they would continue hunting until that target was dead. Hearing that, Ma Tiancheng felt a chill run down his spine. He finally realized he might actually die here today. But just as Si Lintian was about to launch another attack, a different force suddenly intercepted it. The violent collision shook the ground, knocking even Tiancheng off his feet. The newcomer was Zhang Shifeng. He immediately stepped in front of Tiancheng, but after sensing Si Lintian's strength, he showed no arrogance. Instead, he politely introduced himself as Zhang Shifeng, the three-blade sword, and asked to test his opponent's power. Seeing his savior arrive, Tiancheng excitedly called out, "Uncle Zhang." The title Three-Blade Sword made Si Lintian frown slightly. If this man was already here, did that mean Fei Hua had lost? With Zhang Shifeng backing him, Tiancheng instantly put on a pitiful act. He accused Si Lintian of trying to kill him and begged Uncle Zhang not to show mercy. Zhang Shifeng calmly reassured him that as long as he stood here, no one would lay a finger on Tiancheng. Si Lintian remained completely unfazed. He bluntly replied that the three-blade sword's reputation meant nothing side his forbidden spell. The attacks would never stop. The only question was how long Zhang Shifeng could endure them. In response, Zhang Shif drove his weapon deep into the ground. He sighed that it had been many years since he had fought at full strength, and meeting a worthy opponent today had finally awakened his old fighting spirit. As the three-blade sword stood planted in the earth, an immense power began gathering across the battlefield. Countless razor-sharp rays descended from the sky. Zhang Shifeng held nothing back and unleashed his forbidden spell, Three-Sword Domain. As the domain fully formed, Zhang Shifeng confidently declared that this was its true form. Once someone entered the three-sword domain, everything beyond the small area surrounding its caster would be torn apart by endless sword energy. Just as the decisive clash was about to begin, Fei Hua hurried over. The first thing she asked was where her young boss had gone. Si Lintian calmly replied that his disciple had already been sent somewhere safe. Knowing Lin Han was no longer on the battlefield, Fei Hua immediately urged the senior to retreat with her. Staying to face the three-sword domain was simply too dangerous. Outwardly, Si Lin Tian still carried himself like an untouchable master, claiming the three-blade sword was nothing special. Deep inside, however, he knew the truth. His current level was insufficient, and casting another forbidden spell had nearly drained all his remaining mana. Even so, surviving this crisis came first. With no path left to retreat, Si Lin Tian gripped his staff and stepped forward to fight. Since his opponent claimed the domain could crush everything, he would summon something and see if the three-sword domain could destroy that as well. The next moment, a massive spatial rift tore open as though an invisible force had ripped the sky apart. The two forbidden spells collided head-on, and the shockwave swept across the area with catastrophic force. Dust engulfed the city, while countless high-rise buildings collapsed beneath the terrifying energy. After the devastating clash, Si Lin Tian's power finally shattered Zhang Shifeng's forbidden spell. Seeing his opponent's domain broken apart, Si Lin Tian immediately declared the battle over. In his eyes, Zhang Shifeng had already lost. But the fight was not over yet. Zhang Shifeng calmly admitted that one blade of the three-blade sword had indeed shattered. However, the power of the remaining two blades had fused into the last one, making it sharper and far deadlier than before. He then directed the remaining sword power, sending the surviving blade straight toward Si Lin Tian. Fei Hua instantly sensed the danger and urgently warned Si Lin Tian to dodge the incoming attack. Si Lin Tian remained perfectly calm on the surface, claiming the glowing sword was merely his opponent's final burst of strength and would soon fade away on its own. In reality, he was thinking the exact opposite. His mana needed time to recover, and he was too exhausted to escape. All he could do was gamble everything. Just as the glowing sword reached him, it suddenly came to a halt. Si Lin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining power from his own forbidden spell had been just enough to stop the attack. Wasting no time, he gathered the last of his mana and destroyed the suspended sword before him. Before Zhang Shifeng could react, two iron chains suddenly appeared and wrapped tightly around his arms. Even the veteran supreme was stunned, having no idea when they had gotten so close. Looking at the restrained Zhang Shifeng, Si Lin Tian merely smiled and slowly walked forward. He said the chains were only the beginning. The truly dangerous part was still to come. Si Lin Tian did not rush to attack again. Instead, he pointed toward the sky and coldly told Zhang Shifeng that the previous strike had only been an appetizer. The real threat was hanging directly above his head. Following the direction of the gesture, Zhang Shifeng looked up, and his expression changed instantly. Even he could not hide his shock at what was slowly taking shape in the sky. High above, a massive execution platform emerged beneath a blood-red sky. Its appearance filled the entire area with overwhelming pressure and the aura of death. Looking at the completed execution device, Si Lin Tian revealed a dangerous smile and declared that this was the final killing move of Doomsday Judgment, the divine execution platform. As the gigantic structure descended onto the battlefield, Si Lin Tian coldly announced to the three-blade sword that Zhang Shifeng's era had come to an end. In the next instant, countless slashes erupted from every direction. They followed no fixed pattern, making it nearly impossible for anyone trapped inside to predict the next attack. Even so, Zhang Shifeng forcefully shattered the illusion surrounding him. However, escaping it came at a heavy cost, leaving him breathing heavily. Watching his opponent survive the attack, Lin Han, still disguised in his current identity, had to admit that the three-blade sword truly lived up to his legendary reputation. Inside, however, he was growing anxious. Even after taking such a devastating hit, the veteran supreme was still standing, while his own mana was almost completely exhausted. It seemed his final trump card would really have to come out. Just as the battle was about to become even more dangerous, a voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield, criticizing the two Supremes for fighting so recklessly, as though they had completely ignored an old man like him. The moment Zhang Shifeng recognized the newcomer, surprise filled his face. The newcomer was Si Lin Tian, an old acquaintance of Zhang Shifeng. Both men were surprised that after so many years they had met each other again. Seeing the way they spoke, Lin Han became even more nervous. If these two old monsters joined forces, even revealing every one of his hidden cards might not be enough. But Si Lin Tian had not come to reminisce. He sternly warned them that if they continued destroying the city, he would have no choice but to escort them both to the imperial prison. At the same time, someone else stepped forward to persuade Zhang Shifeng to stop fighting. It was obvious the current situation was no longer suitable for continuing the battle. Lin Han deliberately maintained the mysterious master's imposing presence and coldly declared that the NSC could not simply choose to fight when they wanted and leave whenever they pleased. Would that not be treating him with utter disrespect? He knew the Ma family's tracking compass had already been destroyed, but if he backed down now, endless trouble would surely follow in the future. So he committed to the act, declaring that no one would leave until he received a satisfactory explanation. The moment he finished speaking, three massive vortices of different powers instantly formed, wildly pulling every surrounding element toward them. Standing calmly at the center of the phenomenon, Lin Han even wore a faint smile that no one could read. Meanwhile, the surrounding energy continued pouring into the three vortices. Si Lin Dian quickly realized how terrifying this domain was. Most of the wind and lightning elements around the battlefield had been drained away, leaving him with barely 20% of his normal power. For a mage who specialized in wind and lightning, this was almost the same as sealing away his greatest strength. But no one knew that Lin Han was actually the most nervous person there. This state could only last 3 minutes. His goal was never to keep fighting, but to intimidate everyone into retreating. Sensing more observers in the distance, he immediately called them out and asked if they planned to keep watching. Lin Han deliberately increased the pressure, declaring that he would not mind settling everyone here in a single battle today. The hidden observers remained silent for a moment. Finally, several figures stepped out one after another. A young Sans smiled and tried to ease the tension, saying that everyone present was a respected senior, so there was no need to lose their temper over this matter. Instead, he offered for their group to mediate. The newcomers introduced themselves as Li Changxi, Wang Shu, Chen Feng of the Chen family, and Gongsun Channer. All of them respectfully greeted the powerful experts present. Inside, Lin Han almost wanted to cry. 6 Supremes had gathered before him. Running was nearly impossible, and fighting them was completely out of the question. If he showed even the slightest weakness now, he could end up dragged straight to the imperial prison, exposing every secret about his identity. So outwardly, he remained cold and declared that the Ma family had pushed his disciple this far, and his anger would not fade so easily. Chen Feng took the initiative to judge the matter fairly. He pointed out that the auction rules were simple. The highest bidder won the item. Since the fragment of ruin number 3 had been legally purchased, it naturally belonged to the auction winner. Wang Shu agreed, saying that for a great power like the Ma family to openly see someone else's property would only make them the laughingstock of the world. It was certainly not worth forcing 2 Supremes into a life-and-death battle over a single fragment. Li Changqi then suggested that the Ma family should issue a formal apology and promise never to trouble this senior's disciple again. Hearing everyone side with the other party, Ma Tiancheng was furious but speechless. Faced with so many powerful experts and major factions, he had no room to argue and could only reluctantly admit the Ma family was at fault. Tiancheng then knelt down, drew his blade, and lowered his pride completely. On behalf of the Ma family, he sincerely apologized, admitting they had acted recklessly and asking the senior for forgiveness. Gongsun Channer also stepped in to persuade him, hoping the senior would show mercy, end the matter here, and give the Ma family a way out for Si Lin Tian's sake. Seeing the situation settle down, Zhang Shifeng also chose to back off. He admitted he had not handled the matter properly and decided to let the dispute with the younger generation end here. Lin Han stayed cautious, but at least his display of power had successfully forced the other side to retreat. Without staying any longer, Zhang Shifeng helped Tiancheng to his feet and flew away with him. Before leaving, he offered a brief farewell. Chen Feng happily watched the two disappear into the distance, treating the matter as peacefully resolved. As for Lin Han, all he wanted was to leave as quickly as possible. Claiming he was not good at socializing, he immediately excused himself. Unexpectedly, Si Lin Tian called him back. Lin Han turned around with an unfriendly look and asked if they still intended to keep him here, while inwardly panicking because he was almost completely out of strength. Si Lin Tian quickly explained that he meant no such thing. He simply wanted to ask about the recent forbidden spells that had appeared in Bright Moon City, and whether Lin Han knew anything about them. The question made Lin Han think fast. The previous 2 forbidden spells had caused such massive disturbances that the Supremes could not have missed them, so he decided to throw out a different story to mislead everyone. He claimed that while escorting his disciple on a training trip, he had witnessed a fierce battle in Bright Moon City between a Supreme Mage and a Supreme Warrior. While giving his explanation, Lin Han secretly activated a teleportation array. He casually added that he never liked interfering in other people's affairs, so he had not investigated further. Then he immediately took his leave. Si Lin Tian could only watch him disappear, but his doubts grew even deeper. Wind, lightning, shadow, and now even space. This mysterious man was not only impossible to read, but terrifyingly powerful. It seemed the empire would not remain peaceful for much longer. By the time the story returned to Lin Han's villa, night had already fallen as he arrived. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation gate, Lin Han could no longer remain standing and collapsed straight onto the bed. He looked like someone who had barely escaped death. Forcing power beyond his body's limit had nearly cost him his life. He silently warned himself never to take such a reckless risk again. Soon afterward, his appearance gradually returned to normal. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Even so, Lin Han was still in terrible shape. Reaching for the glass of water beside him made his whole body tremble in pain. The after effects of yesterday's battle were unbearable, making him even more grateful that his bluff had worked. Otherwise, he might never have made it home alive. Just then, the bedroom door suddenly swung open as Fei Hua casually walked inside. Unlike Lin Han, who was still lying helpless in bed, she had fully recovered from the battle and cheerfully greeted her young boss. Caught completely off guard in his own bedroom, Lin Han hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself and demanded to know why she had entered without knocking. Fei Hua brushed it off and teased him, asking if he was covering himself up because he was afraid she might take advantage of him. She even walked right up to the bedside with a mischievous smile, pretending she had no interest in looking. Lin Han's face immediately darkened. If she really was not interested, then she could leave. After teasing him enough, Fei Hua finally dropped the playful act and called his name seriously. Noticing the change in her attitude, Lin Han asked what was wrong. Fei Hua then revealed the real reason she had come. The Merchant Guild had assigned her a new mission, so she could no longer stay by Lin Han's side as his bodyguard. As for the payment she had accepted, she still felt she had not fully earned it. Lin Han simply smiled and waved it off, telling her not to worry about returning the money. He even said he hoped to hire her as a bodyguard again someday. Lin Han gently patted her head, thanked her for everything she had done during this time, and asked about her injuries. He also reminded her not to risk her life so recklessly on future missions. Rarely receiving such genuine concern from anyone, Fei Hua immediately blushed and softly thanked her young boss. Remembering something, Fei Hua mentioned that Lin Han would be enrolling at Changqi Academy in about a month. She asked him to keep an eye on her younger sister, Jiang Ritin, but specifically warned him not to let the girl know the request had come from her. The news surprised Lin Han, so Fei Hua really did have a younger sister. What puzzled him even more was why she wanted her concern for her own sister to remain a secret. The moment Jiang Ruxin was mentioned, Fei Hua's smile vanished. She sighed, believing her younger sister still could not forgive her. Realizing there had to be more behind the story, Lin Han stopped asking questions and quietly watched Fei Hua. Just as the mood turned heavy, Fei Hua's phone suddenly rang. Knowing it was time to leave, Fei Hua walked to the window as usual, opened it, then turned back with a cheerful wave. She told Lin Han to take care before getting ready to leave through the same old route. Unable to hold back, Lin Han asked if she had ever considered using the front door instead. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Han arrived in Hongyun City. As expected of a top-tier metropolis, towering skyscrapers filled every corner. Before long, Lin Han's group reached the academy entrance. Everyone froze at the sight of the building, and even Lin Han could barely find the words. The entire group stood speechless as two massive golden hands held up the Changfeng Academy sign above the gate. Lin Han looked more uncomfortable by the second. He could only think that the gate was painfully embarrassing, and he even wondered if it was still possible to turn around and quit. While Lin Han was still stunned by the bizarre design, a blue-haired girl beside him started a conversation. She asked if he also thought the gate looked unbelievably tacky. She admitted she had felt the same at first, but after hearing the principal's explanation, she found it surprisingly meaningful. Curious, Lin Han asked what the principal had said. The girl explained the meaning behind the design. According to the principal, every student who entered this place dreamed of becoming a true powerhouse and one day, using their own hands to challenge the heavens. The gate marked both the beginning of their journey and the goal they should never forget. After explaining, the blue-haired girl stepped forward and officially introduced herself. Her name was Feng Yongxin, a senior from Class 5-3. She offered her hand, and Lin Han shook it while introducing himself. Not long after, the two arrived at the freshman registration area of Changqi Academy. The moment Feng Yanxin realized who was walking beside her, she became even more excited. Lin Han was the national tournament champion, and the priest who had defeated a legendary rank monster with a single punch. Embarrassed to hear his achievements repeated in front of him, Lin Han joked that unless there was someone with the same name, it was probably him. After walking a short distance, Feng Yongxin suddenly pulled him aside and laughed about how lucky she was. She had barely stepped outside before meeting the most famous freshman of the year, so she decided to personally help Lin Han finish his enrollment. Before they could get very far, a young man carrying a bouquet of roses stepped in front of them. The moment he saw Feng Yongxin, he greeted her warmly and claimed he knew she would pass by, proving they were destined to meet. Feng Yongxin looked anything but pleased. The instant she saw Zhang Jianan, she asked why it was any of his business where she went. Zhang Jianan shamelessly told her not to be so cold, then shifted his attention to Lin Han, wondering what kind of freshman was important enough for her to greet personally. Feng Yongxin immediately pulled Lin Han over for an introduction. She proudly announced that he was Lin Han, the national tournament champion from Huiyu City, and said she had agreed to guide him through the enrollment process. The moment Zhang Jianan heard Lin Han's name, his expression changed completely. His eyes quickly filled with hostility, as if he had already heard of him before. Even so, Zhang Jianan had no intention of dealing with Lin Han yet. He told him to move aside, saying they could settle things later, then turned back toward Feng Yongxin to continue bothering her. Lin Han refused to step aside. Instead, he stood directly in front of Feng Yongxin and reminded the senior that her attitude was already obvious. She had no interest in talking to him. Zhang Jian responded with a mocking smile, and the followers behind him burst into laughter. In their eyes, Lin Han was just the champion of the Huiyou tournament, yet he already thought he could act arrogant the moment he entered Changqi Academy. Zhang Jianan casually tossed the bouquet to one of his followers, making it clear he was finally ready to deal with the newcomer, blocking his way. He immediately flaunted his family's influence, boasting that the Zhang family did a huge amount of business with Changqi Academy every year. In Hongyun City, everyone gave his family respect. Yet a mere freshman like Lin Han dared to stand against him in public. The followers behind him eagerly joined in, mocking Lin Han for not knowing his place. They claimed Changqi Academy was full of powerful experts, and a freshman who picked a fight with the Zhang family was simply asking for trouble. With his followers backing him up, Zhang Jianan grew even more arrogant. He stepped close to Lin Han and warned that anyone in Hongyun City could be offended except the Zhang family. Still, he pretended to be generous. If Lin Han joined his club, Today's incident would be forgotten. Otherwise, even entering Changqi Academy would not be easy. After hearing every threat, Lin Han did not bother arguing. He simply asked if Zhang Jianan had finished talking, because now it was his turn to let his fist speak. Before Zhang Jianan could react, Lin Han drove a punch straight into his stomach. The terrifying blow sent him flying into a wall. Everyone behind him froze in shock at the power of that punch. Lin calmly dusted off his hands and remarked that Zhang Jianan could not even take one hit. Feng Yongxin watched with excitement, proving the champion's strength was no rumor. Seeing their leader in such a miserable state, the followers rushed over and hurriedly pulled Zhang Jianan away while repeatedly calling for Brother Nan. A blonde-haired follower panicked even more and shouted for everyone to stop staring and help carry Zhang Jianan away. Just as they struggled to support him, someone appeared in the distance, and the group immediately found the newcomer strangely familiar. The newcomer was a girl who looked almost identical to Fei Hua. From everything that had happened before, her identity was obvious. This was most likely Jiang Ruxin, the younger sister Fei Hua, had asked Lin Han to watch over. The follower who had been shouting instantly changed his attitude when he saw Jiang Ruxin. He respectfully called her Senior Jiang and asked when she had returned. Jiang Ruxin ignored the greeting and coldly warned him never to mention that person in front of her. She then took out a small yellow booklet and her admission notice, confirmed this was the freshman registration area, and told him to process her paperwork immediately. Everyone nearby began whispering. The girl looked exactly like the senior they knew, so why was she registering as a freshman? The staff member accepted her admission notice, and the moment he saw the name Jiang Ruxin, he could not hide his surprise. Even though he was confused, he immediately began processing her registration. On the other side, Lin Han recognized the name the instant he heard it. After thinking for a few seconds, he remembered that this was Fei Hua's younger sister, Jiang Ruxin. Since this was the very person Fei Hua had asked him to look after, Lin Han had no intention of missing the chance to meet her. He walked over, handed in his own admission notice, and asked the staff member to process his paperwork at the same time. Once everything was finished, Lin Han smiled at Jiang Ruxin, introduced himself, and suggested they get to know each other as classmates. Jiang Ruxin only glanced at him with a raised eyebrow before turning away. She coldly warned him not to use cheap pickup lines on her. Watching her leave, Lin Han thought her proud personality was surprisingly similar to Fei Hua's. Since his luggage was still heavy, he decided not to follow her. Putting Jiang Ruxin aside, Lin Han asked the staff member if he could head to the dorm after registering. The staff confirmed it and handed him a map, saying he could find his room by following it. After wandering through the massive campus for a while, Lin Han finally arrived at the student dormitory of Changqi Academy. Standing outside his assigned room, he knocked a few times and asked if anyone had arrived yet. Before long, someone answered from inside, and a handsome young man hurried over to open the door. Seeing him, Lin Han introduced himself with a smile and asked if they would be roommates from now on. To his surprise, the door slammed shut the moment he finished speaking. Left standing in the hallway, Lin Han could only stare in confusion, wondering what he had done to get such a strange reaction. But only a few seconds later, the door swung open again. The young man returned with an unusually serious expression while tightly holding a notebook. Then something completely unexpected happened. Blushing bright red, the young man nervously introduced himself as Deng Xinqi, a silver rank 6 Thunder Mage, before shyly asking Lin Han for an autograph. Only then did Lin Han realize what was happening. He had run into one of his own fans on his very first day. It was Lin Han's first time facing something like this, so he felt a little awkward. He laughed it off, saying roommates did not need to be so formal, then casually asked whether the other roommates had arrived yet. Deng Xinqi insisted his excitement was perfectly normal because Lin Han was the only triple advancement golden priest in the entire world. Even though he knew it was true, Lin Han could only sigh inwardly. Had he really become some kind of rare creature in this guy's eyes? While they were talking, a white-haired young man arrived. He laughed and agreed with Deng Xinqi, admitting he had never expected to share a room with someone as famous as Lin Han. The newcomer quickly introduced himself as Gongsun Liangxi, a silver rank 9 merchant swordsman, and warmly greeted Lin Han. The moment he heard the name, Deng Xinqi recognized him at once. He asked in shock if Gongsun Liangxi was the 6th young master of the Gongsun family. Hearing that, Lin Han could not help but sigh. Yet another direct heir from one of the 5 great families. It seemed he really had a knack for meeting them. Gongsun Liangxi smiled and admitted his identity. He also hoped everyone would get along and support each other during the next 4 years. The final roommate soon arrived, and it turned out to be someone Lin Han knew very well, Yuan Si. The moment Yuan Si saw both Lin Han and the Gongsun family's 6th young master, he froze in disbelief, wondering what kind of extraordinary people had ended up in the same dorm. Happy to see a familiar face, Lin Han immediately walked over and threw an arm around Yuan Si's shoulder. He joked that being roommates with him was a great deal, though he admitted he actually missed Yuan Si's old stubborn and arrogant attitude. After teasing him, Lin Han introduced Yuan Si to the other two, saying they were like brothers and asking everyone to look out for each other from now on. Gongsun Liangxi found their dorm lineup more interesting the longer he looked. A single room had gathered 2 golden rank powerhouses, which was anything but ordinary. Since everyone had just met, he suggested the 4 of them go out for a meal together, and the others immediately agreed. Deng Xinqi was so excited that he almost teared up at the thought of eating with them. Seeing that, Lin Han laughed and teased Gongsun Liangxi, saying that as the young master of one of the richest 5 great families, he should not complain if they ate a little too much. It did not take long before the 4 of them arrived at the academy cafeteria, but its size far exceeded all their expectations. The moment they stepped inside, the luxurious interior caught everyone's attention. The place looked more like a high-end restaurant, and even waitresses wearing bunny ears stood at the entrance to welcome guests. Aside from Gongsun Liangxi, who seemed used to places like this, the other 3 were completely stunned. Yuan Si was especially shocked, because even the first floor alone was larger and more luxurious than the biggest restaurant in his hometown. Gongsun Liangxi explained that the cafeteria was almost the only place inside Changxi Academy where students could spend money. The first floor served ordinary meals, so it was always crowded. The higher the floor, the rarer the food, and the more valuable the ingredients became. Some dishes could even improve a person's physique. Besides dining, there were massages, bath services, and many other facilities, but those all required points instead of money. Hearing that, Lin Han immediately asked what these points were. Gongsun Liangxi explained that inside Changxi Academy, points were even more valuable than money because almost everything could be obtained with them. Deng Xinqi looked at him with admiration. As expected, someone from a great family knew far more than everyone else. Just then, a staff member approached and informed them that their private dining room was ready before inviting the group to follow. Led by the staff member, the 4 quickly entered a private room and began their meal. The atmosphere soon became lively as all 4 raised their glasses. Gongsun Liangxi happily called for a toast, officially marking the first meal shared by the roommates. During the conversation, Gongsun Liangxi excitedly pointed out that their room had a wide variety of classes, making them an excellent team. With a lineup like this, the freshman tournament was definitely worth looking forward to. Lin Han had never heard of it and assumed it was just a welcome event for new students. Gongsun Liangxi took a sip of his drink and explained that it was much more than that. The freshmen's tournament was actually a combat event, and more importantly, its results directly affected how Changxi Academy distributed its resources. Gongsun Liangxi continued explaining the rules. The better a student's combat performance, the more academy resources they would receive. For example, under last year's rules, anyone who defeated 20 opponents in a single run would earn 10% of Changxi Academy's total training resources for the entire year. The format changed every year, but the difficulty stayed about the same. After hearing that, even Yuan Si wondered if anyone could actually meet such brutal requirements. Gongsun Liangxi immediately said that not only had someone done it, but an incredibly terrifying senior had once dominated the tournament. A few years ago, she swept every achievement in the freshman tournament, then completed countless academy objectives afterward, claiming a total of 60% of the academy's resources by herself. During that time, every other student lived in her shadow, and rumor had it that she had reached the Supreme Realm 2 years ago. The more Lin Han listened, the more familiar the story sounded. He suddenly remembered Fei Hua telling him about similar accomplishments. That legendary senior who had overshadowed the entire academy was most likely her. It seemed Fei Hua had truly been a living legend at Changxi Academy. The conversation was in full swing when impatient shouting suddenly echoed from outside. Someone claimed they had waited for half an hour and demanded the people inside come out immediately, or things would get ugly. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned toward the door. Lin Han got up first and opened the door to see what was happening, with his 3 roommates following behind. The troublemaker turned out to be Zhang Jianan and his followers again. The moment he saw Lin Han, he sneered, saying a freshman without any points had no right to spend money here. Instead of getting angry, Lin Han smiled mockingly and asked if Zhang Jian had missed getting beaten so much that he came back asking for another kick. That instantly set Zhang Jianan off. He pointed at Lin Han and declared that last time was just a mistake. Today, he would teach this freshman what it meant to respect a senior, then ordered his followers to attack. Before the fight could begin, Feng Yanxin arrived with her best friend, Yu Shanshan. Yu Shanshan immediately shouted at Zhang Jianan, reminding him that fighting inside the cafeteria would cost valuable points. Zhang Jianan froze the moment he saw Feng Yunxin, and all his confidence disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he switched to a friendly smile and even offered to walk Feng Yunxin home. She ignored him and coldly said she could manage on her own. She also warned him that the freshmen had not even received their point cards yet, so he had better not take advantage of the situation. In front of Feng Yunxin, Zhang Jianan could only force an awkward smile and pretend to behave, insisting he would never make things difficult for her. Unable to make a move, he swallowed his anger and left. Before leading his followers away, Zhang Jianan glared at Lin Han and warned that he had only gotten lucky today. Lin Han did not even bother replying. As soon as Zhang Jianan disappeared, Yu Shanshan walked over and patted Lin Han on the shoulder with a grin. She praised his courage for standing up to Zhang Jianan on his first day, then suddenly asked if he had done it because he liked Feng Yunxin. Lin Han was left completely speechless. Hearing her friend's nonsense, Feng Yunxin blushed and hurriedly pulled her away, telling her to stop teasing. She then turned to Lin Han and said that if Zhang Jianan came looking for trouble again, he could contact her directly. Lin Han scratched his head and thanked her, but Yu Shanshan refused to let the chance slip away. She teased Feng Yunxin again, saying she had even given Lin Han her number, so she must really have feelings for him. Feng Yunxin blushed even harder and shot her friend an annoyed look. Finally reaching her limit, Feng Yanxin chased after Yu Shanshan, threatening to shut her mouth for all the nonsense she kept saying. Yu Shanshan laughed as she ran, apologizing while boldly claiming she would tease her again next time. Watching the two disappear into the distance, Lin Han could only smile helplessly. He quietly thought that the senior girls at Changchi Academy were full of energy. Just then, a drunken Yuan Si stumbled over, threw an arm around Lin Han's shoulder, and accused him of trying to steal the campus beauty on his very first day. He even declared that stealing someone's future wife was an unforgivable grudge. Lin Han looked at his overly confident friend, slowly cracked his knuckles, and smiled as he asked if Yuan Si really wanted to test that claim. Yuan Si instantly sobered up and hurriedly admitted he was wrong. Lin turned to the other 3 and suggested taking the drunk back to the dorm before he embarrassed himself any further. Everyone agreed it was time to call it a night, but on the way back, Lin Han clearly felt someone watching them with hostility. The strange part was that Zhang Jianan had already left, so who else was targeting them? The 4 had all drunk quite a bit, so they supported one another as they headed back to the dorm. None of them noticed the masked figure hiding behind a nearby tree, silently watching their every move. As the night grew deeper, golden moonlight spread across the Changchi Academy dormitory, and everything around it fell silent. After the drinking session, all 4 roommates were fast asleep. Moonlight streamed through the window, quietly casting a faint shadow inside the room. Yuan Si's face was still red from the alcohol, completely unaware that a mysterious figure outside the window had locked onto him. The shadow carefully opened the window and slipped inside without making a sound. A cold blade gleamed in the intruder's hand as the distance to the sleeping Yuan Si slowly disappeared. The assassin raised the blade, ready to end Yuan Si's life with a single strike. But before the attack could fall, Lin Han's eyes snapped open. In an instant, he grabbed the assassin's wrist, stopping the blade in midair. Staring at the intruder, he coldly asked who he was to carry such overwhelming killing intent, leaving the assassin visibly shocked. The intruder said nothing. He was only stunned that Lin Han had sensed him all along before immediately breaking free from Lin Han's grip. Realizing the assassination had failed, the intruder refused to waste time fighting. He leaped through the window, escaped outside, and vaulted onto the rooftop. Lin Han had no intention of letting someone who had just tried to kill his friend get away. He immediately chased after the assassin. The assassin fled through the night at full speed, but he could not widen the gap. Lin Han was determined to catch him. The pursuit continued until they reached a cemetery inside Changchi Academy, where the distance between them finally closed. As soon as he got within striking range, Lin Han threw a powerful punch, hoping to stop the assassin in his tracks. but the punch passed straight through empty air. Somehow, the assassin avoided the attack at the very last moment. He instantly turned and counterattacked, thrusting his blade toward Lin Han. Smirking, he claimed that overwhelming strength meant nothing if it could not hit the target, then rushed in for the kill. Lin Han did not panic or dodge. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the assassin's weapon arm, carefully watching every tiny movement. The instant the assassin entered range, Lin Han struck and grabbed the arm, holding the blade with perfect timing. Using the assassin's own momentum, Lin Han twisted his wrist and redirected the attack. The blade meant for Lin Han plunged into the assassin himself, making him cry out in horror. Unable to understand how he had lost, the assassin painfully demanded an answer. Blood quickly spilled from his mouth and soaked through his face covering, proving the wound was severe. Lin Han calmly explained the flaw in the assassin's ability. He could let attacks pass through him while defending, but to deal damage, he had to become tangible again. In other words, the moment he attacked was also the moment he was most vulnerable. Realizing his secret had been exposed, the assassin staggered backward, trembling as sweat poured down his face. After coughing violently, he forced out one last sentence, claiming that if Lin Han was not eliminated now, he would become a disaster in the future. Suddenly, strange black smoke burst from his body. Before Lynch could stop him, the assassin's figure turned transparent, vanished into the smoke, and disappeared completely. Faced with such a bizarre escape, Lin Han could only stand there and watch the last traces of the assassin fade into the night. Just then, applause came from behind a nearby tree. Chifeng-yun stepped out and praised Lin Han for discovering the enemy's weakness after only a few exchanges and immediately using it to turn the battle around. His performance had far exceeded Chifeng-yun's expectations. Lin In-han, however, did not seem surprised by his appearance at all. Looking at Chifeng-yun, Lin Han bluntly questioned how a cult assassin could sneak into the academy and attempt to kill a student. It seemed Changchi Academy's security was not as reliable as everyone believed. Kuo Feng-yun sighed and admitted it was an unexpected incident without showing any panic. He believed the assassin possessed a special method that bypassed the academy's security system. After this, patrols would be increased to prevent another incident, and Lin Han's group would receive compensation in the form of academy points. Hearing that, Lin Han's expression finally eased, accepting the academy's response. Kuo Feng-yun then looked toward the lingering evil aura left behind by the vanished assassin. He asked whether Lin Han had any clues about the assassin's identity or why he had targeted them. Lin Han frowned and admitted he did not know the full story. However, ever since they were in the cafeteria, he had already sensed killing intent surrounding the group, but it had not been focused on any single person. That led him to a bold conclusion. The enemy's target might not have been one specific student, but the entire freshman class. Hearing that deduction, Cui Feng-yun immediately realized that a hidden force was targeting Changchi Academy during an already unstable period, but he suddenly changed the subject and asked about Fei Hua. Lin Han instinctively replied that she was doing well, only to stop halfway when he realized he had fallen into a trap. Kuo Feng-yun already knew Fei Hua had been traveling with him, and he had likely heard about the mysterious master with terrifying strength behind Lin Han. What he still did not know was that the so-called master was actually Lin Han in disguise. Kuo Feng-yun had no intention of pressing the matter. He simply smiled, confirming that his guess had been correct. He told Lin Han there was no need to worry because the academy highly respected that mysterious master's strength and hoped to build a closer relationship in the future. Seeing that it was already late, he reminded Lin Han to get some rest since the freshman tournament would begin in just a few days. After saying goodbye, Kuo Feng-yun left the cemetery. Watching him go, Lin Han quietly wondered whether only Kuo Feng-yun had figured out the truth or if the other great families had also begun to suspect his identity. In the end, he decided not to overthink it. The image of his mysterious master was powerful enough to make every major force think twice before making a move against him. Before long, every freshman gathered inside the grand auditorium of Changchi Academy in Hongyun City. The massive arched building, covered in glass and surrounded by lush greenery, looked nothing short of spectacular. The interior was even more impressive. The stage resembled a professional theater, complete with dazzling lights and giant screens that made it feel like a major live event. A female host stepped onto the stage and enthusiastically welcomed everyone to Changchi Academy's freshman opening ceremony, instantly firing up the crowd. Lin Han and his roommates blended into the sea of students. Deng Xinqi looked around in amazement, saying the scale felt more like a concert for a superstar. Gongsun Liangxi simply laughed. After all, one of the 5 great academies was bound to live up to its reputation. The young host then welcomed an elder, with a simple appearance but an extraordinary presence, introducing him as the vice principal who would deliver the next speech. Taking the microphone, the vice principal announced the rules of the freshman event. Everything revolved around arena battles where freshmen could challenge teams or individuals from higher years. The greater the gap in strength, the more points the winners would earn. Most importantly, anyone who cleared the final stage and defeated 5 diamond rank students would receive 10% of the Academy's annual cultivation resources. The reward was enough to make anyone jealous, but earning it was another story. Defeating even 1 diamond rank student was incredibly difficult, let alone 5 in a row, so only a handful of people had ever claimed the prize. After explaining the rules, the vice principal pushed the freshmen's excitement even higher. He declared that Changxi Academy provided only the basic resources. Everything more valuable had to be earned through strength. This was the moment to prove their talent, determination, and courage. Colorful confetti exploded across the stage, filling the air like a grand festival. Finally, he raised his hand and declared that he wanted to witness who would truly shine and deserve the title of a real monster genius. The freshmen instantly erupted with excitement. Some proudly claimed they were the true geniuses, while others immediately argued back and insisted the title belonged to them instead. Within moments, the competitive spirit had reached its peak as the tournament was about to begin. Watching the crowd, Lin Han had to admit the vice principal knew exactly how to inspire people. Just a few words had ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Changxi Academy did not abandon the weak, but it also encouraged the strong to constantly compete. It clearly aimed to forge true battle-hardened talents instead of students who relied only on reputation. No wonder Fei Hua had once stood at the very top here. Lin Han felt even more satisfied with his choice of academy. Seeing that the atmosphere was perfect, the vice principal wasted no more time and officially declared the freshman tournament open. At that moment, the ceiling of the auditorium suddenly split apart. To everyone's astonishment, the entire stage transformed, revealing a massive and breathtaking battle arena. Pointing toward the arena, the vice principal encouraged everyone to show their full strength without holding anything back. While everyone's attention was fixed on the arena, a figure in a crimson cloak quietly swept overhead, almost unnoticed. The freshmen were already so fired up that some rolled up their sleeves and loudly declared that no one would stop them from becoming the arena champion. The crimson figure landed in the center of the arena and introduced himself. His name was Tian Yi, a 4th-year senior at the academy. Seeing that no one was eager to step forward, Tian Yi decided to kick things off himself. Standing confidently in the middle of the arena, his muscular body was barely covered by the crimson cloak. He boldly invited every freshman to attack him, and even promised that he would not fight back. It sounded like pure provocation, but he genuinely intended to stand there and take every hit. Lin Han looked at the unusual scene in surprise. Gongsun Liangxi, however, seemed to know Tian Yi already and thought his behavior was perfectly normal. Curious, Lin Han asked about him. Gongsun Liangxi recalled what he had heard and explained that Tian Yi possessed the rare class known as the Vajra Warrior. Its unique trait was that every defeat made him even stronger. Because of that, the fastest way for him to grow was not hunting monsters but let other people beat him up. So his promise not to fight back was probably completely genuine. It did not take long before a skinny young man jumped onto the arena, gathered his momentum, and threw a punch straight at Tian Yi. But the one who went flying was the attacker himself. Tian Yi did not even move a single muscle before the rebound force blasted the young man across the arena. Tian Yi laughed without a care and even encouraged the freshman, saying he had almost managed to knock him down. His confidence was unbelievable, but with a class like his, it made perfect sense. He continued provoking the freshmen, telling them to give it everything they had if they did not want the upperclassmen looking down on them. Just then, Gongsun Liangxi suddenly stepped in from behind. He called out Tian Yi's name and launched a test attack. A dark purple sphere of energy gathered in his palm, and its terrifying aura made its power obvious. The attack shot straight toward Tian Yi, but the thick defensive barrier surrounding him held firm, barely letting any of the force through. A closer look revealed a tiny crack in the barrier. Tian Yi simply smiled and remarked that Gongsun Liangxi was only a little short of breaking through his defense. There was no mockery in his voice. Tian Yi sincerely acknowledged Gongsun Liangxi's strength and encouraged him to keep training. With his current foundation, surpassing him one day was entirely possible. After watching long enough, Lin Han finally stepped onto the arena and asked for a chance to try. Tian Yi happily accepted another challenge and told Lin Han to attack with everything he had, without worrying about holding back. Since he had permission, Lin Han had no reason to hold back. He immediately gathered all of his strength into one arm. In the next instant, his punch exploded toward Tian Yi with overwhelming force. The impact was so violent that the ground around the arena cracked apart. Tian Yi instantly unleashed the full power of his defense, but this time his barrier was far less stable. Cracks rapidly spread across its surface, showing it had reached its limit. A moment later, the defensive barrier completely shattered. Tian Yi, the 4th-year senior who had shrugged off every previous attack, was blasted backward with a shocked cry. The entire audience was stunned. Many people wondered if they had seen things wrong. A freshman had actually defeated Tian Yi, a well-known fourth-year senior, with a single strike. Some students even secretly prayed that Lin Han would never choose them as opponents because fighting someone with that kind of power was simply terrifying. The vice principal quickly announced the result. For defeating Tian Yi and his Vivadra body, Lin Han earned another 10 points. He then looked across the audience, waiting to see who would challenge next. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ruxin stepped forward to accept the challenge. She confidently walked toward the arena with her weapon already in hand. As Fei Hua's Yu sister and a powerhouse in her own right, she was clearly no easy opponent for Lin Han. Seeing her, Yuanxi froze for a moment, thinking the familiar girl had somehow ended up fighting Lin Han. But after looking more carefully, he noticed the differences in her height, clothing, and personality. Fei Hua had previously used Rixen's identity, so his confusion was understandable. What was surprising was that even the system had failed to notice, while Yuanxi had already picked up on several clues, and even guessed the two girls were related by blood. Even from a distance, Ruxin heard every word thanks to her incredible hearing. Within seconds, figures out exactly what Fei Hua had done, and her face darkened. She did not even need to ask. Her sister had obviously borrowed her identity to stir up trouble again. Their relationship was far from friendly, but Ruxin clearly knew Fei Hua all too well. Refusing to let that distract her, Ruxin immediately locked onto Lan An and made the first move. The 3,000 Shadow Assassins formation spread across the arena as countless shadows poured out, hiding her real body among endless copies. Lin Han dodged wave after wave of attacks while searching for an opening, but he quickly realized this technique was far more troublesome than expected. The surrounding figures were not simple illusions. Every single one could launch a real attack, and a single mistake would leave him wounded. As expected, Fei Hua's younger sister was no ordinary opponent. Ruxin controlled the shadows from every direction, putting Lin Han under real pressure for the first time. Realizing she was worthy of his full attention, he abandoned his cautious approach and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, a special power deep within Lin Han awakened. The ability he activated was none other than the Eye of Truth. The instant it came online, Ruxin felt a chill of unease, as if every layer of concealment around her had been completely exposed. Once the Eye of Truth fully activated, the battle instantly shifted. Lin Han regained his calm and effortlessly slipped through every attack. The ability allowed him to perceive the finest details, making even the most perfect clones unable to hide the real body. At this point, the outcome of the battle was all but decided. A faint smile appeared on Lin Han's face. He had finally found the real target. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Han threw a punch toward one figure, hidden among the countless clones. Realizing she had been exposed, Ruxin immediately dismissed every shadow clone she had created. Lin Han stopped his fist just inches from Rixen's real body. She looked at the punch in front of her, sighed, and openly admitted that this round belonged to him. Before leaving the arena, she declared that Today's defeat was not the end. Sooner or later, she would defeat Lin Han. She had lost the battle, but not her fighting spirit. The vice principal announced that Lin Han had defeated freshman Zhang Ruxin and earned another 10 points. He then asked the audience once again if anyone else wanted to challenge him. This time, the crowd hesitated. Lin Han had already defeated several outstanding opponents, even overpowering upperclassmen. Knowing their chances of winning were almost zero, few were eager to step into the arena. Just as everyone remained silent, an excited voice came from the stands. A red-haired senior looked at the hesitant students and mocked them. Their opponent was only a freshman, yet no one dared to step forward. If that was the case, she would personally spar with this junior herself. Her striking appearance and confident charm instantly drew countless eyes. With that, the red-haired student leaped onto the arena, gripping her whip tightly. Standing before Lin Han, she politely invited him to begin. Just as everyone expected the match to start, Zhang Jianan suddenly interrupted. He jumped onto the arena and loudly told everyone to wait, clearly still holding a grudge from before. Pointing at Lin Han, Zhang Jianan insisted he had only lost because he was caught off guard. This time, he swore he would use his strongest technique to show Lin Han the price of offending him. Of course, blaming his loss on a sneak attack after failing to react did not sound very convincing. The red-haired girl, Hong Yin, immediately frowned because she had challenged Lin Han first. Zhang Jianan ignored her and claimed this arrogant freshman needed a lesson. He even proposed that the two of them fight Lin Han together. He had deliberately waited until Lin Han had exhausted himself against several strong opponents before stepping in. Even after calculating every possible advantage, he still acted as if he were being honorable. Lin Han looked at Zhang Jianan with complete disdain and reminded him that with his level of strength, he should stop embarrassing himself. Had he already forgotten being kicked into a wall before? The comment struck a nerve, making Zhang Jianan grit his teeth in rage. He stubbornly insisted his previous defeat had only happened because Lin Han attacked unexpectedly and vowed to show his true power this time. Zhang Jianan then discussed a strategy with Hong Yin. He would engage Lin Han head-on while she prepared her strongest fire spell to support him. Hong Yin did not object. She simply nodded and coldly told him to make sure he stayed alive. Seeing Lin Han forced to face two opponents at once, Yuan Si immediately became furious. He turned to the referee and argued that a twin-on fight should obviously be against the rules. To his surprise, the referee made no attempt to stop it. He explained that the arena had no limit on the number of opponents. One person could fight as many challengers as they wished. With that, he officially started the match, leaving Yuan Si fuming at the unexpected rules. The instant the battle began, Hong Yin swung her whip and unleashed Blazing Sky Inferno. Flames twisted into a violent vortex and rapidly spread across the arena. But the flames did not target Lin Han. Instead, they wrapped around Zhang Jianan, forming a blazing layer of armor. Zhang Jianan immediately grinned, because this enhancement was exactly what he had been waiting for. Protected by the fiery armor, Zhang Jianan grew even more arrogant. He admitted Lin Han's physique was impressive, but he refused to believe Lin Han would dare fight the burning armor with his bare hands. He even declared that he would break all four of Lin Han's limbs and force him to kneel and beg. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Jianan charged forward and unleashed his flaming fist. Unlike his fierce advance, Lin Han remained perfectly still, and a faint smile even appeared on his face. Watching the blazing attack approach, Lin Han admitted that high-level fire magic was indeed troublesome, but difficult did not mean impossible to overcome. The instant they collided, Zhang Jianan's powerful punch was effortlessly stopped by one of Lin Han's hands. Not only was Lin Han completely unfazed by the flames, but he also looked genuinely interested. He decided to use Zhang Jianan as the perfect test subject for a new idea he had just come up with. Before Zhang Jianan could understand what was happening, both of his feet left the ground, and he let out a startled cry. Lin Han firmly grabbed his arm and began spinning in place, swinging Zhang Jianzhen over his head like a giant hammer. The rotation grew faster and faster until even the surrounding air formed a swirling vortex. As the speed kept increasing, the vortex expanded dramatically, while the glow surrounding Lin Han's arm gradually shifted from bright white to dazzling gold. Watching from the sidelines, the referee quickly figured out Lin Han's strategy. He used healing light to shield his arm from the armor's heat, then created a swirling airflow to redirect the flames so they could no longer hit him effectively. That kind of quick thinking in the middle of battle proved his combat instincts were outstanding. Once the vortex had grown large enough, Lin Han stopped spinning. The moment he let go, Zhang Jianan was launched straight into the air by the raging wind. With the melee fighter thrown off the stage, Lin Han immediately switched his target to Hong Yin. He rushed forward at top speed, ready to finish the mage with a single punch. But just before his fist reached Hong Yin's face, Lin Han suddenly stopped on his own. He calmly reminded the senior that once a mage let an enemy get this close, the outcome was already decided. She might as well surrender. At the same time, the vortex above finally faded away. Without its support, Zhang Jianan crashed back onto the arena, hitting the stone floor so hard that cracks spread in every direction. He had completely lost the confidence he showed earlier. Zhang Jianan lay helpless among the shattered stone, and his blazing armor was almost completely extinguished. Seeing that, Yuan Si could not hide his excitement. He even shouted over and asked if the armor Zhang Jianan used was some cheap knockoff. Even after losing to Lin Han twice, Zhang Jianan still refused to learn. Gritting his teeth, he declared that the Zhang family and Lin Han could never exist together. Hearing that familiar threat, Lin Han only found it confusing. Somehow weak opponents always loved saying the exact same thing. Hong Yin was far more realistic. After seeing Zhang Jianan's crushing defeat, she immediately raised her hand and surrendered, admitting that even together they had no chance against Lin Han. She even said she wanted to spar with him more often in the future, but as she looked at his handsome appearance and imposing aura, her voice turned noticeably dreamy. The students below the stage were completely stunned. Some began wondering if Lin Han was the true monster, while others questioned whether Fei Hua's legendary achievement was about to be repeated. In the end, they gave up trying to understand because geniuses like him lived in a completely different world. Back on the arena, Lin Han surprised everyone by making a new request to the vice dean. Fighting challengers one by one was too slow, so he wanted to skip the normal matches and go straight to the final challenge. Even Hong Yin beside him stared in shock after hearing that. The vice dean looked genuinely excited. He never expected a freshman to volunteer for the final trial this year, and said Lin Han truly had not disappointed him. The rules remained the same. Defeat 5 diamond rank senior students, and the reward would be 10 years' worth of academy resources from Changxi Academy. Lin Han glanced at the 5 students standing behind the vice dean and quietly judged their strength. With his current power, he could already fight an early-stage supreme opponent, but revealing too much here would only invite unnecessary trouble. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Han raised his hand and made another proposal. He wanted to take the final challenge as a team. The vice dean agreed without hesitation. Lin Han could bring up to 5 teammates and had 10 minutes to prepare. Still, he warned that the 5 diamond rank seniors had trained together for a long time, and a freshman team defeating them was almost impossible. Even so, he was curious to see how far Lin Han could go. Lin Han barely paid attention to the warning. He turned toward his roommates and loudly called everyone onto the arena for the battle. The lineup for the final challenge was quickly assembled with Lin Han, Gongsun Lianqi, Yuan Si, and Teng Xinqi. Standing on the biggest stage of the freshman tournament, even Gongsun Lianqi could not hide his excitement, because he never imagined he would one day fight in this match. Despite his excitement, Gongsun Lianqi noticed they were still 1 member short. He turned to Lin Han and asked if the 5th teammate had been decided yet. Lin Han scanned the crowd and said that if they could not find someone capable of working with the team, he would rather fight with 4 people than bring along dead weight. Right then, Du Wanting shyly raised her hand and awkwardly volunteered for the final spot. Du Wanting's appearance caught Lin Han by surprise. Then he remembered she was also a freshman at Changxi Academy and possessed the 1000 Forms Mage class. He immediately realized her abilities could perfectly fill the gap in their lineup. Du Wanting looked at Lin Han with hopeful eyes. After thinking it over for a moment, he accepted her as the final member and invited her onto the arena. The 5-person team was finally complete. Neither Lin Han nor Gongsun Lianqi showed the slightest fear. Instead, both were filled with confidence and anticipation for the battle ahead. Yuan Si also pulled out his gear, ready to join the fight at any moment. Only Teng Xinqi still looked uneasy, with worry written all over his face. Du Wanting was placed between Lin Han and Gongsun Lianqi, but even with both of them protecting her, she was still visibly nervous. The 5 diamond rank seniors also took their positions. Leading them was a man in full body armor, carrying a massive greatsword that looked incredibly heavy. Beside him stood another armored warrior with a long sword and a giant shield. Hiding behind them was a masked fighter whose appearance and aura screamed assassin. The last 2 members also finished preparing, including one who clearly looked like a mage. Their lineup was well balanced with both offense and defense. Seeing both teams ready, the vice dean wasted no time and officially started the battle. The first to break the stalemate was the heavily armored warrior from the senior team. Despite his bulky armor, he charged forward with shocking speed. Lin Han reacted instantly, raising his staff to block the incoming attack head-on. The armored warrior immediately realized how terrifying Lin Han's strength was after his attack was stopped cold. He finally understood why Zhang Jianan had lost, but still reminded the freshmen that, no matter how strong they were, they should respect their seniors. Lin Han simply thanked him with a smile, then casually mocked the man's armor for looking terrible. He even joked that if he stared at it any longer during the fight, he might burst out laughing. Feeling the pressure becoming unbearable, the warrior quickly used the impact to leap backward and widen the distance from Lin Han. But Lin Han's comment had clearly struck a nerve. The warrior angrily declared that full-body armor was the true symbol of masculinity, while those flimsy armors that only covered vital spots were not worth mentioning. While the two argued about armor, vines quietly crept across the ground toward Lin Han's team without anyone noticing. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. Lin Han, Yuan Si, and Du Wanting all had their legs tightly bound, and even more vines wrapped around Du Wanting than anyone else. The one controlling the plants was the short-haired female student from the opposing team. Seeing her teammates still busy arguing, she impatiently reminded them to focus on the enemy instead of chatting during a battle. She immediately followed up with verdant bloom magic. Giant monster-like flowers burst into existence behind her before charging wildly toward Lin Han's team. Out of everyone, Du Wanting was in the greatest danger. Her arms and legs were completely tied up and suspended in the air, while a giant monster flower opened its jaws right in front of her, ready to swallow her whole. The short-haired mage was completely confident. In her eyes, once someone was trapped within her plants, they could never fight at full strength. She even treated Du Wanting like a helpless lamb that had wandered onto the battlefield and believed she should be removed before getting hurt. Seeing his teammate in danger, Gongsun Lianqi rushed over to rescue her. But before he could reach Du Wanting, a sudden ambush blocked his path and forced him to defend himself. The one standing before Gongsun Lianxi was the masked student from earlier. Wielding a pair of curved hook blades, he completely cut off Gongsun Lianxi's advance and reminded the young master that if he wanted to save someone, he would have to get past him first. On another side of the battlefield, Yuan Si had already broken free from the vines. The moment he regained his freedom, he charged straight at the sword and shield warrior. Tang Xingqi continuously unleashed attack after attack to pressure the enemy, but every single one was effortlessly neutralized. Even while hanging in the air, Du Wanting had no intention of waiting for rescue. She shouted for everyone to focus on their own fights, then immediately gathered her mana and unleashed Heavenly Thunder Annihilation. A massive bolt of lightning instantly crashed down onto the monster flower that was about to devour Du Wanting. Seeing that level of power, the short-haired mage finally became interested. She admitted Du Wanting's destructive strength was impressive, but remained confident because her plants did not conduct electricity. Lightning alone would accomplish very little. To her surprise, the giant flowers suddenly burst into flames the very next second, and the plant monsters screamed as they were consumed by fire. Thick black smoke surrounded the short-haired mage, instantly changing her expression. After taking a closer look, she realized the lightning had only been a disguise. The real attack was low-level fire magic hidden inside it. Du Wanting actually possessed two different magic elements. After hearing her trick exposed, Du Wanting simply turned away awkwardly, unsure how to respond to the senior's observation. After catching her breath, Du Wanting wiped her mouth, and finally felt much better. She quickly explained that she was not actually a dual-element mage as the senior had assumed. The blue-haired senior no longer cared how many elements she had. With a wave of her staff, countless thorn-covered vines burst from the ground and shot toward Du Wanting like flying blades. Facing the incoming attack, the young girl stayed completely calm. She raised one hand and chanted a strange spell, Bala Boom. The moment she finished, a protective barrier suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the charging thorny vines just in time. The blue-haired senior froze in shock after seeing that defensive skill. She could not understand how Du Wanting was able to use it. Standing among the crowd, Ku Fengwen immediately recognized the ability. It was clearly Tian Yi's adamant body. It seemed Du Wanting's Thousand Forms Mage class was even more remarkable than expected, and might even have the potential to reach the supreme rank. Seeing his teammate perform so well, Lin Han smiled faintly. It looked like he no longer needed to worry about protecting her. At the same time, he raised his staff and cleanly blocked the senior's sword strike. The heavily armored senior smirked confidently and told Lin Han not to celebrate too early because that had only been the warm-up. He then poured more strength into his sword and forced the clash to become even more intense. At the same moment, the senior team's mage stopped holding back. Raising his staff high, Ghost Fire Inferno formed in the sky as a massive green fireball, with the faint image of a skull hidden inside. Seeing the attack aimed at Du Wanting, Tang Xingqi immediately rushed over to support her. As a level 6 Thunder Mage, Tang Xingqi quickly lifted his staff and summoned countless bolts of lightning before unleashing world-destroying thunderstorm. Just as the lightning struck Ghostfire Inferno, the plant mage also made her move. Her vines merged into the ghostly flames, combining both powers into a single devastating attack. The collision instantly triggered a violent explosion. Du Wanting's barrier shattered on the spot, and both she and Tang Xingqi were blasted completely out of the arena. The blue-haired senior covered her mouth with a proud smile. She admitted Tang Xingqi's lightning spell was powerful, but her team's attack was a practiced combination technique. Against platinum-rank opponents, the freshman simply had no chance. Watching two more teammates fall, Gongsun Lianxi understood the gap between both sides. The seniors were not only stronger individually, but their teamwork was flawless. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. He told Yuanxi to forget everything and fight with all he had, and Yuanxi immediately agreed. Neither of them held back anymore. Gongsun Lianxi raised his battle blade, while Yuan Si extended his razor-sharp claws, both preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. Gongsun Lianxi's blade released a brilliant blue slash with myriad shadow blades. Beside him, Yuan Si unleashed Fatal Strike, creating a raging crimson vortex that surged forward. Their ultimate attack slammed toward the seniors, but the response was just as fast. Two opponents instantly raised their swords into defensive stances while launching a counterforce straight into the incoming attacks. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield. Unable to withstand the backlash, both Gongsun Lianxi and Yuan Si were thrown flying. They crashed hard into the wall surrounding the arena, officially ending their fight. Even so, their desperate attack left its mark. One senior's clothes were torn apart, while another's heavy armor shattered completely, revealing that the person inside was actually a young woman. The entire audience erupted in shock. The bulky armor and massive frame had fooled everyone. No one expected such a petite female student to be wearing it. Feeling everyone's eyes on her, she immediately lost her temper and shouted for them to look away, threatening to gouge out the eyes of anyone who kept staring. After all 4 teammates were eliminated, only Lin Han remained. He glanced across the enemy lineup and laughed, as he finally understood why there had been no obvious healer from the start. Their support had been discussed as a frontline warrior in heavy armor, and her close combat skills were no joke. The armored senior confirmed it, explaining that she could instantly heal the entire team whenever needed, allowing the 5 of them to even challenge opponents 1 rank above them. Now that Lin Han stood alone, they advised him to surrender. Lin Han simply rubbed his forehead with a calm smile. In his eyes, the real battle was only beginning. His teammates were gone, but the 5 seniors were far from unharmed after everything that had happened. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Han suddenly accelerated and charged alone straight into the senior team's formation. Seeing Lin Han charging in, the senior mage immediately raised a defensive barrier. Blazing flame wall appeared before him, shielding both himself and the teammate beside him. But that defense could not stop Lin Han. 1 punch was all it took to shatter the magic wall into pieces. The blue-haired senior instantly summoned massive vines, hoping to stop his advance with her control magic. Countless vines wrapped tightly around Lin Han's body, locking him firmly in place. Believing she had succeeded, the plant mage smiled proudly and declared that Lin Han would never break through her defense. Before she could finish, the sight before her left her speechless. Lin Han's was not restrained at all. Instead, he ripped the entire mass of vines straight out of the ground. Without slowing down, he grabbed the uprooted vines and charged toward the armored senior. His speed was so overwhelming that she had no idea what he was about to do. Lin Han swung the vines like a giant rope, casually wrapping up the blue-haired mage, who happened to be standing nearby as well. The unexpected move instantly threw the audience into an uproar. Everyone was stunned by Lin Han's unpredictable fighting style. In just a few moves, the plant mage's own vines became the ropes that tied both her and the armored senior together. Their faces turned bright red as they were bound side by side, while Lin Han had already neutralized 3 senior students in rapid succession. Lin Han smiled and shifted his gaze to the remaining opponents. After that counterattack, only 2 enemies were still standing before him. The Vice Dean watched every second of the battle with growing satisfaction. Lin Han always seized the smallest opening, struck with incredible speed, and switched targets before anyone could stop him. His strength, speed, and adaptability were almost flawless. The Vice Dean laughed, thinking the Academy had found a second Fei Hua, perhaps an even greater one. On the other side, the armored senior still refused to stop arguing with Lin Han. He laughed and admitted that exposing only a tiny opening had been enough for Lin Han to exploit, proving his extraordinary strength. Lin Han modestly praised him in return, then casually added that he would probably look even more impressive without that armor. As expected, the comment hit his weak spot. The senior immediately exploded with anger, convinced Lin Han had insulted both his taste and his passion for armor. His teammates had to grab Zhenan and hold him back as he struggled wildly, demanding to be released for a real fight. Seeing someone lose his composure over something as simple as fashion, Lin Han found it secretly amusing. Then he clenched his fist and warned the remaining 2 that if they were not going to attack, he would make the first move himself. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Han's punch split the arena floor with a massive crack. The violent shockwave blasted both opponents apart in opposite directions. Even after being caught off guard, their combat experience kicked in immediately. While still airborne, the team captain quickly regained his balance and charged straight back toward Lin Han. The other senior was just as fast. He rushed in from another direction and swung his azure blade directly at Lin Han. Both attacks closed in at once, yet Lin Han did not even reach for a weapon. He simply caught both attacks with his bare hands. The unbelievable scene made the captain's face change. He hurriedly warned Lin Han that this was only a tournament, and blocking weapons with his hands would ruin both of them. Hearing his opponent worry about him even in the middle of battle, Lin Han felt genuinely grateful and thanked the senior. But the instant those words left his mouth, tremendous power erupted from his hands, crushing both weapons with a single grip. Broken fragments scattered through the air. Lin Han casually remarked that he was a violent priest, before swiftly finishing off the last 2 opponents. As soon as the battle ended, Lin Han activated Holy Light Radiance to heal his injuries. Under the healing light, the wounds on his hands quickly disappeared, restoring them to perfect condition. Lin Han happily raised both hands and jokingly apologized to the seniors, saying he had accidentally won the match. Instead of being annoyed, the audience became even more excited. Cheers for Lin Han echoed throughout the arena, with everyone smiling as if they had won the battle themselves. Right after that, the vice principal officially announced the result. Lin Han had defeated the Diamond Rank seniors head-on and turned the priest's healing abilities into terrifying combat power. With that performance, he was crowned the champion of the freshman tournament and earned 10 years' worth of academy resources as his reward. The audience instantly burst into excited discussions. Some were thrilled that Lin Han had cleared the final challenge and already saw him as their idol, while others could only sigh, wondering why they had to be born in the same generation as a monster like him. While everyone was still celebrating, Lin Han suddenly realized that someone far away had been quietly watching him the entire time. He immediately turned to search for the source, growing suspicious. Who was secretly observing him here? Not long afterward, Lin Han's group moved to a private room on the second floor of the cafeteria at Changchi Academy in Hongyun City. The atmosphere was lively, as everyone repeatedly raised their glasses to celebrate Tian Yi and Du Wanting officially joining the team. Gongsun Lianqi eagerly finished his beer and laughed that he used to think he was rich. But Lin Han had earned a fortune with just a few moves. From now on, sticking with the boss was clearly the smartest choice. Tang Xingxi threw an arm around Lin Han and happily toasted to following Boss Han. In such a good mood, Lin Han generously told everyone to order whatever they wanted because he was paying for everything tonight. A while later, the table was still full of food, and plenty beer remained. Yet everyone had already passed out drunk. Only Lin Han calmly sipped his drink, shaking his head at their terrible alcohol tolerance and guessed they would not wake up until morning. Before he could finish the thought, a shadow suddenly flashed past outside. Lin Han immediately looked toward the window, and the relaxed expression on his face vanished. The aura felt exactly like the one that had watched him during the tournament, so he decided to find out who it was himself. Lin Han quickly left the cafeteria and entered a nearby forest. He walked calmly along the path while keeping his full attention on every movement around him. It did not take long for the mysterious figure to appear again behind a distant tree, still hiding in the darkness while silently watching his every move. Lin Han wasted no time. He combined physical magic with Earth Tremor Fist to force the hidden figure into the open. When he finally saw the face, he could not immediately tell whether it was Fei Hua or Jiang Rotan. The mysterious girl reacted instantly. She raised the short blade in her hand and perfectly blocked Lin Han's incoming attack. Lin Han immediately withdrew his previous strike and switched techniques, launching Violent Priest Fist straight at her. Instead of dodging, the girl calmly raised both hands and blocked Lin Han's punch head-on. After taking the hit, she immediately realized its power was far beyond the diamond rank. She teased that the young boss had hidden his true strength so well that she had almost gotten hurt. The moment she called him, "My dear young boss," Lin Han instantly recognized her and happily greeted Fei Hua. Fei Hua walked right up to Lin Han and casually pinched his cheek in revenge, teasing that even after so long, her young boss was still as adorable as ever. Wincing in pain, Lin Han awkwardly begged her to stop fooling around. Seeing that he was genuinely hurting, Fei Hua finally let go. As Lin Han rubbed his sore cheek, he asked why she had suddenly appeared at the academy. It turned out Fei Hua had come to visit her younger sister, but the moment she mentioned her, she let out a sigh, saying that if her sister discovered she was here, the two of them would probably end up fighting again. Lin Han silently noted that their sibling relationship was clearly a disaster, but wisely kept that thought to himself. Not wanting to dig into her family matters, Lin Han changed the subject to Fei Hua's strength. His earlier punch had been far from weak, yet she blocked it with ease, proving she had become even stronger. He could only admire that a once-in-a-century genius truly was different. Even after reaching the supreme rank, her growth remained astonishing. Delighted by the praise, Fei Hua revealed that she had spent an entire month farming dungeons and had already reached supreme rank 3. Hearing that she had stayed for a whole month left Lin Han confused. As far as he knew, dungeon monsters were supposed to disappear permanently once defeated. Seeing his puzzled expression, Fei Hua burst into laughter and teased her young boss for still being inexperienced, before proudly deciding to teach him a lesson. According to Fei Hua, dungeon monsters were indeed limited, but they would eventually respawn after some time. She simply stayed inside, waited for them to return, and cleared them over and over again, making her training far more efficient. Hearing such an outrageous training method, Lin Han could only smile awkwardly and admit it was certainly one way to do it. Fei Hua even pretended to look pitiful as she complained that if the dungeon staff had not forcibly kicked her out for consuming too many resources, she would probably have stayed there forever. Lin Han was completely speechless. Draining someone else's free resources to that extent was definitely not something worth bragging about. While they were chatting, Fei Hua suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked if Lin Han had finally learned her real name after spending so much time at Changchi Academy. Feeling guilty, Lin Han quickly looked away and awkwardly claimed he had simply been too busy. A sharp blade instantly appeared as a warning. She angrily reminded him that her real name was publicly listed on the Academy website. Was it really so hard for him to spare a little attention for her? Under overwhelming survival pressure, Lin Han immediately admitted his mistake. Satisfied with his answer, she put away her blade and formally introduced herself. Her real name was Zhang Nying. Lin Han immediately showered the name Nying with compliments, trying to laugh away the awkwardness. Zhang Nying stopped teasing him and got straight to the point. She had come to tell him what she had uncovered about the incident years ago, when the gold rank monster they fought had suddenly transformed into a platinum rank minotaur. Lin Han's expression instantly turned serious after hearing she had found a lead. Nying explained that the incident was connected to the Blood Moon cult, one of the world's largest evil organizations. They were said to possess a technique that absorbed the blood of the wounded to increase their strength, and they could even transform into black mist. Although the cult had long been outlawed, its activities had never truly disappeared. The mention of black mist immediately reminded Lin Han of the man in black who had appeared at the academy. If the abilities matched, that person was likely a member of the Blood Moon cult as well. What he still could not understand was why he had become a target. Back then, he had stood out, but not enough to seem unusually special. Nying could not give a definite answer either. The Blood Moon cult was notoriously unpredictable, constantly causing chaos without anyone, not even the Empire, fully understanding their ultimate goal. However, they seemed especially fond of hunting down geniuses. She even teased Lin Han not to think he was the only one on their list. That left him wondering whether his unique system had already been discovered or whether he had simply been marked as another talented target. While Lin Han was lost in thought, Nying reminded her young boss to stay on guard from now on. But there was something unusual about her expression, making Lin Han ask if she was hiding something. Having been caught, Nying rarely looked embarrassed. She admitted she was about to enlist in the military. Besides bringing him this information, she had also come to say goodbye. Hearing that, Lin Han immediately asked whether she really had to go. Nying stepped closer on purpose, creating an almost intimate atmosphere as she explained that it was an assigned mission, so of course she had to leave. Then she teasingly asked if he could not bear to see her go, or if he wanted her to stay. The close distance made Lin Han blush. He quickly coughed and awkwardly claimed he had only asked without thinking. Zhang Nying did not force him to admit anything. She simply smiled and pretended to accept that excuse. Before leaving, she reminded her young boss to stay alive since the Blood Moon cult was after him, because she did not want to come back only to collect his body. Lin Han confidently replied that she should not worry because he would never leave her a widow. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized what he had just said and instantly froze in embarrassment. Nying only burst into laughter before saying her farewell. Under the moonlight, Zhang Nying's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Han remained standing there, watching until she was gone, before finally letting out a long sigh. His face still slightly red, Lin Han coughed and tried to comfort himself. After all, Nying was only leaving on a military mission. It was not as though she would never return. Just then, another figure appeared, looking thoroughly displeased. The newcomer grumbled that students these days had no manners. They could return to Changchi Academy without even saying hello, coming and going as if the place were a public restroom. After that, Lin Han's group headed to the mission registration hall and officially established their team at Changchi Academy in Hongyun City. The moment they arrived, Du Wanting was stunned by the huge crowd filling the area. She never expected the place to be so lively. Ma Tianhong explained that this was the gathering point for freshmen looking to form teams, accept missions, hunt monsters, and gain real combat experience. Exceptional cases like Brother Han, almost every student trained here regularly. Lin Han immediately paused, wondering how he had somehow been classified as an abnormal monster. The other three had no idea how to answer. After everything Lin Han had accomplished, did he really not realize how extraordinary he was? Just then, a loud shout came from behind, ordering everyone to make way because the boss had arrived. Lin Han's turned around, curious to see who would make such a flashy entrance. A blue-haired young man stepped forward. He walked straight up to Lin Han and asked if he was the national tournament champion from Huiyou City. Lin Han admitted his identity and then asked what the man wanted with him. The blue-haired young man introduced himself as Juege Tianfeng, the top graduate of Hongyun City, and immediately invited Lin Han to join his team. Only his squad was worthy of bringing out Lin Han's full potential. He proudly claimed that the strong belonged with the strong, while the weak existed only to become stepping stones. Lin Han did not hesitate for a second. He calmly refused, saying he already had teammates he trusted. He even bluntly added that the so-called champion team looked like nothing more than a group of children playing at teamwork. One of Juege Tianfeng's followers immediately lost his temper, accusing Lin Han of being ungrateful. In his opinion, the captain personally extending an invitation was already a huge honor, yet Lin Han still dared to refuse. Lin Han fired back by mocking Jueg Tianfeng for raising a dog that barked far too much. Then he made his move, declaring that if the owner could not control it, he did not mind teaching it a lesson himself. Zhu Tianfeng instantly stepped in to block the attack as killing intent flared around him. He claimed the one who truly failed to understand the situation was Lin Han because he had yet to realize the weight carried by the title of champion. Today, he would personally show him the gap between the very best and ordinary students. After their first clash, Lin Han silently raised his evaluation of his opponent. This man was far stronger than Zhang Jianan and remained constantly alert. Defeating him in a single move would not be easy. Before the conflict could escalate, a teacher suddenly appeared and coldly asked whether they wanted the academy to deduct points because of them. The moment Jueje Tianfeng saw the newcomer, he immediately dropped his arrogant attitude and respectfully greeted Director Xu. The man who had arrived was Xu Zhongtian, the academy's director of student affairs. Lin Han quietly observed him. The pressure alone was enough for him to judge that Director Xu had at least reached the supreme rank. Xu Zhongtian looked at the people standing beside Lin Han, confirmed they were the teammates planning to form a squad with him, and then told everyone to follow him. As they climbed the stairs, Yuan Si leaned over and quietly asked Brother Han where Director Xu was taking them and what he intended to do. The black-haired young man with glasses imagined something was much worse, worrying that since they had just broken the rules, they might be hung from the top of a tower to dry in the wind. Lin Han quickly dismissed the ridiculous theory, saying Director Xu was an upright man who would never punish anyone that way. The group passed through a magnificent golden door and entered a high platform with a breathtaking view that overlooked nearly the entire city. The incredible scenery left everyone speechless as they could not help admiring the grandeur before them. Xu Zhongting explained that this was the Watchtower, the tallest structure in Changqi Academy. In a world filled with monsters, not every city had its own military like Hongyun's city. Here, the students of Changqi Academy served as the city's frontline defenders against monster invasions. Throughout history, Changqi Academy had survived 3 massive monster tides, and every single one had been an unimaginably brutal battle. Xu Zhenshin's duty was to stand watch, constantly monitoring the monster activity around the region. Recently, he had noticed unusual changes. According to him, another monster tide might never happen again, or it could arrive tomorrow. No one could predict it. Hearing about the looming threat, Lin Han seriously asked Director Xu what his team could do to help protect the city. Xu Zhongtian replied that he wanted to place his hopes on the next generation. The faster young people like them grew stronger, the greater the chance of surviving the coming monster tide. That was why he wanted to become the team's personal mentor. Lin Han was surprised, while Yuan Si and Gongsun Lianqi could barely hide their excitement. Gongsun Lianqi enthusiastically patted Lin Han on the shoulder, urging him to accept immediately. Having a supramarank powerhouse personally guide them was a privilege that even the heirs of great families might never receive, so it was no wonder he was so eager. Faced with an opportunity too valuable to refuse, Lin Han immediately placed a hand over his chest and formally accepted. He also vowed that as long as he was alive, he would fight with everything he had when the monster tide arrived. Xu Zhongtian was extremely pleased with that response. His decision to pay attention to Lin Han had clearly been worthwhile. As if he had already planned everything, he immediately gave its official name, Watchers. It seemed he had never believed they would reject his offer. Lin Han quietly repeated the name Watchers and smiled with satisfaction before thanking his mentor for such a meaningful team name. Xu Zhongtian tossed the group a golden card and informed them that he had already prepared their first training mission to help the team quickly improve their strength. The next morning, they only needed to collect the mission details from the quest hall before setting out immediately. The schedule was intense, but for freshmen, an opportunity like this was priceless. Lin Han caught the golden card without hesitation and respectfully told his mentor that he understood. Early the next morning, the Watchers arrived at the mission hall as scheduled. Lin Han handed the golden card to the receptionist and asked her to register the team's assigned mission. The receptionist accepted it with a smile and began checking the records, asking them to wait while she processed the request. But the moment she found the mission file, her smile disappeared and turned into shock. She asked them one more time if they really wanted to accept this mission, making everyone realize something was wrong. Lin Han immediately asked why. The receptionist simply sighed, turned the mission file toward them, and pointed at the page, telling them to see for themselves. Yuan Si quickly stepped forward, curious about what could possibly be so frightening. Meanwhile, Lin Han stood beside him, still completely confused. The instant Yuan Si reached the important details, his face turned pale, and he could not help crying out in shock. Seeing his reaction, Gongsun Lianqi hurried over to look as well and was equally stunned. The file clearly described a series of mysterious murders and disappearances, officially classified by the Academy as an A-rank mission. Only Lin Han still could not understand why everyone was panicking. Gongsun Lianqi clasped his hands together as if praying and explained that rank missions normally required a team with at least peak diamond combat power. Looking at their current strength, he immediately suggested changing to another mission before it was too late. Yuan Si wiped the sweat from his forehead and reminded everyone that aside from Lin Han's extraordinary diamond-level strength, the rest of the team was far from ready. Lin Han, however, calmly picked up the file and read it carefully. The report stated that Mongshan County near Hongyun City had suffered a series of mysterious deaths, with every victim missing their heart, while investigators had found no explanation. In his opinion, this was more of an investigation than a monster hunt, so it might not be as dangerous as everyone imagined. More importantly, their mentor had personally selected this mission, giving them no reason to give up so easily. After hearing Lin Han's reasoning, Gongsun Lianqi gradually calmed down and admitted it made sense. Solving a mystery often required intelligence, and a bit of luck more than overwhelming strength, and high-level missions offered the richest rewards, making them the fastest path for the team to grow stronger. Seeing everyone's spirits recover, Lin Han threw an arm around his teammates and told them to stop scaring themselves. As long as he was with them, they could set out with confidence. The journey to Mongshan took the team along dangerously narrow mountain roads, and once again, their transportation was the familiar bus. During the trip, Lin Han introduced their destination. Mongshan was a county located near the empire's border, surrounded by towering mountains. Beyond the border defenses lay a region filled with countless monsters. He jokingly warned everyone to hold on tight or risk falling into the ravine, even teasing that they should pray for safe travels in case they never returned. The endless mountain scenery was already intimidating enough, and his comments immediately made Teng Xingqi panic. He grabbed Lin Han's sleeve and asked if it was still possible to turn back. Lin Han's only laughed and told him it was already too late. After the jokes ended, the five of them began reviewing the case file, and the mood inside the bus instantly became serious. Over the past few months, Mongshan had recorded 26 murders. Strangely, every victim showed no external injuries, yet their hearts had vanished. The killer left almost no traces behind, and even the method of murder remained a complete mystery. Even more alarming, many skilled investigators had already failed before them. Shenmeng Academy had once sent an entire platinum-rank squad to Mongshan, but every member disappeared without a trace and never returned. That incident was exactly why the mission had been upgraded to A rank. If even a platinum team had vanished, these freshmen could not afford to be careless. Gongsun Lianqi looked at the situation from another angle. In his opinion, anyone capable of wiping out a platinum squad without leaving clues should possess at least diamond-level combat power. Fortunately, their own team could already challenge opponents at that level, and Brother Han was even capable of overpowering diamond-rank experts, so they might still have a chance. Du Wanting, however, remained worried because the case file contained almost nothing besides the victim's condition and the strange cause of death. Before she could finish speaking, the bus suddenly slammed on the brakes. The violent stop nearly threw everyone from their seats, and they immediately asked what had happened. The driver loudly ordered everyone to get off the bus, saying that anyone heading to Mongshan County would have to continue on foot because he absolutely refused to drive any farther. The fear on his face was unmistakable. It was obvious he knew far more about their destination than he was willing to say. Yuan Si stepped forward to negotiate, reminding the driver this was the only bus heading toward Mongshan, so they could not just stop halfway. But the driver refused to budge, saying that ever since the murders began, almost no one dared go near the county. If Lin Han's group wanted to continue, they would have to get off here. Hearing that, Yuan Ting grew even more uneasy and quickly asked if Mongshan had really become that terrifying. The driver said it was even worse than they imagined because his neighbor had escaped from Mongshan. According to him, the county was almost completely deserted. Whenever someone showed up, a strange ghostly figure would appear and haunt them every single day. It sounded like an urban legend, but after all the murders, no one could ignore it. Lin Han kept asking where that neighbor could be found. The driver immediately lost his temper and scolded the youngsters for having no fear of death after being warned so many times. Even so, he eventually took out some paper and quietly drew them a map. He also agreed to drive them a little farther, stopping only after reaching a forest about 30 kilometers from the county. Seeing how detailed the map was, the group joked that the driver must have been an artist. Before leaving, he seriously warned them to follow the map carefully and never let their guard down. His neighbor had fallen gravely ill after encountering the ghostly figure and still had not recovered. Guiding strangers while worrying about their safety proved he was truly a kind man. Lin Han became even more interested in the so-called ghostly figure. He wanted to see for himself what was terrifying all of Mongshan. Following the driver's directions, the five finally reached the location, but all they found was a cold and desolate wasteland that made everyone uneasy. No one felt like joking anymore. Everyone stayed on full alert. Yuan Si sensed a heavy and eerie atmosphere that constantly triggered his instincts. Right then, a strange figure suddenly appeared on the road. It had a human shape, wore white clothes, and hid its face behind a mask. The whole team froze. Could the ghost rumors actually be true? After taking a closer look, they realized this white figure was different from the one that had attacked them before. Lin Han also sensed a unique energy inside it, but strangely enough, it did not seem hostile toward them. Yuan Ting volunteered to use her ability to uncover the truth while the others protected her during the process. Xin Qi immediately agreed, and the team moved into position without wasting a second. The four formed a defensive circle around Yuan Ting. She activated her magic, using Holy Blessing Light to awaken eyes that could trace the hidden marks left behind by all things. A brilliant golden ring appeared, releasing such overwhelming power that everyone was stunned. Lin Han instantly recognized it as the rare Observer class ability. With the power to trace past events at a location, investigating the secrets of Mongshan would become much easier. It did not take long before Yuan Ting saw echoes of the past. At this very spot, 4 senior students from Shenmeng Academy had gathered in a circle, seemingly carrying out something she could not identify. Then the scene suddenly changed. All 4 stood up and started throwing punches at one another, leaving Yuan Ting completely confused. In her vision, the young men fought each other fiercely. Someone even tried to break up the fight, but nothing calmed down. The more Yuan Ting watched, the more confused she became. She could not understand why a team on the same mission had suddenly turned on each other. One of them grabbed another man and slammed his head into the wall with such terrifying force that cracks spread across the surface. But something bizarre happened next. Instead of hitting solid stone, the man's head passed through a surface like water and disappeared into a completely different place. Yuan Ting immediately realized she had misunderstood. They were not fighting at all. They were using a special method to pass through the wall. There was clearly another space hidden behind it, though Yuan Si still could not understand what she had discovered. The remaining members of the Shenmeng team also crossed through the barrier one after another. They had actually found the entrance to a secret area hidden inside Mongshan. Yuan Ting continued following the past, but the moment they disappeared behind the barrier, a blood-red creature with the appearance of a demon suddenly emerged and completely blocked her vision. The sudden appearance made Yuan Ting cry out in pain. Yuan Si panicked and immediately told her to stop using her ability. Blood was already flowing from Yuan Ting's eyes, making it obvious she had suffered a devastating backlash. After breaking out of her vision, Yuan Ting explained that she had seen a massive crimson figure before her mind was instantly invaded. If simply observing it could affect her, then whatever was hiding inside was far beyond ordinary. Lin Han checked on Yuan Ting and told her to rest. Based on what she had seen, he decided they still had to enter the hidden wall. Whether her vision had been shattered by the danger inside, or by something blocking outsiders from seeing, they first needed to find that hidden space. Meanwhile, Yuan Si remained deeply worried about her condition. Lin Han immediately activated the Eye of God, and a stream of blue light covered his eyes as they slowly turned crimson. Under that special vision, the hidden flaw had nowhere left to conceal itself. Locking onto the target, Lin Han rushed forward and declared that he had found the entrance. He stopped before the suspicious spot, confirmed it was the right place, and threw a powerful punch. The invisible barrier instantly shattered, and a dazzling blue light swallowed all 5 of them. In the blink of an eye, the entire landscape changed. The blue skies vanished, replaced by a blood-red heaven filled with crushing pressure. Lin Han slowly opened his eyes while the others stared in shock at the strange world before them. The entire Watcher team had left the original area and entered a completely different dimension. Gongsun Liangshi planted his spear into the ground and immediately realized the liquid beneath his feet was not water but blood. The horrifying sight made him wonder how many people in Mongshan were still alive. Before anyone could recover from the shock, Yuan Ting suddenly screamed and pointed toward the distance with trembling hands. Across the sea of blood stood countless wooden frames, each hanging something shaped like a human. As they moved closer, they confirmed they were real corpses. Every body had been stripped of its flesh, its chest split open, and its heart completely removed. The dried remains showed they had been there for a very long time. Even Yuan Si felt a chill run down his spine, unable to imagine who could commit such cruelty. Lin Han's group continued deeper inside, but the uneasy feeling only grew stronger. Besides the countless corpses, he discovered many empty coffins prepared in advance. Gongsun Liangshi instantly understood their purpose. Whoever lived here had no intention of stopping, and the next victims had probably already been chosen. Suddenly, a tiny insect-like creature dropped from above and landed on the tip of Gongsun Liangxi's spear. Before anyone could react, the tiny creature rapidly expanded into a savage monster with razor-sharp claws right in front of him. Everything happened too fast. Gong's son Liangxi only had time to flinch before losing every chance to defend himself. Fortunately, Lin Han reacted a split second faster. He grabbed the creature with one hand and crushed it before it could attack. He immediately warned Gongsun Liangxi to stay alert because this place was far too strange. Escaping death by a hair, Gongsun Liangxi let out a relieved breath and thanked Brother Han. But not far away, a mysterious figure silently watched every move the team made. None of Lin Han's group realized they were already being observed. The hidden man revealed a sinister smile, clearly pleased by Lin Han's sharp awareness. In his eyes, only someone with that level of talent was worthy of becoming the perfect material for his plan. Moments later, he gave the order, and countless giant monsters with horrifying appearances charged forward at once. The sudden assault caught Lin Han's team completely off guard. The mastermind finally revealed himself, standing atop a gigantic reptilian beast. He welcomed the visitors to his blood hell before gleefully releasing what he called his little darlings to entertain them. Lin Han immediately dodged a heavy strike while warning everyone to stay careful. Gongsun Liangxi gripped his spear and barely held the attack back, stunned that such a terrifying expert had been hiding inside Mongshan all along. In the middle of the chaotic battle, one monster suddenly swept its attack toward Yuan Ting. Yuan Ting panicked because she could no longer use her powers. She had no time to dodge and was struck head-on. One of her legs sank deep into the sea of blood, while the monster ahead opened its massive jaws and lunged straight at her. At that very moment, a brilliant streak of light cut across the battlefield and shot directly toward Yuan Ting. Yuan Si arrived just in time, pulling Yuan Ting out of the sea of blood before the monster could swallow her. It looked like a heroic rescue, but Xin Qi, barely holding the front line together, immediately ruined the dramatic moment by yelling at them to stop showing off because she was about to reach her limit. The twisted creatures completely surrounded the Watchers, pushing the team into a deadly situation. The mysterious man grew even more excited by their quick reactions before summoning an enormous monster whose overwhelming presence instantly put everyone on edge. Watching his abilities, Lin Han suddenly connected them to a forbidden technique that stole power through the blood of the wounded. Only one infamous evil faction used methods like that. Putting the clues together, he identified the enemy as the Blood Moon cult. Hearing Lin Han guess correctly, the man did not deny it. Instead, he burst into laughter and praised Lin Han's sharp insight. Revealing a mouth full of terrifying fangs, he proudly introduced himself as Heart-Eating Worm, one of the Blood Moon cult's protectors. Ma Tianxing struggled against the monsters. After learning his opponent belonged to the Blood Moon cult and sensing his terrifying strength, he immediately told everyone else to retreat. He chose to stay behind alone and buy time for the team to escape. Lin Han instantly shouted at Ma Tianxing to stop talking like that. As members of the Watchers, abandoning a teammate and running away was never an option. Heart-Eating Worm found their determination amusing. He activated another technique and mocked Lin Han's resolve, saying it meant nothing because they would all die here anyway. Lin Han decided to fight the protector head-on alongside Ma Tianxing. His power erupted, flooding the battlefield with overwhelming magic. In response to the enemy's declaration, he simply replied that the outcome would be decided in battle. Lin Han waved his hand, opening a massive space filled with blue energy that nearly covered the sky. But as soon as the portal stabilized, he ordered his teammates to retreat through it immediately. Everyone obeyed and jumped into the blue vortex one after another. Only when they looked back did they realize Lin Han had no intention of leaving with them. The team desperately called for Lin Han to come with them, but he calmly said he would deal with the protector first and then meet up with them later. Heart-Eating Worm flew into a rage, believing Lin Han was looking down on him and even allowing the valuable materials he wanted to escape. Grinding his teeth, he swore to make Lin Han suffer a fate worse than death. Faced with the threat, Lin Han remained completely calm and answered with a cold smile. In his eyes, the one about to experience a fate worse than death was Heart-Eating Worm. With his teammates gone, Lin Han no longer held anything back. He released every ounce of power within him and declared that his most terrifying state was when he fought completely alone. He immediately unleashed the forbidden spell known as Fallen Realm Descent. The spell forced its target into two devastating negative conditions that would continue until all strength was exhausted, and death finally arrived. Heart-Eating Worm had no chance to resist before the forbidden spell took effect. His body instantly weakened, his knees buckled, and he clutched his chest while coughing violently. When he looked at his hand, he was horrified to find his palm covered in blood. Unable to understand what had happened to his body, Heart-Eating Worm roared in anger and demanded that Lin Han explain what he had done. Lin Han calmly replied that he had not needed to attack directly. Heart-Eating Worm had already lost both his hearing and his sight, and everything he believed he saw was merely an illusion created by Lin Han. While his opponent had completely lost the ability to sense reality, Lin Han clenched his fist and slowly closed the distance. He coldly reminded him that even standing right beside him, heart-eating worm could not detect his presence. Even if his heart were pierced, he would die without ever knowing what had happened. With those words, Lin Han raised his fist to finish the battle. Thinking of all the lives lost in Mongshan County, he poured all his strength into a final strike to make heart-eating worm pay for every crime he had committed. But despite being trapped by the forbidden spell, heart-eating worm unexpectedly blocked the attack. He burst into laughter and admitted the spell was truly terrifying. If he had only been at the King Realm, that blow would have killed him. The moment his attack was stopped, Lin Han felt the pressure skyrocket. Only then did he realize his opponent's true cultivation. The Protector had already reached the Supreme Realm. Heart-eating worm gave him no time to think and immediately launched a counterattack. The overwhelming gap in strength left Lin Han unable to defend himself, and the blow sent him flying. Lin Han's chest suffered a serious wound as blood quickly soaked through his clothes. Even worse, streams of strange black energy continuously poured out from the injury. Heart-eating worm pointed at Lin Han and admitted he was truly powerful. With a King Realm body and a mysterious forbidden spell, Lin Han's combat strength had reached the Supreme Realm, but that still was not enough to fight them. As he spoke, the black energy around Lin Han's wound grew thicker, while Lin Han held his chest and watched his opponent. Even while injured, Lin Han quickly spotted something strange. Although heart-eating worm possessed Supreme Realm cultivation, his mana output was only around the King Realm. He stayed calm on the surface, but he knew the situation was dire. The black energy kept draining his mana, the wound continued bleeding, and every passing second made him weaker with no time to treat it. Hearing that, heart-eating worm proudly revealed that the one standing before Lin Han was only a clone. Even so, it could unleash the original body's Supreme Realm power for a short time, and that trick was his greatest source of pride. Confident that he had the upper hand, he did not even bother fighting personally anymore and turned to leave. Before going, heart-eating worm declared that his little darlings were more than enough to wear Lin Han down. A hideous monster with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth immediately appeared, and he stood on its back, laughing as he ordered it to enjoy the feast before it. Knowing he could not keep defending forever, Lin Han charged forward, slipping past the monster's massive body in search of a counterattack. He quickly calculated that even activating the wind and lightning domain would not be enough. Heart-eating worm was deliberately avoiding direct combat, clearly intending to let the monsters exhaust him to death. Lin Han had to admit he had underestimated a true Supreme Realm expert. To break the deadlock, his only option was to find an opening, finish the enemy with one decisive strike, and escape immediately. Watching Lin Han struggle against the monster only made heart-eating worm laugh even harder. He delighted in seeing his prey sink deeper into despair the more it resisted. But his laughter suddenly stopped. His expression changed when he noticed Lin Han making a move completely outside his expectations. From the distance, Lin Han suddenly accelerated straight toward him with a weapon already in hand. Ignoring the monster entirely, he forced the battle back into a direct duel with heart-eating worm. The surprise attack came at incredible speed, yet heart-eating worm still reacted in time and blocked it head-on. Instead of panicking, he burst into laughter, saying he had already seen through Lin Han's plan. Betting everything on one decisive strike was not a bad strategy. Lin Han never wavered despite the gap in strength, but heart-eating worm coldly declared that he would never allow such a plan to succeed. While Lin Han focused entirely on the Protector, the monster had quietly circled behind him without his notice. Just as the fatal blow was about to land, countless weapons rained down from the sky and slammed into the monster, saving Lin Han at the last second. A man in a white cloak appeared in mid-air, remarking that he could not decide whether these freshmen were lucky or unlucky to encounter the Blood Moon cult on their very first mission. Fortunately, he had been secretly following them all along. The moment Lin Han recognized him, he happily called out, "Master." Heart-eating worm looked up and immediately recognized Xu Zhongtian. Knowing he was Lin Han's mentor, he became even more excited, believing this brat was the reason his plans had failed time and again. Unexpectedly, this time he had lured in an even bigger catch. Xu Zhongtian merely frowned at his confidence. In his view, heart-eating worm was dreaming too much, because there was no way he could turn the situation around now. Unwilling to waste another word, heart-eating worm immediately charged forward, determined to prove who truly controlled the battlefield. But the instant he closed in, countless long metal rods suddenly appeared and blocked every path of attack, forcing him to stop. Xu Zhongtian launched a relentless assault, striking heart-eating worm again and again. Only then did he reveal his ability to control magnetism. In an area filled with metal, his opponent could barely even get close. Before long, heart-eating worm's body was pierced by multiple metal rods. He collapsed to the ground in a miserable state, coughing up blood. Even so, he continued laughing because the current distance was exactly what he needed. Heart-eating worm's arm suddenly twisted and rapidly swelled into a grotesque shape. Staring at Xu Zhongtian, he declared that he had prepared a grand gift for the academy director. Every ounce of energy inside the clone was compressed to its absolute limit. Heart-eating worm frantically pushed his power to the extreme, preparing to turn his own body into a catastrophic explosion. The terrifying pressure caused countless cracks to spread across the barrier surrounding the space, showing that it could no longer contain the energy inside. A moment later, the entire barrier shattered into pieces. Xu Zhongtian reacted instantly, raising a protective shield and pulling Lin Han's inside before the explosion reached them. After blocking the explosion, Xu Zhongtian mocked the enemy for thinking a self-destruct attack could injure him, but Lin Han stayed alert. He believed heart-eating worm's real body was still hiding somewhere in Mongshan. Since the man seemed obsessed with him, Lin Han thought staying behind might lure out the real target. Xu Zhongtian immediately realized Lin Han wanted to use himself as bait, but he warned that the plan was far too dangerous. Lin Han firmly rejected the idea of retreating. Avoiding the Blood Moon cult would never guarantee safety if they could strike at any time. Instead of living on guard forever, he wanted to eliminate the threat once and for all. While the two were discussing it, another man suddenly joined the conversation. He admitted Lin Han's plan was reckless, but said he liked it, then turned to Xu Zhongtian and asked whether he would agree. Xu Zhongtian recognized him at a glance and called him Bian Hong. He was a tall, mature man with a friendly smile, yet something about his aura felt strangely unsettling. Xu Zhongtian joked that Mongshan no longer had any civilians, so Bian Hong must be unemployed by now. Bian Hong laughed and teased his old friend for still being as unpleasant as ever. He admitted he never expected the Blood Moon cult to make such a huge move, but fortunately he had already evacuated the townspeople. With the forces currently gathered, he believed the cult would soon be dragged into the open. After a brief exchange, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Only then did Bian Hong seem to remember that Lin Han had been standing beside Xu Zhongtian the entire time. He cleared his throat before formally introducing himself as the magistrate of Mongshan. Bian Hong had once fought alongside Xu Zhongtian, which finally explained the unemployment joke. After all, serving as the leader of an empty county was a little ironic. Bian Hong went on to say that he had safely rescued the remaining students and brought them to the courtyard beside the county hall. Knowing Lin Han's teammates were all safe, Xu Zhongtian finally relaxed and thanked him. Bian Hong simply smiled and said old friends did not need formal thanks. He still had to continue searching with his men, so he suggested they all rest for the day. Meanwhile, Lin Han quietly observed the county magistrate, as if weighing something in his mind. Before leaving, Bian Hong turned back and added that if they truly intended to use the bait plan, they should visit the Mangshan marketplace. There were plenty of valuable items there, almost as if he was helping Lin Han's team prepare. After Bian Hong walked away, Xu Zhongtian asked his student what he thought. Lin Han answered without hesitation that although the county magistrate had acted cheerful from beginning to end, he always felt uneasy around him, as though something dangerous was hidden behind that smile. Xu Zhongtian was not surprised. He simply snorted and said Bian Hong had always been that fake. Soon afterward, they left the terrifying blood-red dimension and finally returned to the normal world beneath warm sunlight. Every member of the Watchers was safe. The moment they saw Lin Han return, they rushed over to greet him. Yuansis let out a sigh of relief after confirming Brother Han was unharmed, while Gongsun Liangxi claimed he had known all along that Lin Han would be fine. The group immediately gathered around Lin Han. Gongsun Lianxi eagerly asked whether the enemy had been defeated. Lin Han shook his head and revealed that the one they had fought was only a clone, yet its strength had already been unbelievably terrifying. If Xu Zhongtian had arrived even a little later, he would have died inside. Gongsun Liangxi could only complain that if their mentor planned to secretly follow them again, he should at least give them a warning, because it was too much for the heart. Folding his arms, Xu Zhongtian explained that he had never intended to interfere since the mission was meant to let the students gain real experience. Only after a Supreme Realm expert appeared did he have no choice but to step in. Even so, using an A-rank mission to train freshmen was certainly not a gentle teaching method. Xu Zhongtian checked the system and realized the situation in Mongshan was even worse than expected. He asked whether they had already reported everything to the academy. Yuan Ting shook her head, because something inside the county was preventing any information from being transmitted outside. Looking at the screen covered in red warning signals, Xu Zhongtian fell silent for a moment before deciding to put communication aside. Mongshan was located near the border and normally housed many powerful experts. A single ordinary Supreme Realm cultivator should never have been enough to cripple the entire county. Yuan Si suddenly recalled Bian Hong's arrival and curiously asked about the county magistrate's cultivation. When Bian Hong rescued them, he had crossed an enormous distance in the blink of an eye, proving he was far from an ordinary person. Xu Zhongtian revealed that Bianjing was now a rank 1 supreme. The mention of his old comrade brought back painful memories. Out of their entire squad, only he and Bianjing made it back alive. That tragedy was why Bianjing had been stationed at Mong Mountain ever since, proving the two shared a far more complicated past than anyone realized. Hearing their mentor's tone change, the students stayed silent and waited for him to continue. But Xu Zhongtian had no intention of reopening old wounds. Since the students had just survived a dangerous mission, he decided to reward them instead. Mang Mountain had a marketplace that served elite fighters on the frontier, where rare gear from monster hunts often appeared. He told everyone to pick whatever they found useful, and he would cover every expense today. The watchers immediately burst into cheers for their generous mentor. Before long, everyone arrived at the Tianxi branch in Mang Mountain. A magnificent palace-like complex stood before them, massive and breathtaking enough to leave anyone stunned at first glance. Lin Han was surprised that Tianxi even had a branch in Mang Mountain. Gongsun explained that the merchant guild was incredibly mysterious, with branches spread across the entire empire. A place of this scale was bound to carry top-quality goods, making it well worth a visit. Lin Han calmly said he was already a guild member. Lin Qi and Yuan Si could only stare at him in disbelief. Yuan Si simply called him Boss Han before heading off to another area, and the group split up to explore on their own. Wan Ting chose to stay with Lin Han. She hesitated for a moment before saying she also wanted to look around the Tianxi branch. Lin Han nodded without objection. As soon as they entered, a beautiful employee warmly welcomed them and quickly guided the pair inside to browse the merchandise. The interior felt like a luxury boutique, with every item displayed in an elegant and carefully arranged showcase. Wan Ting was quickly drawn to one item. She let out a soft hum before turning to Lin Han, silently asking for his opinion. Lin Han had also noticed another item and asked the employee to introduce both of them. She eagerly explained that the crystal on the necklace came from a high-level monster and had been forged into a rare Heidier defensive accessory that granted 10 armor. The other item was the Thunder Earth Fist Manual, a Heidier close combat technique said to unleash devastating thunder with every strike once mastered. Together, the two items cost 8 million, proving that the better the treasure, the higher the price. Wan Ting held the necklace and could not help wincing at the shocking price. Lin Han did not care much since their mentor was paying the bill. With someone covering every expense, there was no reason not to pick the best items available. Lin Han calmly flipped through the manual, while thinking that once the Thunder Fist received the system's 10,000-fold enhancement, he would gain another overwhelming trump card. Even so, an uneasy feeling lingered in his heart. According to the plan, 2 Supremes and the powerful experts guarding the border should have been more than enough to capture the Blood Moon Demon Sect Protector. So why was his intuition still warning him that disaster was approaching? The next moment, a massive pillar of green energy descended from the sky, and Lin Han rushed straight into the beam without the slightest hesitation. He gathered all his strength into one fist and unleashed a devastating punch as his aura exploded. The instant his fist collided with the pillar of light, lightning erupted everywhere. Lin Han's power surged, and the system announced that the Heavenly Thunder Fist had completed its 10,000-fold enhancement and was ready for inspection. His status panel appeared at once. The new skill was called Thunder Bagua, a forbidden spell-grade fist technique. It could summon heavenly lightning to destroy everything. Few could survive beneath its thunder, and anyone trapped within the Bagua formation had almost no chance of escape. Seeing its overwhelming offense and defense, Lin Han instantly realized he had obtained an unbelievably terrifying close combat forbidden spell. His strength had reached an entirely new level, meaning the plan he had prepared could finally begin. Just then, Wan Ting called Lin Han back. Still holding the manual, he turned and answered her. Lin Han agreed. Not long afterward, the scene shifted to a lush outdoor area where sunlight poured through the trees, giving the place an unusually peaceful atmosphere. The supervisor looked at the returning students and asked whether everyone had found suitable equipment. Lin Han and the others were all smiling, but their mentor seemed troubled, with a noticeably grim expression. Zongsan immediately showed off the finely crafted spear he had just bought. He claimed the marketplace was filled with rare treasures, and his new spear could even mislead an opponent's judgment, boosting his combat strength by at least 10%. Yuan Si was just as excited about his new claw weapons, and confidently declared that his next enemy would never get the chance to fight back. With their new gear in hand, both of them were clearly thrilled. Xin Qi treasured his reward even more than the others. He hugged his diamond staff like a priceless treasure and proudly showed it off. His eyes sparkled just as brightly as the staff, though that was probably because it was covered in diamonds. Looking around, Lin Han realized none of them had held back when picking their gear, and the way they flaunted it left him slightly puzzled. Once the rewards were settled, the supervisor finally got to the main point. He said the team had earned tremendous achievements, but everyone else's mission ended here. The academy would request an upgrade to an S-rank mission, and the matching rewards would still be guaranteed. From this point on, only Lin Han would continue as the bait, while the remaining students had to withdraw. Their earlier accomplishments alone were enough to prove the mission deserved a higher difficulty. Hearing that only Lin Han could stay, Gongsun immediately volunteered to keep helping him. The supervisor gave him no room to argue because this was no longer a mission students could interfere with. Even the Blood Moon Demon sect had deployed supreme experts, and a single shockwave from their battle could easily kill them. Besides, Gongsun had another important assignment, so whether he agreed or not, he had to leave this mission. Gongsun raised an eyebrow, still unsure what his mentor was planning, but in the end he accepted the order. He replied that he understood. Soon, Lin Han was left alone, walking deeper into the endless forest along a narrow path. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, forcing Lin Han to stop and stay on full alert. A moment later, countless insects poured out from every corner of the forest and surrounded him. It was obvious the enemy had prepared this ambush long ago and had simply been waiting for their prey. The mastermind was heart-eating insect from the Blood Moon Demon sect, the culprit behind the earlier heart-stealing massacre. He obviously refilled himself with a vicious grin, declaring that he had been waiting for Lin Han for a long time. Lin Han turned to face him and wondered why the Blood Moon Demon sect was so determined to capture him. Sitting comfortably atop a gigantic insect, heart-eating insect looked completely relaxed. He laughed and admitted he had no idea what made Lin Han so special. The high priest had simply ordered him to capture Lin Han alive, and as a protector he had no choice but to obey. In his eyes, Lin Han was already a prisoner, and might even become another exhibit in his collection. His attitude made it clear he never considered the possibility of losing. Lin Han simply smiled with complete confidence and declared that Today's outcome would be the exact opposite. The one who would die was Heart-Eating Insect. It seemed the protector's luck had finally run out. Heart-Eating Insect burst into wild laughter instead of showing fear. He already knew that Director Shu had been secretly protecting Lin Han, but that trump card was currently tied down by someone else and could barely save himself. He believed that without his mentor, Lin Han had nothing left to rely on. Lin Han calmly asked if he was talking about the traitor Bianjing. In truth, the moment Mang Mountain County lost contact with the outside world, Director Shu had already sensed something was wrong. That was exactly why he had agreed to Lin Han's risky plan. Lin Han's was in no hurry because today might be the last time Heart-Eating Insect ever saw daylight. Unfortunately, the protector still failed to realize that he was the one trapped. He boldly commanded his insect swarm to surround and kill Lin Han, claiming that from the moment the group entered Mang Mountain County, they had already become his prey. Faced with such confidence, Lin Han only curled the corner of his mouth to a faint smile, as if asking whether things would really unfold the way his enemy imagined. In the very next instant, Lin Han finally unleashed the power he had been hiding. Director Shu had never been his true trump card. Blinding lightning engulfed his entire body as an overwhelming pressure spread across the battlefield. The Wind God Domain and Thunder Bagua activated at the same time. A gigantic Bagua formation appeared across the battlefield, while heavenly lightning tore through the once clear sky, instantly turning the scene terrifying. Standing within the endless sea of thunder, Lin Han repeated that Heart-Eating Insect would definitely die today. His greatest mistake had been underestimating Lin Han. In battle, looking down on an opponent was the fastest path to defeat, and this time the price would be his own life. At the same time, Director Shu and Bianjing still had not officially begun fighting. Bianjing casually remarked that after so many years apart, this was how they ended up meeting again. Standing atop his staff, Director Shu could only feel regret that his former comrade had fallen so far as to join the Blood Moon sect. He angrily demanded to know whether Bianjing understood how much damage that betrayal would bring to the empire. One of Bianjing's eyes had turned an eerie black, and his voice was filled with resentment. In his eyes, an empire that treated him unfairly was no longer worth protecting. Back then, his squad had risked everything fighting monsters beyond the border. He believed he had earned the greatest merit, yet his reward was being sent to guard this remote frontier. Hearing that, Director Shu could no longer stay calm. He reminded Bianxing that the glory he bragged about had been bought with answers of his own teammates. For personal gain and recognition, he had sacrificed the people who once fought beside him, yet he still felt no remorse. Bianjing insisted he had done nothing wrong. He claimed that even though those people died, he still killed hundreds of supreme-level beasts. Such an achievement should have earned him a luxurious life in the imperial capital instead of endless years guarding the border. In the end, all he ever wanted was status and a life of comfort. Director Shu looked at his former comrade with deep disappointment, knowing there was almost no way back for him. He asked what benefits the Blood Moon sect had offered, in exchange for his betrayal. Bian gently stroked the skull staff in his hand and revealed part of the deal: control over the Hongyun city market. But that was clearly not the whole reward. After a brief pause, Bian pointed his skull staff at Director Shu and revealed the greatest temptation of all: the power of a rank 3 supreme. To him, that reward was more than enough for someone driven into a corner to accept the Blood Moon sect's offer. Director Shu remained completely calm despite his opponent's newfound strength. He reminded Bian that the gap between them had never been easy to close, and even as a rank 3 supreme he would still lose. Only then did Bian reveal the real plan. The Blood Moon sect had never considered Director Shu their main target. From the very beginning, the one they wanted was Lin Han. He did not need to win this battle. He only had to stall Director Shu long enough for Heart-Eating Insect to deal with his student. Unfortunately, Bian had no idea that his ally was the one in real danger. Director Zeus' expression instantly turned icy as killing intent surged from him. He activated a strange cube-shaped artifact that split the surrounding light apart and created an isolated space, trapping Bian inside. Pulled into the unfamiliar dimension, Bian clutched his head as he struggled to adjust. Before Bian could regain his balance, countless staffs under Director Zeus' control tore through the air and launched the opening attack. As he fought, Director Shu remembered believing that one day he would return to this borderland. He had never imagined that the enemy waiting for him would be his own former comrade. Bian desperately dodged the relentless barrage, his face filled with frustration, while Director Shu wondered whether the Blood Moon sect had become so desperate that it had to recruit someone like him. After only a brief exchange, Bian was completely trapped by his opponent's formation. Looking at the countless spears embedded all around him, he realized in shock that there was almost no escape left. Director Shu lowered the cube artifact and prepared to end the battle. Facing the man who had once fought beside him, he offered only a final farewell. This was where everything ended. High above, a gigantic spear carrying overwhelming power crashed straight toward Bian. Completely restrained, he could only wait for the fatal strike to fall. At the same time, deep within the forest, Lin Han's thunder bagua reduced the insect swarm to charred remains. The flames even spread through the woods, burning an entire section of the forest. Standing in the sea of fire, Heart-Eating Insect quickly recalled the surviving insects back into his body. Watching his attack get countered, Lin Han clicked his tongue. He had never expected Heart-Eating Insect to have a way to resist thunder bagua. After absorbing the entire swarm, Heart-Eating Insect licked his lips and looked at Lin Han with a smug grin. He complained that the burned insects tasted awful, but absorbing them had greatly restored his injuries. Believing Lin Han had already used every trump card, the protector laughed loudly and declared that it was finally his turn to attack. Without any warning, Lin Han suddenly felt an invisible force crushing his heart, and his body immediately began reacting. He looked around in shock, but his arms and legs were already going numb. Only then did Lin Han realize that a dense, crimson blood mist had silently surrounded him. Across from him, Heart-Eating Insect stood before a magic array with a delighted smile. The corrupted blood demon's secret art had already been activated. That crimson aura would slowly erode Lin Han's mind until he lost all reason and became nothing more than a puppet under his control. Now he only wanted to see how long his prey could keep resisting. Lin Han's strength rapidly drained away, forcing him to his knees. The demonic aura not only consumed his energy but also clouded his mind. Only now did he truly understand how terrifying the Blood Moon sect's techniques were. Even the Wind Thunder domain could barely keep him conscious. Lin Han bit his lip hard to stay awake, but the next second he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His condition had clearly become critical. Watching Lin Han slowly collapse, Heart-Eating Insect grew even more arrogant. He admitted that Lin Han's combat power already rivaled an ordinary supreme, but that still meant nothing against the Blood Moon sect's secret arts. He repeatedly urged Lin Han to stop resisting, claiming surrender would make everything much easier. Just when the battle seemed decided, countless metal spears suddenly tore across the battlefield. The spears rained down on Heart-Eating Insect like a storm, forcing him to retreat at once and break away from Lin Han. In that brief opening, a figure appeared beside Lin Han at incredible speed. It was Xu Zhongtian. He lifted Lin Han with one hand and immediately retreated. Before Lin Han could understand what had happened, he called out to his mentor, but Xu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and revealed that he had lost his fight. They had to leave immediately. Not long afterward, Bian arrived at the battlefield and shouted for Heart-Eating Insect to continue the chase. Under no circumstances could Xu Zhongtian be allowed to escape. The protector was still breathing heavily from the surprise attack. Xu Zhongtian carried Lin Han over his shoulder, stood atop a silver spear, and sped away at incredible speed. Behind them, Bian and Heart-Eating Insect chased without letting up. pouring more power into his weapon, Xu Zhongtian accelerated straight into the sky. The distance quickly widened, leaving the two pursuers struggling to catch up. Heart-eating insect angrily blamed Bian Jing, saying he had been only moments away from defeating Lin Han and turning him into a servant of the holy sect. Bian Jing immediately snapped back that Xu Zhongtian had already suffered serious injuries and could not escape forever. If they kept chasing, Lin Han would eventually fall into their hands. After fleeing for some time, Xu Zhongtian finally landed with Lin Han on a hill to catch their breath. But Bian Jing gave them no time to rest. A pack of white wolves under his command quickly closed in, steadily forcing the master and student into a corner. The wolves bared their fangs and growled as they surrounded them, waiting for the perfect moment to attack together. Xu Zhongtian remained completely calm. He simply raised one hand, ready to clear away the beasts blocking their path. At his command, countless silver spears shot into the middle of the wolf pack. A violent explosion shook the entire area. The ambush ended before it truly began. The wolves were wiped out almost instantly, their bodies scattered across the ground among the silver spears. But as soon as the enemies were gone, Xu Zhongtian suddenly bent over, covered his mouth, and coughed violently. When he lowered his hand, fresh blood stained his palm, proving his injuries were far from minor. Seeing that, Lin Han rushed over in alarm. Xu Zhongtian simply reassured his student that he was fine. He then sat down and began circulating his power to heal the injuries inside his body. The recovery took much longer than expected, showing just how severe the earlier attack had been. The more Lin Han watched, the more confused he became. He finally asked what had really happened during the battle. Bian Xing was indeed a supreme, but his strength was clearly inferior to Xu Zhongtian's. Xu Zhongtian opened his eyes, and as he looked at his worried student, the memories of his battle with Bian Xing slowly resurfaced. Back then, even while surrounded by hundreds of Xu Zhongtian's spears, Bian Xing showed no fear. He admitted that even after reaching rank 3 Supreme, he was still no match for Xu Zhongtian. However, Mang Mountain County was territory he had prepared for years. Xu Zhongtian might be able to kill him, but there was no guarantee his students would leave this place alive. The moment his students were mentioned, Xu Zhongtian demanded to know what Bian Xing had done. Bian Xing revealed that he had secretly placed a thunder clone beside the students. If his true body died, the clone would drag all of them to the grave with him. That revelation shook Xu Zhongxian's composure. Whether Bian Xing was telling the truth or bluffing, he could not gamble with his students' lives. He immediately turned to send his silver spears to verify the situation. But the instant his attention shifted to his students, the only opening in Xu Zhongxian's overwhelming defense appeared. Bian Xing seized the opportunity without hesitation. He unleashed a vicious spell from behind, piercing straight through Xu Zhongxian's body. Seeing his attack succeed, Bian Xing grinned through clenched teeth. He mockingly reminded his former comrade that letting his mind wander during a life and death battle was the same as inviting a fatal blow. Bian Xing did not stop there. He immediately unleashed another surge of power as violent lightning burst from his body, shattering the spear prison Xu Zhongtian had created. Taking advantage of the opening, Bian Xing pressed the attack. He arrogantly shouted that Xu Zhongtian would die here before launching another devastating strike that blasted him across the battlefield. The impact slammed Xu Zhongtian into the ground, while his spear formation collapsed and countless spears were sent flying in every direction. Even in that critical moment, Xu Zhongtian reacted instantly and reached out to grab a passing spear. Using the spear as support, he escaped the attack range and shot straight into the sky. Bian Xing chased after him, laughing as he declared that his former comrade would never escape. The memory ended there. Xu Zhongtian sighed and explained that this was how he had been injured. He even blamed himself for becoming a burden to his student. Lin Han clenched his fists and replied that he still had trump cards left. If they fought again, Bian Xing would not necessarily have the upper hand. Just then, Xu Zhongtian suddenly turned toward the forest. Sensing familiar auras approaching, he warned Lin Han that the enemy had arrived. Bian Xing and Heart-Eating Insect slowly emerged from the trees, their eyes locked onto the master and student with undisguised killing intent. As soon as he arrived, Bian Xing mocked Xu Zhongtian and asked whether he had chosen this hill as his own grave. Heart-Eating Insect let out an eerie laugh, thrilled by the thought of adding another supreme to his collection. Both of them clearly believed victory was already theirs. Xu Zhongtian frowned, but still gave his former comrade one last warning. He told Bian Xing that joining forces with the Blood Moon sect would never lead to a good ending. Even now, he had not completely given up hope that Bian Xing might turn back. But Bian Xing only grew more irritated. He insisted that the status and rewards he now possessed were what he had deserved all along. In his mind, everything he had done was simply reclaiming what belonged to him. His obsession with power and prestige had made him deaf to all reason. Heart-Eating Insect had no patience for their conversation. He urged Bian Xing to kill Xu Zhongtian immediately before anything unexpected happened. The next second, both enemies charged forward. Lin Han and Xu Zhongtian instantly entered battle stance, ready for the decisive clash. Xu Zhongtian did not bother testing his opponents. He immediately unleashed a forbidden spell. The earth shook violently as he cast Falling Star Cataclysm, making the entire area feel as if the end of the world had arrived. High above, a massive black meteor streaked with glowing crimson lines slowly took shape. Its overwhelming pressure stained the sky red, proving Xu Zhongtian intended to end the battle with his strongest move. The moment heart-eating insect looked up, his expression changed completely. Cold sweat covered his body as he realized Xu Zhongtian had opened the fight with a forbidden spell so destructive that even its caster could be caught in the blast. Xu Zhongtian did not deny it. He had already prepared himself to drag both enemies down with him and openly challenged them to face his attack. The blazing meteor then descended at terrifying speed. Burning through the sky like a heavenly disaster, it carried enough destructive force to flatten everything below. Heart-eating insect's eyes widened in horror when he realized the attack covered almost the entire battlefield. Even Bianxing immediately understood the danger. He ordered Heart-eating insect to deal with Xu Zhongtian while he focused on stopping the meteor. The two men who had been so confident moments ago were now desperately fighting for their lives. Bianxing gathered all his power against the falling meteor. Fierce winds roared, dark clouds gathered, and thunder erupted as he cast the forbidden spell, Extinction Thunder of Myriad Spirits. Countless purple lightning bolts shot upward from the ground. Faced with a forbidden spell, Bianxing had no choice but to answer with one of equal rank. His thunder collided head-on with the descending meteor, creating a terrifying shockwave and violent storm that swept across the battlefield. Only then did Heart-eating Insect realize how badly he had underestimated Xu Zhongtian. He never expected the wounded mentor to unleash a forbidden spell of such terrifying power. While struggling to hold back the meteor, Bianxing shouted for Heart-eating Insect to stop standing there and kill Xu Zhongtian immediately. But in the next instant, he suddenly realized something was wrong with his own power. The source of the change was Lin Han. While everyone's attention had been fixed on Xu Zhongtian's forbidden spell, Lin Han had quietly activated another ability. The two enemies had forgotten that this battle had always been 2 against 2. The balance in the sky quickly shifted. Falling Star Cataclysm began overwhelming Bianxing's thunder because the power of his forbidden spell was suddenly weakening at an alarming rate. Bianxing was horrified, unable to understand why his energy was fading so quickly. It only took him a moment to figure it out, and his eyes locked on to Lin Han. The strange domain from earlier was interfering with his forbidden spell. Lin Han openly admitted he had activated the wind and lightning domain. Inside it, his own wind and lightning powers were greatly enhanced, while enemy spells of the Sig-Aim element were suppressed. Even Xu Zhongtian admitted he was shocked when he first learned his student possessed such a domain. Their perfect teamwork had turned certain death into a counterattack, and now victory was finally tipping in their favor. Unable to hold out alone, Bianxing had no choice but to tactics and immediately called Shi Xin-chong over to help stop the falling meteor. Shi Xin-chong rushed in to assist, but even with both of them resisting together, the massive meteor showed no sign of stopping. Furious, Bianxing cursed Xu Zhongtian for going insane and even threatened the students, asking if he really planned to drag everyone down with him. But Xu Zhongtian had never intended to sacrifice his students. Calmly, he declared that only the 2 Blood Moon cult members would die today. Then he unleashed another skill, 36 Pillars of Hell Suppression. 36 enormous pillars instantly rose across the battlefield. The giant pillars quickly closed together, forming a solid barrier around the master and disciple. Lin Han was completely protected inside, while Xu Zhongtian deliberately kept his head outside to watch and control the battle. Xu Zhongtian smiled with complete confidence. Hell suppression was not only meant to trap enemies, but could also become an unbreakable defensive fortress. The 2 Blood Moon cult members had underestimated him, and now it was finally time to pay the price. The battle had completely shifted in favor of the master and disciple. Bianxing and Shi Xin-chong could no longer hold the attack back. The enormous meteor shattered their defense and slammed into the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that ripped apart the battlefield and buried everything beneath dust and debris. In sharp contrast to the destruction outside, the barrier formed by the giant pillars stood firm against the impact. Sheltered inside, Lin Han was completely unharmed, though he could not stop worrying about the battle outside. Unable to see beyond the barrier, only one question filled his mind. How had the battle ended? After a while, the noise finally faded and the sky slowly cleared. The giant pillars separated one by one, opening the barrier so Lin Han could step outside. Before the master and disciple lay nothing but a wasteland that looked like it had survived a natural disaster. White smoke drifted everywhere, while countless craters and shattered terrain covered the battlefield. Xu Zhongtian was nearly out of strength and had to lean on his staff just to remain standing. Seeing his condition, Lin Han immediately rushed over to check on him. Although his face looked pale, Xu Zhongtian calmly reassured his student that his injuries were not serious. He looked toward where the two enemies had been standing and believed the battle had finally ended with their victory. But that conclusion came far too soon. A streak of purple lightning suddenly shot across the battlefield and struck Xu Zhongtian before he could react. The attack clearly came from Bianxing. Xu Zhongtian immediately collapsed, making Lin Han panic and call out to his master. Deep inside a distant crater, Bianxing slowly crawled out of the rubble like a man who had just escaped death. It was indeed him who had launched the sneak attack. Bianxing forced himself to his feet and burst into mad laughter, admitting he had nearly died. Even so, he still believed he was the true winner. Shi Xinchong had also survived, sitting back up and insisting that Lin Han would definitely belong to him. Xu Zhongtian clutched his painful wound, while Lin Han stepped forward to shield him. He declared that he would never let the two enemies hurt his master again, before casting Holy Light Healing. A gentle green glow immediately covered Xu Zhongtian's body, focusing on the lightning wound. Under the healing skill, the injury quickly recovered. Seeing this, Bianxing angrily remembered that Lin Han also possessed the abilities of a priest and could heal his allies. Shi Xinchong refused to let him continue healing. He immediately charged forward, declaring that he would personally capture Lin Han. He rushed toward his target at incredible speed, but Lin Han had already been prepared. Getting close was nowhere near as easy as Shi Xinchong expected. The instant he entered striking range, Lin Han delivered a powerful kick that sent the protector flying. Shi Xinchong crashed to the ground and slid several meters across the dusty earth before finally coming to a stop. But before Lin Han could press the advantage, he suddenly felt a strange change in his mana. A layer of eerie green energy began wrapping around his hand, leaving even him stunned. Shi Xinchong got back up with a sinister grin and revealed the truth. His blood aura had secretly contaminated the surrounding energy, so anyone who absorbed outside mana to recover would slowly lose their mind. In his eyes, the master and disciple had no way out. It was a ruthless trick, because without restoring mana freely, their combat power would be severely limited. Seeing his enemies cornered, Bianxing immediately tried to finish Xu Zhongtian with a lightning claw. But just before the attack landed, a towering figure suddenly stepped between them. Even more shocking, the newcomer did not even bother defending seriously, and still blocked the strike. The newcomer casually joked that Xu Zhongtian looked truly miserable this time. Then he turned to Bianxing and calmly remarked that the attack was still far too weak. Bianxing glared at the man who had ruined his chance to finish his opponent. The newcomer was Kui Sanqiao, the department head in charge of martial arts training. Bianxing immediately urged his partner to stop watching. Shi Xinchong understood at once, rushed toward Kui Sanqiao, and swung his blazing red scythe straight down. But Kui Sanqiao simply raised one arm to block it. The moment his muscles tensed, the razor-sharp scythe stopped cold without leaving so much as a scratch on his body. Kui Sanqiao countered with incredible efficiency. He seized Shi Xinchong, grabbed him by the head, and slammed him into the ground, casually proving that this level of attack was well within his limits. Lin Han quickly ran over to the two instructors, relieved that reinforcements had finally arrived. Xu Zhongtian explained that despite Bianxing's layers of lockdown, Gongsun had still managed to send a message out. If Kui Sanqiao had not reacted quickly enough to rush over, the outcome could have been far worse. It turned out Gongsun's earlier mission had been to find help. Kneeling on the ground in rage, Bianxing insisted he was only taking back what should have belonged to him, and could not understand why everyone kept standing in his way. Those words finally pushed Xu Zhongtian over the edge. He grabbed his former comrade by the collar and reminded him how, years ago, Bianxing abandoned 13 teammates just to kill the Beast King for glory. Out of everyone, only Xu Zhongtian survived, and even now he still saw the faces of the dead whenever he closed his eyes. Xu Zhongtian continued pouring out the guilt he had carried for years. He had always wondered why he was the one who survived, and had even wished he had died instead. Perhaps that was why Bianxing, who would do anything to achieve his goals, remained stuck at the first stage of Supreme Realm, while Xu Zhongtian carried his regret forward and reached the higher ranks of the Supreme Realm. But Bianxing still refused to admit he was wrong. He claimed the winner could always say whatever they wanted, and today's defeat was nothing more than bad luck. He even threatened to kill them all one day, before telling Shi Xinchong to retreat. Unfortunately, Bianxing's escape did not go as planned. Shi Xinchong suddenly smiled mysteriously. Instead of retreating, he instantly appeared behind Lin Han. Shi Xinchong turned to Bianxing and told him to stay behind and settle his old grudge with the two department heads. Lin Han had no idea that he had become the protector's true target. With a faint sound, a spatial ability was activated. Shi Chong vanished together with Lin Han right before everyone's eyes. Xu Zhongtian desperately called out to his student, while Kui Sanqiao immediately realized they had made a fatal mistake. The Protector possessed another class with teleportation abilities, and his move was so fast that even the Academy's strongest experts could not stop him. After night had fallen into distant place, Shi Chong carried a large sack big enough to hold a person into an ancient complex. The guards inside immediately bowed respectfully and addressed him as Protector. Lin Han was tightly bound and unable to move freely. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, he cautiously wondered where he had been taken. Shi Chong casually sat down in a chair, and the respect shown by everyone around him made it clear his status here was extremely high. He revealed that this place was one of the Blood Moon cult's strongholds, and told Lin Han he should feel lucky. The High Pontiff had personally ordered that he be captured alive. Without that command, Lin Han would never have survived this long. Lin Han quietly observed Shi Chong and noticed that after the previous battle, the Protector's condition was far from good. Shi Chong suddenly pointed at a nearby subordinate and motioned for him to come closer. The man obediently stepped over without hesitation. A strange stream of energy shot from Shi Chong's fingertips and quickly enveloped the subordinate. In just a few moments, the living man transformed into a bright red apple. Shi Chong calmly picked it up and took a bite as if nothing had happened. Watching the horrifying scene, Lin Han finally understood why the Blood Moon cult was feared as one of the continent's most terrifying evil sects. Shi Chong believed this was simply the price of serving the demon god. He did not know why the High Pontiff valued Lin Han so highly, but from what he had seen, Lin Han seemed born to join the Blood Moon cult. The invitation was rejected without hesitation, as Lin Han had no interest in such a horrifying cult. The Protector was in no rush. He simply told Lin Han not to decide so quickly, and wanted him to witness something with his own eyes. Lin Han immediately looked toward the place he pointed. Beside a boiling lake of blood, a young boy was being restrained at the very edge. The terrified victim struggled desperately, begging to be released and crying for help. The sight instantly filled Lin Han with anger. He demanded to know why they were treating a living person this way. Shi Chong only laughed at his compassion. Then he raised another question. How could a curse mage like him use teleportation? The answer was simple. He also possessed a second class, Space Mage. The idea of a second class immediately caught Lin Han's attention. Shi Chong explained that most people awakened only one class, but a few gifted individuals could obtain a second one through extraordinary opportunities. The terrifying part was that the demon god could grant this ability to those who served him. It was clearly one of the Blood Moon cult's greatest temptations for those who craved power. Shi Chong turned Lin Han's attention back to the Blood Lake. According to him, what was about to happen was the ritual to awaken a second class. As long as the sacrifice pleased the demon god, divine power would grant the believer an entirely new class. After finishing his explanation, he directly appealed to Lin Han's ambition. Lin Han was only a gold-rank priest, yet his combat power already rivaled an ordinary supreme expert. If he gained another class, his future potential would become almost unimaginable. Promises like that had undoubtedly lured countless people into darkness. Shi Chong continued painting an irresistible future. As long as Lin Han joined the Blood Moon cult and devoted everything to the demon god, every desire could be fulfilled. He could become a protector like Shi Chong, or even rise to High Pontiff and become one of the cult's greatest figures. Power and fame were exactly the bait they used to drag people into the abyss. But Lin Han remained completely unmoved. The more Shi Chong praised the Blood Moon cult, the more disgusted he became. Shi Chong only laughed louder, convinced that no one could truly resist power when it was placed right in front of them. He did not need Lin Han to agree immediately, because time was the one thing he had plenty of. Shi Chong believed Lin Han would eventually become one of them. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly shoved Lin Han off the ledge. Lin Han plunged straight into the crimson blood lake. Standing above, Shi Chong laughed like a madman, wanting him to drown blood, pain, despair, and chaos. In his twisted mind, only by enduring such extremes could a person discover the true nature of life. Once Lin Han had sunk beneath the surface, Shi Chong immediately ordered his followers to begin preparing the ritual. They answered in unison and quickly got to work. Large amounts of fresh blood were continuously poured into the lake, making the dark red liquid even thicker and more horrifying. Standing above the lake, Shi Chong looked down and advised Lin Han to stop resisting. The blood aura here could erode mana, and once all of Lin Han's power was exhausted, he believed Lin Han would willingly seek the demon god just as he had. Trapped inside the blood lake, Lin Han was clearly under immense pressure. Countless twisted figures began appearing around him, each carrying a different negative emotion such as suffering, greed, madness, and cruelty. Cries of despair mixed with excuses for terrible crimes, laughter born from newfound power, and endless prayers to the demon god echoed without end. Surrounded by the sea of chaotic thoughts, Lin Han simply closed his eyes tightly and fought to keep the voices out of his mind. Lin Han quickly analyzed the situation. If this continued, he would not survive. Absorbing the blood aura risked corrupting his mind, but refusing to use it meant dying from exhaustion. After thinking it through, he suddenly realized there was another way to make use of this dangerous energy. While Xixin Chong was still celebrating, a messenger suddenly arrived with urgent news. Changqi Academy had dispatched 15 supreme experts to search for Lin Han, leaving them with very little time. Hearing this, Xixin Chong immediately knelt before the messenger and promised to teleport Lin Han away as soon as possible. The messenger coldly ordered him to act at once, before any further complications arose. Though he appeared respectful on the surface, Xixin secretly clenched his fists. He was extremely frustrated because once Lin Han was handed over to the Grand High Priest, the credit for capturing him would most likely no longer belong to him. At that moment, the entire temple suddenly shook violently. Xixin Chong immediately demanded to know what was happening, and a terrified messenger reported that the blood pool's energy had gone out of control. Something incredibly dangerous seemed ready to burst out from beneath it. The news left Xixin Chong stunned. According to his calculations, this should have been impossible. Lin Han had been completely engulfed by the blood aura, and his mana should have been drained away. Where had he found the strength to cause such a massive disturbance? The tremors grew stronger, as huge chunks of stone broke loose from the structure and crashed down one after another. The Blood Moon cult followers immediately fell into chaos, dodging the falling rocks while fleeing in panic and shouting that the blood pool was collapsing. A thick pillar of crimson blood suddenly erupted straight into the sky from the center of the blood pool. Rising from the surging blood was a gigantic three-headed hound. Lin Han immediately took control of it, having just cast the forbidden spell, Undead Resurrection. After realizing what Lin Han had done, Xixin Chong was not angry at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. Rather than absorbing the dangerous blood aura himself, Lin Han had used it as fuel to summon an undead creature. Even Xixin Chong had not expected such a solution. Lin Han fixed the protector with an icy stare, his eyes filled with determination. He declared that he would avenge everyone who had died at Xixin Chong's hands before ordering the three-headed hound to attack. Xixin Chong immediately commanded his followers. Waves of cultists charged forward with swords, while he shouted for everyone to stop the monster at all costs. Lin Han now stood atop the three-headed hound, directing the undead beast from above. The three-headed beast let out a single mighty roar, unleashing a devastating shockwave that blasted the charging cultists away before they could even get close. Witnessing such power only made Xixin Chong more excited. The more extraordinary Lin Han proved to be, the more worthy he became as an offering to the demon god. Without hesitation, the protector activated a forbidden spell he had prepared in advance. The three-headed hound suddenly froze in the middle of its charge, its entire body locked in place by an invisible force. Xixin Chong instantly seized the opportunity and launched a relentless assault on the three-headed beast. The undead creature writhed in agony, its furious roars echoing across the blood pool. Lin Han immediately sensed something was wrong. Staring at the three-headed hound in shock, he demanded to know what Xixin Chong had done. Standing within the energy field created by the forbidden spell, Xixin Chong laughed triumphantly. This stronghold had been built by his own hands, so the moment Lin Han fought back, its defensive system was activated. The force covering the battlefield was the forbidden spell, Demon God's Slaughter Field. A sinister red glow flashed through the protector's eyes. He explained that the blood aura not only stiffened the target's body, but also eroded both sanity and mana. Lin Han had already spent enormous power casting a forbidden spell, and could no longer absorb surrounding energy to recover. Once trapped inside the slaughter field, Xixin Chong believed there was almost no chance of turning the battle around. At the same time, a gigantic crimson serpent suddenly appeared and immediately wrapped its massive body tightly around the three-headed hound. Seeing his mount restrained, Lin Han wasted no time. He leaped off its head and landed on the ground. Breathing heavily, Lin Han quickly assessed the situation. Within the range of this forbidden spell, the blood aura could no longer be easily used to restore undead creatures. But if he absorbed it himself to recover mana, he still risked losing his mind. The Blood Moon cult had clearly prepared every possible method to cripple his combat ability. While the three-headed hound remained trapped by the crimson serpent, Xixin Chong charged forward with his sword and repeatedly slashed the undead beast. After enduring countless strikes, the three-headed hound let out a painful roar as blood poured from its mouth and its condition rapidly worsened. Watching the battle unfold, Lin Han grew even more anxious. The Hell Three-Headed Hound clearly could not defeat Shishin Chong alone, while he himself had almost no mana left to help. In the end, Lin Han decided to gamble. He would first absorb the blood aura to restore his strength, then use holy light to cleanse its corruption. Surviving the battle came first. But the moment he began absorbing it, Lin Han noticed something strange. The surrounding blood aura rushed toward him all at once, enveloped his body, and quickly disappeared. Even more surprisingly, the energy did not simply enter his body. It seemed to fuse directly into his flesh and blood. Seeing the scene, Shishin Chong could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. In his eyes, Lin Han's decision to accept the blood aura meant he had opened the door to the demon god's power. From this moment on, his life would belong to the god, worshipped by the Blood Moon cult. Lin Han gritted his teeth and glared at his opponent, immediately rejecting those words. If Shishin Chong wanted to turn him into a follower of the demon god, he could keep dreaming. The protector smirked arrogantly. He was surprised that Lin Han had absorbed so much blood aura without losing his mind. But it did not worry him. If this was not enough, he would simply give him one final push. With that, Shishin Chong walked over to the Hell Three-Headed Hound and placed his hand directly on the beast's head. In an instant, blood aura poured out from his body and completely engulfed the Hell Three-Headed Hound. The three-headed beast immediately collapsed, its body convulsing violently while still trapped in the grip of the giant crimson serpent. A furious roar echoed through the battlefield as blood burst from the hound's mouths. The surge of power around it was so violent that nearby boulders exploded. Countless fragments of rock shot in every direction before flying straight toward Lin Han. He reacted instantly, leaping into the air to dodge the deadly barrage. Everything had changed so quickly that Lin Han could barely understand what had happened. As he searched for answers, his eyes landed on the three-headed hound. Only then did Lin Han realize that control of his undead summon had somehow fallen into Shishin Chong's hands. The protector stood proudly atop the beast, looking down at him with a triumphant grin. Lin Han gritted his teeth as he watched his own summon turn against him. He never expected Shishin Chong to steal control of the Hell Three-Headed Hound. The protector proudly revealed that his unique class-changing artifact was the puppet, which had allowed him to pull off this trick. After taking control, Shishin Chong boldly declared that the three-headed hound now belonged to him. Standing atop the beast, he ordered it to tear Lin Han apart before charging straight at him. Lin Han carefully watched the incoming attack and became even more convinced that every member of the Blood Moon cult was completely insane. But that was fine. He no longer had any reason to hold back his final trump card. As the three-headed hound closed in, Lin Han immediately leaped high into the air. The beast's massive foot slammed into the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. While suspended in midair, Lin Han activated the Mask of Freedom and assumed the identity of the legendary three-blade swordmaster, Zhang Jifeng. A dazzling light instantly enveloped his entire body. Shishin Chong's eyes widened as the figure of three-blade swordmaster Zhang Jifeng emerged from the blood mist. He had no idea how Lin Han had recreated such a legendary expert. Lin Han knew the Mask of Freedom would only last 3 minutes, so this battle had to end quickly. While the life and death battle raged inside the stronghold, the Academy's search party continued desperately looking for Lin Han outside the forest. A gigantic eye appeared in the sky, scanning area after area in search of its target. The first location revealed no sign of Lin Han, only two beasts facing each other. The vision shifted to another location, but still found nothing. This time, it only spotted a deer peacefully drinking water before suddenly freezing in place. Just as the search continued, a world-shaking explosion suddenly echoed from the distance. Gongsun Qiani was startled and immediately ended her all-seeing vision to pinpoint the source of the explosion. Xu Zhongtian hurried over and asked if she had found any clues. Gongsun Qiani finally locked onto the target and announced that she had found Lin Han. At the same moment, Lin Han, in the form of three-blade swordmaster Zhang Jifeng, unleashed his ultimate technique. Myriad swords pierced the heart. Countless sword phantoms rained down upon Shishin Chong and the Hell Three-Headed Hound. Facing the endless sea of swords, the three-headed hound let out a mighty roar and violently threw Shishin Chong off its back, breaking his control in the middle of the attack. The moment Shishin Chong hit the ground, countless sword phantoms pierced through his body. Within seconds, he collapsed into a pool of blood with wounds beyond saving. Even on the verge of death, the protector forced himself to look up and laughed madly. He admitted that Lin Han had won, yet became even more excited because he believed Lin Han was the perfect gift the demon God had prepared for the Blood Moon cult. Before dying, he predicted that one day Lin Han would rule the world and declared that he would be waiting for him in hell. Before Shishin Chong could do anything else, the entire structure above collapsed. Massive boulders crashed down, burying him beneath the rubble and ending the protector's life. Lin Han was not in much better condition. Leaning against a boulder, he was so that blood spilled from his mouth. After enduring every scheme of the Blood Moon cult, his strength was completely drained, while the entire mountain was about to collapse. Unable to escape on his own, he could only close his eyes and wait. Just as disaster was about to strike, a tremendous explosion erupted overhead. A brilliant green beam blasted through layers of solid rock, forcing open a path into the collapsing mountain. At the end of the newly opened passage stood Gongsun Qiani with her spear in hand. The reinforcements had finally arrived in time. The moment she saw Lin Han, she rushed to his side and desperately called for him to wake up. There was no time to waste. Gongsun Qiani quickly supported Lin Han and carried him out of the collapsing area, escaping just before the entire mountain came crashing down. By the time Lin Han was brought out of the forest, he had almost completely lost consciousness. Xu Zhongtian and Kui Sanqiao were already waiting outside, and the moment they saw him return, Xu Zhongtian rushed over to ask about his condition. After examining him, Gongsun Qiani explained that most of his injuries were external, while the rest came from complete exhaustion that had left him unconscious. With proper treatment back at the academy, he would recover without any lasting effects. Xu Zhongtian finally relaxed and thanked her, knowing they had found Lin Han so quickly thanks to her powerful tracking technique. Even so, one question still troubled him. Why did the Blood Moon cult value this student so highly? Gongsun Qiani did not know the answer either. She simply smiled and reminded them that her help had not been entirely free. Changxi Academy now owed her a favor. While his body remained unconscious, Lin Han's consciousness drifted into a strange place. Before him flowed a river as red as blood, and above its surface floated a man bound by countless chains. Lin Han looked around the unfamiliar space, unable to understand where he had ended up. The chained man suddenly opened his eyes. He repeatedly muttered only 2 words, demanding to kill, and his voice became more terrifying with every repetition. Then he slowly lifted his head, locking his gaze onto Lin Han. A twisted smile spread across his face as his endless cries to kill echoed through the space like the ravings of someone who had completely lost his mind. Lin Han instinctively stepped back after seeing the man's face clearly. Aside from his long hair, the chained man looked almost identical to him. The discovery left Lin Han frozen in shock, as if he were staring at another version of himself. Back in the real world, Lin Han suddenly sat upright on his hospital bed and shouted that he wanted to kill, startling Yuan Si, who had been sitting beside him. Afraid something had happened, Yuan Si grabbed Lin Han and shook him repeatedly while asking if he was all right. The overenthusiastic reaction left Lin Han dizzy the moment he woke up, and his face quickly turned pale. Lin Han hurriedly told Yuan Si to stop shaking him, warning that if he kept going, he was really going to throw up. Du Bianting walked over with a bowl of porridge and scolded Yuan Si for shaking a patient after being told not to. She gently handed the bowl to Lin Han so he could eat something first, and he accepted it with a smile, thanking her for her kindness. Perhaps because he had been starving for so long, Lin Han quickly finished every last bite. After eating, he let out a satisfied sigh, feeling as though he had finally come back to life. Ma Tianxing still looked worried and asked if he was truly all right. Lin Han immediately put on an energetic smile and repeatedly insisted that he was completely fine. He even joked that in his current condition, he could probably beat a bull to death. Although Lin Han acted normal on the outside, he knew the truth was very different. The murderous aura inside him continued surging in waves, and one mistake could allow it to consume his mind. He constantly reminded himself to stay calm, control his emotions, and keep it suppressed. As long as his mind remained steady, he could endure it for now. Yuan Si knew nothing about the situation and proudly declared that he had been right all along. Brother Han really was perfectly fine. After calming himself, Lin Han suddenly remembered something important. His expression turned serious as he asked everyone how long he had been unconscious. Yuan Si answered that it had been a full 7 days, leaving Lin Han stunned. The last time he fought Zhang Jifeng, his injuries had only kept him in bed for a single day. This time, he had slept for an entire week. Just then, a group of people entered the hospital room. The leader smiled as soon as he noticed how lively the room had become, guessing there must be good news. The blue-haired instructor was delighted to see Lin Han awake, and even reached over to pull the blanket up around him. Lin Han quickly stopped him, saying he was not cold. The blue-haired woman beside him then asked Yuan Si and the others to step outside because they had something private to discuss with Lin Han. Once the room became quiet again, she pulled up a chair, sat beside the bed, and introduced herself. She was Gongsun Qiani's older sister. Her purpose was simple. She wanted to know exactly how Shi Xinchong had died and what had truly happened inside the mountain. Hearing that, Lin Han immediately realized they had already found Shi Xinchong's body, but they still did not believe he was capable of killing such an opponent. That suited him perfectly, since the fewer people who knew his true strength, the better. So he decided to place all the credit on the mysterious master he had invented before. After organizing his story, Lin Han calmly explained that his master had once left him a life-saving treasure. During the battle, both he and Xixin Chong had been gravely wounded, and Gongsun Zishu arrived afterward to rescue him. After hearing the story, Gongsun Tianyi immediately noticed the flaw. Defeating a high-level supreme expert inside his own stronghold would require at least a legendary-grade treasure, and even a centier expert could be seriously injured by such an item. That only made her more curious about what kind of treasure Lin Han had actually used. The question caught Lin Han off guard. He forced a smile and claimed everything happened too fast. So he used the item the moment he pulled it out without even getting a good look. He stayed calm on the outside, but inside he was praying Tianyi would buy the story because he was running out of lies. Seeing Lin Han had just woken up, the blue-haired mentor ended the questioning and told him to focus on recovering. Before leaving, he announced that the academy would count this achievement as completing an X-level mission, and the reward would be given once Lin Han fully recovered. Hearing that, Lin Han quickly thanked him. Although he only gave a calm reply, he was thrilled inside and felt this mentor was simply amazing. Soon after, the mentor led everyone else out of the room. But the moment they stepped into the hallway, the mentor turned serious and asked the other two what they thought about the mysterious master Lin Han had mentioned. One believed the person backing Lin Han was impossible to read. Tianyi paid more attention to Lin Han's reaction instead. It was clearly their first meeting, yet he showed no surprise at seeing her. More importantly, she believed the devouring heartworm could never be defeated by simply throwing out a single treasure. After hearing their thoughts, the mentor decided not to investigate further. No matter what Lin Han was hiding, he was still his student. As long as Lin Han remained at Changxi Academy, he refused to believe the Blood Moon Divine Cult could act however it wanted. Time quickly passed until the next morning. After a full night of rest, Lin Han woke up feeling much lighter. He stretched comfortably and even let out a few satisfied sounds without realizing it. Yuan Si walked over from behind. Seeing Lin Han had recovered, he immediately demanded a meal to celebrate. Lin Han gladly agreed and only asked him to wait while he took a shower first. Yuan Si had no objections. But while washing up, something unexpected happened. Lin Han's eyes suddenly turned a deep blood red. A sharp pain slammed into his head, forcing him to grab his forehead as he stared into the mirror, trying to figure out what was happening. Lin Han quickly realized the remaining blood qi was the cause. He had thought his own power had completely suppressed it, but it had never disappeared. This time, the loss of control was even worse, and looked ready to erupt at any moment. He knew this could never happen inside the academy. If this aura was discovered here, every suspicion would fall on him. No explanation would save him, and he might even be arrested. Enduring the pain, Lin Han decided to find a secluded place and force the blood qi back under control. At the same time, Yuan Si was still waiting outside. After hearing nothing for so long, he found it strange and called out to Lin Han. Not wanting Yuan Si to discover the truth, Lin Han quickly claimed he had a stomachache and asked him to wait outside for about half an hour. Yuan Si even teased him, saying he had barely recovered before his stomach started acting up again. Already in unbearable pain, Lin Han immediately yelled at him to mind his own business. Once the coast was clear, Lin Han climbed out through the window. Behind the building was a forest. As long as he went deep enough and let the blood qi erupt there, the academy would have a much harder time tracing the aura back to him. He estimated that 5 minutes of forceful suppression with his spiritual power would be enough. Meanwhile, the mentor, Tianyi, and the third person were gathered in another room. Suddenly, a massive disturbance erupted from the forest. All three were instantly alarmed because the aura that appeared was anything but ordinary. The mentor immediately judged that the power had reached the supreme realm. Furious, he declared that the Blood Moon cult had gone completely insane if a supreme expert dared to invade Changji Academy so openly. But Tianyi was not ready to jump to conclusions. She questioned whether the source of that aura had really come from an outside intruder. The previous incident at Changxi Academy had already suggested that the Blood Moon cult had planted spies inside, but they had never uncovered the mole. This time, there were no signs of anyone breaking in from outside, making Tianyi suspect there was still a hidden spy within the academy, or at least someone secretly prepared as the successor to the previous mole. After hearing Tianyi's reasoning, the mentor immediately grasped the key point. He asked if the Blood Moon cult's hidden replacement could actually be Lin Han. Tianyi refused to make a conclusion without evidence, but since suspicion had already appeared, checking on Lin Han directly would cost them nothing. At the same moment, deep inside the forest, Lin Han was using every ounce of his strength to force the skull-shaped blood qi back into his body. Unfortunately, every attempt failed. The evil power suddenly broke free from his control, burst outward violently, and slowly began taking over his body. With no way to stop it, Lin Han was forced to absorb the entire dark power into his body. His appearance changed instantly. His hair grew much longer, and a skull mark appeared on his left shoulder, identical to the one that had emerged earlier. Fortunately, Lin Han had not completely lost consciousness. Looking at himself, he could only wonder in shock if this was really happening. It turned out Lin Han had awakened his second class, the world-shaking demon here, along with 2 signature skills, Blood Moon Demon Claw and Blood Moon Corrosion. In this second form, Blood Moon Demon Claw let Lin Han steal spiritual power from anyone he wounded, greatly boosting his own strength. Blood Moon Corrosion infused enemies with blood chi, temporarily increasing their power while slowly eroding their sanity until they became puppets. Looking at his new appearance and hands, Lin Han immediately got a headache. With such an evil look, being seen by the Empire's righteous factions would bring endless trouble. Although he could return to normal, every transformation released a unique aura. If anyone detected it even once, his identity would be exposed. Meanwhile, another situation unfolded in Lin Han's hospital room. Yuan Si was surprised to see the mentors arrive and assumed they had come back to visit Lin Han. Zhongtian had no patience for small talk and immediately frowned as he asked where Lin Han was. Yuan Si had been waiting outside the whole time and knew nothing about what had happened, so he replied that Lin Han was still in the bathroom. Zhongjian refused to wait another second. He ordered Yuan Si to open the door because he wanted to personally confirm Lin Han's condition. But when Zhongjian rushed inside, everything looked completely normal. Lin Han was sitting in the bathroom with a newspaper in his hands. Having someone burst in at such an awkward moment, Lin Han immediately acted embarrassed and loudly told him to get out. Seeing no sign of anything unusual, Zhongjian closed the door. He cleared his throat to hide the awkwardness, concluded that Lin Han was fine, and told everyone to continue searching the rest of Changqi Academy. Only after they were gone did Lin Han finally relax. If he had been even a little slower, everything would have been exposed. Luckily, he had managed to return in time and put on this act after the blood chi erupted, but the danger remained. Every time he used his new power, the unique aura could reveal his identity. He decided to visit the market and search for a treasure that could conceal his aura. Now that he knew what he needed, Lin Han wasted no time and headed straight for the marketplace. Standing among countless stalls, Lin Han searched while wondering if anyone sold items that could hide one's aura. Just then, a familiar voice called out from the distance. It was Gongsun Tianni, who had also come to the market and casually asked what he was looking for. Lin Han greeted her politely, but inside he was tense, with sweat already forming because the meeting felt far too coincidental. Tianni seemed to notice his unease, but she simply smiled and said everyone had secrets they wished to keep, so she would not ask about his. At that moment, Manager Liu spotted Gongsun Tianni from afar and hurried over with a warm welcome. His enthusiastic attitude showed just how important her visit was. Lin Han was also surprised to run into him here. Lin Han greeted Manager Liu, and the manager warmly greeted him back. Seeing they clearly knew each other, Tianni curiously asked if they had met before. Manager Liu did not hide anything. He happily told Tianni that Lin Han was also one of the chamber's highly valued VIP customers. After hearing that, Tianni smiled and generously told Lin Han to pick whatever he wanted because the Gongsun family would cover all of Today's expenses. She was about to leave, but Lin Han could not understand her sudden generosity and asked why she was treating him this way. Tianni answered without hesitation. She admitted she was placing some hope in Lin Han's future and wished that if the Gongsun family ever faced disaster, he would lend them a hand. Lin Han did not refuse. He simply promised he would do his best if that day ever came. Satisfied with his answer, Tianni thanked him before turning to leave. Before walking away, she looked back and waved goodbye to Lin Han. Watching her leave, he became even more convinced that she had already guessed part of his secret. Yet, instead of exposing him, she had protected him and even paid for his purchases. Lin San silently accepted that he now owed the Gongsun family a great favor. Soon after, Gongsun Tianni appeared on a rooftop, quietly gazing into the distance. Miss Wang quickly arrived with the investigation results. Everything matched Tianni's prediction. The mysterious figures trail had been found near the neighborhood where Lin Han lived, and they also discovered his connection to Fei Hua. After hearing the report, Tianni folded her arms and quietly nodded, as if none of it came as a surprise. Miss Wang then handed Tianni a document, unable to hide her curiosity about Lin Han. With so many strange clues, she wanted to know what identity he was really hiding. Tianni opened the file to Lin Han's page. To her, his current identity was not the biggest concern. What truly mattered was that this young man carried an enormous secret and possessed almost limitless potential. After finishing the file, Tianni returned it to Miss Wang and ordered every related document to be destroyed. She wanted no one else to become interested in Lin Han because of those records. In Tianni's view, it would not be long before Lin Han grew strong enough to help the Gongsun family overcome the crisis waiting ahead. Back at Tianxi Pavilion, Manager Liu chatted with Lin Han and asked what he was looking for this time, joking that they really were destined to keep meeting. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Han got straight to the point. He needed equipment or an item that could hide magical aura fluctuations, and he believed Tianxi Pavilion would have exactly what he wanted. After hearing the request, Manager Liu set down his teacup and personally led Lin Han to the section where their special treasures were stored. Along the way, he laughed confidently. Items like this were rare, but with Tianxi Pavilion's collection, he was certain the treasure he was about to show would satisfy Lin Han. Before long, they entered a private room. Manager Liu pointed toward a carefully protected item and introduced it as the treasure specially designed to suppress one's aura. When the cloth covering it was removed, a glowing crystal immediately came into view. It was called the Severing Crystal, an epic-grade treasure that could block most aura detection methods and conceal magical fluctuations. Its price was 500,000. Lin Han picked up the crystal, and his 10,000-fold enhancement activated at once. The Severing Crystal instantly evolved into the Divine Concealment Crystal, a god-grade necklace. Its new effect was even more incredible. It completely erased the owner's aura unless the owner chose to reveal it, making detection almost impossible. After reading its effects, Lin Han did not hesitate for a second. This was exactly what he needed, so he bought it immediately and said goodbye. Manager Liu happily saw him off and reminded him to visit Tianxi Pavilion again in the future. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Han could not hide his excitement. A single shopping trip had earned him his very first god-grade equipment. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a subordinate hurried back to report to the High Archbishop. The devouring heartworm was dead, but a disturbance from Hongyun City indicated that the demon here had finally appeared. Hearing the news, the High Archbishop burst into laughter. In his eyes, the devouring heartworm had always been useless and caused more failures than successes, so its death meant nothing. As for Lin Han, there was no need to touch him for now, because a powerful force seemed to be protecting him. The real priority was continuing the plan and bringing the demon hair back. Before dismissing his subordinate, he coldly warned that failure would bring a fate 10,000 times worse than the devouring heartworms. Faced with the threat, the subordinate immediately accepted the order and declared that he already had a plan in place. Meanwhile, Lin Han was extremely satisfied with his new treasure. With the Divine Concealment Crystal hiding his aura, it would be almost impossible for anyone to connect him to the Blood Moon Divine Cult. At least for now, the greatest threat to his secret identity had been safely buried. But on his way back, Lin Han suddenly found a familiar group blocking his path. The moment they met, Gongsun Liangxi accused him of ditching his friends just to secretly meet her older sister. Realizing things looked bad, Lin Han quickly begged her not to act rashly and tried to find a chance to explain. Before he could finish, someone behind him suddenly locked him in a chokehold, declaring there was no need for excuses and calling everyone to punish this traitor to the group. Lin Han could only admit his mistake and to beg them to go easy on him. A moment later, the entire group rushed him together, leaving Lin Han sprawled on the ground in a miserable state. Only after venting their frustration did his friends finally stop and allow Lin Han to explain what had really happened. Just as everyone was joking around, Zhang Rutin arrived with her group. Seeing Lin Han's miserable appearance, she immediately mocked him, saying that the top freshman had completely lost out his dignity by ending up like this. Gongsun Liangxi immediately confronted Zhang Rutin over her attitude. Yuan Si helped Lin Han back to his feet, clearly annoyed. But Zhang Rutin kept mocking them, saying the top freshman getting beaten this badly would only discourage others from joining Changqi Academy. Yuan Si was never one to stay quiet. Seeing Zhang Rutin mocking them without knowing the full story, he fired back, saying her personality was nowhere near as good as her older sister's. If Lin Han had not explained their relationship before, he would never have believed they were sisters. That comment hit Zhang Rutin's biggest sore spot. The moment her sister was mentioned, her anger exploded. She instantly drew her weapon and thrust it toward Yuan Si, coldly demanding that he repeat what he had just said while the blade stopped right at his throat. The attack was so fast that Yuan Si had no chance to react, let alone draw his own weapon. Fortunately, Lin Han stepped in just in time, grabbing Zhang Rutin's wrist and stopping the strike. He urged both sides to calm down and reminded her that no matter how strained things were, they were still sisters. Deep down, her older sister truly cared about her, so there was no reason to turn family into enemies. Zhang Rutin immediately pulled her hand away, clearly unhappy that Lin Han had interfered. Turning her back, she coldly declared that she alone carried the honor and future of her family, while her older sister was nothing more than a traitor. Since she had betrayed the family, there was no reason for them to get along. Just as the tension reached its peak, a mentor suddenly appeared to calm everyone down. Smiling, he said they were all classmates and should not fight over a few words. Once he had everyone's attention, he got to the main point and announced a new mission for the entire group. The moment Yuan Si heard the word mission, he groaned, complaining that they had barely finished resting before another assignment arrived. The mentor simply smiled and told them not to worry. This was a special mission reserved for the Academy's 2 best-performing teams. Besides improving their combat skills, its main purpose was to let the freshmen experience the real situations along the border. The mentor walked over, patted Yuan Si and Gongsun Liangxi on the shoulders, and cheerfully promised that he would personally lead the team this time, so there was almost nothing to worry about. Liangxi quietly replied that he hoped the mentor was right, because the last mission was still giving him nightmares. Soon after, the mentor brought both student teams to the border fortress. The moment they arrived, they saw packs of vicious wolves charging non-stop, desperately trying to break through the massive wall. Archers quickly took their positions along the wall and drew their bows toward the charging beasts. As soon as the wolves entered range, the commander gave the order to fire. In an instant, a rain of arrows swept across the battlefield. Sharp arrows pierced wolf after wolf, throwing the charging formation into chaos as painful howls echoed everywhere. Without giving the enemy any chance to recover, the commander ordered the next volley at once. The archers drew their bows again, while heavily armored cavalry formed a solid shield wall in front, protecting the ranged attackers. Watching the soldiers fight in perfect coordination, Yuan Si could not hide his amazement. The mentor smiled at his reaction and explained that the border battlefield was nothing like the freshmen imagined. Against endless waves of monsters, victory depended not on one powerful fighter, but on how well the entire team worked together. The group was then brought into the strategy room. The mentor spread out a map and assigned them a brank mission. The 2 teams would work together to eliminate 3 small monster packs outside the fortress. The strongest monsters in each group were only gold rank, making them ideal targets for gaining experience. Their final order was simple. Any monster found within 5 miles of the border wall had to be eliminated. After assigning the mission, the mentor ordered everyone to split into pairs and return to this location by 3 o'clock the following afternoon. If anything unexpected happened, they were to report it immediately and never act on their own. Everyone acknowledged the mission together. The next day, the students officially left the defensive zone and entered the forest beyond the border wall. Lin Han was paired with Yuan Ting, and the 2 were assigned to search a separate area. As soon as they ventured deeper into the forest, Yuan Ting activated her detection ability, causing her eyes to glow. She quickly spotted a wolf pack ahead, but something was wrong. Most of the wolves had already reached gold rank, completely different from the original report. Lin Han also realized something was off. Monsters that were supposed to be silver rank had somehow all advanced to gold rank. If this entire pack reached the border wall before the defenders knew about it, the senior students would be caught completely off guard. Unlike the cautious Lin Han, Yuan Ting showed no fear at all. She confidently claimed a few gold rank wolves were nothing to worry about, and even told Lin Han to stand back and watch her handle the fight alone. Seeing how eager she was to battle, Lin Han could only smile helplessly. She really could not stay still for a moment. The 2 quickly closed in on the wolf pack. The moment Yuan Ting spotted her targets, she leaped into the air, raised her staff, and cast fireball. The blazing sphere exploded in the middle of the pack, burning countless wolves in an instant. But before Yuan Ting could recover from her first attack, several massive wolves appeared behind her. They charged forward with razor-sharp claws and fangs, forcing her to spin around in shock. Yuan Ting reacted quickly. She immediately jumped back to create distance, aimed her staff at the attackers, and switched to ice magic. A volley of sharp ice spikes formed instantly, piercing through the charging wolves and killing them on the spot. Constantly switching between different elements drained Yuan Ting's stamina. She leaned on her staff, breathing heavily, as she looked proudly across the battlefield before turning to Lin Han and announcing that she had finished them all. Unfortunately, she celebrated too soon. The moment she finished speaking, a gigantic claw suddenly appeared behind her. The ambush came so fast that she completely lost the initiative and could only turn around in horror. Standing before her was a gigantic white wolf, whose enormous body almost completely overshadowed Yuan Ting. Judging by its overwhelming aura, it was clearly the pack leader. The beast roared and prepared to pounce while Yuan Ting stood frozen, unable to react. At the most critical moment, Lin Han appeared in front of her. Without using any fancy skill, he threw a single devastating punch that blasted the alpha wolf away and killed it instantly. The giant wolf crashed to the ground, showing no signs of life. After dealing with the danger, Lin Han evaluated Yuan Ting's performance. He praised her smooth transitions between fire and ice magic and admitted her combat strength had already reached gold rank. However, she still lacked real battlefield experience. He warned her never to let her guard down until she was absolutely certain the fight was over. Only then did Yuan Ting finally recover, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she let out a long sigh of relief. Once she calmed down, Yuan Ting noticed that the surviving white wolves were fleeing. Watching the direction they were running, she immediately sensed something was wrong and called out to Lin Han. He turned and asked what she had discovered. After thinking for a moment, Yuan Ting pointed out the strange part. Normally, after our leader died, the remaining wolves should have returned to their den or scattered. Instead, they were all running in the same direction, straight toward the area assigned to Jiang Ritin's team. Hearing that, Lin Han immediately realized the situation might be far more serious than it seemed. Without wasting another second, Lin Han grabbed Yuan Ting's hand and rushed after the fleeing wolves. Whatever was happening ahead, they needed to follow the pack first and figure things out later. Poor Yuan Ting was practically dragged off her feet and kept begging Lin Han to slow down because the speed was making her dizzy. At the same time, Jiang Rutin and her partner were fighting a group of giant turtles. Her teammate, Xiao Ji was a light mage. Standing inside a magic circle, Xiao Ji raised her staff toward the monster ahead and immediately cast Radiant Flash, unleashing a burst of blinding light. The giant turtle was struck directly in the eyes and temporarily lost its vision. It could only turn away while letting out an angry roar. Jiang Ritin had been waiting for exactly this moment. She instantly dashed in from another direction, aiming her sword straight at the monster's weak point. With one clean slash, the giant turtle's head was severed from its body. The killing blow was so swift that the monster never had a chance to fight back. Defeating the monster so easily filled Jiang Rutin with confidence. She proudly declared that anyone facing her sword had no chance of leaving alive. Standing before the headless corpse, Jiang Rutin calmly sheathed her sword, clearly pleased with the result. Xiaoga immediately rushed over and hugged her captain, showering Jiang Ritin with praise. She even rubbed her head against Jiang Ritin's chest and happily blurted out how big, soft, and comfortable it felt. Jiang Ritin instantly blushed and hurriedly told Xiaoga to let go. But while the two were busy fooling around, danger quietly closed in. Giant turtles crawled toward them from every direction, their crimson eyes locked onto the two girls as murderous hisses echoed through the area. By the time Jiang Ritin realized what was happening, nearly every escape route had been cut off. She immediately warned Xiao Ji that they were surrounded. The two quickly shook off the chaos and jumped back into the fight. Furious that the monsters had ruined her moment with the captain, Xiao Ji unleashed white laser beam. Glowing orbs formed around her before firing a barrage of energy blasts at the python turtles. One beam hit its mark, triggering a massive explosion. The struck python turtle let out one final roar before collapsing and losing the ability to fight. While Xiao Ge handled the enemies on one side, Zhang Rushin ran into a two-headed python turtle. It charged straight at her, both fanged jaws snapping at once. Zhang Rushin instantly turned and raised her sword, blocking the bite from one head with her blade. But she forgot it had a second head. While her sword was locked in place, the other mouth clamped onto her arm. Only then did Zhang Rushin realize she had been far too careless. The moment Xiao Ji saw her captain get injured, she panicked and instinctively looked away from the enemy in front of her. That brief distraction cost her dearly. A python turtle rushed in and slammed her high into the air. Jiang Rushin hurried over and caught her teammate. Seeing the battle turning against them, Xiao Ge gasped for breath and urged her captain to leave her behind, believing Jiang Rushin could escape alone. But Jiang Rushin refused without hesitation, reminding her that no captain would ever abandon a teammate. Hearing those words, Xiao Jie blushed bright red and stared at Jiang Rushin with even greater admiration. She even thought that dying in her captain's arms would be worth it, leaving Jiang Rushin completely speechless. Just as another python turtle prepared to attack them, Lin Han suddenly appeared. He threw a single punch and blasted the monster straight out of the area. The sudden turn of events caught Jiang Rushin completely off guard. She quickly turned to see who had stepped in. It was Lin Han and Wan Ting. Seeing Jiang Rushin in such a rough spot, Lin Han teased that a few python turtles had already pushed little Jiang this far, making Wan Ting laugh beside him. Jiang Rushin immediately snapped back, saying Lin Han was barely older than her and should not act like her senior just because he knew her older sister. Besides, every python turtle here was gold rank and far from an easy opponent. While they argued, Wan Ting noticed dozens more python turtles closing in. She quickly told Han to stop bickering and deal with the danger first. Lin Han, however, stayed completely calm. To him, these monsters were no real threat. As one python turtle charged over, Lin Han did not even bother using magic. He grabbed it with pure physical strength, spun it around several times like a toy, and got ready to throw it. With a loud shout, Lin Han let go. The python turtle became a giant projectile and crashed into its own kind, throwing the entire pack into chaos. After finishing the job, Lin Han turned to Wan Ting and flashed a two-finger victory sign, saying it was already over. Wan Ting could only marvel at how unbelievably strong he still was. Zhang Rushin stood there completely stunned. A gold-rank python turtle had been tossed around like a ball, making her seriously question whether Lin Han was really just a gold-rank priest. With a single move, Lin Han wiped out the immediate threat. Seeing the area was now clear, he suggested regrouping with their instructor. But just as everyone was about to leave, Zhang Rushin suddenly grabbed her bitten arm, her face twisting in pain. Moments later, all the strength drained from her body. Her legs gave out, she collapsed to the ground, and her face turned an unnatural red. Xiao Jie rushed over to support her captain, desperately calling for her to wake up and begging her not to leave her behind. Lin Han immediately stepped in to examine her, but Xiao Ji blocked his path out of fear for her captain. Lin Han carefully observed the wound and quickly realized the condition was likely caused by python turtle venom. Then he remembered that his forbidden life spell could completely cure poison. Lin Han reassured Xiao Gi that he was a priest and asked her to let him try. He sat down, gathered his power, and cast life restoration. A brilliant light instantly flowed from his hands toward Zhang Rushin. Zhang Rushin's body, still resting in Xiao Ge's arms, suddenly began to glow. Not knowing what was happening, Xiao Ge grew even more frightened and kept calling out to her captain. But even after the healing light faded, Zhang Rushin still showed no sign of waking up. Xiao Ge became even more anxious and angrily demanded whether a priest like Lin Han really knew how to save people, because her captain's condition had clearly not improved at all. Lin Han kept the forbidden spell active a little longer, but nothing changed. It made no sense. The poison was gone, so Zhang Rushin should have woken up. Unable to find the cause, he stopped the treatment and suggested contacting their instructor immediately. About 30 minutes after receiving the emergency call, their instructor quickly arrived at Lin Han's location. He immediately examined Zhang Rushin, and his expression gradually turned serious. Unable to hold back, Xiao Gi anxiously asked about her captain's condition. After a careful inspection, the instructor discovered a strange energy moving constantly near Zhang Rushin's heart, making it impossible to lock onto its exact position. If it could not be removed, her life would be in danger. Hearing that, Xiao Ge burst into tears and desperately asked if even the instructor could not save her. Since it could not be treated on the spot, the instructor took out a portable teleportation array and handed it to Lin Han. The border lacked proper medical conditions, so Zhang Rushin had to be taken back to Hongyun City immediately. Before leaving, he also told Lin Han to report the recent events, because something was clearly wrong at the border. Lin Han immediately asked what had happened. The instructor explained that the monsters near the border had been growing stronger for no clear reason. The 3 species from this mission were supposed to be silver rank, yet they had all reached gold rank. Such a strange situation had to be reported as soon as possible. The instructor then looked at Xiao Ge and Wan Ting. Their abilities would be useful alongside the experts defending the border, so he would take them back to the front line. Lin Han was ordered to escort Zhang Rushin to the hospital and return as soon as possible. Xiao Ge lowered her head in worry, while Wan Ting quietly comforted her. Everyone quickly activated the teleportation array. Light surrounded the students and carried them back to Hongyun City, while the instructor watched from behind. Even after his students disappeared, the worry on the instructor's face remained. For some reason, his instincts kept warning him that the border crisis was far from over. As soon as they returned to the city, Lin Han rushed Zhang Rushin to the hospital. He ran inside in a panic, shouting for the doctors to save her. Still carrying Zhang Rushin, Lin Han burst straight into the duty room and startled a doctor who had been quietly eating. Furious at having his meal interrupted, the doctor yelled at him for barging in without any manners. But the moment the doctor's eyes landed on the patient in Lin Han's arms, his expression froze. He immediately realized something was seriously wrong. Even while unconscious, Zhang Rushin's beautiful face stood out. More importantly, her entire body had turned an unnatural shade of red, and it was clearly no minor symptom. In an instant, the doctor dropped his irritation and switched into emergency mode. He immediately ordered the operating room to be prepared, because the patient needed surgery at once. The nurses quickly moved into position to receive Zhang Rushin. Watching the medical staff place her on a stretcher and wheel her into surgery, Lin Han could not hide his concern. He only hoped Zhang Rushin would survive. If anything happened to her, he had no idea how he could face her older sister. As she was taken away, Zhang Rushin seemed to react slightly, her body twitching as a faint sound escaped her lips. After a long and tense wait, the operating room light finally went out. Lin Han immediately stepped forward to ask about the results. Instead of answering, the doctor looked at him seriously and asked where they had encountered such a dangerous thing. The question made Lin Han even more uneasy, and he quickly asked if her condition had been severe. The doctor explained that Zhang Ruxin was out of danger, but the object removed from her body was incredibly rare and extremely dangerous. Resting on the doctor's trays was a tiny blood-red creature that still appeared to be alive. He explained that it was called the heart-disturbing parasite. Around 80 years ago, it had been nothing more than an ordinary parasite. After the Blood Moon cult altered it with a secret technique, it became a terrifying weapon. It could hide near the heart, awaken the host's potential, and slowly take control of the victim's body. The moment Lin Han heard the words Blood Moon Cult, he immediately thought of Yun Si and everyone still at the border. If the monster's sudden growth was also caused by this secret technique, then the Blood Moon Cult had already infiltrated the defensive line. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, hoping nothing had happened to the others. Just then, the doctor handed him the discharge papers to sign, saying they could leave after the paperwork was complete, and reminding him not to rush into dangerous places so recklessly again. Lin Han had just finished signing the paperwork and was about to leave the hospital when his phone suddenly rang. He answered, introduced himself, and asked who was calling. On the other end, a familiar voice managed to say, "Brother Han," before the call was suddenly cut off. The connection was lost instantly, and Lin realized his bad feeling had likely come true. Something had happened at the border. At that moment, Zhang Ruxin finally woke up. As soon as she learned what was happening, she insisted that Lin Han return to the border with her. Lin Han immediately refused. She had just escaped death, and going back to the battlefield now was asking for trouble. She needed rest, but Zhang Ruxin would not back down. Her teammates were still fighting at the border, and she could never forgive herself if she stayed behind while they were in danger. Knowing no one could change her mind, Lin Han finally agreed. The only problem was that their on-time teleportation array had already been used, so how were they supposed to get back? Just as Lin Han was worrying about the lack of transportation, a familiar voice behind him mentioned a on-time teleportation array. He turned around in surprise and found Feng Zhengxin standing there. Feng Zhengxin took out a teleportation array and explained that she had been on a mission nearby. She happened to see Lin Han entering the hospital and came to check on him, only to discover that a major crisis had broken out at the border. Lin Han immediately said he and Zhang Ruxin needed to report the situation to the academy before rushing back to rescue their teammates. Feng Zhengxin told him not to worry because she had already contacted the academy and reinforcements were on the way. Since they planned to return to the front line, she volunteered to join them. With her strength, she could certainly help. In the current situation, another powerful ally was more than welcome, so Lin Han immediately agreed. The three of them then activated the on-time teleportation array together. Moments later, the surrounding space shifted, and they arrived inside a tall building near the border. The instant they landed, something felt wrong. Corpses were scattered everywhere, leaving Lin Han wondering where the teleportation array had brought them. After stepping outside and spotting the sign, they realized they had arrived at the morgue of Mongshan County. Lin Han found it strange that the teleportation point was here, but there was no time to think about it. He decided to head outside and assess the situation first. Not far away, Yuan Si was busy helping civilians evacuate the danger zone, urging everyone to get into the vehicles and leave the county as quickly as possible. As soon as Lin Han arrived, he demanded to know what had happened. Yuan Si was shocked to see Brother Han back, then hurriedly explained that the monsters beyond the border had suddenly gone berserk and smashed through the defensive wall, causing Mongshan County to fall. He was in charge of evacuating the doctors and nurses, while the instructor, Gongsun Liangxi, and Meng Ge were still fighting to hold the line. Hearing that his teammates were still on the front line, Lin Han immediately set off. He only told Yuan Si to keep handling the evacuation before rushing ahead. Feng Zhengxin and Zhang Ruxin quickly followed. Before they disappeared, Yuan Si shouted one last warning that these monsters were extremely abnormal and that they must not get injured. At the front line, a massive green serpent raised its body high into the air and roared furiously at the remaining defenders. What caught everyone's attention was the long spear embedded in the monster's body. It was Gongsun Liangxi's signature weapon, yet its owner was nowhere to be seen. The moment Lin Han recognized the familiar spear, his anger exploded. He locked his eyes on the giant serpent, thinking only one thing. Where was Gongsun Liangxi? Before they could search for clues, a deafening crash suddenly came from the nearby forest. Lin Han and the two women instantly became alert and prepared for whatever was about to emerge. Strangely, the giant serpent showed obvious fear the moment it heard the noise. It completely ignored Lin Han's group, turned around, and fled without hesitation. Its reaction left all three of them confused. Lin Han frowned as he watched the serpent escape, while Feng Zhengxin wondered what kind of creature could terrify such a savage monster into abandoning its prey. The answer appeared moments later. Deep inside the forest, 3 gigantic monsters, a bear, a bull, and a serpent, were locked in a brutal battle. Every collision between them shook the entire area. Realizing how dangerous the situation was, Lin Han's group quickly hid and observed from a distance. Zhang Ruxin even considered checking the monsters' strength. If they were not too powerful, she wanted to eliminate them before moving on. But Lin Han immediately shut down that idea, telling her all 3 were King Realm monsters, then jokingly asked if she wanted to fight them herself. The moment she heard King Realm, Zhang Ruxin gave up the idea of fighting. Taking on 3 King Realm monsters would be suicide, so she suggested finding another route. Lin Han pointed to the right and was about to lead everyone away in secret. Before he could finish speaking, the giant bear fighting in the distance was suddenly blasted through the air and crashed right behind him. The impact made everyone jump. Lin Han, who was standing closest, broke into a cold sweat because the monster had landed dangerously close. As soon as the bear got back up, it spotted the group and charged with a furious roar. With no time to think, Lin Han scooped Zhang Ruxin into his arms, turned around, and ran while shouting for everyone to retreat. As he ran, Lin Han glanced back helplessly. The 3 monsters had been trying to kill each other, yet they instantly put aside their fight just to hunt down outsiders. There was no logic to it at all. The giant bear kept charging after them, and the gap closed rapidly. Feng Zhengxin immediately warned Lin Han that the monsters were far too fast and would catch them before long. Lin Han knew she was right. Escaping while trying to outsmart 3 King Realm monsters was anything but easy. After a few seconds of thought, he told Feng Zhengxin they should split up. He would lure the monsters away while everyone escaped separately and regrouped later. Feng Zhengxin agreed immediately. Still in his arms, Zhang Ruxin finally realized what was happening and asked if he really planned to carry her the whole way. Lin Han looked down at her and calmly asked if she had a better idea. Zhang Ruxin instantly got angry, saying that if the monsters caught him, she would die too. Lin Han grinned and teased that dying together for love actually sounded pretty romantic. When they reached a fork in the road, they split up. Lin Han carried Zhang Ruxin in one direction while Feng Zhengxin escaped the other way. Still annoyed by his cheesy joke, Zhang Ruxin snapped that she had no interest in becoming some tragic couple who died together. Lin Han's plan worked perfectly. All 3 monsters ignored Feng Zhengxin and chased after him instead, their furious roars echoing behind them. The chase dragged on for over half an hour with no end in sight. Lin Han sprinted at full speed while carrying Zhang Ruxin and quietly calculated his options. His stamina could last all day, but the 3 monsters were just as relentless. At this rate, he had no idea when they would finally lose them. While searching for a way out, Lin Han suddenly spotted a cave ahead. With few options left, he decided to gamble on hiding inside. Without another thought, Lin Han accelerated and rushed straight into the cave while still carrying Zhang Ruxin. The 3 monsters arrived moments later but suddenly lost sight of their prey. They stopped outside and searched the area for any trace of the 2. Their hiding place did not stay hidden for long. The giant bear quickly discovered the cave entrance they had entered. It slowly approached the entrance, letting out terrifying growls as it searched. From inside, Lin Han watched silently. If they had to fight head-on, he might have to use his forbidden spell. But with Zhang Ruxin beside him, revealing his true strength would create endless trouble. As the bear drew closer, Zhang Ruxin grew nervous and softly called Lin Han's name. Before they could think of a solution, someone else appeared behind them. The newcomer moved without making a sound and suddenly placed a hand on their shoulders. In an instant, a strange vortex appeared and swallowed both Lin Han and Zhang Ruxin. Caught completely off guard, she could only scream as the space around them twisted. The 2 soon landed in another location. Zhang Ruxin was completely unharmed because Lin Han had ended up beneath her as a human cushion. After the unexpected fall, Zhang Ruxin quickly sat up, rubbed her eyes several times, and asked in confusion what had just happened. A familiar face soon stepped into the light. Their rescuer was actually Jiang Lin. The moment Zhang Ruxin recognized him, she happily opened her mouth to call out, but Jiang Lin immediately signaled for silence to avoid attracting whatever was outside. Excited to see someone she knew, Zhang Rin grabbed the still-dazed Lin Han and shook him non-stop, telling him the man before them was brother Jiang. Lin Han, who was still recovering from the fall, was shaken fully awake and could only beg her to stop, saying that if she kept going, she would shake him to death before any monster could. Beneath the flickering firelight inside the cave, Zhang Lin looked at the 2 of them and asked if they had really risked their lives just to find him. Lin Han immediately replied that Zhang Lin had stayed behind alone to cover everyone's retreat, so there was no way they could simply abandon him. Hearing that, Zhang Lin felt both annoyed and helpless. He wanted to scold them for being reckless, but he held back. Dropping the subject, Zhang Lin turned to Zhang Ruxin and asked if her injuries had fully recovered. Jiang Rushan said she was fine and that the parasite had been successfully removed. Lin Han seized the chance to ask about Gongsun Liangxi and the others, as well as what had happened that forced Jiang Lin to flee all the way here. Jiang Lin finally explained everything. To buy everyone enough time to escape, he had faced 3 monster kings alone, but the longer the battle dragged on, the more heart-disturbing parasites appeared, followed by countless monsters. Even as a King Realm expert, he was gradually overwhelmed by the endless attacks. Looking back on the battle, Zhang Linsen said the heart-disturbing parasites had nearly sealed off the entire Beimong mountain region. The only possible escape route was to the south, so he had even considered crossing into the Hua Empire. But the retreat was anything but easy. Monsters kept blocking his path, including several King Realm beasts. Wave after wave of attacks eventually pushed him into a desperate situation. Jiang Lin then told Lin Han that he had survived mostly by hiding instead of fighting. Even he had never expected to run into the two of them under these circumstances. The talk about escaping reminded Lin Han of Feng Zhengxin. He quickly explained that she had come with them, but they were forced to split up to lure the monsters away. Hearing Feng Zhengxin's name, Zhang Lin immediately asked if she was the Wind Mage. Lin Han nodded and added that before separating, they had agreed to regroup at their original meeting point. Thinking about Feng Zhengxin wandering alone through a forest full of monsters despite only being diamond rank, Lin Han immediately stood up to search for her. Zhang Lin felt it was far too dangerous. Even if Lin Han's combat power had reached King Realm, traveling alone in the current situation was still extremely risky. But Lin Han had already made up his mind. The 3 King Realm monsters were still roaming outside. If all 3 of them left the cave together, they would be much easier to spot. Going alone would give him far more flexibility and a better chance of finding Feng Zhengxin. Jiang Rushin also spoke up, telling Zhang Lin to trust Lin Han. Seeing that neither of them would change their minds, he finally agreed, but reminded Lin Han to put his safety first. Whether he found Feng Zhengxin or not, he had to return before nightfall. After settling the plan, Lin Han left the cave and quickly headed back toward the mountain where they had split up. Along the way, Lin Han continuously activated the Eyes of God to search the area. He was thankful that this ability allowed him to track down Feng Zhengxin's location. When he reached a large tree, he suddenly stopped in confusion. There was no sign of Feng Zhengxin anywhere, yet his ability insisted she was right here. Unable to figure it out, Lin Han called out loudly, saying he had found Brother Zhang and asking where Feng Zhengxin was. His voice finally reached Feng Zhengxin, who slowly woke from her nap and sleepily called Lin Han's name. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Lin Han turned around and finally spotted Senior Feng Zhengxin. He quickly walked over, and seeing her still half asleep, jokingly asked if she had really taken a nap out here, without worrying about monsters sneaking up on her. Feng Zhengxin explained that before falling asleep, she had surrounded the area with a wind detection barrier. Anything entering within 500 meters would immediately alert her. Lin Han found that even stranger because he had already entered that range while she kept sleeping peacefully. Feng Zhengxin smiled and explained that her ability only reacted to those approaching with hostile intent. Now understanding how it worked, Lin Han asked no more questions. He simply told her that Jiang Lin had been found and invited her to return together. By the time Lin Han and Feng Zhengxin returned to the cave, night had completely fallen. As they approached the entrance, Lin Han immediately became alert and warned Feng Zhengxin to stay on guard because monsters could be nearby. She quietly nodded in acknowledgement. Before they could go much farther, Lin Han suddenly stopped Feng Zhengxin. A strong sense of danger told him something was wrong ahead. Without hesitation, he activated the Eyes of God and looked straight into the cave. The result put Lin Han on high alert because 3 massive monsters were roaming the cave. Deeper inside, Zhang Lin and Zhang Ruitin had been forced back against the wall with almost no way out. Realizing the danger, Lin Han and Feng Zhengxin rushed toward the cave entrance. He quickly told her that Zhang Lin and Zhang Ruitin were still trapped inside. At the same time, the 4 nearby monsters caught the scent of their new prey. Without giving them a second to prepare, every monster charged straight at Lin Han. The wolf reached him first, but dropped instantly after taking a single punch. The snake rushed in next and suffered the same fate as one kick sent it flying aside. The last 2 could not stop him either. 1 punch each was enough while Lin Han never slowed down. Seeing him smash through the monsters so easily left Feng Zhengxin speechless. She even wondered whether Lin Han or the monsters were the real beast, because no ordinary gold rank could fight like this. Inside the cave, 2 monsters blocked both exits while a figure wrapped in flames stood before Zhang Lin. It was obvious he was the mastermind. Cornered with nowhere left to run, Zhang Lin turned pale while Zhang Ruitin stood behind him in extreme tension. Just then, Lin Han and Feng Zhengxin finally arrived, and he immediately called out to Zhang Lin. But instead of feeling relieved, Zhang Lin panicked and urged Lin Han and Zhengxin to leave at once. He warned them that the enemy had already reached the Supreme Realm and was far beyond anything they could handle. The man covered in flames cut him off and attacked, mocking Jiang Lin for daring to challenge someone far stronger than himself. Seeing the deadly strike about to land, Lin Han's face changed as he realized he was already too late. He charged forward with everything he had while shouting Jiang Lin's name. Even with the enemy's hand only inches away, Jiang Lin thought only of his teammates and kept telling them to run. The next instant, the enemy's hand pierced straight through Jiang Lin's body. He killed him without hesitation and called it the fate of someone who overestimated himself. Jiang Rutin froze after witnessing everything, then screamed Jiang Lin's name in despair. Her grief quickly turned into fury as she glared at the killer with pure hatred and decided to fight him to the death. Having lost all reason, she rushed forward and swore she would kill him. Before Jiang Rutin could reach the battle, Lin Han appeared behind her and knocked her unconscious. Feng Zhongxin had no idea what he was doing, but before she could ask, Lin Han knocked her out as well. Holding both girls in his arms, Lin Han quietly whispered a single apology to his senior. He carried them to the rock wall and carefully laid them down while the man, wreathed in flames, simply watched without stopping him. After making sure Jiang Rutin and Feng Zhongxin were safe, Lin Han turned back and locked onto his enemy with murderous hatred. Finding Lin Han's actions strange, the man asked why he had knocked out his own teammates. Lin Han gave a simple answer. He wanted nothing holding him back when he killed the man himself. Hearing that challenge, the Supreme Realm expert laughed with contempt. He brought up the heart-devouring worm that had died because of Lin Han and mocked him by saying the credit really belonged to his master. He then revealed that the protector had ordered them not to provoke Lin Han for now. But since Lin Han had walked right into his hands, he planned to capture him and hand him over for a reward. Lin Han ignored every word and calmly prepared for the coming battle. Lin Han raised an eyebrow and hinted that the Blood Moon cult protector still refused to let him go. He even mentioned Director Sai and asked whether the man was certain his master was not hiding nearby, waiting to strike. He deliberately hid his true strength to keep the arrogant enemy looking down on him. As expected, Ji Dan suspected nothing. Instead, he bragged about the senses of a Supreme Realm expert, claiming he had detected Lin Han and Feng Zhongxin the moment they entered a 5-kilometer radius, so if Director Si were nearby, he would have noticed immediately. He even acted generous and offered Lin Han a chance to live if he surrendered without resisting. Lin Han simply stayed silent and let the man keep boasting. With a quiet sigh, Lin Han switched to psychological warfare and pointed out that Ji Dan had only recently entered the Supreme Realm, so his status in the Blood Moon cult was probably nothing special. That struck Ji Dan's pride, and he angrily demanded an explanation. Lin Han calmly brought up the heart-devouring worm. It had been completely loyal to the protector, yet after dying to Lin Han's master, no one avenged it. Instead, the protector ordered everyone to stay away from Lin Han. That only proved their lives meant nothing. Lin Han did not stop there. He mocked Ji Dan for walking the same path, acting like a loyal dog of the Blood Moon cult, and willingly throwing away his life for them. Enraged by the insult, Ji Dan fired back. He declared that the Blood Moon cult had survived by the law of the strong. The heart-devouring worm died because it was too weak, and no one else was responsible. Ji Dan's temper burned as fiercely as the flames around him. Convinced he had seen through Lin Han's stalling tactic, he declared there was no escape this time, and not even Lin Han's master could save him. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames around his body surged higher. In contrast, Lin Han deliberately acted exhausted as if he had run out of options. He simply asked that if death was certain, he should at least know the name of the man who would kill him. The man proudly introduced himself as Ji Dan and ordered Lin Han to remember that name before he died. The moment he finished speaking, Ji Dan exploded forward with a savage attack, determined to end the fight. His opening strike missed completely as Lin Han leaped up and slipped out of its range. He landed smoothly on a nearby rocky ledge. Using it as a foothold, he launched himself out of the cave. Both of them soon burst into the open. Thinking Lin Han was fleeing, Ji Dan chased after him without hesitation. But that was exactly Lin Han's plan. Fighting at this level inside the cave could collapse the entire mountain and put Jiang Rutin and the others in danger, so he intentionally lured his enemy outside. Under the quiet night sky, the two figures raced across the darkness, with barely any distance between them. They finally stopped at an open area beside the edge of the forest. Ji Dan noticed Lin Han had suddenly stopped, but his confidence kept him from being cautious. He mocked Lin Han and asked why he had stopped running after talking so boldly inside the cave. Lin Han ignored the taunt. As he quietly gathered his power, he replied that it was none of Ji Dan's concern. Only one thought remained in his mind. They were finally far enough away, and letting Jiang Lin's killer live even one more second would be an insult to the dead. Dark clouds rolled across the sky as deep thunder echoed through the night. Lin Han unleashed the forbidden spell, Thunder Bagua. Lightning gathered from every direction, creating an overwhelming force that covered the battlefield. Only then did Ji Li Dan's expression change. He could not believe a gold-rank priest could release such terrifying power. The aura before him had already surpassed diamond rank, and even exceeded the limits of the King realm. Knowing he could not stand still, he raised his trident and used his own body as a conduit to call upon the demon god's power from hell. With the ritual complete, the forbidden spell, Demon God Domain, was activated. Seeing the familiar spell, Lin Han only sneered. He said he knew this forbidden spell better than anyone, because he possessed it himself. Without wasting another moment, he poured the power of Thunder Bagua into his fist, and prepared to finish Ji Li Dan as quickly as possible. Across from him, Ji Li Dan gripped his trident tightly and charged forward through a raging sea of flames. The two clashed head-on as their forbidden spells collided, and the battlefield was instantly swallowed by a blinding light. A world-shaking explosion erupted next, sending terrifying shockwaves across the area with enough force to flatten several mountains. After the clash, Ji Li Dan immediately demanded an answer. He had recognized the power Lin Han used and believed it was another forbidden spell. Lin Han did not deny it. Instead, he asked whether only Ji Li Dan was allowed to use Demon God Domain, while everyone else was forbidden from using a forbidden spell. At that moment, Ji Li Dan finally connected all the clues. He immediately suspected that the heart-devouring worm had never been killed by Lin Han's master, as Lin Han had claimed. His reasoning was simple. A mere gold-rank priest could cast a forbidden spell, move faster than many diamond-rank experts, and instantly recognize Demon God Domain. None of that matched an ordinary gold-rank priest. Ji Li Dan tightened his grip on the trident as the way he looked at Lin Han completely changed. He finally understood why the Protector was so determined to capture him. A man hiding so many secrets was enough to awaken even his own greed. It seemed everyone in the Blood Moon cult was obsessed with Lin Han. As Ji Li Dan charged with his trident, he declared that no matter what, he would take Lin Han back alive today. The flames around him roared higher as Ji Li Dan closed the distance, determined to capture Lin Han and uncover every secret he was hiding. Facing the charge, Lin Han did not dodge. He stood his ground and quietly activated another forbidden spell. Its power spread across the battlefield as Lin Han unleashed the Demon God's Slaughter Field. The moment the spell took effect, his body began to transform. His fingers became razor-sharp claws, and his eyes glowed with an eerie light. Locking onto Ji Li Dan, Lin Han declared that he would take his life. He had now entered the form of his second class, the world-shaking demon child. In the next instant, countless attacks tore through the air and rushed straight toward Ji Li Dan. Feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, Ji Li Dan was finally shaken. He could not understand where such terrifying power had come from. Even so, a Supreme Realm expert would never back down so easily. Pointing his weapon at Lin Han, Ji Li Dan prayed to the god of divine strike for the power to split heaven and earth before unleashing the forbidden spell, Myriad Force. A massive surge of energy formed at once, and its crushing pressure swept across the battlefield as if it could destroy everything in its path. Ji Li Dan's aura soared as the full might of the attack crashed toward Lin Han. Before the attack even reached him, the power surrounding Lin Han automatically formed a protective barrier that resisted the overwhelming force. Even so, Myriad Force proved stronger than expected. Its lingering power cut across Lin Han's face, leaving a wound. Wiping away the blood, he admitted that he had underestimated Ji Li Dan. He had not expected him to have another trump card. On the other side, Ji Li Dan was even more unsettled by what Lin Han knew. He demanded to know how Lin Han recognized the Demon God's Slaughter Field because only Supreme Realm members of the Blood Moon cult could awaken that forbidden spell. Lin Han simply smiled. He felt his current form already spoke for itself. At first, he believed his second class could finish the fight instantly, but Ji Li Dan had endured it. Without the suppression from Demon God Domain, the one in real danger might have been Lin Han instead. Lin Han's calm attitude only made Ji Li Dan even angrier, but it also made him notice something important. Looking at Lin Han's demon god transformation, he began to suspect that Lin Han might also belong to the Blood Moon cult. Lin Han immediately denied it. He had no interest in joining the Blood Moon cult, and those abilities were not exclusive to their organization. Ji Li Dan refused to believe him. Pointing his weapon at Lin Han, he insisted that only Blood Moon cult classes could cultivate such blood energy. That convinced him even more that Lin Han had ties to the cult, and even possessed a second class. After connecting Demon God Domain with everything he had just witnessed, Ji Li Dan was almost certain he had uncovered Lin Han's secret. Lin Han immediately raised a hand to stop him, and coldly said that Ji Li Dan already knew far more than he should. Instead of feeling afraid, Ji Dan looked at Lin Han as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. A mere gold rank priest had already used the power of 3 forbidden spells. That meant Lin Han's blood energy had likely surpassed 100 million. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He even claimed that since the founding of the Blood Moon cult, no one had ever possessed talent equal to Lin Han's. With his current state, Ji Dan believed that even if Lin Han returned to Changqi Academy, they would never accept him. Ji Dan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Han's wrist. Instead of trying to capture him, he began to persuade him. He claimed that only the Blood Moon cult could truly accept Lin Han now, and openly invited him to join. Lin Han pulled his hand away without the slightest hesitation. To him, the Blood Moon cult was nothing more than a gathering of ruthless outcasts. If he ever joined them, even the ancestors of the Lin family would crawl out of their graves just to drag him back. Hearing that answer, Ji Dan burst into laughter and called Lin Han hopelessly naive. In his eyes, someone raised in an ordinary family within the Xinglong Empire naturally had a narrow view of the world. He then began boasting about the power behind him. Ji Dan claimed that no nation or organization on Blue Star could compare to the Blood Moon cult. Even the strongest experts of the Xinglong Empire were insignificant before the true elites of the cult. Seeing that Lin Han still refused to join, Ji Dan switched to threats. He warned that if he revealed everything he had discovered, every major force would reject Lin Han, leaving the Blood Moon cult as his only refuge. Lin Han answered with a cold smile. If the problem was that Ji Dan might expose his secrets, then the simplest solution was to make sure he never had another chance to speak. With that, Lin Han shot forward like a raging storm. He had wasted enough time. Now there was only one thing left to do: end the fight. The battle erupted instantly. Lin Han rushed in for the kill, but Ji Dan barely reacted in time and blocked the deadly strike with his trident. Even so, Lin Han's speed was overwhelming. The longer they fought, the more shocked Ji Dan became by his terrifying strength and speed. After creating some distance, Lin Han immediately changed direction and attacked again. Even Ji Dan had to admit that the demon god transformation was every bit as terrifying as the rumors claimed. Lin Han ignored his words and seized the moment Ji Dan lost focus. He rushed in and shouted that anyone who got distracted in battle was already dead. Before the words even settled, he closed in again and unleashed a relentless barrage that gave Ji Dan no chance to recover. Ji Dan could only fight with everything he had just to survive the non-stop assault. The fierce struggle pushed the battlefield to its limit as the tension became almost unbearable. Then a deafening explosion shook the forest as their powers collided head-on. Inside the raging shockwave, the two continued fighting with everything they had. Ji Dan grew more frustrated as he realized just how difficult Lin Han was to defeat. Meanwhile, the world-shaking demon child form was consuming Lin Han's mind. His reason faded as savage instincts took over. He stared at Ji Dan like troublesome prey and declared that he would devour him. With a feral roar, Lin Han lunged forward like a starving beast hunting its prey. While defending himself, Ji Dan kept trying to persuade him. He claimed Lin Han had the temperament of a true Blood Moon cult member and warned that if he still refused to join, one of them would die today. Lin Han ignored every word and only shouted that he would bite him to death. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Ji Dan realized his recruitment had failed and cursed Lin Han for being completely insane. Lin Han paid no attention. He pounced forward and sank his teeth into Ji Dan's neck while letting out a savage growl. The pain made Ji Dan scream as he desperately begged Lin Han to let go. Ji Dan repeatedly punched Lin Han in the face to break free, but Lin Han refused to release him and kept repeating that everyone had to die. By now, Ji Dan had completely abandoned the idea of recruiting him and could only curse him as a madman. Only after Ji Dan was nearly exhausted from the brutal attack did Lin Han finally let go, wearing the satisfied grin of the world-shaking demon child. Ji Dan collapsed to the ground in agony while Lin Han spat out the flesh from his mouth and complained that the prey tasted terrible. Lin Han coldly declared that since Ji Dan tasted so bad, there was no reason to keep him alive. Panic instantly filled Ji Dan as he realized something was seriously wrong with Lin Han's state, and he turned to flee for his life. The moment Lin Han noticed his prey escaping, he charged after him from behind and shouted for Ji Dan to leave his life behind. But just as the chase continued, a gigantic creature suddenly blocked their path. Lin Han let out a confused roar, while Ji Dan turned pale the instant he felt its overwhelming aura. The newcomer was the heaven-piercing Serpent Emperor. Sensing its peak supreme realm cultivation, Ji Dan nearly fell into despair, convinced fate had finally come to claim his life. Lin Han, however, remained fearless in his world-shaking demon child form. His blood-red eyes stared greedily at the giant serpent as he slowly licked his lips. The heaven-piercing Serpent Emperor raised its enormous body high into the air, opened its massive jaws, and roared directly at Lin Han. A moment later, its gigantic tail swept through the sky with overwhelming force and slammed straight toward him. Unfortunately, Lin Han had almost completely lost his sanity and made no attempt to dodge. The massive blow sent him flying so far that he became nothing more than a tiny speck in the sky. After dealing with Lin Han, the giant serpent immediately turned its attention to Ji Li Dan. Seeing its eyes lock onto him, he stumbled backward and desperately prayed that it would not come any closer. Of course, the heaven-piercing serpent emperor could not understand his pleas. Its enormous body twisted, then burst forward with incredible speed as it chased after Ji Li Dan. Time quickly passed until the following morning deep within another part of the forest. Lin Han staggered forward one painful step at a time. His hair was a mess, his clothes were torn apart, and his body was covered in wounds as he quietly complained that the heaven-piercing serpent emperor had been completely unreasonable. Finding a tree to lean against, Lin Han finally caught his breath. He could not help feeling fortunate. Without preparing the forbidden spell of life beforehand, that strike would have killed him instantly. Thinking of that, he immediately activated the forbidden spell of life. Its healing power spread through his body, his injured arm rapidly recovered, and his battered condition gradually improved. Lin Han looked into the distance and finally felt a little relieved. At least the others were still safe. When he returned to the cave, the first thing he saw was Jiang Ritin kneeling beside Jiang Lin's body, crying so hard she could barely make a sound. Feng Zhengxin could only comfort her quietly, while Lin Han watched in silence. The moment Feng Zhengxin saw him return, she hurried over and asked if he was hurt. Lin Han softly replied that he was fine and told everyone to pack up because they had to leave immediately. Looking at Jiang Lin's lifeless body, Lin Han could not help feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He knew Jiang Lin had died protecting them. That was exactly why he could not let the sacrifice be in vain. This place had become far too dangerous, and getting Jiang Rutin and Feng Zhengxin out safely was now the top priority. Just as Lin Han was considering their next move, Jiang Ritin tearfully tried to speak about Jiang Lin. Before she could finish, Lin Han interrupted her. He explained that the peak's supreme realm heaven, piercing serpent emperor, was still roaming nearby. It was too dangerous to carry Jiang Lin's body, so they had no choice but to leave him there for now. Seeing that Jiang Ritin still refused to leave, Lin Han continued to explain. The heaven-piercing serpent emperor could return at any moment, and with its peak supreme realm strength, all of them together would stand no chance. Their most urgent task was to return and warn everyone so they could prepare their defenses. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Gongsun Liangxi and Manga were locked in battle against a pack of monsters. Just then, a tremendous noise echoed through the forest. Gongsun Liangxi turned and saw Du Yuanting sprinting toward them while desperately crying for help. Looking past Du Yuanting, Gongsun Liangxi was stunned by the enormous creature behind her. She was too exhausted to explain and could only urge everyone to run. Instead of fleeing, Gongsun Liangxi carefully observed the creature and concluded that with its size and aura, it had to be at least peak supreme realm. After watching a little longer, he noticed the monster seemed to be chasing someone. His first thought was that the person being hunted might be Jiang Lin. Remembering that Jiang Lin had stayed behind to cover their retreat, Gongsun Liangxi immediately ran toward the scene to investigate. Manga quickly shouted after him, warning him not to act recklessly. Elsewhere, Ji Li Dan had been hunted by the heaven-piercing serpent emperor all night. Nearly out of strength, he suddenly shouted for Boss Li to save him, insisting that he carried extremely important intelligence. The moment his cry rang out, a figure instantly appeared and flashed past Ji Li Dan. The newcomer stopped the peak supreme realm heaven, piercing serpent emperor with a single foot. He then coldly scolded Ji Li Dan for recklessly leading the monster there, warning that it could ruin the cult leader's plan. Ji Li Dan knew exactly what would happen if the cult leader became angry. Ji Li Dan quickly bowed and begged for forgiveness, promising that the information he carried was valuable enough to satisfy the cult leader. Hearing his confidence, Boss Li decided to trust him this once. He took over the fight against the heaven-piercing serpent emperor and ordered Ji Li Dan to leave with the secret before they met again later. Having escaped death, Ji Li Dan immediately thanked him for saving his life. After leaving the battlefield, Ji Li Dan wiped away his sweat and silently admitted that a peak supreme realm existence was far beyond someone he could provoke. The smartest choice was to leave as quickly as possible. But before he got very far, he unexpectedly ran into Gongsun Liangxi's group. Both sides immediately became wary. Gongsun asked who he was, while Ji Li Dan wanted to know where they had come from. Gongsun Liangxi did not hide his identity. He introduced himself and said he was from Changxi Academy. Hearing the name Changxi Academy, Ji Li Dan repeated it with a mocking smile. His attitude irritated Gongsun Liangxi, who immediately demanded to know what he found so amusing. Instead of answering directly, Ji Dan suddenly mentioned Jiang Lin and even offered to send the rest of them to join him. Gongsun Liang's expression changed at once as he demanded to know what had happened to Jiang Lin. Ji Dan coldly replied that he had already sent Jiang Lin to meet the King of Hell. The moment he learned Jiang Lin was dead, Gongsun Liangxi exploded with rage, shouted in fury, and charged straight at Ji Dan with his weapon. At the same time, near the cave, Lin Han used the eyes of God to witness everything. He was surprised that Ji Dan had actually survived the heaven-piercing Serpent Emperor, then quickly recognized Gongsun Liangxi, Du Yuanting, and Manga fighting him. The situation left Lin Han with no choice but to rush over. More importantly, Ji Dan knew far too many of his secrets and absolutely could not be allowed to leave alive. Just as Lin Han focused on the scene, Zhang Ritin spoke from behind and asked what had happened. Lin Han turned back and decided the area was safe enough for the two girls to return on their own. He told Zhang Ritin and Feng Zhengxin to leave at once and report what had happened. Surprised, Zhang Ritin asked why he was not coming with them. Lin Han explained that he had to find Gongsun Liangxi because he was worried about their situation. Zhang Ritin agreed, and before leaving, Feng Zhengxin reminded her junior to stay safe. After parting ways with them, Lin Han immediately rushed toward Ji Dan. The Freedom Divine Mask appeared in his hand. His opponent was still powerful, and Gongsun Liangxis group was in danger. It was finally time to use this treasure. Zhang Ritin watched Lin Han disappear into the distance with a thoughtful expression. Noticing something was wrong, Feng Zhengxin asked what was on her mind. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Ritin said she still had something to take care of and asked her senior to return first. Once Feng Zhengxin was gone, Zhang Ritin took out her phone, entered a number, and made a call. As soon as the call connected, she introduced herself as Zhang Ritin. She then said that if she still meant anything to the person on the other end, she wanted one favor. Back on the battlefield, Gongsun Liangxi raised his spear to block the halberd swinging toward him from Ji Dan. The gap in strength was immediately obvious. Gongsun Liangxi was blasted backward, while Ji Dan had already grabbed Manga by the throat. He mocked them for believing such pathetic strength was enough to avenge Jiang Lin. After playing with them long enough, Ji Dan grew bored. He turned his halberd toward Du Yuanting and coldly chose her as his first victim. Pulling his weapon back, he locked his eyes on the wounded girl and declared that he would personally send her to the afterlife. The next moment, Ji Dan hurled the halberd with all his strength, sending it tearing through the air toward the badly injured Du Yuanting. With no way to dodge, Du Yuanting closed her eyes in despair, convinced this was the end. But just before the halberd could take her life, an arm suddenly reached out and caught the weapon in midair. At the critical moment, a figure dressed in white stepped in, casually caught the halberd, and tossed it aside. Ji Dan immediately demanded to know who he was, but the newcomer coldly replied that someone like him was not worthy of hearing his name. The mysterious figure was actually Lin Han hiding behind the Freedom Divine Mask. After saving Gongsun Liangxis group, he raised one hand as brilliant light gathered in his palm. The moment the light spread over them, Gongsun Liangxi and the others recovered from their injuries at an unbelievable speed. As he regained consciousness, Gongsun Liangxi looked completely confused and even thought he had already died. Du Yuanting quickly brought him back to reality and explained that they had all survived because the mysterious senior had saved them. Realizing what had happened, Gongsun Liangxi immediately cupped his hands and thanked his savior. Lin Han paid no attention to the gratitude. Keeping his eyes fixed on Ji Dan, he ordered everyone to leave immediately and said he would handle the enemy himself. But Ji Dan had no intention of letting his prey escape. Furious, he shouted that they could not simply come and go as they pleased, while acting as if he did not exist. Seeing Lin Han step forward, Ji Dan decided to kill him first. He swung his halberd straight at him, while Lin Han only had time to signal Gongsun Liangxis group to retreat. Lin Han immediately raised one hand and formed a magic barrier, directly blocking the fierce attack from the halberd. The collision of their powers sent violent shockwaves through the area, sweeping away everything nearby. Gongsun Liangxis group seized the chance to escape, and before leaving, they shouted for the mysterious senior to stay safe. Moments later, the accumulated energy exploded with a thunderous blast, and a sea of flames swallowed the entire forest. Forced back by the explosion, Ji Dan quickly guessed that the mysterious man was a support class because the healing ability he had used was far too extraordinary. Lin Han did not deny it and casually admitted the guess was correct. Hearing that answer, Ji Dan became even more contemptuous. In his eyes, a mere support class daring to stand against him was simply asking to die. Without another word, Ji Dan launched a new assault with his halberd. This time, Lin Han changed his approach, drawing a sword to block the incoming strike. Steel clashed in midair as the sharp ringing echoed across the battlefield. After pulling back his halberd and attacking again, Ji Li Dan recognized the three-edged sword and immediately suspected that the man before him was Zhang Shifeng. Lin Han could not be bothered to explain and simply told him to focus on the fight instead of talking so much. The two exchanged blows again and again, but their strength was so evenly matched that neither could gain a clear advantage. Although he looked calm on the surface, Lin Han was already feeling the pressure. Ji Li Dan's defense was nearly flawless, while the Freedom Divine Mask could only last for a limited time. Dragging out the battle would only put him at a disadvantage. After dozens of direct clashes, the three-edged sword finally shattered in Lin Han's hand. To make matters worse, the Free Divine Mask was also about to reach its limit, leaving him cursing under his breath. Seeing his opponent's weapon vanish, Li Dan immediately demanded to know where the three-edged sword had gone. Lin Han stayed calm on the outside, while desperately searching for an ability that could counter this troublesome enemy. Li Dan gave him no time to think and charged forward with his spear. The clues had already convinced him that Lin Han was not the true owner of the three-edged sword, making him even more determined to uncover the hidden truth. Just as Li Dan's attack closed in, a black-clad figure wielding twin blades flashed across the battlefield. Right before Lin Han's stunned eyes, the newcomer drove a kick straight into Li Dan's stomach. The kick sent Li Dan sliding far backward. Instead of panicking, he laughed and remarked that today had become unusually lively, with one unexpected visitor after another. The black-clad fighter had no interest in talking. They stayed on the offensive and coldly ordered Li Dan to shut up. The twin blades moved, and countless slashes instantly surrounded Li Dan. He was swallowed by a relentless storm of blades, crying out in pain with every strike. The familiar technique made Lin Han instantly recognize a special skill. He was also shocked by the overwhelming strength the black-clad fighter had displayed. When the assault finally ended, Li Dan clutched his wounded body and stared at the stranger with caution before demanding to know their identity. The black-clad assassin made no attempt to hide the killing intent. They declared they had come for Li Dan's life and unleashed flying flower hidden shadow blades. Li Dan instantly realized the attacker was the Godslayer. Ignoring Li Dan completely, Zhang Niying turned to Lin Han and asked him to leave this target to her. She had accepted a contract and wanted to end Li Dan's life with her own hands. Lin Han proposed another plan since he also had a score to settle with Li Dan. He quickly realized that with Zhang Niying's help, they could finish Li Dan before the Free Divine Mask wore off. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Li Dan immediately tried to bribe Zhang Niying. He claimed they had no personal grudge and promised to pay twice whatever bounty had been offered for his life. But the offer came too late because Zhang Niying and Lin Han had already reached an agreement. Without another word, both of them moved at once, with only one goal left: killing Li Dan. Under their perfect teamwork, Li Dan lost every advantage. He became nothing more than prey trapped on the chopping block, barely able to defend against the non-stop attacks. The relentless assault ended with Li Dan coughing up a mouthful of blood before his body was blasted backward out of control. Refusing to give him any chance to recover, Lin Han stepped beside Li Dan with his blade ready to end the battle with one final farewell. But at that exact moment, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. The huge shock immediately drew Lin Han's attention toward the source. Curious about what had happened, Lin Han activated the Eye of God and observed the distant battlefield from afar. What he saw caught him by surprise. A black-clad fighter was completely overpowering the Sky Python Emperor. Judging by that terrifying presence, Lin Han could not help wondering who this Blood Moon cult member really was. Watching more carefully, Lin Han noticed that the Sky Python Emperor was releasing an incredibly deadly poison mist. At the peak Supreme Realm, very few people could survive such venom, and it was spreading far too quickly. If it covered the entire Mang Mountain border, the consequences would be beyond control. Realizing that, Lin Han's expression turned serious. Only Supreme Realm experts were guarding their side, while reinforcements were nowhere in sight. It seemed he had no choice but to step in himself. After making up his mind, Lin Han turned to Zhang Niying and left Li Dan to her, saying he had something urgent to deal with first. The moment he finished speaking, Lin rushed away before Zhang Niying could even react. Along the way, he quickly calculated that the Sky Python Emperor was losing badly, and the enemy of his enemy could become a temporary ally. If they teamed up against the Blood Moon cult member, they might finish him right there. Before long, the fierce battle between the two powerhouses continued deep inside another forest. The black-clad fighter suddenly thrust out a palm, unleashing overwhelming killing intent with a loud roar. The palm force condensed into a gigantic seal that crashed toward the Sky Python Emperor with terrifying power. But just before it landed, a bolt of heavenly lightning crashed from the sky and shattered the massive seal in midair. With the attack unexpectedly interrupted, the black-clad fighter immediately turned toward the source and coldly demanded to know who had just arrived. Lin Han did not waste a single word. The moment he arrived, he declared that he had come to take Li Feng's life. Standing in the forest, Lin Han asked if his opponent was a member of the Blood Moon cult. The black-clad man did not deny it. Instead, he openly introduced himself as Iron Palm Li Feng. Lin Han simply responded with a calm nod. Lin Han then turned to the Sky Python Emperor and proposed joining forces to kill Li Feng. In return, the giant serpent could leave the border and return to Q Mountain County. Deep down, Lin Han knew the Python Emperor was already badly wounded, making this its best chance to strike back. The Sky Python Emperor let out a hiss, accepting the deal. Even so, it secretly regretted leaving its territory because these two-legged creatures were far more dangerous than expected. Watching the two openly discuss how to kill him as if he did not exist, Li Feng gritted his teeth in fury. He shouted that they were far too arrogant to think teamwork alone could defeat him. Power surged around his body, and the violent pressure blasted dirt and rocks into the air before he even attacked. One powerful stomp shook the ground as Li Feng shot forward like a cannonball. His overwhelming presence covered the battlefield, and in his eyes, the two before him were the ones rushing toward death. The Sky Python Emperor immediately charged to the front, using its massive body to block Li Feng's advance before letting out a deep roar. It then hissed repeatedly at Lin Han, signaling him to prepare his ultimate attack while it bought as much time as possible. Understanding the message, Lin Han gave the giant serpent a grateful thumbs up. Without hesitation, he raised his staff as immense energy gathered, and the forbidden spell, Primordial Domain, was activated. He followed it with Judgment of the Apocalypse. As the final chant ended, the ground beneath Lin Han rose into a majestic throne. At the same time, elsewhere, deep inside the forest, Li Dan's story had finally reached its end. Li Dan knelt before Jiang Yiying with his hands clasped together, begging the Godslayer to spare him. In exchange for his life, he claimed to know a shocking secret about Lin Han. Jiang Yiying showed interest and motioned for him to continue with the secret. Believing he had found a way to survive, Li Dan hurriedly revealed that Lin Han's true identity was connected to the Blood Moon cult. Not only did he possess a second class, but he could also use all three of the cult's forbidden spells. But before Li Dan could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. Jiang Yiying remained expressionless as her blade swept across his neck, leaving only a cold flash in the air. As the blade fell, Li Dan collapsed onto the ground and every trace of life left his body. Only then did Jiang Yiying speak. In her view, Li Dan knew far too many secrets, and the safest keeper of a secret was always a dead person. The moment she finished speaking, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the distance. The raging wind tore through the forest so fiercely that even Jiang Yiying nearly lost her balance. Looking toward the disturbance, she was stunned to see a gigantic stone mountain had somehow appeared deep inside the forest. The sight immediately reminded her of the forbidden spell once used by Lin Han's master. Even more surprising, it was the exact direction where the mysterious senior had just gone. A thought instantly crossed her mind. Could that mysterious figure actually be Lin Han's master? Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Lin Han was now seated upon the throne that had just risen from the earth. He slowly raised one hand, his crimson eyes radiating supreme authority as though he alone ruled over life and death. Locking onto his target, Lin Han officially passed judgment on the sinner, Li Feng. The instant the verdict echoed out, countless strange rifts opened across the sky. Chains shot from every crack at incredible speed, all rushing toward Li Feng. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by endless chains, forming a massive prison around Li Feng. But Li Feng showed no fear. He even sneered and asked what gave Lin Han the right to judge him before launching another palm strike. The palm force swept across the battlefield, shattering every chain it touched. While Li Feng focused on breaking the forbidden spell, the Sky Python Emperor seized the chance to launch a surprise attack. Sensing the giant serpent closing in, Li Feng immediately abandoned his previous assault and shifted to defend himself. He spun around with incredible speed and blasted an upward palm strike. The explosive force slammed into the Sky Python Emperor's head and knocked it violently to one side. Even after taking the hit, the beast refused to retreat. Its eyes burned with savage killing intent as its bloodlust only grew stronger. The Sky Python Emperor then swung its enormous tail high into the air before smashing it down at Li Feng with all its strength. A thunderous impact shook the heavens. The ground instantly caved in beneath the crushing blow, and the giant tail buried itself deep into the earth. But when the Sky Python Emperor lifted its tail, Li Feng was still standing there, without a single scratch. At that moment, another attack rained down from above as countless blades of light pierced toward the battlefield. The instant the spears of light struck the ground, explosions erupted one after another, shaking the entire area. Even after witnessing the destruction, Lin Han still hoped the attack had finally landed on Li Feng. Before long, the raging wind swept away the thick cloud of dust covering the battlefield. Lin Han immediately focused his gaze, eager to see what condition Li Feng was in after the bombardment. But as the dust cleared, Li Feng calmly walked out without so much as a single wound on his body. Looking up at Lin Han, Li Feng mocked him, saying tricks like that were nothing but a joke. The result left Lin Han genuinely shocked, because Li Feng had taken the full attack without suffering any damage. Li Feng then coldly declared that his opponent's turn was over, and now it was time for him to strike back. An overwhelming pressure settled over Lin Han. At that moment, he had to admit that Li Feng was the most terrifying enemy he had ever faced. With one leap, Li Feng shot into the air and closed the distance instantly. He arrogantly declared that if this was all Lin Han had, then he was only wasting his time. Li Feng immediately unleashed two devastating palm strikes that crashed down toward Lin Han from above. The attack was so fast that Lin Han could only widen his eyes. At such close range, he instantly realized there was no time left to dodge. Just as Lin Han thought he would have to take the hit head-on, a pink-haired girl suddenly rushed in and stood directly in front of him. The familiar figure left him stunned. The newcomer instantly swung her sword, weaving countless sharp sword lights that tore both incoming palm strikes apart. But while she was focused on blocking the attack, Li Feng exploited the opening and appeared beside her. The moment she noticed him, her expression changed. Li Feng showed no mercy. A heavy palm strike slammed into Zhang Yiying, sending her body crashing helplessly toward the ground. From his throne, Lin Han watched Zhang Yiying get blasted away and could no longer stay still. He immediately rushed down in panic. Calling out Zhang Yiying's name, Lin Han caught her in midair and wrapped one arm around her waist to stop her fall. The moment they landed, Zhang Yiying began coughing from her injuries. Lin Han quickly asked if she was all right. Zhang Yiying looked up at him with surprise and a teasing smile, saying he had been hiding far more than she ever imagined. If she had not seen it herself, she would never have believed that terrifying forbidden spell was cast by Lin Han. She had always known he concealed his strength, but never expected it to this extent. Floating above them, Li Feng grew even more annoyed as he watched the two care about each other. Seeing another fighter join the battle, he demanded to know who she was and ordered her to state her name. Zhang Ying turned to Lin Han and teased him for having far too many identities. She even wondered whether she should introduce him as Lin Han's master or something else. With his secret exposed this much, Lin Han could only give an awkward smile. Realizing he was still unwilling to explain himself, Zhang Ying did not press the issue. She stepped in front of Lin Han, raised her sword toward Li Feng, and calmly invited him to come back with her for a little chat. Seeing her ready to fight to the end, Lin Han gently reached out and held the arm, gripping her sword, wearing nothing but a helpless smile. Lin Han slowly lowered Zhang Yiying's sword before stepping forward himself. Deep down, he knew the very thing he feared had finally happened. The moment he used a forbidden spell, his identity was bound to be exposed. At the same time, Zhang Yiying introduced herself to Li Feng and told him to remember the name Flying Flower Zhang Yiying. Zhang Yiying then moved closer and playfully lifted Lin Han's chin, making him blush in embarrassment. Lin Han thanked her for saving him once again but insisted on handling the rest himself. He knew very well that even with both of them and the Sky Python Emperor fighting together, defeating Li Feng would still be nearly impossible. It seemed he had no choice but to reveal the trump card of his second class. As Li Feng charged toward them with overwhelming momentum, Lin Han found himself in another dilemma. To turn the battle around, he might have to expose yet another identity right in front of Zhang Yiying. Just then, she suddenly asked if he was planning to protect her, leaving Lin Han completely speechless. After being ignored again and again, Li Feng finally lost his temper. As he activated his ultimate technique, a gigantic Buddha with countless supporting arms appeared behind him. Its crushing pressure split the ground apart, and amid the overwhelming aura, Li Feng roared that they should not forget he was still standing on this battlefield. Seeing Li Feng unleash his ultimate move, Zhang Yiying tightened her grip on her sword and charged without hesitation. Lin Han still refused to reveal more of his strength, so he kept acting weak, raising one hand to resist the crushing pressure while silently cursing the situation. Before Lin Han could react, Zhang Yiying was already in front of Li Feng. Her sword swept forward as she unleashed world-destroying Tathagata Rise. Countless flower petals bloomed around her, beautiful yet filled with deadly killing intent. As she closed in, she shouted for Lin Han to stop Li Feng from completing his ultimate technique and attack together. Receiving the signal, Lin Han immediately joined in. He raised one hand toward the battlefield as countless sharp arrows formed in the air, each wrapped in violent bolts of lightning. Facing attacks from both sides, Li Feng was forced to abandon his ultimate technique. He poured all his power into defense, raised a barrier around himself, and struggled to endure the relentless assault as painful roars escaped his mouth. Lin Han's endless rain of arrows hammered the same spot over and over, causing the once-solid barrier to crack more and more. Completely suppressed by their combined assault, Li Feng could only watch as his defenses slowly collapsed under the power of Lin Han and Jiang Niying. The moment the barrier finally shattered, the flower petals rushed through the opening and surrounded Li Feng. With no way to escape, he could only shield himself with both arms and grit his teeth through the devastating attack. When the dust finally cleared, Li Feng's arrogant appearance was gone. His clothes were torn apart, and his furious eyes locked onto the two before him. Believing Li Feng had reached his limit, Jiang Ying immediately tried to finish him and called for Lin Han to attack together. But Lin Han sensed something was wrong. He quickly reached out to stop her and shouted for her to come back. The instant Jiang Ying moved away from Lin Han, Li Feng's expression changed. A vicious grin spread across his face as killing intent exploded from his eyes. His trap had worked, and it was already too late. The ultimate technique that seemed interrupted had actually been completed. The giant Tathagata Buddha extended one massive hand as Li Feng unleashed the world-destroying Tathagata palm. A gigantic palm instantly appeared above Lin Han, while a formation beneath his feet locked him in place. The overwhelming pressure froze his body completely. Only then did Lin Han realize he had been trapped inside Li Feng's forbidden spell. Even switching to his second class might not save him in time. Jiang Ying turned around and finally saw the danger behind her. Seeing Lin Han completely restrained by the forbidden spell, she cried out his name in panic. Knowing Lin Han could never dodge the attack, Jiang Ying rushed back without the slightest hesitation. She threw herself in front of him, choosing to the giant palm head-on. The moment Lin Han realized her intention, he was horrified. Lin Han only had time to shout Jiang Ying's name before the enormous palm crashed down. A violent explosion swallowed both of them, as the blast echoed across the battlefield and flames soared into the sky. As the dust slowly settled, Jiang Ying lost all her strength and fell from the sky. Lin Han immediately rushed over and caught her before she hit the ground. Holding the severely wounded Jiang Ying in his arms, Lin Han checked her condition and anxiously asked if she could still hold on. Looking at her injuries, he could not understand why she had risked her life to save him. Hearing his voice, Jiang Ying slowly opened her eyes before coughing violently. Even though she was badly injured, what relieved her most was seeing Lin Han safe. She quietly said she was fine and was just glad nothing had happened to him. Before she could say anything else, Jiang Ying lost consciousness. Lin Han gently laid her on the ground and immediately cast the forbidden spell of life to heal her. His eyes turned firm as he silently swore that he would never let anything happen to her. For now, all she needed to do was rest. Meanwhile, Li Feng had no idea he had crossed Lin Han's final limit. Standing proudly, he ordered the young man to surrender obediently or end up just like Jiang Ying. Lin Han ignored the threat and slowly raised his head with an icy stare. His pupils turned crimson, sharp fangs emerged. His hand transformed beneath blazing flames as long scarlet claws extended from his fingers. He then looked at the Sky Python Emperor and calmly told it to return to its territory and never wander out again. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom of a gigantic green serpent appeared behind Lin Han. The Sky Python Emperor looked at him with its crimson eyes and let out several grateful hisses before immediately fleeing this terrifying place, vowing never to return again. At the same time, Lin Han's entire presence transformed. His glowing crimson eyes and the flames surrounding his body gave off an aura completely different from before. The moment Li Feng saw Lin Han's new form, his pupils shrank. He pointed at him in shock, finally realizing the man before him was the demon child the cult leader had been searching for. Lin Han slowly looked up as murderous intent exploded from his crimson eyes. He showed no fear of the cult leader and declared that sooner or later he would devour every member of the Blood Moon cult. After his declaration, Lin Han instantly closed the distance. One claw reached for Li Feng's head while his other hand gathered a massive fireball. Before striking, he coldly announced that his hunt would begin with the peak Supreme Realm expert standing before him. Seeing Lin Han charge with blazing flames and razor-sharp claws, Li Feng's face changed. He quickly raised both arms to defend himself, while confirming that Lin Han truly was the Blood Moon cult's demon child. He even tried to persuade Lin Han to come with him in exchange for his life, secretly believing that capturing him would earn an enormous reward. Lin Han found the offer laughable. A man standing at death's door had no right to negotiate, so he threw his other fist without the slightest hesitation. The terrifying punch crashed toward Li Feng, but a peak Supreme Realm expert was not so easy to kill. His lightning-fast reflexes let him leap away at the last instant. Looking at the shattered ground where he had just stood, Li Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Han's aura was completely different now. Simply facing him filled Li Feng with danger. Seeing Li Feng do nothing but dodge, Lin Han mocked him for losing all the arrogance he had shown before. Then he activated another forbidden spell, as countless ancient runes surrounded him. The formation beneath his feet expanded while he unleashed the Demon God Domain and Demon God Slaughtering Palm. The instant the forbidden spell covered the battlefield, Li Feng was crushed by an overwhelming pressure that nearly forced him to his knees. What terrified him even more was that Lin Han had mastered all 3 forbidden spells of the Blood Moon cult. Lin Han paid no attention to Li Feng's shock. Feeling the aura of a peak Supreme Realm expert before him, he smiled with satisfaction and said that if Li Feng no longer planned to resist, he would gladly begin devouring that power. Of course, Li Feng had no intention of waiting to die. Since capturing was no longer possible, he decided to fight with everything he had. He roared that he never wanted to kill Lin Han, but since he had been pushed this far, he would show no mercy. Then he also unleashed the demon god slaughtering palm. As the technique activated, Li Feng's appearance transformed. Flames engulfed his head, leaving only his eyes visible while blazing fire swirled endlessly around his body. Breaking free from the suppression, Li Feng wasted no time and launched a palm strike straight at Lin Han, determined to kill him with this attack. Unlike Li Feng's desperate resolve, Lin Han remained perfectly still as if watching a performance. He even urged Li Feng to use more power because the stronger that aura became, the more appealing it felt to him. The attack turned into a violent vortex that rushed forward at incredible speed, yet Lin Han made no attempt to dodge. He calmly raised both hands and prepared to meet it head-on. Li Feng believed victory was already his. Once his body transformed into a blood mist within the demon god slaughtering palm, ordinary attacks could never harm him. But that confidence vanished in an instant. Right before Li Feng's eyes, Lin Han walked straight through the blood mist without suffering a single injury before appearing in front of him with unbelievable speed. Before Li Feng could understand what had happened, a fist slammed into his face. The blood mist form he trusted completely failed to block the punch. His head snapped to the side as blood burst from his mouth. Terror filled his mind because he could not understand how Lin Han had touched him. The force of the punch blasted Li Feng backward. His body crashed into the ground, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. That single strike completely shattered Li Feng's defensive state. Lying on the ground with his body trembling, he stared at Lin Han in horror while desperately convincing himself that what had just happened was only a coincidence. Even at such a disadvantage, Li Feng refused to give up. Pressing one hand against the ground, he summoned more blood mist around himself, confident he could enter that special state once again. But before he could finish speaking, the blood mist gathering beneath his hand rapidly weakened before slowly fading away completely. Watching the blood mist slip beyond his control, Li Feng frantically examined his hands and searched for the cause. It did not take long before his face turned pale, as he realized the blood energy stored inside his body was also draining away at an alarming rate. While Li Feng was still confused, Lin Han was doing the exact opposite. He eagerly absorbed every strand of blood energy around him, pulling it into his body as if he had found the perfect feast. Only when Li Feng realized his blood energy was flowing into Lin Han did he truly panic. It had taken him countless years to cultivate that power, yet it was now becoming food for his enemy. He desperately shouted for Lin Han to stop. The warning meant nothing. Lin Han continued absorbing the energy as if he had heard nothing. Unable to watch years of hard work disappear, Li Feng roared with rage and charged forward, cursing Lin Han as a shameless glutton. Irritated at being interrupted during his feast, Lin Han frowned. Without any preparation, he casually raised his razor-sharp claws to greet the charging Li Feng. The instant Li Feng entered his range, Lin Han drove a brutal strike straight into his stomach. Overwhelming power exploded in an instant, while the madness in Lin Han's eyes grew even stronger. Li Feng immediately coughed up blood, his face turning pale from pain and terror. Only then did he truly understand the gap between them. Even the defenses of a Supreme Realm expert like himself were pierced with almost no effort. Lin Han had no intention of stopping. Seeing Li Feng completely unable to resist, he rushed in again. His claws tore through Li Feng's body, leaving behind a devastating wound. Pulling back his hand, Lin Han stared at the blood on his claws as his bloodthirsty instincts completely took over. At that moment, all he wanted was to devour the prey before him. Witnessing Lin Han's loss of control, Li Feng completely lost the dignity of a peak Supreme Realm expert. Clutching his wound, he staggered backward and begged Lin Han not to come any closer. But Lin Han had almost no reason left. He lunged forward, pinned Li Feng to the ground, and prepared to satisfy the endless hunger consuming him. Just as Li Feng thought his death was certain, the unconscious Zhang Ying nearby suddenly let out a faint sound. Her eyes slowly opened. After looking around, Zhang Ying was still dazed and could not immediately remember everything that had happened. Li Feng's desperate cries quickly snapped her back to reality. She sat up and saw Lin Han pinning Li Feng to the ground, while the terrified man begged not to be eaten before screaming in agony. Even Zhang Ying was stunned by the sight. She instinctively covered her mouth, staring at Lin Han's strange appearance in shock. What unsettled her most was that he no longer seemed to have any control over himself. Unable to stand by any longer, Zhang Yiying slowly approached and carefully called Lin Han's name. At the same time, she remembered Li Dan's secret and began to suspect this terrifying state was the power of Lin Han's second class. Focused on his prey, Lin Han suddenly heard the familiar voice and slowly looked up. His crimson eyes still burned with savage intent, and his violent aura showed that his reason had not yet returned. The moment he recognized Jiang Ying, Lin Han tossed Li Feng aside with obvious disgust, as if his previous prey no longer interested him. That reaction terrified Li Feng even more. Ignoring Li Feng completely, Lin Han fixed his crimson gaze on Jiang Ying, but the only thing left in those eyes was an endless hunger that had not yet been satisfied. The moment he looked at her, Lin Han became visibly excited. His instincts saw Jiang Ying as an even more tempting source of power, and he repeatedly muttered that he wanted to devour her. No longer able to suppress his instincts, Lin Han rushed over and grabbed Jiang Ying by both shoulders. The closer he got, the more fascinated he became by her aura, and his excitement only grew. Although frightened by his condition, Jiang Ying forced herself to stay calm. Looking straight into his eyes, she called his name and begged him to wake up before that strange power consumed his mind completely. But her voice could not bring him back. Driven by pure instinct, Lin Han lowered his head and bit Jiang Ying, making her gasp in pain. Jiang Ying never imagined Lin Han had lost control so completely that he no longer recognized her and even wounded her. Even so, she endured the pain instead of fighting back. Jiang Ying suddenly stopped Lin Han by pulling him into a tight embrace. The unexpected hug made him freeze, and only a soft murmur escaped his lips. Her hand gently brushed across the familiar face. Strangely, the savage look in Lin Han's eyes faded away. He stood there quietly like a lost child, his confused gaze resting on her. Looking into Lin Han's eyes, Jiang Ying could no longer hide the affection she felt. She gently asked if everything that had just happened was never what he truly wanted. Memories of the young man she once knew filled her mind. Lin Han had always been warm, kind, and carried a bright smile. He treasured his friends, cherished his family, and never hesitated to protect the people he cared about. No matter how many hardships he had endured, Lin Han's kind heart had never changed. He could never ignore a stranger in need, so there was no way he would willingly hurt his own friends. Remembering the confident Lin Han she had always known, Jiang Ying spoke from the heart. He was the one and only Golden Priest, the man who created miracles, the legend who had never surrendered to defeat, and most importantly, her only true friend. After pouring out everything she had kept hidden inside, Jiang Ying gently held Lin Han's face and suddenly kissed him. That sincere feeling finally pulled part of his consciousness back from the edge. The emptiness in his cold eyes slowly faded away. Lin Han looked as if he had just awakened from a nightmare, his eyes widening in disbelief. When he finally realized what had happened, his entire body froze before he stumbled backward in panic, unable to say a word. Jiang Ying immediately blushed in embarrassment at his reaction. But before either of them could recover, Lin Han suddenly clutched his head in agony. The unbearable pain made his pupils shrink as fear spread across his face while he struggled to speak. The pain quickly overwhelmed his mind, forcing him to double over with one hand gripping his head. Jiang Ying rushed to support him and anxiously asked if his consciousness had truly returned. But the torment only grew worse. Lin Han pushed her away, staggering backward as he gritted his teeth through the pain. He urged Jiang Ying to leave immediately because he could feel himself losing control again. Jiang Ying tried to object, but Lin Han shouted for her to go. If she stayed any longer, he would only be distracted while fighting whatever was taking over his mind. Faced with his determination, Jiang Ying reluctantly retreated despite her worries. After only a few steps, she looked back at him one last time before silently walking away. As soon as she left the area, Jiang Ying secretly decided not to go far. She would watch over him from a safe distance because she could never abandon Lin Han and only hoped he would survive this ordeal. Once Jiang Ying was safely out of danger, Lin Han slowly raised his hand to inspect it. A strange glowing formation had appeared in the center of his palm. Staring at the mark disrupting his body, Lin Han's anger exploded. He knew the one behind all this could still hear him, so he demanded that the hidden figure appear. Otherwise, he would rather end his own life than let this continue. After speaking, Lin Han closed his eyes and carefully sensed everything around him. A moment later, he suddenly opened them again. His icy gaze, filled with killing intent, locked onto a single point ahead. The chaotic battlefield disappeared completely, replaced by a world swallowed in darkness. From the depths came a mocking voice that brought up the kiss and asked why Lin Han had not devoured Jiang Ying right then. The mysterious figure continued hiding within the darkness, making Lin Han even more irritated. Refusing to play along, he turned his cold gaze elsewhere. At that moment, the mysterious figure suddenly appeared before him. In a seductive voice, it claimed that if Lin Han devoured Jiang Yiying, she would become one with him, and they would never be separated again. Lin Han remained unmoved and firmly declared that he would never harm his friends. The figure looked almost identical to Lin Han. Stretching out a hand, it laughed at his resistance and promised that if he simply followed its guidance, the path to the Saint Realm would open before him. Faced with such a glorious future, it refused to believe Lin Han would not be tempted. Realizing the figure was trying to plant temptation in his mind, Lin Han immediately cut it off. He had no interest in power gained through shortcuts, and this thing was nothing more than a remnant of himself. Since he had suppressed it once before, he could do it again as many times as necessary. Those words made the figure burst into laughter as if it had just heard the greatest joke in the world. The eerie laughter echoed endlessly through the darkness, making the entire space feel even more sinister. As the laughter faded, the remnant's body instantly doubled in size, making Lin Han appear tiny beneath it. Looking down from above, it sneered that someone so weak had no right to command it. With both arms crossed over its chest, it arrogantly stared down at Lin Han. In its eyes, this world belonged only to the strong, and the one who should kneel and obey was Lin Han himself. That unbearable arrogance finally exhausted Lin Han's patience. Power quietly gathered in his left hand as he calmly met the figure's gaze, and warned that no matter how powerful it was, he could erase it with a single move. The figure was full of confidence at first, but the moment it recognized what Lin Han was preparing, its expression instantly changed. It instinctively stepped back in horror, as though it had finally realized what Lin Han was about to do. Before the remnant could finish speaking, a formation appeared beneath Lin Han's feet as bolts of lightning surged around his body. Standing at its center, he declared that if the remnant insisted on stealing control, he would destroy this body himself so neither of them could possess it. That reckless resolve truly shook the remnant. It shouted in panic, asking if Lin Han had gone insane because destroying the body would mean his own death as well. The remnant's fear only proved that Lin Han had found its weakness. He admitted that he feared death, but he feared even more becoming a puppet that spread disaster. If he could not suppress the remnant, then sacrificing this body to erase them both was a price worth paying. Even after seeing Lin Han's determination, the remnant still gambled that no one would truly embrace death. It believed Lin Han was bluffing, but before the taunt ended, the formation activated. A pillar of light engulfed Lin Han as he coldly asked if the remnant really thought he lacked the courage. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Han raised his arm and declared that a life could be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. If the cost was enough to eliminate the threat before him, then he had no reason to back down. Only then did the remnant realize Lin Han was completely serious. It immediately rushed forward, desperate to stop him. At the same time in the outside world, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. A blinding pillar of golden lightning crashed down from above, followed by thunderous explosions that shook the entire area. Even from her hiding place behind the bushes, Jiang Yiying saw the lightning strike Lin Han's location. The terrifying force blasted dirt, rocks, and dust into the air. Witnessing everything with her own eyes, Jiang Yiying could no longer stay away. She immediately rushed toward Lin Han, ignoring the danger as she desperately called his name. Deep inside Lin Han's mind, the remnant was no better off. Covered in wounds with its clothes in tatters, it clutched its chest while trembling at the sight of Lin Han, who was just as battered. Horrified that Lin Han had truly used his own body to bear the forbidden spell, it begged him to stop before they both died. Hearing the remnant finally lower its tone, Lin Han forced himself to remain standing despite his exhaustion. He refused to let a part of his own consciousness cling to evil, so he gave the final choice: submit willingly or die with him. Driven into a corner, the remnant ground its teeth in rage. It called out Lin Han's name and warned him not to push things any further. But the threat meant nothing. Lin Han simply repeated his demand and forced the remnant to choose between surrender and death. Seeing the remnant still hesitate, Lin Han lost all patience. Power gathered in his hand once more as he delivered his final ultimatum: submit or die. At last, the remnant gave in. It hurriedly raised a hand to stop Lin Han from attacking, and repeatedly agreed to submit, though it could not hide its frustration and cursed Lin Han for being utterly ruthless. Only after forcing the remnant to surrender did Lin Han release the deadly pressure. Pointing directly at it, he ordered it to return to the deepest corner of his consciousness, and warned that if it ever appeared again without permission, he would show no mercy. Left with no other choice, the remnant retreated despite its resentment, slowly fading back into the darkness. Before disappearing, it bitterly declared that once it absorbed enough blood energy to become immortal, it would eventually return to seize Lin Han's body. Lin Han coldly replied that it should give up that fantasy because this body had always belonged to him alone. Only after the remnant's presence completely vanished did Lin Han finally relax. His exhausted soul collapsed backward, and with the last trace of consciousness, he thought that at least the immediate threat had been suppressed, making the ordeal worthwhile. In the outside world, Zhang Niying caught Lin Han before he hit the ground. Seeing him unconscious in her arms, she anxiously called his name again and again. Her worried voice made Lin Han barely open his eyes. Seeing Zhang Niying beside him, he forced out a smile and told her he had succeeded. From now on, he would never hurt her again. But Zhang Niying could not smile. She was both heartbroken and angry that he had risked his own life by casting a forbidden spell on himself. Before Lin Han could answer, the last of his strength faded away. His eyes closed, and his body went limp in Zhang Niying's arms, making her panic as she called his name once more. After that ordeal, the story shifted to a hospital. Beneath the quiet sunlight stood a towering building where Lin Han had been taken for treatment. Since falling into a coma, Lin Han had been brought here by Niying and had lain motionless for days. At his bedside stood Niying and her older sister. Hearing footsteps, the sister remarked that her little sister had finally come to see her. Niying denied it at once, saying she only cared because Lin Han had been unconscious for days without waking up. Walking over, Niying insisted she was only visiting because Lin Han had once saved her life. But after a brief pause, she quietly thanked her sister for arriving just in time that day. Seeing her sister still so distant, the older sister dropped the argument and commented on Niying's strength instead. Learning she had reached peak gold rank, she nodded in satisfaction and said her little sister finally resembled her younger self. Niying immediately replied that she would surpass her one day and she would never betray the family. At the mention of leaving the Jiang family, the older sister's expression turned complicated. She insisted she had no choice but to leave, and believed that if Niying learned the whole truth, she would make the same decision. That only made Niying more frustrated because her sister always talked about the truth, but never explained what it really was. Faced with the direct question, the older sister simply looked away and answered that the time to reveal everything had not come yet. That vague reply only irritated Niying even more. She argued that if her sister would not even explain why she left the family, she had no right to lecture anyone. She even began to suspect that all this talk about the truth had been nothing but an excuse to deceive her. Despite Niying's stubborn attitude, the older sister refused to argue further. She only said that one day Niying would understand everything and forgive her. She also sincerely hoped her sister could leave the Jiang family, because that place was never meant for her. Hearing those familiar words again, Niying immediately argued back, saying her sister always claimed it was for her sake. But before the argument could continue, the older sister suddenly raised a hand to stop her and fixed her eyes on something far away. Without another word, she leaped away, used the window as her exit, and shot outside at incredible speed. Seeing her sister leave so suddenly, Niying rushed to the window and called after her, demanding that she come back and explain everything. At the same time, on the rooftop of another building, an old man floated in midair. With his hands behind his back, he calmly stared ahead as if waiting for someone. The moment he sensed a familiar aura approaching, the old man knew without turning around that the person he had been waiting for had arrived. He quietly confirmed that she had finally come. Only then did he slowly turn around, showing no surprise at all. He seriously mentioned that she had appeared beyond the border and assured her that the academy would recognize her contribution this time. The woman stopped in midair and looked down at him with cold eyes. She ignored the praise and directly questioned why a saint-rank expert like him had only watched while the Mang Mountain border was in danger. The old man knew exactly what she meant, but he remained perfectly calm. He explained that his duty was to guard Changchi Academy, and because of that responsibility, he could not leave his post without permission. Seeing him brush aside the matter so easily, she pressed him again. If Lin Han had not risked his life that day, and if the mysterious powerhouse had not stepped in, Mang Mountain might have fallen, and Hongyun City could have become a living hell. She could not understand what reason could justify abandoning everyone at the border, but the old man merely replied that it was all over now. That answer completely disappointed her, and she turned to leave at once. Before disappearing, she stressed that he could calmly say it was over only because Lin Han had risked everything to save those people. If Lin Han had failed and the worst outcome had happened, could he still say the same words so calmly? As her final words faded, she vanished from sight. Watching the younger generation leave, the old man could only sigh at their fiery temperament. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed another aura. He immediately looked up in surprise. Recognizing the newcomer, the old man quickly regained his composure and casually asked when Director Shu had developed the habit of secretly listening to other people's conversations. Director Shu ignored the joke and spoke with a serious expression. Before the Blood Moon cult launched its attack, the other academies had used reassignment orders to pull every director away from this region, leaving only the old man behind. The coincidence was too suspicious, making him believe that a traitor had emerged among the Empire's highest ranks. After hearing that, the old man fell silent for a moment before telling Director Shu not to jump to conclusions without evidence. He then changed the subject and asked what the urgent matter really was. Only then did Director Shu reveal the real reason for coming. His expression grew even more serious as he announced that signs of a coming natural disaster had appeared at the Mang Mountain border. The moment the words "natural disaster" reached him, the old man immediately turned toward the distant horizon, his expression becoming far more focused. His gaze settled on the towering mountain in the distance. Instead of fear, a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. It seemed Mang Mountain was about to enter a very chaotic era. Meanwhile, the story returned to Lin Han as he recovered in the hospital. Lin Han had finally awakened and was chatting happily with his friends, apologizing for making everyone worry. One girl became so emotional that she rushed over, hugged him tightly, and burst into tears. Just then, two young men walked in, and the one in blue could only helplessly call out to his captain. After talking for a while, Lin Han learned that he had been unconscious for an entire month. Shocked, he asked again to make sure. Last time it had only been a week, but this time the coma had lasted much longer. He silently promised himself to take a tour today. The white-haired young man confirmed that Senior Feihua had personally brought him back, and his condition had been so critical that he had nearly died. The moment Ni Ying was mentioned, the memory of their kiss instantly returned, making Lin Han blush. His thoughts became a mess. Even if the situation had been unusual, the kiss had really happened. He even briefly wondered if he should take responsibility before immediately panicking at his own thoughts. After calming himself down, Lin Han hesitated for a moment before asking where Ni Ying had gone. Du Wanting quickly raised her hand with a playful smile. As far as she knew, Senior Feihua had already returned to the military because this trip had only been a special leave to rescue him. Learning that Ni Ying had already left, Lin Han looked disappointed for a brief moment before hiding it. He simply scratched his head and said it was good that she had returned safely. Deep down, he decided that the next time they met, he would sincerely thank her and apologize for what had happened. After putting Ni Ying out of his mind, Lin Fan suddenly noticed something unusual about his friends. His eyes widened as he looked at each of them. After carefully sensing everyone's aura, he realized that all of them had become much stronger while he was unconscious. His question excited the whole group. Du Wanting proudly announced that she had reached gold rank and become a gold rank 1000 forms mage. Yuan Si calmly revealed that he had reached peak gold rank as an assassin. Gong Sun refused to be outdone and proudly declared that he was now a gold rank spear knight. The last was Deng Tanshi. His strength had reached peak diamond rank, but he scratched his head shyly and said he had not improved much because he was still one step away from gold rank. Hearing everyone's new ranks, Lin Han smiled brightly and gave them all a thumbs up. But inside, he was completely confused. He had only slept for 1 month, yet it felt as if he had missed 100 years. Their growth was simply unbelievable. Gong Sun then brought up their next plan. Lin Han had awakened at the perfect time because their team finally had enough members to compete in the 5 Academy tournament. The unfamiliar name made Lin Han ask about it immediately. Yuan Si explained that it was a competition between 5 academies. Each academy sent a team of 7, including 5 freshmen and 2 senior students, to compete in multiple events. Du Wanting added that winning the overall championship came with rewards worth at least 20 years of academy resources. Gongsun admitted that sweeping every title might be unrealistic, but with their current strength, winning several championships would not be difficult. The moment Lin Han heard about the huge reward, his eyes lit up. Filled with excitement, he urged everyone to hurry and register. Seeing their captain so eager, Du Wanting burst into laughter. The registration had already been completed long ago. Everyone had simply been waiting for Lin Han to wake up before setting off together. Just as the room was filled with laughter, the hospital door suddenly opened. The newcomers were Senior Qian Ni and Senior Tian Yi. Qian Ni teased the great hero Lin Han for finally waking up and said he seemed to be recovering well. Tian Yi, meanwhile, was surprised to see so many people gathered inside. The group warmly welcomed the 2 seniors. Lin Han was especially excited, clapping his hands because their timing could not have been better. It looked like the final 2 members for their team had come to them on their own. Hearing that, Qian Ni and Tian Yi exchanged confused looks, completely puzzled by what Lin Han meant. Seeing that they still did not get the point, Lin Han sat up and eagerly explained. He said the team was preparing for a huge event with incredible rewards and almost no risk, then directly invited Qian Ni and Tian Yi to join them. Hearing about the 5 Academy tournament, Tianyi stroked his beard as interest appeared in his eyes. The tournament alone was exciting enough, and the massive rewards behind it made the offer almost impossible to refuse. Tianyi walked over to Lin Han's bedside with a worried yet slightly aggrieved look. She said joining the team was negotiable, but while he had been unconscious, she had worried so much that she could not even relax. So before she agreed, Lin Han had to go on a date with her. The unexpected condition instantly made him blush. Although a little embarrassed, Lin Han accepted after thinking about the tournament rewards. Looking at Tianyi seriously, he promised that if she wanted to go out together, he would gladly accompany her. He then sighed to himself that shopping with a rich young lady was practically an endurance test because she could buy things endlessly. Still, for the championship, he had no choice but to go through with it. Since he had already agreed, all he could do was smile awkwardly. Not long afterward, the scene shifted outside the hospital where Lin Han had officially completed his treatment. 2 nurses stood at the entrance, happily waving goodbye. They congratulated Lin Han on his recovery and reminded him to stay safe on the way home. Lin Han smiled, waved back, and continued on his way. After leaving the hospital, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally felt relieved. After spending so much time recovering, he had only one thought. The fewer visits he ever made to a hospital again, the better. Before he could enjoy his freedom, someone suddenly called out to him, making him jump. Turning toward the voice, he saw Tianyi already waiting nearby. The moment she spotted him, she excitedly waved him over. Standing beneath a tree among the busy crowd, Tianyi had clearly been waiting for a long time. One hand rested on her waist, while the other waved high in the air to catch his attention. Lin Han immediately took the chance to flatter her. With a bright smile and a scratch of his head, he complimented her, saying she looked especially beautiful today. Tianyi instantly teased him back, asking if that meant she had not been beautiful before. Seeing Lin Han speechless, she let him off the hook and happily declared that now that he had finally left the hospital, they had to celebrate. The two walked side by side, while Lin Han awkwardly scratched his head and insisted that such a celebration was not really necessary. But before they had gone very far, Lin Han's expression suddenly changed. He frowned and scanned the area, sensing that something dangerous was secretly locking onto him. Noticing that he had suddenly become distracted, Tianyi asked if something was wrong. The answer appeared almost instantly. A crowd recognized Lin Han and the entire street erupted. Some thanked him for saving their lives, others shouted his name, and several girls begged him to tell the story of that day. One even burst into tears because her hero had finally recovered. Lin Han and Tianyi turned around in confusion as the situation grew more chaotic. Tianyi then explained that while he had been unconscious, everything that happened at Mang Mountain County had spread everywhere, turning the people before him into his biggest fans. Realizing the crowd was actually made up of his fans, Lin Han looked completely overwhelmed. As they slowly closed in, he had no idea how to react. A second later, Lin Han stopped thinking and immediately ran for his life, shouting for Tianyi to follow. The crowd became even more excited and chased after him while yelling his name. As he sprinted desperately, he could only sigh that this was his first time dealing with fans this passionate. Weaving through streets lined with tall buildings, Lin Han suddenly spotted a narrow alley ahead that looked perfect for losing the crowd. Without time to explain, he grabbed Tianyi's hand and pulled her along, quickly apologizing for acting so suddenly. The unexpected gesture left her too stunned to do more than let out a small gasp. Before she could understand what was happening, Lin Han had already led her straight into the alley, leaving her no choice but to follow him deeper inside. After finding a hiding spot, Lin Han gently pressed Tianyi close to the wall and quietly told her not to make a sound. While they held their breath inside the alley, the fans outside rushed past in search of him. Lin Han stayed where he was and carefully peeked outside. Once he was sure the crowd had passed, he relaxed, believing they had escaped. He remained completely calm, while Tianyi's cheeks were bright red, and she could only mumble a quiet reply when he spoke to her. She appeared calm on the outside, but her mind was in complete chaos as she realized how close they were. From her perspective, it almost felt as though Lin Han was holding her in his arms. After confirming that the crowd had run far down the street without noticing the alley, Lin Han finally relaxed and turned to Tianyi. He was about to say something but realized she was not responding. Confused, he asked if something was wrong. Tianyi's face was bright red. She kept fanning herself with her hand and forced a smile, quickly blaming the hot weather to hide her embarrassment. Seeing that she was fine, Lin Han suggested they continue through the alley, since going back would be like walking straight into the crowd. Tianyi agreed without hesitation. She let Lin Han choose the route, and after taking several detours through different streets, they finally arrived at Tianxi Mall. Looking at the massive building, Lin Han realized the road had led them straight to Tianxi. He also remembered that the mall in Hongyun City was currently managed by Director Li, While Lin Han was thinking, Qian Ni happily pointed ahead and invited him inside for a stroll. He immediately agreed and suddenly remembered Director Liu, deciding to visit him while they were there. So Lin Han headed off to see Director Liu. The moment Director Liu saw Lin Han, he walked over with a warm smile. During Lin Han's coma, he had visited the academy several times to check on him. Seeing him fully recovered, with his own eyes finally put his mind at ease. Director Liu personally escorted Lin Han and Qian Ni to the VIP lounge, opened the door, and politely invited them inside. Seeing such a grand welcome, Lin Han casually thanked him and said he had come to Tianxi to visit as soon as he recovered because he knew Director Liu had always been concerned about him. After the three entered the room, the door closed behind them, leaving two guards standing outside. Watching their director treat Lin Han with such respect, one guard could not help wondering why a young man with such an ordinary appearance was receiving this level of treatment. His co-worker immediately glared at him for his ignorance. He pulled out his phone, showed him information about Lin Han, and reminded him that the young man inside was Mr. Lin, not an ordinary visitor. After reading the information, the guard was completely stunned. The article stated that Lin Han had risked his life during the Mang Mountain campaign and had been awarded an SS-class medal by the Empire. Only then did he realize the young man he had underestimated was the famous Lin Han. Inside the VIP room, Director Liu led them to a large table where an incredibly sharp weapon had already been placed. He explained that Fei Hua had sent it over, and that it was a legendary weapon called the Amber Tiger Slayer Halberd. The name immediately caught Lin Han's attention. Within seconds, Lin Han understood where the weapon had come from. So this was its full name. That meant Li Dong had most likely died and someone had taken the weapon during the chaos. Thinking about it, Lin Han could not help feeling that Ni Ying truly had a special passion for collecting rare treasures. Seeing Lin Han staring at the weapon, Director Liu assumed he liked it and offered to sell it to him at a discounted price. Lin Han immediately waved his hands and awkwardly declined. But that was not the end of it. Director Liu suddenly remembered something else. He pulled a white envelope from his coat and said that Fei Hua had also asked him to personally deliver it to Lin Han. He handed over the envelope and Lin Han accepted it, already curious about what was inside. He quickly opened it and found what looked like a map prepared by Fei Hua herself. A location had been marked in red, along with a short message she had left behind. As soon as Lin Han finished reading, his expression changed. The marked location was near the Mang Mountain border, making him suspect it was connected to the aftermath of Li Feng's final battle. Seeing his tense expression, Qian Ni leaned over to read the map as well. After reading the message, she looked equally alarmed. After calming down, Lin Han immediately asked Director Liu when Fei Hua had entrusted him with the letter. Director Liu scratched his head while thinking, and replied that it had probably been sometime last month. That answer made Lin Han even more worried. Based on his calculations, the predicted outbreak would likely happen around now, meaning they had very little time left to deal with it. At the same time, the border region near Mang Mountain County still looked completely peaceful. Lush forests covered the land, and the massive city wall continued to guard the frontier. Amid the seemingly calm landscape, a lone figure suddenly flashed past at astonishing speed, every step revealing an urgent race toward an unknown destination. That person was Lin Han, though he was now disguised as an old man. Moving as fast as the wind, he instantly passed the two soldiers guarding the top of the wall. One of the soldiers seemed to notice something unusual, and a trace of suspicion immediately appeared on his face. Before the two guards could figure out what had happened, Lin Han leaped over the towering city wall and landed lightly on the other side. He stayed completely calm the entire time, making it clear this kind of risky move was nothing new to him. Only afterward did the two soldiers look at each other. One asked if there had been a strange noise just now, but the other casually looked around and said he had not heard anything. After crossing the defensive line, Lin Han rushed deep into the forest. Without wasting a single second, he headed straight for the location marked in the letter. As he sped forward, Lin Han activated a forbidden spell to boost his search ability. The moment God's eye was unleashed, his eyes turned crimson as a blood-red glow filled his gaze. With his vision enhanced to an entirely different level, Lin Han quickly spotted the disaster zone ahead. It perfectly matched the red mark left by Fei Hua. Confirming the target, he was relieved to have finally found the right place. More importantly, the situation was still under control. Realizing the natural disaster had not fully awakened yet, Lin Han relaxed. He had arrived just in time, and there was still a chance to stop everything. Before long, Lin Han reached the exact coordinates and landed beside a massive crater. Since he did not know when the disaster would erupt, he decided to head down first, find a good hiding place, and wait for the right moment. Having made up his mind, Lin Han immediately jumped into the enormous crater without hesitation. With a single landing, he reached the bottom safely. Although everything around him seemed quiet, the worry on his face remained. Just then, voices suddenly echoed down from above. Someone asked their master if the natural disaster would really appear here. Realizing others had arrived, Lin Han instantly became alert and quietly looked upward. He quickly hid behind several large rocks while listening to their conversation. An elderly voice replied that forbidden spell battles had taken place here in the past, so there was no doubt this was the correct location. Standing at the edge of the crater was a master and disciple. The old man looked at the girl named Qing Ni and sighed that she had traveled so far because of her younger brother. In his opinion, a level 19 priest had already reached the limit, and forcing another breakthrough was not worth the risk. But Qing Ni remained determined. He was her only brother, and she did not want him to give up his dream. Looking into the distance, Qing Ni still held onto hope. She had heard that the Qinglong Empire had produced an extraordinary gold-rank priest. She believed that if her younger brother could achieve the same feat, he might become one of the Mickey Empire's greatest young geniuses. Listening from below, Lin Han froze. He quietly pointed at himself, wondering if the gold-rank priest they were talking about was actually him. The old man was far less optimistic than his disciple. He explained that throughout history, humanity had produced only one gold rank priest. Advancing from ordinary silver rank to gold rank was like surviving a brush with death. Success meant life, while failure could mean death. Staying at silver rank was far safer than gambling on such slim odds. Hearing that explanation, Lin Han secretly gave him a thumbs up. No one understood the danger better than he did. Without strengthening his body and soul by thousands of times, he would never have survived the breakthrough. Seeing that her master had almost no confidence in the trip, Qing Ni looked disappointed but refused to give up. She wanted to help her brother fulfill his dream, and promised that if they obtained the origin of the natural disaster this time, she would explain every danger and let him decide for himself. Faced with her determination, the old man finally gave in. He agreed to help just once, but warned that with her brother's body and soul, becoming a gold-rank priest would be incredibly difficult. The old man then looked into the crater and reminded Qing Ni that they were not on their own territory. The longer they stayed, the greater the risk. He immediately gathered a strange power into his palm and declared that since the origin of the natural disaster had not fully matured, he would force it to awaken. The moment he finished speaking, the old man released his power. The entire crater shook violently as cracks spread in every direction. Huge chunks of rock broke loose from the walls and rained down continuously. Watching from below, Lin Han broke into a cold sweat. He instantly realized the old man had no intention of waiting for the disaster to awaken naturally. Instead, he planned to force its birth ahead of time. The tremors grew even stronger, and the ground beneath Lin Han suddenly split apart. The widening crack revealed a strange light, slowly awakening from the depths below. The instant Lin Han saw that eerie glow, his expression changed dramatically. It was the origin of the natural disaster, and it had already been pushed to the brink of fully taking shape. There was no time left to watch from the sidelines. Lin Han dove straight into the crack. If he wanted this opportunity, he had to accept the risk, and making the first move gave him the advantage. At the same time, the peace at another academy in the city was shattered by an urgent report. Someone rushed to the vice principal, saying an overwhelming surge of magic had appeared outside Mang Mountain County, with power nearing forbidden spell level. The vice principal's expression immediately turned serious. He ordered everyone to alert the Hongyun City Public Security Bureau, along with every teacher and student stationed at the Mang Mountain border. The natural disaster was about to erupt, and everyone in the danger zone had to evacuate immediately. While evacuation orders spread outside, the crack at the bottom of the crater continued to widen. The mysterious light hidden below grew brighter and brighter, signaling that the terrifying force was close to fully emerging. Soon the master and disciple saw a white flame sealed inside a thick protective barrier. The old man immediately recognized it as the natural disaster's shield. He told Qing Ni to stay where she was, because the core inside was extremely unstable and could erupt at any moment. He would handle the rest himself. Before he could make a move, a figure suddenly shot past him. The unexpected turn instantly put the old man on guard as he demanded to know who the intruder was. The newcomer ignored him and threw a punch directly at the disaster's barrier. Lin Han's blow instantly covered the shield with cracks, making the old man panic as he shouted for him to stop. Even more alarming, he had never sensed Lin Han's presence until now. Seeing Lin Han continue smashing the barrier, the old man urgently warned that such reckless actions could trigger the origin of the natural disaster. If it lost control, everyone present could be trapped. But the warning came too late. Under Lin Han's relentless punches, the once-solid barrier began breaking apart piece by piece. After shattering the obstacle, Lin Han declared that he would definitely claim the origin of the natural disaster. In his opinion, it would be far more useful in his hands than given to the younger brother Qing Ni was always protecting. Qing Ni was instantly furious. She glared at Lin Han and angrily accused him of shamelessly stealing the reward that others had worked so hard to find. Lin Han paid no attention to her anger. As he gathered strength to break the last layer of defense, he fired back that he had been lying in wait all night. It was the two of them who had interrupted his plan. After saying that, he had no interest in arguing further. With those words, Lin Han unleashed another devastating punch. The final barrier could no longer withstand the impact and completely shattered, leaving the old man only enough time to shout in alarm. Seeing Lin Han about to reach the origin, Qingni was clearly unwilling to give up. Just as she was about to act, her master grabbed her shoulder and warned that the entire place was about to collapse. Staying any longer would only bury them alive. With nothing left in his way, Lin Han walked straight toward the origin of the natural disaster. After all his efforts, the treasure he had been searching for was finally within reach. Not wanting to miss the chance, he immediately reached out toward the origin, filled with anticipation as he prepared to claim it. But at the very last moment, a sudden attack crashed down from above, striking directly in front of Lin Han. Having his plan interrupted at the critical moment, Lin Han's face turned cold. He looked up at the attacker with eyes full of caution. The assault did not stop there. A second attack quickly followed, covering the area where Lin Han stood. He reacted instantly, leaping into the air to dodge the deadly strike while silently cursing the ambush. Unable to clearly identify the attacker with his normal vision, Lin Han immediately activated God's Eye. A crimson glow flashed as his eyes turned blood red. The moment his vision sharpened, Lin Han saw that the attackers were the same master and disciple from earlier, with the old man preparing another technique. Seeing they still refused to back down, Lin Han grew furious, believing they had failed to compete fairly and were now resorting to sneak attacks. However, after carefully tracking the attack's trajectory, Lin Han realized he was not the true target. The old man was aiming at the origin of the natural disaster itself. The realization made Lin Han's pupils shrink. If that attack hit the core, the origin could explode on the spot. Since he was standing closest to it, surviving would be nearly impossible. There was no any time to weigh the risks. Lin Han had to stop the attack before it reached the core. He immediately gathered his power and unleashed the forbidden spell 8 trigrams cauldron. Lin Han's forbidden spell collided head-on with the old man's attack, creating a massive shockwave that shook the entire area. The stone wall around the master and disciple suddenly began collapsing in massive chunks. The old man quickly dodged the falling debris while warning Qingni to stay alert. Giant boulders kept crashing down until the entire ravine holding the calamity origin was completely buried. The light below vanished, and the already ruined area became nothing but a mountain of rubble. Staring at the collapse, the old man sensed an abnormal energy surge below. It felt exactly like someone had cast a forbidden spell underground. Qingni immediately thought of the mysterious man from earlier, making her even more certain he was far from ordinary. Even so, the entire crack had already been sealed by rocks. Qingni believed that no matter how strong he was probably buried alive beneath the collapse. The old man looked at the rubble without the slightest pity. In his eyes, the man had brought it upon himself. Even if he claimed the calamity origin, being trapped underground would still end in death. The master and disciple believed everything was over. They had no idea the collapse had only sealed the entrance, while another passage still existed far below. Deep underground, Lin Han knelt on the stone floor, breathing heavily. The fierce battle had clearly drained a huge amount of his strength. He slowly forced himself upright, covering his mouth as he coughed several times while clenching his other fist. His body had yet to recover from the intense clash. Despite his exhaustion, Lin Han was thrilled. When he opened his hand, the calamity origin he had fought so hard to seize rested inside his palm. Its glow made him burst into laughter because the treasure was finally his. His excitement did not last long before another violent tremor suddenly shook the area, sending loose rocks trembling all around him. The ground beneath Lin Han shook violently as rocks above lost their support and crashed down. He instantly jumped to his feet, looking around in shock as he tried to figure out where the new disturbance came from. Lin Han quickly stored the calamity origin away and frowned in confusion. The core was already in his possession, so where was this powerful energy fluctuation coming from? Seeing the passage ahead was not completely blocked, Lin Han felt relieved he had narrowly escaped being buried alive. Then the rock in front of him suddenly exploded. A familiar glow burst out from inside, almost identical to the calamity origin he had just obtained, making him realize the disturbance was coming from even deeper underground. His curiosity flared instantly. Lin Han activated the Eye of God, his eyes shining as they locked onto the source of the strange energy below. Above ground, the master and disciple had not left the collapsed pit and were caught in the new tremor as well. The earth shook violently, rocks poured down non-stop, and Qingni nearly lost her balance in panic. When the shaking finally eased, both of them stared at the buried ravine in disbelief. The old man sensed an overwhelming life force. At first he thought it was the previous calamity origin, but he quickly denied it because the presence below was far stronger and was rapidly approaching its awakening. Qingni was left completely speechless. As for Lin Han, the moment the Eye of God revealed the secret underground, he froze. There was actually a second calamity origin here, and it was far superior to the one he had just claimed. This was an unbelievable stroke of luck. The second calamity origin was obviously far more valuable than the previous treasure. Faced with such an opportunity, Lin Han did not hesitate and immediately leaped toward the glowing area below. After passing through another layer of rock, he landed lightly in a deeper chamber. Seeing what awaited him ahead, Lin Han could barely hide his excitement. Since fortune had appeared right before him, there was no reason to walk away. The moment he steadied himself and prepared to claim the treasure, the scene before him suddenly brought him to a halt. The second calamity origin was constantly absorbing the hidden power deep within the earth, causing its energy to grow more terrifying with every passing moment. Even Lin Han was shocked by the immense power gathering around it. But the harder the treasure was to obtain, the more excited Lin Han became. He immediately rushed forward, locking his eyes onto the prize with absolute determination. Lin Han reached straight for the calamity origin, and it instantly reacted by releasing powerful waves of energy that formed a defensive barrier around itself. Those layers of energy were nowhere near enough to stop Lin Han. He forced his way forward without slowing down, his hand closing in on the target. Just as he was within arm's reach, another protective barrier suddenly appeared before him. After sensing that it was not particularly sturdy, Lin Han remained completely confident it could never stop him. Without hesitation, Lin Han unleashed 10,000 times more power. His aura erupted instantly. Brilliant light covered his entire body, and his unwavering gaze remained locked on the calamity origin. After forcing his way through with brute strength, Lin Han finally broke past the barrier and closed in on the target. His eyes never left the glowing treasure for a single moment. But the instant he grabbed the calamity origin, it fought back with incredible force. Blinding light erupted non-stop, trying to throw him away, forcing him to unleash even more power to suppress it. Unfortunately, that was still not enough. Even trapped in his hand, the calamity origin kept burning through his flesh. The injuries spread across his palm, making him cry out in pain. As the resistance grew even fiercer, Lin Han immediately activated a healing forbidden spell to keep his hand from being destroyed. While healing himself, he continued suppressing the calamity origin, refusing to let go of the hard-earned treasure. Seeing the calamity origin continue destroying his left hand, Lin Han finally stopped underestimating it. He gripped his injured forearm with his other hand, while constantly using the healing forbidden spell to resist its destructive power. After a long struggle, Lin Han decided to end it once and for all. He poured every ounce of strength into one final suppression. His roar echoed through the chamber as the energy the calamity origin had been drawing from deep underground was finally cut off. The resistance finally ended. The calamity origin lay quietly in his hand, while the burns covering Lin Han's left arm slowly healed under the power of the forbidden spell. Once he confirmed the treasure was completely under control, Lin Han collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. He gasped for breath, yet his eyes never left the prize in his hand. Thanks to the forbidden spell, the injuries on his arm gradually disappeared. Only half of his sleeve had been burned away, exposing the muscles underneath. Watching the wounds vanish, Lin Han sighed in relief. The calamity origin was truly terrifying. It had nearly defeated him the moment it was born. Even though he was exhausted, Lin Han could not hide his excitement. He lifted the calamity origin and admired it with delight, even guessing he might be the very first person to capture one the instant it fully formed. In complete contrast to the chaos underground, the forest outside was strangely silent. Elsewhere in the forest, the old man who had ambushed Lin Han earlier was still waiting. He sat beneath a tree, quietly guarding the only exit from a cave. The master sat while Qingni stood beside him. Both waited calmly, completely convinced their prey would eventually appear. Sure enough, it was not long before the old man suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he sensed movement ahead, he knew the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. An old man slowly walked out of the cave, but it was actually Lin Han maintaining his disguise. Seeing Lin Han emerge alive, the old man could not hide his surprise. He had been certain the earlier collapse had buried him for good. The moment Lin Han left the cave and saw the two people who had caused him so much trouble underground, his expression darkened. He reminded them that this was the border of the Xinglong Empire, and causing trouble here could easily attract the experts of Hongyun's city. Even as he spoke confidently, he stayed on full alert. The original exit had completely collapsed, and he had only found this route with the Eye of God. Yet the old man was waiting at the exact exit, meaning he had probably sensed the calamity origin. The old man was not intimidated in the slightest. He calmly stated that Hongyun City only had one Saint Realm expert, who was currently at the Chongqi Academy. Even if that person came, they had only recently entered the Saint Realm and were not worth fearing. After saying that, the old man stopped hiding his true strength and unleashed a terrifying aura. Staring straight at Lin Han, he coldly demanded both calamity origins, warning that refusal would have severe consequences. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Lin Han instantly realized how dangerous the situation was. Even Li Dian at the peak of the Supreme Realm had nearly killed him before. The man standing before him was a true Saint Realm expert, making the gap in strength vastly greater. Facing an enemy far stronger than himself, Lin Han did not dare let his guard down. His gaze turned sharp, yet he remained calm because he had already prepared an escape plan before coming here. Knowing a direct fight meant certain death, Lin Han immediately changed tactics. His hands formed seals as shadow magic quickly wrapped around his body. He boldly declared that anyone who wanted the calamity origins would have to prove they were capable, then instantly activated his domain. The master and Qingni could only watch as the darkness of the shadow magic completely engulfed Lin Han. For the moment, neither of them could stop him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Han vanished completely before their eyes. The old man was stunned by the power of the shadow magic because even Lin Han's aura had disappeared without a trace. Qingni was even more shocked, unable to understand who this mysterious man really was to escape right under her master's nose. Both of them remained where they stood while the old man carefully searched the surroundings but found nothing. He admitted that he could usually detect traces of even forbidden spells, yet this technique had completely erased Lin Han's presence. Hearing that, Qingni immediately worried they had lost him, and feared this trip would end with nothing. Just as Qingni was running out of ideas, the old man reminded her not to forget the profession she possessed. She instantly understood what he meant but still lacked confidence, believing Lin Han's strength might already surpass hers, making her ability ineffective. Seeing her doubt herself, the old man reassured her that every profession had its own specialty. Her power naturally countered the shadow element, so even a forbidden spell could not change that rule. With her master's encouragement, Qingni regained her confidence. She drew her staff and decided to search for Lin Han herself. The moment she activated her mana, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet, while a mysterious eye formed above her head. Closing her eyes, she prayed to the god of observation for the power to see through all truth before casting the Eye of Truth. After searching for a while, Qingni still could not find Lin Han's path. She only saw a faint silhouette lingering where he had vanished. She immediately reported it to her master, while Lin Han, hidden nearby, froze after hearing her words. The old man stroked his chin and asked if there were truly no signs that Lin Han had moved away. Qingni looked again and confirmed there was absolutely no trace of his movements anywhere nearby. Lin Han immediately realized the situation had turned bad. His original plan was to use the Necklace of God together with a forbidden spell to erase every trace of his presence, then remain perfectly still until they gave up. He never expected the Eye of Truth to be so troublesome. It could not see his true body, yet it still detected the faint image where he was hiding. After thinking for a few seconds, the old man suddenly clapped his hands as if he had figured it out. He quickly asked Qingni whether the image she saw was only lingering exactly where Lin Han had disappeared, and she nodded. With that answer, the old man knew his guess was correct. He instantly threw a punch straight at that spot, laughing as he mocked Lin Han for thinking standing still could fool him. Qingni still had no idea what was happening and could only stare as her master suddenly attacked. Even Lin Han had not expected the old man to figure it out so quickly. The attack came too fast, leaving him only enough time to widen his eyes in shock. As expected, the old man's fist struck directly where Lin Han was hiding. With no way to dodge, Lin Han could only raise both hands to block the attack. The terrifying force sent Lin Han sliding backward. Even though he remained calm, the tension on his face was impossible to hide after taking the full impact. Having broken Lin Han's concealment, the old man folded his arms and calmly walked over. He offered one final deal: hand over the calamity origins, and he would allow Lin Han to leave safely. Lin Han immediately stood up and pointed straight at him. The calamity origins were treasures he had earned himself, yet these two wanted to take them by force while acting self-righteous. Their shamelessness was unbelievable. Qingni refused to stay silent. She insisted that the first calamity origin had always been part of their plan. If Lin Han had not interfered, it would never have ended up in his hands. Lin Han refused to back down. Opportunities always came with danger, and he had won the treasure through his own strength. It had nothing to do with them. He even mocked them for fleeing when things became dangerous, only to return and fight over the prize after everything was over. Qingni was left speechless and could only point at Lin Han in anger. Seeing she had no answer, Lin Han added that this was the territory of the Xinglong Empire, so any calamity origin that appeared here naturally belonged to the empire. Those words made Qingni even angrier, and she immediately called for her master to deal with him. The old man had completely run out of patience. His face turned cold, knowing that if words failed, only force remained. The old man charged forward with a devastating punch, declaring that he would make Lin Han submit today. Lin Han showed no fear and prepared to fight back, exposing that the old man had never intended to spare him in the first place, so there was no need to hide behind empty excuses. Lin Han rushed forward to meet his opponent and raised his hand to block the incoming punch head-on. The fists of both men collided directly. Their overwhelming power crashed together, sending a thunderous shockwave across the entire area. Watching from below, Qingni saw the battle continue for hundreds of exchanges without a clear winner. Both sides constantly traded offense and defense, but the gap in raw strength was still obvious. As expected, the old man's overwhelming advantage in cultivation eventually proved too much. After another fierce exchange, Lin Han was finally slammed to the ground. The blow was so powerful that Lin Han suffered severe injuries instantly. Barely keeping himself on his feet, he cast a healing forbidden spell to restore his body, though his breathing remained heavy. Watching Lin Han heal himself, the old man noticed something unusual. Lin Han was clearly a shadow class user, yet he possessed abilities from multiple elements, including an astonishing healing technique. Even the old man could not help but admire it. Lin Han simply asked what profession the old man belonged to. At the same time, he analyzed the situation. The old man looked like a long-range fighter, yet his close combat was terrifying. If he was truly cornered, he might have no choice but to use his demon god transformation. The question seemed to stroke the old man's pride. He immediately declared that, for the sake of the Calamity Origins, he would let Lin Han witness his true profession today. Seeing the old man about to launch into a long speech, Lin Han grew increasingly annoyed. This troublesome opponent was already wasting enough of his time. Instead of standing there listening, Lin Han decided escaping was the smarter choice. He turned around and ran, throwing back a mocking remark that the old man could keep dreaming. But before he got far, the old man appeared directly in front of him. Wearing a smug smile, he challenged Lin Han to see where he could possibly run now. The old man also knew he could not drag this out for long since this was not his territory. Realizing Lin Han was stalling for time, his face turned cold as he warned that if Lin Han kept resisting, he would kill him on the spot. With no way left to avoid the fight, Lin Han knew retreat was meaningless. His eyes turned ice cold as his entire aura shifted, and he prepared to face the battle head-on. At the same time, he secretly activated his demon god transformation. His fingernails slowly extended into sharp claws, and a terrifying crimson glow emerged. Since he had been pushed into a corner, Lin Han was ready to send the old man to his grave if necessary. Just as both sides were about to clash in a fight to the death, an icy voice suddenly echoed through the air, demanding to know why the old fool dared cause trouble inside the Xinglong Empire. Did he really think no one was here to stop him? The unexpected voice made both of them turn at once. Lin Han was also curious about who had arrived with the confidence to confront such a powerful expert. A figure soon appeared, floating high in the air. Looking down calmly, he warned the old man to leave immediately, instead of creating more trouble in his remaining years. The moment the old man recognized the newcomer, his arrogance clearly faded. Even so, he refused to back down, insisting that he only wanted the Calamity Origins. Once he obtained them, he would leave at once. Lin Han secretly let out a sigh of relief. The newcomer had arrived at the perfect moment. Fortunately, his demon god transformation had not fully completed, or its secret would have been exposed. Seeing the old man refuse to give up, the vice principal immediately rejected his demand. The calamity had been triggered by the Xinglong Empire, so there was no reason to hand the Calamity Origins over to the Mage Empire. Furious, the old man accused the vice principal of protecting Lin Han. He also pointed out that the vice principal's true body could not leave the Changqi Academy, so how could he possibly stop him? Those words darkened the vice principal's expression. He immediately struck at the old man's weakness, reminding him that Qingni possessed the incredibly rare Heavenly Eye profession. If the old man did not want to become an enemy of the Xinglong Empire, or have his disciple hunted down from now on, then Today's conflict should end here. Seeing how determined the vice principal was to protect Lin Han, the old man finally became suspicious and demanded to know who Lin Han really was. The answer made everything clear. Lin Han was the hero of the Mongshan campaign and the one who had truly killed Li Feng. The revelation left the old man frozen in shock. He stared at Lin Han with disbelief, unable to imagine that the young man before him was the one who had slain Li Feng. Hearing the vice principal say that, Lin Han immediately understood his intention and felt deeply grateful. The vice principal had deliberately stepped forward as his master, a move that would save Lin Han from countless future troubles. At this point, the old man knew there was no longer any chance of taking the Calamity Origins. Though unwilling to accept it, he could only back down. He coldly declared that he would consider today a personal loss before calling Qingni to leave. With that, the old man departed alongside his disciple. Neither Lin Han nor the vice principal tried to stop them. They simply watched as the two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. As she followed behind her master, Qingni still could not let it go. She asked if they were really going to give up on the Calamity origins just like that. Knowing she was still unwilling to accept it, the old man explained that he had no better choice. If he truly fought the vice principal, then with the principal of Changqi Academy's personality, Qingni would likely become the one being hunted afterward. As her master, he would never gamble with his disciple's life. On the other side, Lin Han was still stunned by how easily the vice principal had resolved the crisis. Just as he was relieved everything was finally over, the vice principal thanked him with great respect. Although he still did not know the old man's true identity, he expressed his gratitude for the help during the battle at Mongshan County. Lin Han politely returned the gesture in his current disguise, saying that as fellow citizens of the Xinglong Empire, doing his part for the country was nothing special. Besides, his disciple Lin Han had also received plenty of care from Changqi Academy. After saying that, he did not dare stay any longer. Using the excuse that too much had happened today and he still had matters to handle, he quickly took his leave. The vice principal did not stop him and simply welcomed him to visit again any time. Meanwhile, Lin Han hurried away, thinking that another few sentences might expose his disguise. The scene then shifted back to the vast campus of Changqi Academy, where someone suddenly called out Lin Han's name. As soon as Lin Han returned to the dormitory, he turned around and was surprised to see someone standing behind him. Recognizing Zhang Xin, he immediately asked why she was at the men's dorm. She answered without hesitation. She had come only to wait for him. Zhang Ruixin explained that after returning to the academy that afternoon and finishing her mission report, she had stayed there waiting. Hearing that, Lin Han instantly broke into a cold sweat, unsure how to respond. Manga quickly added that she had been waiting for 4 full hours. Zhang Ruixin's expression was completely different from her usual proud attitude. Instead, her eyes were unusually gentle. She stared at Lin Han for a long moment before finally gathering the courage to say she had something she wanted to tell him. Just saying those few words made Zhang Ruixin blush bright red. Her embarrassment was impossible to hide. Seeing her unusual behavior, Lin Han felt the pressure skyrocket. Sweat formed on his forehead as he stared ahead stiffly, completely unable to guess what she was about to say. To his surprise, Zhang Ruixin bowed deeply and sincerely thanked him for saving her at Mongshan. Realizing she had gone through all that just to thank him, Lin Han was completely stunned. Once he realized he had been overthinking things, Lin Han quietly relaxed. He stepped forward, helped her up by the shoulders, and awkwardly smiled, saying it was nothing worth mentioning. After all, he was a classmate of her older sister, so helping her was only natural. But the moment he finished speaking, his mind erupted in panic. Good thing he caught himself in time. His relationship with Rui Xin's sister had not been made official yet. If he had accidentally called himself her brother-in-law, he would have dug his own grave. Seeing Lin Han fall silent, Zhang Ruixin gathered her courage once more. The 5 Academy tournament was about to begin, and she hoped he would claim first place. She also promised to give it everything she had. By the time she finished speaking, her face was even redder than before. In the end, Zhang Ruixin could not bear the embarrassment any longer. Covering her flushed face with both hands, she turned and ran away. Before leaving, she hurriedly said goodbye to Lin Han. He was so stunned by her sudden retreat that he only managed to let out a single sound as he raised his hand to stop her. Only after Zhang Ruixin had completely disappeared did Lin Han scratch his head in confusion. To him, she had acted incredibly strange today, nothing like her usual self. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruixin finally stopped after running all the way to a large tree. Leaning against the trunk, she took several deep breaths to calm herself. The blush on her cheeks had not faded. She placed a hand over her chest, unable to understand her own reaction. She was never this nervous, so why did she become so flustered whenever she stood in front of Lin Han? Half a month quickly passed. At Changqi Academy, the Group A finals of the internal selection for the 5 Academy tournament officially began. Both teams lined up on the arena, ready for the match. Lin Han's team faced another squad from the academy, and both sides looked full of confidence. At that moment, the host announced the rules. The final would decide only the winner, and killing opponents was strictly forbidden. The victorious team would represent Changqi Academy in the 5 Academy tournament. As soon as the announcement ended, the opposing captain stepped forward to provoke Lin Han. He pointed out that from the qualifiers all the way to the finals, it had mostly been Lin Han's teammates doing full in the fighting, then sarcastically questioned whether their captain was actually incapable. Hearing that insult, Yuan Si immediately clenched his fists. He fired back that the 4 of them alone were more than enough to crush the other team, and Lin Han would not even need to lift a finger. The rest of the team quickly voiced their agreement. That attitude instantly annoyed one of the opposing captain's teammates. He frowned at Yuan Si and snapped that the 2 captains were talking, so why was he interrupting? Despite all the taunts, Lin Han stayed completely calm and casually remarked that the other side certainly had an unpleasant mouth. Beside him, Gong Sun was far more eager, boldly declaring that he would personally teach that loudmouth a lesson and show him just how vast the world really was. After enough trash talk, the host finally raised his hand and officially started the match. The moment the signal sounded, Lin Han showed no intention of joining the fight. He casually rested both hands behind his head, walked away from the formation, and told his teammates to finish the match quickly. Gong Sun immediately accepted, telling Brother Han to leave everything to them. Everyone thought Lin Han was stepping back to prepare some incredible move. Instead, he found a corner of the arena, sat down, and yawned repeatedly as if he had not slept for days. His complete lack of concern infuriated the opposing captain, who clenched his fists and shouted that Lin Han was looking down on them. Before the opposing captain could calm down, Yuan Ses had already lost his patience. He drew his twin blades and charged forward at full speed. Yuan Sisi raised both blades high, aiming straight for the opposing captain, but the captain quickly adjusted his formation instead, ordering 3 teammates to deal with Lin Han, while he and another member handled the enemies in front before regrouping. The 3 immediately rushed out with their weapons. But reaching Lin Han would not be so easy. Du Wanting stepped forward to block their path. She instantly activated Blazing Vine, and a strange flame ignited in her palm. Moments later, enormous green vines burst from the ground and surged toward the 3 attackers. Combined with the eerie flames, they formed an impenetrable barrier. One of them turned pale immediately, recognizing Du Wanting as a Thousand Forms mage. Gong Sun also stepped forward with his weapon, bluntly declaring that the 3 of them were nowhere near qualified to challenge their captain. The burly man stared at Gong Sun and warned that being a member of the Gong Sun family was not enough to intimidate them. Instead of getting angry, Gong Sun only found it amusing. He curled his finger in challenge, inviting them to come at him, then mocked that anyone too scared to fight might as well admit they were his grandson. At the same time, Tung Xin Chi joined the battle. As his mana surged, streams of golden lightning raced around his body. In the next instant, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down right in front of the 3 opponents. The thunderous explosion startled them on the spot. Furious after being scared like that, they gritted their teeth but had no idea how to respond. The muscular fighter finally lost his patience. Gripping his great blade tightly, he lunged straight at Gong Sun. He declared that Gong Sun had forced his hand and warned him not to run back to his family for help after losing. Gong Sun eagerly accepted the challenge. Seeing his opponent wield the same type of weapon made him even happier because no one could accuse him of winning through a class advantage. While the other 2 focused on the battle ahead, Du Wanting suddenly closed the distance at incredible speed. She declared herself their opponent, and even asked if they wanted to attack together. The enemy mage was completely caught off guard by how fast she had appeared. Though already nervous, the mage tried to keep his composure. He told his teammate to find another target while he handled Du Wanting himself. The other man was no calmer. Hearing the chance to leave, he quickly agreed and hurried away. Before long, the sounds of battle echoed across the arena. Du Wanting faced the enemy mage head-on, and both sides exchanged attacks non-stop without either gaining a clear advantage. Elsewhere, Gong Sun was also locked in a direct battle against the burly fighter. Unlike his tense opponent, Gong Sun remained completely relaxed with every exchange. But the liveliest fight belonged to Tung Xin Chi. His eyes glowed crimson, while lightning continuously gathered in his hands, and a dark purple aura wrapped around his body. Looking at his target, he laughed strangely with one hand on his waist, making the poor guy turn pale and beg him not to come any closer. The more frightened his opponent became, the more Tung Xin Chi leaned into the act. He even flashed a chilling grin that sent shivers down the man's spine. Tung Xin Chi teased that even though the guy was a healer, he should be able to survive a few attacks, so he would reluctantly play with him for a while. The poor healer trembled from head to toe, with tears nearly streaming down his face as he protested in despair. Out of all people, why was a lightning mage picking on a healer like him? On another side of the arena, Yuan Si used his superior speed to circle non-stop around the opposing captain and another teammate. Seeing that neither of them could even touch him, he mocked them, asking if they really wanted to keep fighting this hopeless battle. The more the fight favored him, the louder Yuan Si laughed. He reminded them again that Lin Han did not even need to step in. His smug attitude made the opposing captain narrow his eyes and carefully study every movement. After watching for a while, the captain finally spotted a flaw in Yuan Si's movement pattern. His eyes flashed as he immediately signaled his teammate that this was their chance. Receiving the signal, the other fighter instantly changed direction, let out a roar, and charged forward at full speed. This time, instead of chasing blindly, he predicted exactly where Yuan Si would appear next. Smirking, he declared that his gold rank was earned with real skill. Realizing his movements had been read, Yuan Si's face changed as he silently cursed his luck. Unable to change direction in time, Yuan-Si took the full impact. The heavy blow twisted his face in pain, and the advantage he had built up disappeared instantly. The moment he stopped Yuan-Si, the fighter shouted to his captain not to waste any more time. If they wanted to finish the match quickly, they had to strike the leader. Their next target was obviously Lin Han. Zhuge Tianfeng immediately charged toward the relaxed Lin Han. Deep down, he still refused to accept Lin Han's reputation. No matter how high his level was, he was still just a priest. So what if he was the nation's #1 gold rank? A healer was still a healer. Driven by the jealousy he had carried for so long, Zhuge Tianfeng locked his eyes on Lin Han and loudly declared that it was finally time to settle everything between them. Hearing him speak as if they were sworn enemies, Lin Han slowly stood up. He calmly reminded Zhuge Tianfeng that they had only clashed a few times before. Calling it a deep grudge was a huge exaggeration. Standing with both hands still in his pockets, Lin Han's expression turned ice cold. He had never planned to join this match, but since Zhuge Tianfeng kept provoking him, there was no reason to hold back anymore. The moment he finished speaking, Zhuge Tianfeng burst forward at incredible speed and slammed a punch toward Lin Han. The tiles beneath exploded apart, while Lin Han casually leaped into the air without even taking his hands out of his pockets. Looking at his impatient opponent, Lin Han calmly offered a simple condition. He would throw only one punch. If Zhuge Tianfeng could block it, Lin Han would admit defeat. Lin Han landed lightly on the cracked arena floor. Seeing such overwhelming confidence, Zhuge Tianfeng sneered and claimed that Lin Han's arrogance would soon cost him dearly. He immediately raised both hands into a full defensive stance and challenged Lin Han to attack. Facing such confidence, Lin Han did not bother arguing. He simply pulled one hand from his pocket, clenched his fist, and prepared to end the fight. Zhuge Tianfeng believed his defense was enough to stop the attack, but Lin Han's fist suddenly shot upward from below and slammed directly into his chin. The strike was so fast that Zhuge Tianfeng never realized what had happened, before his guard collapsed and his entire body was launched into the air. The next moment, Zhuge Tianfeng flew out of the arena and crashed beneath the spectator stands with a thunderous impact. Even a nearby pillar was left covered in cracks, looking ready to collapse from one more hit. Watching their captain lose to a single punch left his teammates completely helpless. They could not believe a priest possessed such terrifying strength. Another student suddenly realized that from Lin Han to every member of the Watcher's squad, none of them could be judged by ordinary standards. Lin Han remained standing quietly until the dust settled. He then pointed toward the unconscious Zhuge Tianfeng below and calmly announced that their captain was no longer able to fight. He asked whether the rest still wished to continue. Seeing Zhuge Tianfeng's miserable condition, the remaining teammates instantly lost all fighting spirit. They repeatedly shook their heads before quickly raising their hands to surrender. Watching them give up, Lin Han could only scratch his head with a helpless smile. He had honestly planned to sit out the entire match, yet in the end he was still provoked into throwing a single punch. In the stands, Senior Qian Ni witnessed the destructive power of that punch and wondered if Lin Han was actually a monster. The maid beside her also felt the pressure. Next came the individual competition, where both senior and new students would fight together in a free-fall. She had originally believed her young lady could easily claim first place, but after Today's display, the wildcard named Lin Han could no longer be ignored. The scene then shifted to the administration building of Changqi Academy. Someone who had just been summoned looked at the vice principal in surprise and asked why he had suddenly called for them. The moment Lin Han entered the office, the vice principal happily congratulated him on leading his team to qualify for the 5 Academy Tournaments team event. But the real reason he had called Lin Han over was tomorrow's individual competition. The championship prize would be exactly what Lin Han's group needed. Hearing that, Lin Han looked puzzled and even briefly wondered if the vice principal thought he would lose and was teasing him. Thinking about the vice principal's usual style, Lin Han quickly dismissed that idea. Just as he was about to ask for more details, another possibility crossed his mind. Could the prize be related to a calamity origin? If that was true, the academy was making an unbelievable investment this time. The vice principal did not answer directly and deliberately looked away. He only reminded Lin Han to keep the matter secret, because the grand prize was incredibly rare and could not be revealed yet. The next morning, sunlight bathed Changqi Academy. A gentle breeze swept across the campus, carrying fallen leaves through the air and signaling the start of a new day of competition. At the venue for the individual finals, every qualified contestant had already gathered. The spectator stands were packed with cheering students, and the atmosphere before the match was electric. Standing among the contestants, Lin Han lazily stretched his body. At that moment, the announcer revealed that this year's championship prize had been specially prepared by the Academy. It was extraordinarily valuable and far rarer than any normal reward, perhaps even something no one dared imagine. Holding the microphone, the host deliberately built up the suspense before slowly emphasizing every word. For example, a calamity origin. Whether the Academy would really offer such a prize would be revealed only after the competition ended. With that, he officially declared the match open. The moment they heard the words Calamity Origin, many contestants looked completely unconvinced. Some believed the Academy was simply creating hype because such a priceless treasure could never be handed out as a reward. Lin Han, however, thought differently. After hearing the vice principal yesterday, he believed there was a very good chance it was true. The Academy had clearly gone all out this time. As soon as the signal was given, the entire arena erupted into chaos. Contestants rushed at one another without holding back, each using everything they had to fight for the championship. Even though many still doubted the prize, no one intended to give up. One competitor even shouted that the Calamity Origin would definitely belong to him, only for his opponent to fire back that he should ask her permission first if he wanted to become champion. While most of the contestants were locked in fierce battles, Lin Han simply stood still and observed. Suddenly, someone charged straight at him with a raised weapon, clearly hoping to eliminate another rival. Facing the surprise attack, Lin Han did not even bother getting serious. He casually raised one hand, brought two fingers together, and prepared to send the attacker out of the match in the simplest way possible. With a single finger snap, the charging contestant was blasted high into the air before he could even reach Lin Han, and his weapon flew from his hand. Lin Han remained standing there as calmly as ever, as if he had done nothing at all. Moments later, the host officially announced that Bao Fei had been eliminated. After dealing with the reckless challenger, Lin Han went back to watching the battles ahead. Behind him, spectators immediately began talking. Some mocked Bao Fei for picking the worst possible opponent, while others excitedly praised Lin Han for defeating another enemy with a single move. Realizing that more and more eyes were focusing on him, Lin Han rubbed his forehead helplessly. He had planned to stay low-key, yet one small move had turned him into the center of attention. This time, however, he could no longer stay on the sidelines. Lin Han's gaze gradually sharpened as a crimson glow flashed across his eyes. No matter how much attention he attracted, he was determined to win this championship. Lin Han's current status was revealed. He was a level 38 gold priest who had already completed his third advancement. His next advancement required mastery of the fire, wind, and lightning attributes. His stats were Vitalities 94 and 57, Agility 83,950,184, Mana 75,920,183, Endurance 68,392,452, and Strength 84,959,000. As Lin Han was considering who to challenge first, Jiang Rui-sin suddenly stepped in front of him with her blade in hand. She wanted to test his current strength for herself, since the last time they had fought was when they had just entered the academy. Jiang Rui-sin immediately rushed forward with her blade and even reminded Lin Han not to lose too badly. Knowing she was no ordinary opponent, Lin Han also became serious and calmly accepted her challenge. The two clashed instantly. Lin Han threw a punch at the spot where Jiang Rui-sin had been standing, shattering the stone floor into countless fragments. But she had already dodged out of range. Lin Han could not help admiring her reflexes, while Jiang Rui-sin was even more shocked by the terrifying speed he had just displayed. Yuan Si, who was fighting elsewhere in the arena, was also drawn by the commotion. The moment he looked over, he saw Lin Han relentlessly pressing the attack, while Jiang Rui-sin could do little more than defend herself. Witnessing the scene, Yuan Si could not help sighing in amazement. His boss had grown even stronger, and his power was truly beyond anything ordinary. Seeing that Rui-sin had focused only on dodging and defending the entire fight, Lin Han pointed out her weakness. An assassin who played too cautiously would never get close to powerful figures, especially when their guards were far tougher to break through than he was. Rui-sin caught her breath, memorized every word, and asked for one more try. This time, Lin Han's expression turned serious. He was ready to end the spar, while admitting that Rui-sin had performed quite well today. Still, it was time to stop. After a brief apology, Lin Han reached out, lightly flicked Rui-sin's forehead, and that seemingly harmless motion instantly froze her body. Rui-sin immediately lost her balance, fell out of the arena, and dropped her blade. Even after being eliminated, she still had no idea what had happened. Lin Han had defeated her so effortlessly that it was obvious he had never fought seriously. Before Lin Han could even lower his hand, another contestant jumped in for a sneak attack. The man leaped forward, gripped his long saber, and slashed straight at him. Lin Han reacted almost instantly. One hand stayed casually in his pocket, while the other locked onto the attacker's wrist. Realizing the man was trying to take advantage of the moment, his expression immediately turned cold. Without using any fancy technique, Lin Han simply flipped the attacker out of the arena. The man's face slammed into the stone floor first, leaving him screaming in pain, and his already plain face looked even worse. At the same time, the host announced that Jiang Rui-sin and Yi Lin Fan had both been eliminated. After dealing with 3 opponents in a row, Lin Han decided to stop fighting one by one. He summoned his staff, gripped it firmly, and prepared to end the battle royale as quickly as possible. The moment the staff appeared, the audience erupted. Some students jumped to their feet and shouted for everyone to look at Lin Han, while others watched with excitement. The priest was finally about to use his class skill. On the field, Lin Han raised his staff and directly cast Thunderstorm. Magic power burst from the weapon as countless bolts of lightning formed across the arena. In the next instant, lightning rained down on the contestants still fighting. The surprise attack threw the entire arena into chaos. People ran in every direction. Screams echoed everywhere. Some cursed Lin Han for hitting everyone without discrimination. Teammates begged their captains for mercy, and others immediately surrendered. After just one attack, most of the remaining contestants collapsed. Holding his staff, Lin Han looked around and saw almost nothing but unconscious contestants scattered across the arena. Looking at the overwhelming result, Lin Han could only smile awkwardly. He had deliberately held back. The attack only numbed everyone's bodies instead of causing serious injuries, and its destructive power was nowhere near enough to make anyone think of a forbidden spell. Lin Han silently apologized to everyone caught in the blast, while the host busily announced one eliminated contestant after another. The entire audience stood up in shock. That had clearly been a lightning skill, yet Lin Han was a priest. Even more terrifying, a single ultimate attack had wiped out nearly everyone. His strength was obviously far beyond normal standards. The weaker contestants had all fallen, but top fighters like Tanji Qian-er were still standing without a scratch. Through the fading dust, she stared at Lin Han in surprise, wondering just how many secrets this junior was still hiding. Lin Han simply scratched his head with an awkward smile and said he only had a single offensive skill. Qian-er ignored the explanation and immediately invited him to fight so she could see his true strength herself. The moment she finished speaking, Qian-er rushed forward. Her spear shot straight toward Lin Han, and he responded by raising a barrier in front of himself. The barrier barely slowed her down. Qian-er shattered it with one strike, then immediately leaped into the air, spun her spear, and slammed down toward Lin Han. Power rapidly gathered around the spear as Qian-er's eyes became completely focused. She warned that Lin Han was fast enough to dodge, but if he kept underestimating the fight and let her chain together more attacks, he would be the one to pay the price. Right after the warning, Qian-er unleashed Pale White Blade. A razor-sharp slash tore across the arena floor where Lin Han had been standing, but he barely escaped by leaping aside at the last second. Seeing such incredible reflexes only made Qian-er more excited. She immediately realized that her junior had been hitting his true strength all along. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Lin Han no longer dared to be careless. With a helpless smile, he complained that his senior really had no intention of holding back. With that, Lin Han slammed his staff into the ground, ready to answer her seriousness in kind. But Qian-er gave him no time to prepare. Her spear swept toward him again, forcing him back into the fight. The spear came crashing down with tremendous force. Lin Han immediately raised his staff to block it. The impact made sweat form on his forehead, and he had to admit that Qian-er's strength was terrifying. Without his heavily enhanced physique, he might not have survived that blow. Knowing a direct clash would only put him at a disadvantage, Lin Han quickly raised a shield to push the spear away. The collision exploded with a deafening boom, sending dust rolling across the arena. In the stands, one female student excitedly declared that Gongsun Qian-er had the upper hand and that Lin Han looked ready to fall. The student beside her disagreed, saying Lin Han was incredibly strong, but his class simply put him at a disadvantage in this matchup. As the fight continued, Qian-er realized Lin Han had only been dodging and defending without launching a single counterattack. She warned him that if he kept hiding his true strength, she would throw him out of the arena herself. Lin Han could only sigh. His senior clearly intended to force out another trump card. In reality, all that defending had already drained much of Qian-er's stamina. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Lin Han gripped his staff and decided to show everyone what a priest's true support ability could do. He immediately activated empowerment. His staff floated into the air as enhancement energy flooded his body. His attributes surged all at once. Strength increased by 50, speed increased by 50, and constitution increased by 50. Feeling the dramatic change, he calmly told Qian-er that now it was his turn to attack. Lin Han's entire aura changed. His eyes glowed crimson, and both fists tightened. The force beneath his feet alone shattered the arena floor, sending broken stone flying everywhere. He also wanted to see just how far an extra 50 points could push a body that had already been enhanced many times over. Seeing Lin Han finally enter his true fighting state, Qian-er immediately adjusted her stance. Strange energy continued gathering around her spear, and her expression became even more serious. Qian-er charged first. In her eyes, Lin Han carried no weapon at all. He simply clenched his fists and rushed straight toward her with far greater momentum than before. The two accelerated from opposite sides and collided head-on. The instant their power met, a thunderous explosion echoed across the arena. After only their first clash, Qian-er's pupils shrank in shock. The force behind Lin Han's attack far exceeded her expectations, making her wonder if this was truly the enhancement ability of a golden priest. Lin Han did not even need a weapon. He met the spear head-on with nothing but his fists. Every punch unleashed overwhelming shockwaves that pushed Qian-er further back, while both of her hands gradually went numb from the constant impacts. At last, the spear could no longer endure the punishment. After repeated collisions with Lin Han's fists, the shaft suddenly snapped in half, and the flying fragments made Qian-er realize the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With her weapon destroyed, Qian-er lost her balance and fell onto the arena floor. Nothing remained to stop Lin Han's incoming fist, and her expression instantly changed. With no chance to counter or dodge, Qian-er could only close her eyes and brace herself for the finishing blow. Yet the strike she expected never came. Instead, Lin Han's voice sounded right in front of her, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Lin Han had stopped his punch at the last possible moment. Looking at his senior still sitting on the ground, he gently asked if she was willing to admit defeat. After staring at him for a few seconds, Qian-er finally accepted her loss. With the outcome decided, Qian-er saw Lin Han standing before her with his hand extended. The fierce look from the battle was gone. He simply smiled and politely said that Senior Qian-er had gone easy on him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the scene shifted to the class advancement hall. Beneath the bright sky, flocks of white doves soared overhead, marking the beginning of a new journey. Lin Han's arrival at the class advancement hall immediately drew everyone's attention. Some guessed he had finally gathered all 3 calamity sources and had come for his 4th class advancement. Others recalled that he had won the Changchi Academy individual tournament, where the grand prize was 1 calamity source. Combined with the ones he already possessed, he now had all 3, leaving everyone amazed by both his strength and incredible luck. While the people around him looked on with admiration, Lin Han showed no excitement at all. His face instantly revealed exhaustion. After half a month of relentless training, he had finally reached level 39 as a 3rd advancement. Lin Han entered the spacious room inside the class advancement hall, walked straight to the staff member on duty, and stated that he had come to receive his class advancement mission. The employee immediately handed him a form and asked him to fill in his information first. Without wasting a second, Lin Han took the form, grabbed a pen, and quickly filled in every required detail. Once he finished, the staff member checked the document, but the moment they saw Lin Han's information, their eyes widened in shock. Standing before them was a priest preparing for a 4th class advancement. Realizing who had arrived, the employee immediately became much more respectful. Holding the mission orb with both hands, they politely invited Lin Han to accept the class advancement trial. Still unable to believe they were meeting the world's only golden priest, Lin Han did not hesitate. He placed his hand on the orb, his relaxed expression disappearing as he focused on the challenge ahead. Moments later, the mission details appeared outside the class advancement hall. Challenger, Lin Han, Class Life Priest, Level 39, 3rd Advancement. To complete his 4th advancement, he had to travel alone to Mist Spirit Mountain in Jingguang, assist the mountain god in stopping the golden armored evils from invading, and successfully survive 300 waves of attacks. Mission difficulty, Rank S. The crowd immediately broke into an uproar. Lin Han's 4th advancement mission was nothing like an ordinary one. It was practically a nightmare. Surviving 300 waves at Mist Spirit Mountain was something even most platinum classes could never accomplish. The scene then shifted to Mist Spirit Mountain in Jingguang. The dungeon was about to open. It could only be activated once each day, and its entrance changed locations daily, so every class user present was eager for the opportunity. Lin Han stood among the crowd, calmly waiting for Today's announcement. The familiar system announcement began revealing the dungeon entrance coordinates. Lin Han instantly became serious. He clenched both fists until his knuckles cracked, fully prepared to set out. Today's entrance was located at the summit of Mist Spirit Mountain. As soon as the location was announced, everyone rushed forward. One group confidently claimed Today's entry belonged to them, while others immediately argued that the chance should be theirs instead. Before the argument could continue, reality stunned them all. Lin Han burst forward alone, overtaking everyone with incredible speed and leaving only a violent gust of wind behind. Some people even turned around in confusion, thinking a powerful breeze had just swept past. With such terrifying speed, Lin Han encountered almost no obstacles on his way to the summit. Those behind him could only watch him disappear into the distance, and some even believed a supreme powerhouse had just appeared. At that moment, a student from Changchi Academy recognized the figure racing ahead. The student proudly announced that it was Lin Han from their academy, the one and only Golden Priest. The people beside him were both shocked and unconvinced. They simply could not understand how a priest could move so fast. One of them even complained that after waiting here for 3 days, today's chance was already slipping away. Meanwhile, Lin Han ignored every word. His remained fixed on the mountain peak ahead. Before long, Lin Han reached the highest point of Mist Spirit Mountain. Looking at the small clearing before him, he slowed down and wondered if this was the correct destination. Seeing no sign that he had gone the wrong way, Lin Han landed without hesitation. The moment his feet touched the ground, he noticed the entire area was shrouded in layers of dense mist. As Lin Han observed his surroundings, the system spoke again. Mist Spirit Mountain had been consumed by endless golden demonic mist. Warriors who had died with resentment had been awakened and revived by the fog. They were trying to break free from the mountain and slaughter the Empire's citizens, while the Challenger's mission was to defend the summit and stop every one of them. After receiving the information, Lin Han crouched down to examine the marks on the ground and quietly read the name of the place he had entered, the Jigwang Mist Spirit Mountain Dungeon. Massive monster silhouettes slowly emerged from the thick mist ahead and charged toward Lin Han the moment they spotted him. He paid them little attention, calmly deciding that his next objective was to find the heavily injured mountain, god of Mist Spirit Mountain. Lin Han's expression immediately turned serious as lightning wrapped around his fists. At the same time, the mission progress still displayed a value of 0. Without bothering to scout any further, he threw a punch straight at the monsters ahead, convinced he had chosen the right direction. Violent lightning instantly swept across the area, erasing every creature until nothing remained. The force of the attack even tore apart the endless sea of mist, revealing a long path stretching into the distance. Lin Han stared toward the end of the passage. It seemed the real search was only beginning. Now that he finally had a lead, Lin Han wasted no time and continued his mission. At the summit of Mist Spirit Mountain, the surrounding mist began to churn violently. After following the trail for a while, Lin Han finally found an unconscious man lying ahead. He studied him for a few seconds, wondering if this was the mountain god he had been searching for. After confirming his identity, Lin Han quickly helped him sit up and asked about his condition. The mountain god was clearly badly wounded, yet he still begged Lin Han to eliminate the strange vengeful spirits. If they escaped Mist Spirit Mountain, the people outside would face certain disaster. As soon as the plea ended, the mission interface appeared before Lin Han. Dungeon. Jingguang Mist Spirit Mountain. The second objective was to help the mountain god repel one wave of strange vengeful spirits. The overall mission progress had now reached 25. As soon as the mission window disappeared, another group of monsters appeared before them. Unlike the previous ones, these creatures were enormous and packed with terrifying muscles. Seeing the enemies approach, the mountain god immediately took out a yellow talisman. His tense expression made it clear just how serious the situation had become. The talisman quickly turned to ash, covering both the mountain god and Lin Han in a faint golden flame. A buff that increased all attributes by 30 immediately took effect, surprising Lin Han when he felt even his magic power grow stronger. Thinking of magic, Lin Han summoned his staff as his eyes turned sharp. There was no need to hide his abilities inside this dungeon, so he decided to fight at full power. Without holding back, Lin Han raised his staff and rapidly cast several support skills. Blessing Hymn, Thunder God's Domain, and Wind God's Domain. Blessing Hymn alone increased all magic power by 70, while blue flames immediately enveloped both him and the mountain god. Gripping his staff tightly, Lin Han turned the area around him into a storm of falling lightning that blasted the ground apart. He pointed toward the battlefield, activated Thunder God's Domain, and gained another 75 bonus lightning magic power. As Lin Han prepared to unleash his attack, the mountain god joined the battle as well. Another talisman flew from his hand and transformed into a blazing stream of crimson fire rushing toward the enemy. The monsters instantly became the target of countless lightning bolts crashing down from the sky. At the same time, the mountain god's massive sea of flames swept straight into their ranks. Lightning and fire converged into one point, creating a violent explosion that swallowed the entire battlefield and filled the area with thick smoke. After wiping out one wave, Lin Han immediately shifted his attention to the remaining monsters without slowing down. Lightning gathered around his fist as he activated Fire God's Domain, increasing fire magic power by another 75. The moment his next attack landed, a deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. A gigantic pillar of lightning crashed onto the monsters below, crushing them until their bodies completely vanished. Before long, silence returned to the Mist Spirit Mountain dungeon. Every monster had been destroyed, the thick mist covering the area faded away, and Lin Han slowly descended back to the ground. Outside the dungeon, a large crowd was still waiting for the results. Watching strange phenomena erupt across the mountaintop, they assumed Lin Han had cleared another stage and was close to completing his class advancement. One excited girl even claimed they were about to witness the birth of the world's first platinum priest. Just then, the familiar system announcement echoed through the air. The system officially announced that Life Priest Lin Han had unlocked a hidden mission and entered the hidden dungeon trial within Mist Spirit Mountain. The crowd had not even recovered from the previous shock before this new announcement left them speechless. One girl could hardly believe the first hidden mission had just been triggered, while a young man could only stare in disbelief at how unbelievably lucky Lin Han seemed to be. After leaving the Mist Spirit Mountain dungeon and completing the previous trial, Lin Han immediately checked the updated mission interface. The system explained that although the golden mist had disappeared, the resentment of the golden armored war souls had not been resolved. The mountain god had returned to the mortal world to help those restless spirits, and Lin Han was now tasked with uncovering the truth behind the ancient battle to restore the warrior's honor. After reading the update, Lin Han immediately became annoyed. His class advancement mission had unexpectedly gained another stage, making him grumble that the system really knew how to make things difficult. The mountain god ignored his frustration, stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and sincerely thanked the young hero for his help. Thanks to Lin Han, tens of millions of lives around Mist Spirit Mountain would be spared from disaster. However, the restless souls still remained. The mountain god explained that the old military camp was not far away and suggested investigating it, leaving Lin Han speechless as the mission grew even longer. Still, Lin Han was never the type to quit halfway. Since he had already come this far, he could only lower his head with a helpless sigh and see the mission through to the end. The two continued their journey. At another hill, the foothills were still covered in lush greenery, but the higher they climbed, the more lifeless the land became. By the summit, not a single sign of life remained. Waiting ahead was a shaman with a human body, a twisted face, a bizarre staff, and glowing crimson eyes. Behind him stood an entire army of undead soldiers radiating murderous intent. The moment he saw them, the leader let out an eerie laugh as if he had been expecting them all along. That sinister laughter alone sent chills down Lin Han's spine. Staring at the shaman, he could not ignore the suffocating and unsettling aura surrounding him. What caught Lin Han's attention even more was the condition of the soldiers. Their wounds did not resemble deaths in battle. Instead, they looked like victims of a plague or natural disaster. After thinking it over, he connected it to the powerful curse once used by the shaman Lang Vuta, realizing these soldiers had been corrupted by cursed magic. While Lin Han and the mountain god examined the situation, the enemy leader slowly raised his staff. Bloodlust and killing intent erupted at once, signaling that something was about to awaken. At that moment, the system revealed the new objective: free the golden armored war souls of Mist Spirit Mountain. As the shaman completed his spell, the motionless soldiers on the ground began to tremble, and their fingers slowly twitched back to life. Before long, the corpses staggered to their feet like puppets under someone's control. They lurched forward like zombies, their eyes glowing blood red. The once lifeless army had fully awakened. At the center stood a towering general with both hands resting on the hilt of a massive sword planted into the ground, making the already grim atmosphere even heavier. A crimson glow flashed through the shaman's eyes as he openly revealed his excitement. He wanted this battle to end in failure, because every soldier before them would then become a war soul under his command. Watching the army awaken, the mountain god's face darkened. His worst fear had come true. Every golden armored war soul had been activated by an unknown force. The general suddenly gripped his great sword and pointed it forward, rallying the entire army to march. He gave only one command: defend Mist Spirit Mountain at all costs and trade today's battle for lasting peace for the future generations of Lang Vuta. The moment the order rang out, the entire army charged forward. There was no need to guess anymore. The general shrouded in killing intent was the boss of this stage. The system confirmed him as the Platinum Boss, Golden Armored Marshal Xian Shen. The objective was to defeat him, purify the area, and uncover the truth behind the ancient battle. His abilities were equally terrifying. Peerless granted supreme swordsmanship and tripled his damage. General's aura allowed him to command the golden armored war souls and boosted their combat power by 300. Dragons might unleash dragon energy from his greatsword to sweep away everything nearby. Void form turned his body intangible, while anyone attacking him risked being trapped by a control effect. After hearing the boss' overwhelming abilities, Lin Han showed no fear at all. Instead, he clenched his fists with excitement. Whether his opponent was a general or a marshal, golden or platinum, once he had stepped onto this battlefield, there was only one outcome: fight until the very end. Facing the final boss, Lin Han immediately dropped his casual attitude and entered full combat mode. He charged straight ahead with overwhelming momentum, as if declaring that neither gods nor demons could stand in his way, while thunder roared behind him. From high above, Lin Han crashed directly into the middle of the enemy formation. A massive bolt of heavenly lightning locked onto the boss, while countless smaller bolts rained down on the surrounding soldiers, shaking the battlefield with explosive force. After just one wave of attacks, every nearby soldier was completely wiped out. The boss managed to endure the assault, but was forced onto one knee as white smoke rose from his body. Lin Han slowly landed only a short distance away. At that moment, the boss suddenly raised his head, his blood-red eyes fury as his consciousness briefly returned. He immediately roared at the great shaman, demanding to know why he had been deceived. The sudden change stunned both Lin Han and the mountain god. They quickly realized that the boss had temporarily broken free from the mind control and regained his senses. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han immediately asked why the great shaman had cursed the marshal and his entire army. Looking down at his trembling hands, the marshal revealed that the great shaman had wanted to create an undead army and use it to seize complete control of Langvuta. But the moment he finished speaking, the boss suddenly clutched his head in agony, his face twisted with pain as the great shaman's curse invaded his mind once again, forcing him to fight for control. Seeing the boss become increasingly unstable, both Lin Han and the mountain god grew tense. Lin Han quickly realized that the boss' restored consciousness was being dragged back in madness by the curse. Trembling violently, the final boss struggled to his feet and used the last of his sanity to beg Lin Han to destroy his soul. Only by erasing it completely could the soldiers bound to him finally be set free. At that moment, the system presented the final choice for the class advancement mission. The first option was to leave Mist Spirit Mountain and receive the Golden Armored Demon General's Blade, along with the Golden Mist Insight skill book. The second required defeating the Golden Armored Marshal and purifying every remaining war soul in exchange for the Universal Skill Book soul of the Golden Armored Army of Mist Spirit Mountain and the Mist Spirit Mountain Dragonbane Sword. Failure, however, meant losing every reward. As Lin Han considered his choice, the boss' killing intent grew stronger with every passing second. Clutching his head, the golden armored marshal roared toward the sky, while the soldiers who had already fallen began to stir and slowly climbed back to their feet under his influence. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the golden armored marshal, the mountain god immediately urged Lin Han to retreat. Lin Han did not hesitate for even a moment. He simply raised a hand to stop him and firmly refused. Tightening his grip on the staff, Lin Han locked his gaze on the platinum boss. He immediately cast Blessing Him, Thunder God's Domain, and Fire God's Domain. Countless magical runes spread from the staff and covered the entire battlefield around him. To Lin Han, a platinum boss alone was still not enough to inspire fear. The power he had gathered instantly transformed into a colossal attack that slammed into the golden armored marshal, forcing out a painful roar. The attack left the boss with no chance to resist. His body rapidly faded away as piece after piece dissolved into nothingness. Just before disappearing completely, the golden armored marshal looked toward Lin Han. The madness was gone. All that remained was a heartfelt thank you to the young hero who had finally set him free. Standing behind him, the mountain god watched in stunned silence as Lin Han defeated the boss with a single attack. Only after the golden armored marshal vanished completely did he recover and happily congratulate Lin Han for clearing the dungeon. The system immediately displayed the completion notice and every reward. For freeing the golden armored marshal and purifying the fallen army, Lin Han obtained the Universal Skillbook Soul of the Golden Armored Army of Mist Spirit Mountain, the Mist Spirit Mountain Dragonbane Sword, and the Special Relic Stellar Dragon King's Command, an ancient treasure capable of storing immense energy. The system then confirmed the dungeon had been cleared, and the teleportation process began. At the same time, on the Mang mountain border, a towering fortress wall stretched across the land, completely separating the outside world from the protected territory within. Several guards stood watch atop the wall, looking toward the wilderness beyond. One complained that the recent border lockdown had left no one free to come or go, making the quiet days unbearably boring. His companion immediately joked that he should be enjoying the chance to relax. Their conversation had barely lasted a moment when another guard suddenly turned pale. Pointing into the distance, he shouted after spotting something extremely unusual approaching. Following his gaze, they saw countless flying monsters filling the sky in an enormous swarm heading straight for the border. One soldier immediately recognized the horrifying sight. It was a beast tide. Realizing the beast tide was closing in, one soldier immediately ordered his two companions to warn the academy and Hongyun City at once. Knowing the consequences of any delay, both men turned and sprinted off without hesitation. While danger was already gathering beyond the border, the class advancement hall remained peaceful beneath the bright sunlight. No one there had any idea that a massive beast tide was approaching. Inside the hall, Lin Han still had his hand on the class advancement orb. With the mission complete, the system confirmed his successful promotion to the Platinum class, Soul Priest, granting him Endless Chanting, which reduced skill casting time for the entire team by 20%, and Soul Growth, which made allies immune to mental attacks for 3 seconds. The rewards did not stop there. The system then introduced the Soul Crystal, the exclusive equipment of a Soul Priest. It could store soul energy, strengthen spiritual power, and its passive ability, Soul Absorption, automatically collected nearby soul fragments to increase the Soul Priest's strength, giving it 300 mana power. A purple gem immediately appeared on Lin Han's forehead. After touching it, he instantly ordered the system to enhance it. After the upgrade, the Soul Crystal retained its Soul Absorption ability while gaining 2 terrifying new skills. Oblivion could instantly erase the memories of everyone around the user for a limited time, though it came with an enormous price. Soul Control allowed the user to seize control of any target whose soul was weaker than their own, with the duration depending on the gap between their soul strength. Looking at the gem on his forehead, Lin Han admitted that Oblivion was worthy of a divine artifact, but its backlash was far too severe to use carelessly. Lin Han then shifted his attention to the soul of the golden armored army of Mist Spirit Mountain, now burning like a flame in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he ordered the system to amplify it 10,000-fold. The flame instantly swelled with overwhelming power as the system confirmed the enhancement was complete. The soul of the golden armored army of Mist Spirit Mountain evolved directly into the forbidden spell, Mist Spirit Mountain Descends. Realizing it could even summon the entire mountain, Lin Han immediately thought of combining it with Soul Control. With its ability to restore undead, it was practically an endless undead army. The strange phenomenon around Lin Han quickly drew everyone's attention inside the hall. At first, they wondered which powerhouse had caused such a massive class advancement, but one person soon recognized the familiar face. Before long, the whole crowd realized it was Lin Han, the man who had cleared the Mist Spirit Mountain dungeon alone just days earlier. The moment his identity was revealed, the crowd rushed toward Lin Han. Some wanted to see the legendary genius up close, while others bombarded with questions about the hidden mission rewards. Their overwhelming enthusiasm left Lin Han completely stunned, and he could only turn around and run as fast as possible. 3 days later, the area outside Hongyun City appeared unusually peaceful. Sunlight covered the towering mountains and endless forests, creating a breathtaking landscape that gave no hint of the danger lurking nearby. Deep within the mountains, Lin Han stood on a massive tree branch, observing his surroundings from above. Yet what made him frown was the phone in his hand. After checking the screen again, Lin Han found it even stranger that there was still no signal at all. Even more suspicious, he had not encountered a single person on his way here, despite being close to Hongyun City, where students normally came to hunt monsters and train. Before Lin Han could figure out the reason for the eerie silence, a loud disturbance suddenly echoed from below. He immediately turned toward the sound. The noise grew closer until Lin Han spotted Zhang Rei-sin sprinting beneath the trees, as if her life depended on it. Surprised to see her here, he immediately called out her name. The moment Lin Han recognized Rei-sin, he also saw a gigantic wolf chasing right behind her. Its razor-sharp claws and vicious fangs closed in relentlessly, forcing her to run with everything she had, as tears streamed down her face and her breathing grew heavier. In the middle of her desperate escape, Rei-sin suddenly tripped over a rock. Losing her balance, she cried out in pain and fell forward. As she hit the ground, Rei-sin was overwhelmed with despair, convinced there was no escaping the beast behind her this time. But at the most critical moment, a figure dropped from above. A devastating punch slammed directly into the wolf's head before it could reach her. The blow smashed the beast into the ground. It let out a painful howl and completely lost the ability to continue the chase as its massive body collapsed. Meanwhile, Rui-sin's fall had caused her to slide away from danger, narrowly avoiding being crushed beneath it. After eliminating the monster in an instant, Lin Han calmly landed in front of Zhang Rei-sin. His sudden appearance left her sitting frozen on the ground, staring at him in complete disbelief. Seeing a familiar face, Lin Han smiled and casually waved at Zhang Rei-sin as though they had simply run into each other by chance. Before he could finish his greeting, Rei-sin rushed forward, threw her arms around him, and burst into tears. After days of despair, she had finally found Lin Han, while he stood there completely stunned by the unexpected hug. It took Lin Han a few seconds to recover. He forced an awkward smile before finally finishing his greeting by saying it had been a long time since they last met. Once Rei-sin calmed down and explained everything, Lin Han finally understood why she had been alone. She had broken through the encirclement to search for reinforcements. While treating and bandaging the injury on Rui Shin's leg, Lin Han continued listening. Somehow, the Blood Moon cult had launched a beast tide while jamming all communications, completely isolating Changchi Academy and Hongyun City from the outside world for 3 straight days. As she finished explaining, Ray Sin tightly grabbed Lin Han's arm. She urgently begged him to head for the nearest city and call for help before the situation became beyond saving. Ray Xin grew more anxious with every word. Hongyun City's defensive line had already collapsed, and the city was nearly overrun. Only Changchi Academy was still resisting, but its remaining forces clearly could not hold out much longer. After learning that the teachers and students at the academy were on the verge of annihilation, Lin Han immediately stood up and made a different decision. He wanted Ray Xin to continue searching for reinforcements while he returned to the academy alone, leaving her hesitant because the plan was simply too dangerous. Seeing Ray Xin still hesitate, Lin Han quickly explained the situation. Every second mattered. She was an assassin with great speed and stealth, making her the best choice to break through and find reinforcements. As a priest, he would be far more useful returning to support the academy. The reason was clear enough, so Ray Xin stopped arguing. Her hesitation faded as she seriously agreed to split up and follow Lin Han's plan. Once they reached an agreement, Lin Han set off at once. He rushed through the dense forest and headed straight for Changchi Academy. On the way back, Lin Han's expression grew heavier. The entire area had been cut off for 3 days without anyone responding, meaning reinforcements were unlikely to arrive. That silence alone proved something was terribly wrong. At the same time, the beast tide had turned the academy into a battlefield. Massive buildings were under constant attack, as explosions echoed everywhere and flames lit up the sky. At Changchi Academy's central plaza, the remaining survivors gathered inside a defensive barrier. The teachers and students could only rely on this final shield to hold on. Outside the barrier, countless giant demonic beasts and Blood Moon cult members surrounded the area. They did not attack immediately, and instead waited for the perfect chance to break the final defense. The most eye-catching figures were 3 Blood Moon cult members standing on the back of a giant scorpion. Behind them hovered a swarm of winged demonic beasts, their blood-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs fixed on everyone trapped inside the barrier. Among them, 2 Azure rank experts dressed in black and white stepped forward to pressure the academy. The man in black mocked the old man for barely reaching Azure rank, while the man in white sneered that if he knelt and begged, they might leave him an intact corpse. The vice principal was already badly injured. One hand clutched his chest, while the other struggled to maintain the barrier protecting the students. Even so, he firmly declared that everyone at Changchi Academy would rather die fighting than surrender. His answer made the peak Azure rank Blood Moon cult protector laugh coldly from his throne behind them. Hidden beneath a mask, he pointed toward the academy and declared that if they all wished to die, he would personally grant that wish. As he finished speaking, the protector leaped off the giant scorpion and soared into the air. At the same time, the beast struck as its spear-like tail viciously stabbed into the barrier, maintained by the vice principal. The barrier quickly reached its limit. After only a brief struggle, the scorpion's venomous stinger pierced through, signaling that the academy's final defense was about to collapse. Watching the cracks spread across the barrier, the vice principal knew it could not last any longer. He turned around, decided to stay behind alone while ordering Gongsun Liangxi to lead everyone away. But Gongsun immediately refused, reminding him that he himself had said no one from Changchi Academy would ever surrender. She choked on her words as she realized what the only remaining choice meant. In the end, Gongxinshi faced every student and raised her voice. There was no way back, so instead of waiting to die, they would all risk everything and fight together. The moment the barrier completely shattered, Gongsun led every student still able to fight straight into the monster horde. Changchi Academy's final battle had officially begun. But before the vice principal could help, the 2 Blood Moon cult experts landed directly in front of him. The man in black laughed at his attempt to leave, while the man in white calmly declared that the 2 of them would personally deal with him. The students were completely overwhelmed by the giant demonic beasts. A single sweep of a massive tail sent many flying into the air as desperate screams echoed across the battlefield. The overwhelming gap in strength quickly filled the academy's ranks with casualties. One unlucky student was pinned beneath the foot of a giant bear, struggling in agony but unable to escape. The vice principal was also pushed to his limit while fighting 2 powerful enemies alone. Blow after blow slammed into his body until he suffered severe injuries, and blood poured from his mouth. As more students were beaten to death, strange streams of blood energy began rising from their fallen bodies. The more people died, the thicker the blood energy covering the battlefield became. Dark crimson streams continuously flowed out from the corpses scattered everywhere. High above the battlefield, the Blood Moon Cult Protector greedily absorbed every trace of that blood energy into his body. Feeling his power rapidly grow, he burst into delighted laughter and even wished for more people below to die and feed him. After beating the vice principal until he could barely fight back, the man in black scoffed that Changchi Academy was nothing special. The man in white proudly declared that today the Blood Moon Cult would wipe the academy off the face of the empire. The vice principal heard those words but had no strength left to change the outcome. He himself stood on the edge of death, watching the battlefield in despair and wondering if this was truly the end. After absorbing a massive amount of blood energy from the fallen, the protector gathered power into his hand for the final strike. His cruel grin widened as he declared that everyone in the academy would die here. But just as the killing blow was about to fall, Lin Han finally arrived. Lightning instantly gathered around his fist as he locked onto the battlefield and called down the power of thunder. Lin Han unleashed a powerful strike while activating Myriad Legion. The moment the skill was released, countless heavenly lightning bolts rained down from the sky. Every demonic beast and Blood Moon cult member became a target. Lightning crashed down non-stop, filling the battlefield with deafening explosions and blinding flashes. A violent thunderclap roared as the giant scorpion that had shattered the barrier was struck head-on. Its massive body instantly lost all strength and collapsed. Another bolt of lightning immediately locked onto the two Azure rank Blood Moon cult experts. Before they could understand what happened, both were struck and left completely paralyzed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Han wiped out the Blood Moon cult forces and their beast army. Only after the battlefield finally fell silent did he slowly descend from the sky. Even after such an overwhelming entrance, Lin Han stayed on guard. The moment he landed, he cast 3 forbidden spells in succession: Song of Blessing, Thunder God's Domain, and Wind God's Domain to prepare for the next battle. The protector immediately became wary of the newcomer and demanded to know Lin Han's identity. He was even more shocked because this young man could cast multiple forbidden spells almost instantly and had eliminated 2 Azure rank experts the moment he appeared. Lin Han ignored the question and walked straight toward the severely injured students. As he raised his staff, a healing forbidden spell activated, and green light quickly covered every wounded survivor. The healing spell threw the entire plaza into an uproar. Students who had been critically injured stood up one after another. Broken bones fully recovered, and even the worst wounds almost completely disappeared. Even the vice principal could hardly hide his shock as his own body returned to perfect condition. Hearing the students repeatedly call out Lin Han's name, the Blood Moon cult protector immediately realized who had arrived. His expression changed as he dashed toward Lin Han with obvious excitement. As the protector closed in, Lin Han immediately raised his staff to block. The protector's fist slammed into it, grinning with satisfaction after confirming that the man before him was their special target. A single clash forced Lin Han to slide backwards several steps. Feeling the overwhelming force through his staff, he instantly realized his opponent had at least reached peak Azure rank. After steadying himself, Lin Han carefully observed his enemy. Thick black aura mixed with dense blood energy surrounded the protector, while a strange purple flame ignited above his raised hand beneath a sinister smile. The purple flame quickly left his hand and entered the corpses of the demonic beasts Lin Han had just defeated. The motionless monsters suddenly opened their eyes, now glowing with terrifying crimson pupils. In an instant, the entire horde awakened. Blood-red light flashed in their eyes as their killing intent became far more terrifying than before. After reviving, the demonic beasts had almost completely lost their minds. They roared like mad, their savage cries echoing across the academy. After taking control of the monsters, the protector pointed at Lin Han and admitted that someone with his talent could have an unlimited future in the Blood Moon cult. But since Lin Han refused to serve them, he would be killed here instead. Looking at the frenzied beasts, Lin Han immediately realized the situation had become far worse. The students were already no match for them, and now the monsters had grown even stronger. Refusing to let his side remain on the defensive, Lin Han tightened his grip on his staff. Lightning burst around his body as he gathered the power of thunder once again. But before Lin Han could finish his attack, the protector closed the distance with astonishing speed. Spreading his arms, he charged forward, eager to show Lin Han the overwhelming gap in their strength. The protector was so fast that Lin Han barely had any chance to dodge. He had no choice to fight head-on. If a peak Azure rank expert broke through to the students behind him, the consequences would be disastrous. But being locked in close combat also left Lin Han unable to cast forbidden spells to support everyone else. While the protector kept Lin Han occupied, the demonic beasts charged the students all at once. He unleashed relentless strikes and mocked Lin Han, saying he could barely save himself, let alone everyone else. Hearing the taunt, Lin Han immediately summoned the soul of the Golden Armor Army from Wuling Mountain. Raising the blazing flame in his hand, he firmly declared that everyone here would survive under his protection. The forbidden summoning spell activated instantly. Behind Lin Han appeared the mighty general from Wuling Mountain, followed by an entire army of fully armored warriors. The protector's calm expression vanished. He could not understand how a priest was casting a forbidden spell from the summoning path. The great general drew his sword and ordered the army to charge. With the Golden Armor Army joining the battle, Lin Han no longer feared the enemy's numbers. He calmly replied that the spell's element did not matter as long as it could wipe out the beast army. The arrival of reinforcements instantly lifted the students' morale. No longer fighting alone, they launched a fierce counterattack. One student drove a spear straight into the face of a giant bear, making it roar in pain. Nearly every student capable of fighting had joined the battle, leaving only the vice principal and a few others behind. Seeing the situation, one female student excitedly thanked Lin Han for saving her life and even called him her hero. A male student stood speechless at the sight of the restored spirit army. Even the vice principal looked at Lin Han with newfound respect. Healing, offense, and summoning were all within his grasp, proving the young man was far beyond anyone's expectations. Just as victory seemed within reach, the Blood Moon cult protector suddenly appeared high in the sky. Blood energy poured across the battlefield, driving the demonic beasts into an even greater frenzy. He then turned toward Lin Han, acknowledged his strength, and declared it was time to witness the forbidden spell, Bloodlight of the Heavens. The terrifying phenomenon above immediately threw the students into panic. The light faded as if night had fallen in an instant, and a sinister blood moon appeared overhead. The increasingly abnormal behavior of the beasts made it clear something far worse was coming. Crimson light soon covered the entire battlefield. The protector simply pointed toward the ground and activated his ability, Demon King's Domain. An overwhelming pressure instantly descended upon every student. Their bodies froze in place, and even standing upright became almost impossible. No one understood what had happened. They only knew they had completely lost the ability to move. Even Lin Han and the 4 active forbidden spells could not escape the domain's influence. He gripped his staff tightly as sweat formed on his face, and his body trembled under the crushing force. The system immediately displayed the effects of Demon King's Domain. All attributes reduced by 90%, gravity increased 1,000-fold, and elemental magic lock, preventing all elemental spells from being cast. Seeing Lin Han struggle under the pressure, the protector laughed and declared that anyone trapped inside his domain was nothing more than prey waiting to die. But instead of giving in, Lin Han answered with a mocking smile. Lin Han's eyes gradually turned crimson, yet his confident grin only grew wider. Looking straight at his opponent, he said it was unfortunate because this technique happened to play right into his strengths. Lin Han immediately activated Demon God Transformation. Black aura mixed with blood energy erupted around him, as the system confirmed the successful switch to his second class. Thanks to Demon King's blessing, the attribute reduction and elemental magic lock were instantly removed. After completing the transformation, Lin Han raised his hand and clenched his fist. The crushing pressure from moments before had almost completely disappeared. Facing a forbidden spell born from the same source of power had unexpectedly made it much easier for him to adapt. The protector had no intention of giving him more time. A sharp whistle split the air as he rushed forward and threw a devastating punch at Lin Han. In his transformed state, Lin Han had no intention of dodging. He raised both arms to block just as the protector, wrapped in dense black blood energy, closed the distance. The direct impact instantly carved away a large portion of Lin Han's health. Realizing the protector's attack power was far beyond normal, he quickly calculated that 2 more hits like that would put him in extreme danger. But before long, the lost health began recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The protector was not about to let him heal. He immediately closed in again and delivered a crushing kick that sent another ninjit damage number exploding above Lin Han's head. Lin Han forced himself to stay on his feet, clutching his chest as his expression turned grim. This strike dealt twice the damage of the last one, making him realize the danger was real. A few more hits like that would drain his health completely. After gaining the upper hand with every exchange, the protector grew even more excited. He clenched his fist, grinned at Lin Han, mocked his second class, and wondered how many more punches this little demon here could survive. But right after that taunt, he noticed the blood energy around him being wildly absorbed by Lin Han. While drawing it into his body, Lin Han pointed out a fatal flaw. The Blood Moon cult relied on blood energy, yet it had become the perfect fuel for him. Before long, the stolen blood energy turned into rapid regeneration, restoring Lin Han's health bar back to full. The protector's face instantly darkened. Raising his claw, his killing intent surged as he realized Lin Han could even absorb his blood energy. With such a dangerous ability, he decided Lin Han absolutely had to die. Without another word, the protector rushed forward and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Punch after punch crashed down, forcing Lin Han to keep both arms raised in defense without any chance to strike back. Under the non-stop assault, Lin Han's health dropped at an alarming rate. Before long, nearly half of his remaining health had vanished. Realizing he could not keep fighting like this, Lin Han expanded his absorption ability and frantically pulled in the surrounding blood energy to replenish his health. The effect appeared almost instantly as his rapidly falling health bar shot back to full. But instead of feeling relieved, Lin Han frowned and gritted his teeth, knowing this method could not continue forever without consequences. Watching Lin Han recklessly absorb more blood energy, the protector let out a sinister laugh and threw another punch. He warned that no one could endlessly devour another's power. Once too much blood energy accumulated, Lin Han might not even remain himself. Lin Han understood that risk better than anyone, but there was no way back now. Looking straight at the protector, he bet everything on this gamble and challenged him to keep coming. At that very moment, the lingering remnant he had suppressed appeared again, laughing wildly and urging him to absorb even more. Once his dark side lost control, the body would belong to it. Seeing Lin Han refuse to give in only made the protector more excited. He leaped into the air as blood energy surged around him, confidently declaring that he wanted to see how much longer Lin Han could endure. The next attack came as a devastating kick. Lin Han reacted in time and blocked it, but even with a successful defense, another chunk of his health disappeared. The instant his kick was stopped, the protector followed with another punch without leaving the slightest opening. Lin Han blocked again, but his health dropped even further. After serving as nothing but a shield against the relentless attacks, Lin Han finally reached his limit. His health bar was almost empty as he collapsed to one knee, clutching his chest in agony. The lingering remnant seized the opportunity, placing a hand on his shoulder and tempting him to stop resisting. All he had to do was surrender his body. Seeing Lin Han too exhausted to fight back, the protector slowly walked over and lifted his chin. Looking at his dazed expression, he smugly declared that darkness was finally about to consume Lin Han's consciousness. At the same time, the lingering remnant continued whispering into Lin Han's mind. It insisted that he could never defeat the protector in his current state, but everything would change if he handed over control of his body. The whispers never stopped. The remnant wanted only one thing, to force Lin Han to surrender his body. Caught between the endless temptation and a nearly empty health bar, Lin Han finally snapped and shouted at the remnant to shut up. But instead of surrendering, Lin Han made it an offer. Either merge completely into his power so he could control it, or they would both die here. The remnant was left speechless, its face twisting in anger. Lin Han had planned this all along. If the demon here fully merged with him, the true potential of his second class would awaken, and even the overwhelming blood energy inside him could be completely controlled. Sweat appeared on the remnant's face under the crushing pressure. Staring at Lin Han, it finally realized that this had been his real objective from the very beginning, forcing it into complete fusion. Outside, the protector had no idea what was happening. Seeing Lin Han muttering to himself while on the verge of death, he frowned in confusion and asked who he was talking to. Lin Han's health had dropped to a single sliver as the system issued a critical warning that he had entered the dying state. The remnant had believed Lin Han would never risk his own life, but when it realized he truly intended to drag them both into death, it panicked. Cursing him as a madman, it hurriedly accepted the fusion. The moment he got the answer he wanted, Lin Han suddenly grabbed the protector's arm that was still holding his chin. A shocking transformation followed. Lin Han's eyes turned completely blood red, his entire aura changed, and he spoke with an excited grin, declaring that his prey was finally in his hands. The sudden change immediately alarmed the protector. Cold sweat ran down his face as his smug expression vanished, replaced by shock when he realized the Lin Han before him seemed like a completely different person. Without giving his enemy any chance to escape, Lin Han locked onto the protector's arm and lifted him into the air. At the same time, the protector's blood, energy, and dark aura were forcibly drained into Lin Han's body. Only then did the protector truly panic. He struggled desperately and screamed for Lin Han to let go, warning that absorbing power at this rate would kill both of them. Lin Han knew he was telling the truth, but he never stopped absorbing. He simply laughed, saying that even if he died, at least the protector would die with him. Before long, Lin Han's body began showing signs of overload. The accumulated energy had far exceeded its safe limit. The system immediately warned that the power inside him had surpassed what his body could contain. Despite the constant warnings, Lin Han refused to stop. He absorbed even more blood energy as agonized roars escaped his throat, while the violent power tore apart his clothes. The protector was in no better condition. As his blood energy was completely drained, his body slowly approached total collapse. Every trace of energy leaving him was instantly pulled into Lin Han, making it clear he would not survive this time either. The two floated high in the air, completely engulfed by a massive sphere of blood energy. Lightning flashed endlessly around it, while the terrifying pressure cracked the ground below with deafening fractures. The accumulated energy finally exceeded all control. The sphere surrounding Lin Han and the Protector exploded with a world-shaking blast, sending blinding light, blood energy, and lightning bursting across the battlefield. As the aftermath gradually faded, silence slowly returned to the battlefield. The settling dust revealed the students who had miraculously survived a devastating explosion. A blonde-haired girl looked around in confusion and asked what had just happened. The boy standing nearby could only vaguely remember everyone being swallowed by a strange mist before a massive explosion. While everyone else remained confused, Gongsun stood silently staring ahead, his eyes searching for something with growing concern. When the dust finally cleared, a gigantic crater appeared before Gongsun and the surviving students. At its center lay the motionless body of Lin Han. The instant Gongsun saw him, he rushed forward in panic, shouting for his boss. He hurried to Lin Han's side, checking his breathing with one hand while searching for any sign of life with the other. There was no response at all, leaving Gongsun choking back tears as he concluded that his boss had stopped breathing. Gongsun immediately burst into tears, unable to accept the loss of the person he admired most. The nearby students stood frozen in grief while the vice principal walked over with a heavy expression, believing that the young man had truly died. But just as everyone was drowning in sorrow, Lin Han's heart, which had seemingly stopped completely, suddenly beat once again. The sound was incredibly faint, yet it was enough to show that life was slowly returning to him. Gongsun was still crying his eyes out when a trembling hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. In a weak voice, Lin Han told him to stop wiping his nose on his clothes. Gongsun froze instantly and turned around in complete disbelief. Sunlight poured into the crater, shining upon the man who had returned from death's door. Lin Han slowly opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, and said with deep emotion that he was finally alive again. After confirming Lin Han had truly survived, Gongsun shouted with overwhelming joy. The students behind him were just as excited, because the man who had saved them all had safely returned. Before long, the male students rushed over, surrounded Lin Han, and lifted him high into the air in celebration. Amid the thunderous cheers, Lin Han laughed along with them, enjoying the heartfelt admiration everyone showed after the life-or-death battle. From that day on, Lin Han's place in everyone's hearts completely changed, and his reputation spread far and wide. From this moment forward, the true rise of the only saint priest in the Qinglong Empire had officially begun. In another magnificent palace, Lin Han's incredible feat became the center of countless discussions. News spread that he had saved an entire academy by himself, marking the beginning of a legend that would leave behind endless victories and unforgettable stories throughout the history of the Qinglong Empire.